turned on, so I'm just going to turn that off so it's not going to do anything abrupt. So I can press G twice, or indeed Shift and V. It's just a shortcut to the same place. And this is literally just moving it along the edges that this vertex is part of. And that can be incredibly powerful. If we look at the side of the head here going round, we've got, for instance, this area here is all a bit lumpy. So we can go here and say, well, you know, this loop that's coming around here, well, this one here, for instance, might just go. Does it actually add anything useful? Did I add it there for the ears? I think I might have done. So is this one here useful? I don't think it is. And if that's the case, we can always delete that and dissolve edges, and that will get rid of that one there being a problem. Now, of course, we've got this here that's sticking out a little, and this one here, and by moving them with a combination of manually moving them, or of course using the slide functionality, the slide functionality is absolutely brilliant for, let's say we need to move this one going around here. In fact, yeah, that one going around there, that's a good one to pick, and just move it out a little wider. Oh, that's the one defining the eye. Let's not pick that one. So this one here, we can press the G key twice and pull it back along those edges that already exist. And that will help smooth out our model as it goes, as the face morphs around. So that is how you use the edge and vertex sliding tools. And of course, no lecture is complete without a little challenge. I would like you to go ahead and refine your model. So go around your model and check that your edge loops are where you need them to be. Do a little bit of adjustment. Again, we're basically doing the overall shape at the moment. I've noticed mine starting to get a bit flat in places. Do you need as much geometry as you've currently got? The main area of focus really at the moment is the face, and then it's going to be the side of the head itself to do the ear in a bit. But the back of the head it can be quite large, quads going on there if you want. We don't need that much detail around the back of the head because there isn't that much detail. Check your vertices too and move them if necessary. So move them using the slide tool if they need adjustment, or indeed move them manually as well, or use any other techniques that you want to do. So pause the video now and do a little refining of your model. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go and have a look at my model and see if there's any intermediate refining that we can do. Okay, so we're back over here, and I'm just having a look at things like this loop coming around here. In fact, is this a loop anymore? No, it's not. So what's happened here? We've got quad running around here, and that's pretty sharp just there as well. It's difficult sometimes to get an angle on it because if you're at this view, it looks like a really sharp view. Around here, it looks quite gradual, but I think that one does need lifting up ever so slightly. I didn't mean to press the V key, I mean to press Shift and V. Lift that up ever so slightly and do the same with this one. And again, by using Shift V rather than just moving it up manually, you can guarantee that it's laying on a line you've already defined. So you don't end up pushing the model up too tightly, which is very easy to do. So that's looking okay here. This is atrocious, all this detail running around the back here. There's a couple of ways we can get around that. One of the first things I'd look at is whether or not we can terminate some of these loops coming around where they're not needed. So we're certainly going to need loops towards this part of the model, and we can see that here we might want another loop running around here. So I'm going to cut that in. Now we're going to end up with a triangle here that we can sort out, but I'm going to just come along our model very manually here, I know, and pop in that set of cuts. I'm quite happy with that. That's going to define the face, and then we've got this one running around that will hopefully define the head. Yeah, I'm happy with that running around there. So then we've got the question of all of these other ones here. Now we can start terminating these as we go. We can start merging them together to make, well, slightly odd quads. So for instance here, we can get rid of, I'm going to dissolve every other edge. So let's dissolve those edges. So we've got a series of faces here. Now we've got to remember at this point in time, we don't need to worry too much about having a bad topology just above here. We can go and fix that later. One of the first things I'm just going to do at this point in time is start weeding out the vertices we don't need. In fact, at this point, to speed myself up, what I'm going to do is not do what I was about to do and go and select. I'm going to go round the model and see where these go to. So they all lead to about here, here, and here, I think. I might be wrong. Let's just double check. I can actually select one and work it from there. So that one there, that one there. I'm just going to delete those. Well, not delete them, but dissolve them. And then I should be able to select these edge loops and dissolve them. So that's starting to look a bit better. And the final one is this one here. So that one goes all the way around and it actually terminates here at the back because we've got a pole. So once again, I can dissolve that completely from our model. Now that does cause a few little interesting bits, like at the bottom here, what happens? Well, we can grab, since I've spotted it, grab this with vertex snap and just put that bit together there. And that ensures that at least this edge loop going down the back, round and up the front, excellent, that's what I wanted to see, is still whole. Now obviously it terminates here, and what we can do, and it's not a bad thing to terminate it here, we could actually leave it like that in many ways, because I don't think it's going to show up anything particularly bad. And the reason for that is it's at the top of the head. It's not going to be animated, so we could potentially leave it for that. I'd like good topology around here, so we'll work on that later when it comes to a bit of detail. This triangle at the front here would be quite awesome to have that working all the way round and down. Now we've got to think here, if this is a loop that runs all the way, then we're missing something, aren't we? This one runs all the way down, but this one is terminated with a triangle here. So one of these edges needs some extra support. But of course, that itself would be diving into the detail. Oh, speaking of which, look at that. I'm just looking at it from the front, and that is stuck out like a sore thumb. So I'm going to grab those two there. I'm going to use Shift and V to slide them down ever so slightly, and with snapping turned off. Not V, Shift and V. So let's undo that, Shift and V. I do prefer actually pressing the G key twice. I feel like I'm not going to make too many mistakes by using that shortcut key rather than ripping my model apart accidentally. So we'll come back later on and sort out this triangle here after we've learned a bit more about how we can define edge loops with much more detail. How's your model coming along? Did you refine it to make it a bit more in proportion? Did you have anything that was glaringly obvious standing out? Please share that work in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to routing face loops using poles. In this video, you'll learn more about where poles are really useful, how to use a pole to terminate edge or face loops, how they can guide and redirect edge or face loops, and remember, an edge or face loop doesn't have to link back onto itself. It's useful when it does in certain circumstances, but that won't always be the case. So just a reminder here that a pole is a vertex where multiple edges or faces meet. So in the case, and we're going to be dealing with quads here, poles can happen with any shape, whether it's a triangle or an other engon, but we're only going to be dealing with quads. And if we have a look at this picture here, we can see 3 highlighted quads all sharing one vertex. So that's a 3-pole. Here we have 5 quads. These are the most common, by the way, that you'll come across. And that is where 5 quads share one vertex. And again, this is smack bang in the middle. And we'll go through a few other examples of where you're going to find these, and that'll help you explore the world of face loops. So one final thing to go over So before we go exploring all this in Blender, there is one final thing that I would want to go through, and that is loop flow. Okay, so let's talk quickly about loop flow. Now, with quads, of course, this doesn't apply to n-gons or triangles. Think of the edges if you were to count around either clockwise or anti-clockwise around let's just take a simple one, a square. The first edge you look at is number 1, then number 2, then number 3, then number 4, then you get back to edge number 1 again. Now, I like to think 1 and 3 and 2 and 4 as being joined together. This will help you visualize a face loop and also help you to construct it and control the direction in which it's traveling. So, enough with theory already. Let's go play with this now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so your head should be coming along rather well at the moment, and let's not go and muck that up at the moment. So, let's go ahead and open up a brand new Blender file. Okay, I'm going to get rid of the default cube. I'm going to delete it completely. And I'm going to add a new mesh object. And I'm going to call it, I'm not going to call it a grid. It is a grid. And I'm just going to stick with the default one. And I'm going to just go straight over into the top view and zoom in just a little and make sure I'm in orthographic projection for the moment so I can see these grid lines properly. I'm going to hop straight into edit mode. So we've got a 10 by 10 grid here that we can play with. And the first thing I'm going to do is just hide the 3D manipulator, which I'm not going to need it. Let's explore making a loop around our particular mesh here. And this is only a 2D one. Obviously in 3 dimensions, it can take on a slightly different feel as well. So I'm going to go and grab the knife tool. And I'm going to start at a vertex here and go roughly into the middle of it and all the way up to the top. I'm going to press space to apply that, and I'm going to grab the knife tool again, and this time go all the way across to the other side, and again I'm going to press space to apply that. Now let's have a look at what that's done. That has created a flow running around here. And this is similar, well, this is exactly the same as the picture we saw a moment ago, where we've got one vertex in the middle here, just behind that 3D cursor. In fact, I'm going to move the 3D cursor out of the way for the moment, exactly where the origin is as well. And we have the 5 quad just here as well. So what has happened here and what has it broken? So let's go explore what it has broken. So as we go along here, we can see it goes along there. Has it broken anything along here? No. Has it broken anything along here? So it breaks. We might not want that flow. That's one thing to consider. Okay, so everything appears to be okay, but there might not be desirable flow here, or perhaps we've added too much geometry into our model. And if we wanted to change that, for instance, we could group these 4 quads together, and that would make modeling a tad easier if we started to get too much detail in one place. And we can simply do that by dissolving some edges. So these, I'm going to switch back to face mode. These are going to be joined together, these along here, not into one big lump. But this is just one of the things we can do here, just to remind you of that. It will depend on what you're doing. So if I dissolve these edges here and then dissolve these edges, oh, if I go the right way, these ones here, dissolve edges. Now that should get rid of the vertex in the middle. Now we've generated a triangle here, so we need to get rid of that edge there as well. So this isn't quite there yet, because if we follow the edge flow, if we talk about the 1, 2, 3, 4 that we were talking about before, so 1, 2, 3, so 1 and 3 will be flowing, so that'll be here, here, then we've got we've got too many here, so there needs to be another flow here, so let's dissolve those edges, and another flow here, dissolve those edges. Oh, there's one more just down here. So now if we test that again, we'll see that the flow goes around there nicely and round here nicely. So that's another way that you can go around and retopologize and neaten things up. Now I did say there was another example where you will find basically a 5 pole going on. And that is when you decide to extrude something. So here we have a series of quads. We've gone into the 3D realm here. And if I extrude that up, if we do a little count here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we've got 5 quads that are connected to one pole just here. So it's very important that you realize that just extruding up like this has also broken the flow, and we've generated an edge flow around here. If we look at the very top, we've got 1, 2, 3, and that has, um, well, that's essentially terminated the edge flow around the top here, where we go one and it just doesn't know where to go. And that's one of the reasons why you can have an edge loop around a plane, but the moment you convert it into a cube, it doesn't like it at all because it doesn't know where to go. Around the bottom here, it doesn't know where to go. It doesn't know where to go because there's a pole. Now, if we made this one at the bottom here into, so it was just 1, 2, 3, 4 quads, we could probably faff about to do that. We would end up with the edge flow going around the bottom again. Okay, so I'm going to go over to a real example here. Whoosh, we're back over at my human head, and it's coming along fine. There are a couple of things that I do want to sort out. So one of the first things I'm going to have a look at is this flow around here. So if I select this edge around here, we can see it flows around, and down here it stops. Why does it stop? Well, it stops because there's a pole, which is this vertex here. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's a couple of options. You can add geometry. You could cut it in with the knife tool or do no end of things. Or you can perhaps dissolve some edges in order to get there. So let's explore both options. Whether it's right or wrong at this point in time, we just don't know at this early stage of the model. Sometimes it will be the right thing to do. Sometimes you think, oh, I'm going to have to go back and dissolve that later on. So this particular one here, I think by cutting through here and around there, I'm going to hit the space bar and just highlight that. Okay, that seems to be going up all the way around to the top. So perfect, that's regained that loop around there. But of course, when you do something like cutting, the question then is, have I just moved the problem onto the next set, the adjacent set of polygons? So if I go back in time before I put that cut in and just see if this one here, no, that one there is also terminating. So everything's terminating along sort of like the bottom of the jaw here. So getting the knife tool going along here all the way to the edge is not actually breaking anything. And that's always the concern I would have when using the knife tool, because it's very easy to just shift the problem onto another area. Now let's have a look at the triangle I've got on top. Now triangles can be dealt in a number of ways. I could add even more geometry coming through here, cut through this triangle in a certain way which would generate quads, but it would also give us more geometry, and at this point in time I don't feel I need any more geometry around the top of this head. Any more geometry itself is unnecessary. It's not defining any detail. It's a forehead for a start. I mean, you could argue at this point in time, you know what, that's going to be under a hairline. No one's ever going to see that, even if the face deforms massively during an expressive moment, it's still not going to be seen because it's under the hairline. Then the person who just wants to get everything right inside of you goes, well, I'm not just going to leave the triangle there for the sake of it. I'll just tidy it up. The other thing, of course, is it does block this edge loop, or this face loop running down here, just stops it in its entirety. And I would like that face loop to exist. So looking closely here, one of the things we can do is merge this together. And we can do that by selecting this edge here and dissolving it. Okay, so what has that done to our flow? Does our flow now work? It doesn't. And it doesn't. Let's just count the edges here. Make sure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we've got 5. It's not a quad. So what's it linked to? It's linked to this one here. So let's dissolve that edge as well. Now let's see what happens. we should have an edge flow going round. We do. Perfect. It goes right around the outside of the face, and no surprise, terminates just under the jawline here as the other one did. And if we look closely, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's another engon down the bottom there. So let's go back up to the top and just check a few other things. Do we still have loops running around there? Yep. And we can see here this loop kinks in rather quickly, and that's going to cause some deformation if we're not careful, uneven. So we can grab that, and I'm not really sure I'm moving that in the 3D world. It's always best to check it from several angles, to make it a bit more even as it flows round. Otherwise, some of these look a bit crooked, and they can certainly be much more even as they flow around and define the shape. Unless, of course, it is a bumpy head. So let's just try that now. We've moved stuff. That works around there. These ones are working and terminating at the top, as expected. Yep, I'm absolutely happy with that. And of course, now comes a challenge. I'd like you to go ahead and define the 5 main face groups. Now, you may already have done this, in which case it will give you an opportunity to refine them. But to go ahead and define the 5 main face groups that make up the face. And don't worry, if you're not quite sure, I'll be showing you through them in a few moments before I say pause the video. Now, do expect to make mistakes. Go with it and remember to save often, or even save as once you've got one area nailed. And be prepared to start over from the base head a few times if you make a right mess of it. But don't worry, this all happens especially when you're new to face topology. And finally, of course, we haven't done it yet, but create the nose. And just a little hint there about the extruding, creating the 5-pole that we can use for the nose, perhaps. That's just one way of making it, of course. Now, before I say pause the video, I just want to define those 5 main areas for you so you know what you're looking at. And here we go. We have a basic face in front of us, and I've color-coded them all. Hopefully this is clear for everybody, including those who might be colorblind. I know you can't distinguish between green and red often, so I haven't included red. We've got a yellow border running around the entire face. Obviously, we've got a rest of a head here to do, but I'm only focused on the face at the moment. We've got the loops running around the eyes themselves. We've got the loop that goes across the bridge of the nose and round to the chin. We've got the one that goes around the nose, and it'd be interesting to see how you guys come about making that nose topology. And then we've got the ones that run around the mouth and the lips themselves. So there we go. I'll flick this round into front view. And we're in orthographic mode, so you can see what's going on. And there you go. There's your reference material that you can use as a guide. Incidentally, you can see we've got poles, 5 poles, rerouting our model as it goes round here. They split away from one another. There's a 5 pole on the right-hand side of the eye here, on the inside of the eye where the nose comes down, where the nose actually is, where this breaks away. There's a 5 pole here. 5 pole there. You can start to see them all over the place when you start looking. In fact, there's a 3 pole just here on the right hand side. Okay, so there's one final thing here that I want to show you guys to help you when it comes to creating these areas where there are 5. Oh, hang on a minute. I've got an example bit of material here that has got a whopping great big engon sat here. That's not good to show you guys because it's not actually just breaks what I've just told you. So we're going to have to sort that out. I'd also just like to show you how to get this sort of curvy effect going on. That's called enabling the cage. I don't want the end panel there. I actually want the properties panel, so I'm going to have to do a bit of manipulation with the windows here, and let's go to the modifiers. So with the subsurface modifier here, I have got turned on this mask that I've made. I've got turned on the cage, which is the mesh data sort of triangle that we've got there. And when we click on that, you can see that all of a sudden everything ends up a lot smoother. And I like that on when looking at it, it just looks better. And of course, you can turn off the smooth whilst in edit mode as well. So the subsurface modifier is not shown. You can't have that not shown and the cage turned on at the same time. So I'm going to turn both of those off so I can actually reroute this particular line, this face loop running around here, so I can demonstrate a point that I want to make. So I'm going to add in a face loop there, grabbing the knife tool, join those two up. Now, hopefully, I have not broken anything. So let's just have a look. Got a face loop running around there, and this face loop should continue round. Perfect. So what I wanted to demonstrate here is the two changes in direction. If we switch to edge mode here, we have, and I'm going to turn on the smoothness again because it just flows a bit better. We've got this edge flowing around here, and then it's broken as it flows around here, and it's broken again and flows underneath because we have these 5 faces here and these 5 faces here. Now you'll notice that that particular pole, the 5 pole there and the 5 pole here, both lay on the same edge as it flows round. And that is important that they are located on the same edge if it's going to control the loop around in a circuit like that. So bear that in mind as you go ahead and construct your head, or certainly your face in this point. Now, usually I would say pause the video now and go do the challenge. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have enough time to go through the challenge if I do that. So go ahead, do the challenge, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to defining a face's main face loops. Now this is going to be the continuation of the challenge in the last lecture. So let's crack on and hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so we're back over in Blender and I've got my head. It's coming along quite nicely. And we've got no nose at the moment. We've got an eye loop, although it's quite a basic one at the moment. We've got this loop running around here and the eye loop and kind of the mouth loop done there. We may have to redo the mouth, or I might have to redo my mouth depending on how the rest of this goes. And there is obviously a lack of nose at the moment. Now, looking at the geometry that's here, just going to hide a couple of panels there so we can see what's going on. And I am actually going to just combine a couple of faces. I'm going to dissolve this face here. I'm going to dissolve these 2 faces here and these 2 here. And the reason for that is so I've got an edge loop down here that I can work with. Now, I'm also going to have to, at the same time, just dissolve these vertices. Otherwise, we won't have quads. Let's make sure that's working. Excellent, it is. So before I actually start creating the nose, I need to think about what's going to happen. So I'm going to have an edge loop that runs under the eye and running down. So let's pop that in now. And then I'm going to have the bridge of the nose edge loop that will be coming round, and it will break off somewhere around here and flow down to the chin or just underneath the chin, depending on where I place it. And that leaves us, in fact, at this point in time, before I go any further, this floor grid that I've got, I'm going to turn that off. So I'm going to go to display grid floor, just so it's not in the way. So now I've got those edge loops in and defined, I can literally, if you remember in the last lecture, one of the things you can do to create a 5 pole is to extrude. There we go. So that will look a bit funny at the moment. Remember, things often don't look right when you're constructing them. But we can move these bits about. We can move that forward. We can move this bit down. It still doesn't negate the fact that now we've got an edge loop running around the nose. And that is obviously going to have a lot of refinement to make it look more like a nose again. But that is absolutely fine. Okay, so the next part of the head that we need to focus on here, or we don't need to, but the next one I want to focus on is this bridge part here on the nose. That's fine. So we need to decide where this loop is going to come round. I'm going to take it down to this part of the chin and come up, but we need to decide where to put those 5 poles. So we're somewhat bounded by this going down here, this face loop as it comes round. So we can't go any further than here. So I'm going to place my 5 pole here, and it's going to have to be here because there's no other ones to go on. So the first thing that we can do here is I'm going to grab the knife tool and roughly cut to there. Now I can't cut across. Can I cut across there? Yes, I can. So a triangle there initially, and I'm going to solidify that knife cut. I'm going to put another triangle. Is it going to be up here to guide that loop around? Yes, it is. So it's going to be from here to here. And of course, usually we want to avoid triangles. Now, once we've done that, we can actually make it into a quad by cutting down here. Now, that doesn't look right until you start shifting a couple of the vertices to maybe there and lift this one up a little. I'm going to press G twice to make sure I'm not going to move it too far away. And there's a lot of refinement that's going to have to be done with all of these vertices because they're all higgledy-piggledy and all over the place. But now we've done that, we should find that we've got an edge loop running around there. We may have a triangle here. Do we have a triangle here? Yeah, we'll have to sort that out. We've got this edge loop running around here, this one running around here, which is fine, apart from the fact it's a wee bit high. It's a little bit high here. So let's grab these edges here, press G twice and lower them down. Yeah, this is far too close to the mouth loop. And I'm going to move those down as well. And look at, again, these can be refined and refined and refined as the face takes shape. In fact, we'll be hopping round and checking it, how it looks. Oh, I've lost my side profile. But I'll be looking at how it looks and refining it in a bit more detail in a few moments. Now, the next error we've got here is this mouth. And I'm not liking it at the moment. And there is I don't want to say a neat trick, but since we've actually got a bounding box running around the mouth area, we can very quickly remake the edge loops that would make up the mouth area and then adjust them again in a bit. So for instance, in order to do that, I can go to face select here. So I could make the mouth bigger and fill up the area around, or I could just get rid of all of this. I hope this is going to work. And this area here, no, just that one there. So I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to delete the faces. So that leaves a nice big smile. Look at that happy person. But now I should be able to select the edge loop running around it, which I can. And then I can fill that in. Looking good so far. Now that I've done that, I can inset. Now, that looks horrible. It's nice. Insetting's great because it can actually create a nice face loop running around the outside of something. So that would be perfect for the eye. I think I've just clicked away and ruined what I was about to show you. No, I haven't. It's still there. Brilliant. What I need to do here is scroll down on the inset area. Let's just make this a bit bigger and turn off the boundary function. And then on the mirror, we can see we've got, well, we've no longer got a problem with it running around the edge. In fact, it forms the mouth area. Then I can inset again, and once more for good luck. Oh, let's zoom in. And oh, something has gone horribly, horribly wrong there. Let's just undo that last one and see what was going on. I think just one of these vertices is in a very horrible place compared to the others. Yes, we see there it's stuck in somewhat. In fact, a couple of these are. So let's just pull them out. Ooh, yeah, that's going to take a bit of refining to get that sorted. Maybe a smooth vertex on the rest of it. So let's move this in and once more, but not too much. Then I'm going to delete that face in the middle. I'm going to select the edge loop running around the mouth and extrude it inwards. I think that's the Y direction. Excellent. So there we go. We've got a kind of a lip building up there. It's a bit awkward round here. And again, we can refine that to our heart's content to make it look a bit better. Now we've started getting all of this, and that's going to take a lot more refinement. I probably won't have time for in this particular video, but we've got the eyes. The eyes could actually be do with having some more detail around here. And again, we can select that and inset again. I'm going to delete that middle face, select the edge loop, and extrude backwards. Then, of course, I could scale that in or fill it in or whatever. We don't have eyes. Let's add some eyes. So in object mode, oh, look, this is something that I haven't done yet. I haven't hopped back into object mode and seen how that modifier is being applied. But we need to do that in a moment when we start shaping things up. So I'm going to add a UV sphere. Looks groovy as that mirror ball, and I'm going to rotate that round on the x-axis by 90, and that should put an eye facing forward. And then it's a matter, I'm going to hop into edit mode so I don't have to apply that scale, and scale it down to roughly the right size. The fact that it bulges out of the head at the moment is not a problem. I will add a mirror modifier to it. I will make it have a white material. For the moment, I'm just going to leave it as pure white and diffuse, so it just stands out. I'm going to call that eyeball, and we can work on the details of the eyeball later. It needs to be smooth. Eyes are not faceted like that. And finally, there are two eyes. So we've got a mirror, and I'm going to set the mirror object to the head. That should be fine. There we go. So looks a bit like a Play-Doh model at the moment, but trust me, this is going to be refined and start looking really good soon. Speaking of refining, one thing we can do here is start flipping around and modifying the mesh now and starting to make it look more like the rest of the model. So I've somehow lost my Mikey side profile. So if I go into the right folder, into my assets, reference material Mikey side. Now when I go around to the side, you can see the effect that the subsurface modifier is having, and we can start modifying it. So I'm going to go into edit mode and this time turn on showing the modifier whilst we're in edit mode. Now I can start going around and tweaking these vertices either with or without proportional editing turned on. I'm going to start with it turned on. So when I move one vertex, I can use the scroll wheel and move a whole load of them at once to put the model in the right place. And it will take a while. And obviously you can see here that moving some of it is not going to work. I need to move a lot of it here in order to... Let's see, does that move up? That's a funny smile. Okay, let's move the mouth up to roughly the right place. And we can go around and do this across the entire model. Of course, sometimes you move too much, so you just zoom back in. Got to watch where the brow is here, the bridge of the nose, etc. And it's not just where that mesh is, it's where the subsurface modifier puts the detail as well. So if I want to the bridge of my nose, there's a little bit of a bulbous bit there, so I can do that. I can see here that we've got this vertex here is far too far in, so I can go back round to the side. Now I've grabbed it and move it down to maybe there. And again, we're just watching this move around, and my nose is probably far too wide as well. So from the front view, I can go in. I can see that, actually, from the front and side view, it looks pretty consistent. What about those nostril level? Now, the nostrils are at different heights, if you notice. So it looks like when I was perhaps tilted my head up. So I'm going to have to adjust for that as well as I go. But let's just see how the model's coming on now. Let's zoom out and have a look around. Have we got all the face loops that we need? Again, we can tweak all the details of the face to our heart's content. In fact, I'm going to turn on the cage again, so it just looks a little bit better. We've got a couple of loops around the eye. We've got this one going around there. We've got the one going around the bridge to the chin. We've got the ones around the mouth, and that does need sorting out because it's a very wide mouth at the moment. And we've got the one running around the nose. So that's coming together nicely. Now, don't expect your model to look overly good at this moment in time. There's a lot more refining that can be done, and there's a lot more work we can put in with the details around the mouth, the eyes, etc. I'd love to see how you guys are getting on. There's a few final bits that I would want to do to this. I'm not going to do it at the moment. That triangle stands out as the biggest one. And just refine this area around the mouth here. But of course, that's just me moving vertices backwards and forwards. And how have you guys got on? Remember to share your work in the discussions. I love seeing what you're coming up with. This has been the most challenging challenge you've come across so far. I'm absolutely certain of that. Trying to route these face loops is not the easiest thing in the world to do. But with persistence and some practice, remember to do more than one head. I know I'm only doing one head here, but the more, and don't worry initially with how it looks either. If it looks like an alien, great, you've made an alien head. That's brilliant. Okay, guys, I will see you in the next lecture. Remember to share your work in the discussions. See you soon. Welcome to getting the right skin tone. So, what are the right settings? Well, as with most things in Blender, there aren't any. It all depends on what you're trying to achieve. Sometimes a more porcelain look, a more than a natural look, or any other sort of character look that you're going for will dictate how your model has to be made, how the materials have to be set up. But skin itself is a complex surface, so you can't really get away with just setting one shader type and leaving it to it because it just won't work. Well, it might work depending on what you're doing, but in general, it won't work. It has more than one tone. We're not just one color across our face and the rest of our body. It changes depending on surface detail. It's shiny in some places, it is dry in others. So you have greasy patches on the face, usually on the top of the nose. Obviously, the lips can be wet, or indeed they can be dry if your character is dehydrated as well. Skin can be thin or thick, letting some light through or blocking it all. So there's lots of things to take into consideration. Now, what to do when picking a base color? Well, you need to start somewhere. So you can use the color picker on your own reference material if you've taken a photo of yourself, or indeed, I would suggest searching on Google for skin tone RGB reference, and you'll have an absolute ton of information that you can then actually see what the color looks like and use that as your base color. So, things to consider and focus on. Ignore skin tone changes due to wrinkles and folds. We don't really care about those at the moment because that wrinkles and folds are an effect of light rather than color. Ignore areas of sweat or oil. Now, we've mentioned the actual sort of like the shiny areas that you can have on a face, but that will be a specular map that we end up generating, and that will be applied with a gloss shader later on. It will not be something that we need to paint in at the moment on the base color that we're going for. You may want to consider freckles, scars, spots, and moles that cause discoloration. Those will be a completely different color to the rest of it. And if you do decide to start adding detail at this stage, make it rough. Call it a placeholder detail. The mesh is still under construction. It is going to change. So if you think, oh, I'm going to give a beauty spot or there's going to be a mole there, just, paint it on roughly and then just leave it for the moment. So with those things to consider, let's go and add a base color to the head over in Blender. Okay, so we're over in Blender now, and we need to create this diffuse. I'm going to start with a diffuse. We didn't have to, but I'm going to just pick a diffuse color that will roughly match my skin. Now, I am going to actually use the reference material. I'm going to turn the opacity of the reference material up to 1. So when I move around the front, I can just see that. I'm going to go ahead here and go to the materials section, alter the default material that's already been applied to our model, and I'm going to call it skin base because it is just the base color. I'm going to go to the diffuse color itself, go to the picker, and literally just pick a random area that looks representative of most of my skin. Now we can see, whilst we're having a look at this picture, there are certain areas that are not the same color as the skin color I've picked here. We've got a freckle. I've got some freckles here, and it's lighter across the sort of around the top of the cheeks and then the forehead. Now, it can be a bit difficult to discern what's reflection in the room this was taken in. Certainly, I'm not certainly shiny on the side of my head. That just happens to be light bouncing off of or coming through a window. So it's worthwhile just taking a good look at the color variation on a face itself. We can see here there's a vast difference between this color here. Let's just literally grab another area, and this one here. We can see there's a huge difference between the two. Let's see if I can undo that. No, let's go and pick the same sort of area again, a bit more neutral. There we go. So I'm going to switch back round, and we can see that it's already applied it to our model. If I go to rendered view at the moment, because we've got no lights in the scene, it's going to look pretty dire. Now, there are certainly some other areas that we can apply straight away, or at least get the color ready for. The lips, as we can see here, that's nothing like skin color. So I'm going to add a new material. I'm going to call that, new material, call it lips underscore base. Because I may have, later on when we do our maps for the face, we're going to have a gloss layer. And so we're going to want to make sure we separate the materials out into their areas. So with the lips base, in fact, it's just going to be one texture later on. But just for the sake of getting this right, at the moment, as a placeholder color, there we go, that's the color of my lips. Who would have known? Now I've got that, I'm going to whiz back around. I'm also going to make sure the skin is applied to this and not the lip space. I'm a bit confused now as to which one is applied to this model. Let's have a look at material. Yeah, okay, it's the skin base that's applied there. So having a look at our model itself, there are a couple of things that I wanted to sort out. There's this triangle here, and I think that can go by literally removing this edge loop running around the model. I've just realized that the color that I've chosen is very close to the orange, so that may be difficult to see. Now, there is something that we can do in the viewport to make sure that we can still see lines that are going on. Now, I can see that fine after my eyes adjust, but I don't want to be second guessing. So if we scroll all the way down under skin base to settings and open that up, there's a viewport color, and we can change that to what we like. So I'm just going to make it a lot lighter, but still roughly skin colored. Now we're in material mode at the moment, but when we go back over to solid mode, it will be a different color, which is much easier to see. Anyway, so let's go ahead and not delete the edge, but dissolve the edge, and that should have repaired the damage there. Now, I'm pretty sure these lips are far too wide, and what I'm also concerned about is when I was trying to select a face loop earlier, they weren't being selected. I couldn't select them for some reason. Zooming in and turning off the modifier, I see that I've got a triangle here. I've probably got another triangle hiding away in here. And also it's very, very ugly around here with with all of this mesh. It's folded in itself in certain places. So there needs to be a bit of a tidy up here. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is literally, I don't quite know. There we go. Have I managed to do it? Yes. So we've got two triangles. We've got one here and one here. And that was, those were probably created when I had the merge vertices automatically turned on, and I was just moving the lips around. It looks like I've snapped it into place and caused myself a problem. Now, there are a couple of ways that I can fix this. I'm just going to literally go in with the knife tool, and hopefully cutting there will give us two triangles there and there, and another two there and there. And with two triangles, you can dissolve it into one face. Now I'm going to select the edge itself in the middle and dissolve edges, and here dissolve edges. Now is the time where I need to test my edge loops. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. So that is working fine. It still looks a bit ugly around here, and that's going to take a while to sort out. All I want it to roughly do is not be folding in on itself anymore. And of course, make sure that those face loops are still working, which they are. Perfect. Right, so I need to have a look at this from the front. And I think this is one of these instances where I'm going to have to, well, lower the opacity of my image for a start, but also just manipulate my image as well because my head is at a different angle. So this is all too wide at the moment. So I'm going to select the face on the inside, just there. With proportional editing turned on, I'm just going to move it in and make sure I'm moving a lot of it in at once. Now, hopefully, where's the edge of my mouth? I can't actually see that. I need... Okay, maybe a little bit more. In fact, I can just use that circle as guidance. There we go. So let's turn the opacity back down. That looks good. There's some more editing to be done by the side. We can see here, ooh, there's some horrible, horrible folding going on in the middle there. So let's sort that out as well whilst we're looking at it. This isn't really color stuff, but it's certainly important. And we can move this one back again. In fact, that bit needs to come in. This bit can come up. In fact, the whole of that inside can come up. So I'm going to lower that down, select the edge loop and raise the whole thing up. Perfect. Then these will have to respectively go inwards slightly. And there's lots more of modification that can be done here so that the face isn't so deformed. There we go. So I'll leave that like that for the moment. In fact, when you're looking at things like this, you must have your subsurface modifier applied. Otherwise, you could be doing lots of work for nothing. But now we're on the side. Oh, not that's the wrong image. Now we're on the side. We're on the side. There we go. So the mouth comes too far back as well. So that now we're on the side, we can actually, I'm sorry to repeat myself 5 times, but now we're on the side, we can actually see that those movements that we've just done aren't quite right because of the material, the face itself. And it goes back too far. So I'm going to grab that inside face again and just literally shift it forward. And down a little to about there. Now, hopefully that hasn't distorted the model too much. Well, it looks like I'm pouting, so that just needs to be smoothed out. In fact, there are some nasty edges around the whole model. And there's one thing that you can do called smooth vertex. It's a vertex command. I'm going to get it through the... Oh, it looks like it's the last thing that I practiced using. And I'm going to apply that. So you can also get it smooth vertex under the mesh, vertices, smooth vertex, just there. Now, the great thing about the smooth vertex is that it smooths out the entire model. The bad thing about that is that it makes things shrink ever so slightly as well. So we can see that the nose has been pulled in. It doesn't seem to have affected this that much, and of course there's some work to be done down here as well. It shrunk the forehead a little, but it has meant that there's no or not as many jarring areas as there was before. Okay, so we've got our base colors here, and of course it's now time for a challenge. I would like you to go ahead and get your base color sorted. Make sure you have a base color applied to your model. Tidy up anything in your model that is standing out as bad or wrong, just like I was going around earlier and saying, well, the mouth is too wide, it's in the wrong position, is your neckline right, etc. It's worth doing some tidying up at this stage. Check all your loops are working as well. I had a few triangles and I'm sure there's something else in the background that's going to cause me a problem later on, but go around and check and make sure all your main loops are actually working. Now here's an optional one for you. We are going to do this later on as well, but feel free at this point to unwrap your model and add even more detail. So with it unwrapped, you can actually paint directly onto the model. Don't worry so much about how you can unwrap it if you go down that stage, but just be aware of the seams on your model itself, and make sure if you do decide to unwrap it, you keep the face as a face, because that's the area where you don't want a seam causing you any problems. Anyway, pause the video now and make sure you have a base color applied to your model. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop back on over into Blender and just go around my model and see if there's anything else that I need to sort out. Okay, so one of the glaringly obvious areas is my eye. Now, I'm not going to focus too much at the moment on getting it absolutely perfect, but it does stand out at the moment as not being suitable. So I'm going to select the edge loop running around the eye itself and just pull that forward. Not a lot, but just about there. I'm also going to flip round to the side and just make sure that we've got the right amount of, well, of detail, that it goes back far enough. So looking at that, the eye itself is not quite in the right place. So I'm going to move that. In fact, we need to make a decent eye at some point. Okay, so now that that is in roughly the right place, now we can start moving the other bits and bobs. We'll notice straight away by looking at this, and we've whizzed around to the front and I can't see anything. Why can I not see anything? Because the opacity, oh, I put it on the wrong area. So the lips here, I've moved it up, so I'm going to have to move it back down again for the eye. And this is where I can start moving some vertices to help define the shape of the eye just a little bit better. So here we go. I'm literally just speeding the video up here because I am literally moving vertices backwards and forwards and tweaking the shape of the eye, turning proportional editing on and off as I need it. Now, as I'm doing this, I start to realize that the brow isn't well formed at the moment. So I'm just moving the vertices around and adding in a new face loop to actually get that looking much better. And now we see here that the eye is not pointy enough. We start moving around some vertices, and hopefully with time and practice, you guys will be able to form the shapes that you desire as you go. Some of it, however, is just trial and error. Remember to view your model externally all the time just to make sure it's looking right in the third dimension as well. Excellent. So it looks like I've got a bit of a grump on there, and it also looks like I'm bulging a little from this bit of my forehead, which is not natural. However, it is natural to have a brow itself. So I'm just going to try pulling that forward ever so slightly. That should lessen the impact here, and also pulling this area forward ever so slightly as well. Okay, that's looking pretty good. The eye itself still needs a bit more refining. And again, you will just have to go around here. And it may be a case that we do actually require more detail. It may be that we've got too little detail in this area to define the eye properly. In fact, one of the issues here is the eye does not flow round in quite the right areas. So you've got to think of the various areas of the eye as it goes round. So we've got this area around here. That's now too high. But what does it look like from the side? Okay, we're starting to get some nice deformation along the top here. I think I need that to continue. No, it does fade off around there. But I would like it following this line just a little closer, so I can move that along. There we go. That's a much better definition. Now this is a bit extreme here, so again we'll have to lessen the impact just slightly by pulling it back again. And again, we can go and tweak and tweak and tweak and tweak and tweak until we're blue in the face. Now well, one of the problems here is I don't think that corner of my eye is quite this high. So let's sort that out. And I am going to have proportional editing turned on at this point to make sure I can, well, I don't need that much, but I do need it to move quite a bit down at the same time. Okay, that's looking much better now. I just need to smooth this bit out. And again, this is where smoothing the vertices, if you've got a couple selected, can help out massively as well. Okay, I'm liking that form at the moment. Is there anything else that I need to sort out? Whoa, the top of the head has some funky engons going on, but I think we will leave that until another lecture. How are you guys getting on? Have you made something that's frowning a bit like that? Actually, I think I'm smiling there. I'm not quite sure yet. How are you guys getting on? I'd love to see your heads, how detailed they're becoming now. Make sure you share in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to 3-point lighting. So, lighting our subject is incredibly important. In fact, if we don't light it, we can't see what's going on. Now, my scene contains no direct lighting as of yet. There are no lamps in the scene. There's some environmental lighting that I've bumped up to just a sort of a white background there, just so I can see what was going on. But I think it's time that we take control of the lighting to give it a better appearance. Now, lighting is great. It can change the feel and look of a scene very dramatically and very quickly as well. We've probably all done that thing where you hold a torch under your chin and suddenly you're all scary. But if it was in front of you, you just squint your eyes. So it can change a lot. And a lot can be learned from photography and videography as well. Because we're using the Cycles render engine, it basically follows the same rules that real lighting does. So if we mimic and take some lessons from actual photography and videography, we're going to get much better renders at the end. Now, when using Cycles, lighting should be set up as it would be in the real world for best results. So bear that in mind. If you've ever seen a photo studio or you've ever had professional photos taken, you'll know that they have all sorts of special lights all over the place, and that is to make things look brilliant. Now, in the real world, if you're out and about in the middle of a field, you don't generally have spotlights, but you can still have lighting in addition to help bring out a much better model. 3-point lighting is a common lighting method. It's where there are 3 lights in a scene, and we'll go through those now. There's the key light, the fill light, and the backlight. Now, those 3 lights, the key light is the main light. It's going to be often the brightest one in the scene itself. The fill light is usually off to the side, and you don't have to quite take this configuration, but it's usually off to the side on the other side of the camera, and the backlight, or sometimes called a hair light, is behind the subject itself. So let's just have a quick look at how we might lay this out. I mean, this is highly symmetrical. You don't have to do anything like this as long as you sort of follow the same principle. So we have our subject or object in the middle, and we've got a camera straight facing it. Now, we've got a key light. This is going to be our brightest light. We've got a fill light, and that's going to be slightly dimmer. And then we've got a backlight as well. And I've put that off to the side. Of course, you can move these lights around depending on the feel that you want. You can even have the backlight brighter than the key light or the fill light if necessary. So you can play with these to your heart's content. Of course, just a standard ratio here, I tend to go something like 5-3-1. So the key light is 5 times or level 5, and then we've got the fill light of 3. So we could have a key light of strength 500, fill light of 300, backlight of 100. But I will play with those and see what it comes out like. Does it give me the lighting I need for the scene that I'm working on? So I'm going to hop now straight into a challenge for you guys. You know how to place lamps, you know how to tweak lamps, so it's time to go and set up your scene lighting. So set up a 3-point lighting setup. Try some different types of lamps. You don't have to use just point lamps. You could try an area lamp. You could try using an emissive surface if you wanted to do that. Try different coloured lamps, and I do suggest being subtle. If you put it bright red, it will tint your entire model red. So, and we'll go into actually making things absolute colours in a later lecture. Now, decide whether you want any ambient lights. At the moment, I've got that environmental light turned to white, and that itself is going to be too bright for me. So I'm actually going to turn it all the way down to black and just focus on the lighting itself. And I might bring a bit of ambient lighting back in if the 3-point lighting I set up is not really suitable or doesn't give me the effect that I want, or there are some areas that are too dark. Remember, light also bounces off of surfaces, and we don't have any surfaces in our scene at the moment. So darker areas can be illuminated with one. So yes, we can put in the some ambient light, some environmental light once again, but we could also put in a surface. And since the bust is sitting on probably a plinth at the end of the day, I could put a little plane underneath so we get a bit of bounce lighting. So the underside of the mouth, sort of like the chin area, does get some light. And in fact, that is something that is used in photography. They will hold reflective material lower down beneath the person having a photo taken, so the light bounces and hits the underside of their face, so you don't get any harsh shadows. So go ahead, pause the video now, and set up your scene lighting. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go ahead and set up some 3-point lighting over in Blender. Okay, so we're back over in Blender here, and the first thing I want to do is just expand the outliner. Oh, we do in fact have a lamp in my scene. It looks like I completely forgot it was there. So I thought I'd removed it, I'd just hidden it, and there's the camera as well. So let's first of all set the camera up looking straight at my mannequin. I'm going to use the walk around feature to move it around. There we go. I'm happy with that shot there, and we can switch quickly to render mode to see what's going on. Okay, and we can see here that that's where that light is hitting. In fact, I'm going to leave that one and call it backlight, because that's what it is. Now I'm going to duplicate that twice. Okay, brilliant. And I'm going to come out of this rendered mode for the moment and literally go to the top and move things about. Now I've just got a point light source here at the moment. I'm going to move these around. So I'm going to stick exactly to my diagram earlier and have the key light on the left there, the fill light on the right. Now, because my mannequin itself is actually quite a large mannequin, I'm probably going to end up scaling the lighting up, i.e. the strength of that lighting, quite considerably as well. But let's see what it's looking like now from the camera view, and I'm going to use a render board because my computer's not particularly quick when doing this type of rendering, and let's go in here. Okay, so what we've got at the moment is obviously it's quite dimly lit still. So let's go to the key light first of all and go to its properties. Now we can play with these. We could make it a sun. Oh, the key light is coming in from over there. Have I renamed things badly? Key light, fill light. So I'm going to leave them as point lights for the moment. Let's start with the fill light. I'm going to use nodes, and I'm going to make the color of it have a slight yellowy tinge. In fact, I'm going to have it massively yellow and then reduce it in a bit, just so we can demonstrate what is going on. So I'm going to turn that up to, let's say, 1,000. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm playing with the fill light at the moment. So let's call this fill light so I know, because these are the fill light properties. So I'm going to make that one actually slightly blue. So I can see that's coming in for the right-hand side. Now, the key light, I'm going to make that slightly yellow. I'm going to use the nodes, and I'm going to bump that up to 2,000. And then finally, the backlight itself, I'm going to leave it as white for the moment so I can see what's going on. And actually, you can see here that blue and yellow actually go quite well together. I'm going to turn this up to, let's do 800. And again, I'm just playing here. And what you can see that does, if I turn it on and off, is it gives a highlight to those very dark areas. which otherwise it wouldn't actually get any light. Of course, you can try some other lighting. If you try spot or sun, etc., you need to work around sun. It doesn't matter where it is in your scene anyway. I'm going to stick with point lights for the moment because it gives me a little more freedom about moving things about. Now, I don't want quite as contrasty yellow and blue as we have there, so I'm going to go back to my key light. I'm going to name it key light as well under the lamp properties. And where's backlight? So I can name that properly as well. Oh, backlight. Okay, so now we've got the three lights in the scene set up. We can fiddle about with them a little. So I'm not going to have it that blue. I'm going to reduce it down to a more subtle blue. And the key light, I'm not going to have bright yellow either. That's very stylized. That would work in certain conditions. But I don't want it, obviously, if I set something up as 100% red or 100% yellow, it's going to cause a few issues, especially trying to identify the skin color itself. If you start tainting it with, is the skin green or is the lighting green? So just a slightly off white there. Okay, that is starting to look pretty good. Now, one thing I can see here is there's some pretty heavy shadowing. There's heavy shadowing under the chin. We can see that. Now, what I'm going to do here, before actually starting to do any bounce lights, is just notice the height of these lamps and lower them down so they're roughly eye level on both sides. I'm happy with this one being slightly higher, but I am going to centralize it a little as well. So let's zoom back in and see what difference that has made. Okay, that's made it much better, but there's still quite a harsh shadow just here. So we could do with having some bounce light actually happening, and we can set that out off scene quite easily. And we're going to create two planes so it bounces. Well, the first plane is going to be roughly underneath. And let's see if I can do this in a sort of a live manner so we can see the rendering as it happens. So I'm going to get rid of those tool shelves and properties pane. And there we go. So I can see what's going on rendering wise over there. So let's go ahead and add a plane. Just happens to be off this list. There we go. And I'm just going to scale that up. And we can see straight away if we have a look at the chin over here, having the plane off is a lot darker than having it on. And now we've got this area at the top here. Now, in terms of that, the first thing I'm going to do is just literally lift our lamp up a little and probably increase its strength a little as well. Okay, that's starting to look good. I'm going to whiz around my model. I'm going to come out of that mode there. Okay, so that is quite high at the moment. I mean, that's the other thing I can do is literally make it a hair light by having it quite high above. That's looking good. We've still got this quite harsh shadow here, and that may be because this isn't bright enough. There we go. We do want some shadowing because shadowing helps emphasize features. But of course, at the same time, we want to watch and make sure that we don't have too harsh a shadow. Now, the other thing we can do with this plane underneath is actually rotate it. Rotating around the x-axis, for instance. And that can change the bounce of the lighting itself as well. I'm going to leave it flat because this is going to be where it's sat. And I'm actually going to make it a bit smaller again. So it's almost as if the plinth that it's sat on. And I'm not going to worry about it intersecting too much, but let's make it into a plinth as well whilst we're here. There we go. Oh, it's not a very good plinth, is it? It's not that central. In fact, the bust, there's no chest at the moment. That whole area needs coming forward by the looks of things. Especially if I look from the side, you can say that's a very narrow chest line. That needs sorting out. But there we go. We've got our 3-point lighting set up. We got the camera set up as well, so we can see what's going on. This is looking pretty good so far. We're going to need some more details. Certainly the eyes are a bit, white at the moment and nothing else. But we're getting there. It's starting to come together really nicely. How's yours coming on? Please share in the discussions. Before I go, I do need to name this plinth. There we go. Don't want to get told off for having something that's not named properly. And as always, I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to subsurface scattering. Now, what is subsurface scattering? Well, it's a node that was recently introduced into Blender that allows us to mimic a certain effect of indirect lighting. So, light would penetrate a surface of an object in real life. So, whether it's a wax candle, a glass of milk, or even the human skin, light doesn't just hit the surface and bounce off, it actually goes into the surface and scatters within the surface before leaving the skin again. So the light enters the material and then it is scattered in the material by a certain amount depending on certain parameters. Some light leaves the surface at a different point in which it entered. Now, the more the distance that the light travels before exiting, the more it will be absorbed. So you will have less of an effect when it's thick versus when it's thin. So thicker areas will absorb more than thinner ones. Now, most shaders we have used so far are an example of direct surface scattering. So a diffuse shader is how the surface reacts to light. A gloss shader, again, is how the surface reacts to light. Subsurface scattering is a form of indirect surface scattering, where the light enters the material. And to give you a real world of example of this, and I'm sure you might have played with the light before, I'll just show you a small clip now of what happens when a simple hand goes over the top of a light source. So here we have a simple light. I'm using my phone light here, and I've got a piece of cardboard. As we approach the actual light itself, this is an example of subsurface scattering. The light is entering that cardboard and actually being bounced about. And if we go and grab my hand, as we start to move towards, you can now see that the fingertip itself is starting to scatter red light. And if I move my finger down across the light, you can see that the light is coming through the finger. In fact, down this gap in between the fingers, it is in fact subsurface scattering again. The light is not getting through directly rather than indirectly through the finger. So before we go ahead and start playing about with the subsurface scattering node, I just want to show you these two scenes. The only difference between these two scenes is the lighting itself. They're just spheres with a subsurface scattering material applied to them. The first one has a 3-point lighting setup. The second one, you can see, is very much extreme. The light is to the slightly to the right and behind, and it is just a single bright spotlight. And that produces a dramatically different effect. So it's important here when we compare the two images that you realize that lighting can make a big impact to your scene. So it's quite useful to get that right first before you start tweaking your materials, because you could be tweaking your materials based upon the lighting rather than basing it upon what the actual material should be resembling. So now we've explored these particular topics, let's go play with the subsurface scattering node over in Blender. So I've gone ahead and opened up a brand new Blender file. Now there's one important thing that you should know before we get going, is that subsurface scattering is only supported on GPUs from the latest version of Blender, which is currently 2.77. Before that, if you try and use subsurface scattering on your GPU, you will end up with it not rendering, you'll get an error, and what will happen is the render will come out and it'll just be blank. I've just popped over to my PC. In fact, the balls that you've just seen, I rendered on my PC, and I had 2.76 installed on that particular computer, and I'd made it on my Mac, went over the PC for rendering, and found that everything was black. It confused me for a few moments until I realized that I was just running an older version where the GPU was not supported for subsurface scattering. The CPU has always been, so that's fine. So if you are finding you're having rendering problems, do make sure you've got the latest version of Blender. So without any further ado, let's go and delete this cube and add in the monkey. Hello, Suzanne. We're going to then get a subsurface division modifier just to make her a little smoother and add in a smooth shading. Okay, I'm happy with that. Let's go ahead now and play with the materials. There's a couple of ways that we can obviously get to the materials. We're going to need the node editor in a moment, so let's go ahead and open up the node editor. There we go. And we can create a new material on the node editor or in the materials properties over here. It doesn't matter. And once we've created that, let's zoom in so you guys can see what's going on. And we can see at the moment it's got a diffuse shader. Now, eventually, when we build up the actual layers that exist for the skin, we're going to use a monkey as an example here, we will end up with a diffuse shader, but for the moment, we can just get rid of it. In fact, I didn't want to get rid of everything, just the diffuse shader. So we'll just start with one subsurface scattering shader. So under shaders, we've got subsurface scattering. Now it's sometimes abbreviated to just 3 S's as well. So if you ever see SSS, that means subsurface scattering. And let's turn my viewport to rendered mode. Now we can already see this compared to diffuse is already, we're getting light coming through certain directions. Now I'm not quite sure where my lamp is in the scene, so let's just set up the lighting first. In fact, I'm going to put the light almost directly behind Suzanne, so we can really see the light basically come through the ears. Let's go to the front view, pull that down. Can't really see much here. There we go. And I'm going to make that quite bright. I'm just going to make it 5,000 or something. So let's just check and see what that looks like. Okay, 5,000 is going to be too much. Again, let's whiz around to the front. Zoom in and see what's going on. So we're losing all the detail in the ears at 5,000, so that is far too bright. So we can play with this to our heart's content. 2,000 is too high. Let's go down to 500. Okay, that's possibly there. Let's drop it to 300. And we can see that light is coming through the chin as well of Suzanne here, as well as the ears. But I'm happy with that. So I'm going to right click back on Suzanne so I can see the subsurface scattering. And there are a series of options. There's only one output. But when it comes to subsurface scattering, there's a lot of options. So the first option at the top is the fall off. Now this is how quickly the light falls off as it goes through, and these are just different distributions. Cubic, I believe, falls off quicker than Gaussian, and I would have to look up that one on Wikipedia, but it's approximate, as we can see here, it's an approximation to physically based volume scattering, which is why it's the default setting. The color, well, that's like your base color. And that you can get a texture being plugged into here as well if you wanted to. So we set that to whatever color. That is like your base color for the model itself. So if I go ahead and make that slightly peachy, we can see it's that color. If we go and make that a deeper red, it turns red. The scale, we're going to come back to the scale, but it's basically a multiplier for these next 3 options under radius. If we cast our eyes over to the actual material properties, you'll see it's not collapsed here at all. It's literally just 3 options that you can get to. So the radius we'll come back to in a few moments, because the texture blur will only change things if you've got a texture plugged in here, and normal is for normal maps coming in as well. The reason why this has a purple set there is because it has the 3 values here. Now, with a radius, you'd usually think it was like X, Y, and Z. In this case, it isn't. These are RGB values. So I'm going to set the color back to white for the moment, so we get a good representation. I'm going to make it pure white, so a value of 1 throughout. So what we should find here, and I'm going to adjust them over here so I don't have to keep having that drop down. If I turn the blue channel and the green channel down to 0, we should see that it only scatters red, only red light actually exits the model itself, even though the light coming in is white. And again, if we go ahead and make that 0, then nothing will come through. But if we go and add this one, because it's RGB, this should have green light coming through. Now, it can take a while to actually set these up, and truth be told, you're not just going to be using one node in order to get a realistic material. Those balls we saw earlier were just one node, but our skin is more complex than just one node can do. Now, you can certainly make this into a group and perhaps use it again and again if you wanted to, but in general, you've got to think of your skin as a series of layers. Now, with the subsurface scattering, the way that I would tend to set this up, and it varies from project to project, would be to duplicate the subsurface scattering twice. So then we've got 3 layers. So we're going to call this like deep. This one's sort of medium, and this one's near the surface. Now, with all shaders, we're going to have to use a mix shader to put them all together. And if you think about this, if it's the deepest, will be a dark reddy color where all the blood is. Then we've got sort of like the fatty layer, so we'll make that slightly lighter. And then we've got the surface of the skin. And it will depend on the ethnicity of the character you're doing, but in this case, I'm going to stick with myself. So I'm going to make that quite light, because the surface of the skin in places can actually be quite light. I need to build these up now using some mix shaders, and we also want to add in a diffuse shader along with this being mixed, and a gloss shader, because the surface of the skin does have a bit of specularity to it. And of course, that means it's time for a challenge. Okay, I'd like you to create your node setup. So you're going to be linking 3 subsurface shaders representing 3 layers beneath the skin. Then link the final 2 surface layers, a diffuse and gloss shader. So there we've got our indirect and direct scattering. Use Suzanne for practice or your own head, it doesn't matter at this stage. I'm going to be using Suzanne, so if you want to follow along with Suzanne the monkey, that's absolutely fine. And play with your settings until you're happy. Now, don't worry about the gloss shader, because that might make the model look a bit waxy, as if it was made out of a wax, essentially. But we'll be dealing with that shortly. Okay, pause the video and give that a go. Okay, guys, welcome back. Let's go play with these nodes over in Blender. Okay, so just before we start this, I know that if we hop into rendered mode, we've only got one light from the back, and that's not going to be good to work out whether we've got the color right. So I am going to make this window a wee bit bigger for a moment, and let's grab the top view and set some duplicate lights just around here. I'm not going to worry about setting them up any further than that, just to create a 3-point lighting. Let's go to the camera view and move that round, render it out at the end to see what it looks like. Okay, almost there. He fills the frame. Ooh, let's go back ever so slightly. There we go. Definitely fills the frame now. Let's hop into rendered mode and see what that looks like. Okay, there's much more light in there now. I'm happy with that. So let's go ahead and start playing with the nodes. So I've selected the monkey's head again because I was still on a lamp. So currently we've only got this subsurface scattering node plugged in. So let's go ahead and add in a mix shader. Plop that in place there. And I'm going to join it here. So then we've got these 2 shaders next to one another. Now what we have got here, if I look at the radius, is it's still a bit funny here. And what you'll find is you'll end up with a very, very noisy image with subsurface scattering if your settings here in the radius, i.e. how far light is being scattered, is completely different to what happens with the actual base color. So we've got a base color of near enough red here. Almost pure red looking at it. It's not quite, but it's almost pure red. Now, we're only scattering green light. So that's not going to work very well. So it's going to end up very noisy. You're basically confusing the system at that point. So, but if we start scattering some more red and less green, because there's no green to scatter, we end up with a cleaner image. And the same will have to be applied down here. So the radius here, I'm going to lower these as we go. Let's go for 0.2 and 0.2. I think the other one was a little bit on the high side, actually, or low side even. I'm going to go for 0.3 here. Again, these are all things that we can tweak over and over and over again. We're going to need another mix shader. I'm just going to simply duplicate it and plug in this. Now, this is going to be the topmost layer, and we don't want it scattering that much at all. So I'm going, well, not the very top, but the one just beneath. I'm going to make these values very low. So it's still scattering, but not very much, because that represents the layer just under the skin. Oh, look at that. That's coming together now really well. I'm going to zoom in on the head area, especially those ears, because they're the thinnest part on this particular model, so we can see that coming through. Now, what you're not really getting at the moment, it's there, but not fully, is the detail itself. In fact, the detail is mainly being shown up because of the 3-point lighting system rather than anything else. However, we can help that by adding the first surface layer. So let's go ahead and add in a diffuse. And we're going to need another mix shader, and we'll worry about other things like the values of all of this. And we've got a color white here. That's going to be too bright. I'm going to actually lower it down to roughly what I'd have on for my skin. That's just a rough guess there. Of course, depending on the ethnicity of whatever you're making, you can pick any color you want. Hey, you can have an alien one if you wanted and color him in green. Okay, so I'm going to go back to that rough color that I've got here. So now we start to see some more detail. In fact, if I whack this all the way up here, then we've got a full diffuse shader, and we can lower that back down and just have just the subscattering. Of course, we want a mix of everything as we go through. Now, this first layer here, we definitely want more of the base layer coming through. Well, I think we do. I'm going to play with it a bit. There we go. The ears have gone just that little bit redder, because they're the thinnest part. Not so much of this coming through. We do want some of the diffuse. I'm going to take that up to maybe around 40% or so. And then we need the final layer. So we're going to need yet another mix shader. So I'm going to duplicate that and add in a gloss shader. Now this will obviously add highlights to our model. And if we go all the way, we end up with a very shiny surface, and we go all the way back, it ends up fully whatever this area is here. So it's a mixture of the diffuse and the subsurface scattering nodes. So I'm going to bring that up to around 15 to 20%, just so we start getting highlights. Now, this is what I mean by it starts to look a bit plasticky or a bit waxy. We can certainly increase the roughness. If the roughness is too low, it's just going to look, well, very, very shiny. If it's too high, we're going to lose some of that detail in highlights. I'm going to set it to about 0.3, so we've got some subtle highlights there. But we're going to deal with the positioning of those highlights. There's plenty of ways of doing it, but not in this particular setup. So let's just hit the render key and see what this looks like when it's rendered out. I've not got it set particularly high on samples. In fact, I don't know what I've got it set to. It's set to 50 samples at the moment. I'm quite happy with that. It's a bit pink, so I could go back. Oh, not here. I want to go back to the node editor. It's probably this diffuse color here that's bringing that out. So if I make that a bit lighter, and of course, I'm going to really ramp the samples up now. 300 is too high. That's just silly at this stage. I'm going to go to 200 just to get a temporary feel of how this is looking. I wouldn't ever recommend rendering at high samples just for your test renders. I mean, 200 is not particularly high, but it's not low either. You can see this is, well, it was at 50, it's now 200. It's going to take 4 times longer than it did before, and we can check that because our last render was just over 8 seconds, so I reckon this one's going to be around 35, 30, around there anyway. So it's just finishing off here. There we go, 30, 32, not bad. Well, 8 times 4 is 32, so there we go. So that is looking pretty good. I'm impressed with that. How are you guys getting on? Did you do this with Suzanne, or did you decide to start going on straight away with your head that you've been working on? I suggest if you haven't done that, you go and apply the knowledge you've just learned immediately by applying this sort of setup and play with it to your particular head model that you're working on. As always, share in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the layer weight node. So what does the layer weight node do? Well, it's usually used for controlling the weighting of shaders via the mix shader node. Now, it's not to be said that it can't be used for other things as well if you want to get creative, but that is its typical use. And here we have just a simple node structure set up here. We've got two shaders going into a mix shader and then out to the material output. And we've got the layer weight node sat there. And we have two outputs from the layer weight. Fresnel, not Fresnel, but Fresnel, and facing. And we'll just explain those two outputs. And those would plug into the factor in order to control it. So what does it do then? Well, the Fresnel output has a very sharp fall off, and we'll see that in action in a few moments. The facing output blends from one shader to the other in a more linear fashion. Both do depend on the angle of incidence of the surface in relation to either the viewer or the camera when you're doing a rendering. So let's go explore the layer weight now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we're over in Blender here, and the first thing I'm going to do, since we're going to be using three different setups, is create three objects to apply to. So I've got one cube already. I'm going to duplicate that cube, and I actually want snapping turned on with increments, so I can literally just move it along the y-axis very easily. I'm going to duplicate that cube again and move it this side. Finally, I want to see what it looks like over a smooth surface as well, so I'm going to add in a sphere. So mesh, oh, it's just off. I want a UV sphere. Oh, missed that there, so UV sphere, there we go. And I'm going to move that one back slightly and turn on smooth shading, and then duplicate it a couple of times as well. Okay, so I've now got 6 objects, and they're going to be in pairs with a mix shader, a weighting with Fresnel, and a weighting with facing. Okay, so let's go ahead and start setting that up. So I'm going to switch this view, I'm going to duplicate it and switch it over to rendered mode so I can see what's going on with Shift and Z. And I can see that the light isn't uniform and we don't want any lighting effects. So I'm going to go here to the lamp properties and switch it to a sun. I'm going to click on use node so I can increase its intensity to 2 or maybe even 3. There we go, nice and bright. Okay, so we've got our 6 objects here. I'm going to switch this top one over to a node editor and zoom in because even I can't read that. And we can see here we've got an emission. Oh, we're on the lamp. So let's click on one of the cubes and I'm going to click use nodes here. I could use the materials properties over here, but I'm just going to click on use nodes and I'm going to make one of these a pure green. So that one there is pure green. I'm going to duplicate that and make this next one a pure red. Now, in contrary to the last lecture where we were talking about absolute colors being a bit of a problem, in this case, they're actually going to be a bit of a solution because they're going to enable us to see what pure mixes end up doing. For instance, I would expect if I mix these two together with a 50-50 weighting, it would be like having red and green channels at 100%. So we should end up with yellow looking just like this. Let's see if that is what happens. So let's turn the red all the way back down. The red, he says, not deciding which one. So let's go ahead and add in a mix shader and mix these two together. And what do we get? We get a yellow. It's not quite as bright as the last one, but it's a yellow, which is what we were predicting. So I'm going to minimize. Oh, I didn't mean to get rid of the header bar there. I meant to pull this down a little. I'm going to minimize these two shaders. Now, one thing to bear in mind when you minimize them, so they're nice and small like this, I'm going to move them out of the way. Now, if you wanted to go back in and edit those at any one point, if we expand this one here, we can see it just covers up the one underneath it, which is not so great. So I'm going to keep them minimized anyway, and just bear that in mind if you do ever minimize them, that if you maximize them again so you can see what's going on, you may cover other ones up if you've moved them in their minimized format. So the final thing we're going to do here is actually add in a layer weight, which is under the input menu, layer weight. And we're going to sit that there. Now, we're not going to connect it at the moment because this material is just the mixing material. And I'm going to name it such so I know what's going on. So that's mixing. I'm now going to select the next cube along, which was the original cube, and I'm going to make it unique by clicking on the little 3 on the header bar next to mixing, and I'm going to call this Fresnel. And I'm going to plug that in as well to the factor. And there we go, it's changed. Now it looks more green than anything else, but we'll explore with that in a few moments' time. And this final one here, we're going to make it unique, plug in the facing and call it facing as well, so we know exactly what's going on. So now we've named those, we can see that it's had a different effect on all of these 3 cubes. We're going to apply these materials now to these spheres as well. So I'm going to click on the sphere, click on the materials here and change it to mixing. This one here, Fresnel, this one here, I'm going to set it to facing. Now, of course, we could have done that all through the materials properties over here as well if we wanted to. Okay, so now we've got these 3 set up. We can see that it does look different depending on what's going on. So let's start with the facing because that's the easiest one to understand. If you're looking at it at 90 degrees, or we'll call this 0, if you're looking straight at the face, you get the bright green, you get 100% green. If you look at it from 90 degrees, which is actually impossible, if you looked at it from 89.9 degrees, I'm going to switch to orthographic projection so we've not got perspectives mucking around with us, we can see that that's gone red. And you can see that here in the spheres, most of all, where the edge, which is at close to 90 degrees as it falls off, we get more of a red than the green. And to put that in shader perspective, if we look at the nodes themselves, I think green was the top one. I'm just going to expand it to have a look. Yes. So green's the top. So when you're facing the surface, you get the top shader, and when you're at 90 degrees to the surface, you get almost the full bottom shader, or the full bottom shader if we're just using facing. Now the Fresnel's not quite like that. Let's make this window bigger again. The Fresnel has a much sharper fall off, and it doesn't go to 100% either way. So we can see, looking down directly around 90 degrees, in fact I could just press number pad 7 to do that, we can see there's a slight tonal difference in these greens. And if we look at it from the side, not that side, this side, we get a similar sort of effect. Now, if I start rotating round ever so slightly, you can also see that it's not really red, it's more of an orange at that stage as well. So it's never 100% mix, but the other thing that it does is now watch as I start to move round. So let's zoom in slightly so we can see this in more detail. As I start to move round, you'll notice that it falls off very quickly. So let's go back again. So it's almost 100% red there, but not quite. And as we move around, it falls off incredibly quickly. Now, there's lots of uses for this, like how specular a surface happens to be when you view it at certain angles. So this is a great thing to know when it comes to water, because water is just like that. If you look at it from one angle, you can almost see straight through it, or if you look at it from 90 degrees, you can almost not. And of course, we can play with this. It doesn't have to be diffuse shaders. It could be a gloss shader. It could be an emission shader. Try mixing an emission with a glass shader. That produces some really cool effects. And now we've explored this layer weight node, it's time for a challenge. Okay, I'd like you to go ahead and have some fun. Try different shader setups using the layer weight node to control them. One of my personal favorites is the glass and emission combination, and also diffuse and transparent can give some lovely soft edges. Now, once you've finished having some fun with the layer weight node, what I'd like you to then do is go ahead and finally apply this to your head between the rest of the nodes that come through all those mix shaders and the final gloss shader itself. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go have some fun over in Blender. Okay, so I want to show you that really quick, my favorite combination. So I'm just going to hijack the work I've done so far here and add in 2 shaders. I'm going to add in the emission shader, and I'm going to add in a glass shader as well. Let's just make this a bit bigger so I can see what's going on. Or grab the wrong area, never mind. Okay, so let's add in these just as their standard glass and emission, and I've got them the wrong way around. Let's swap them back. Excellent. So this is what it looks like when it's plugged in with facing. This is what it can look like with the Fresnel. Pretty awesome. And of course, with the emission, you can change the color. So white with glass is going to be see-through, of course, but the emission itself, we could have a really cool blue. We can back off on the blend itself up the top here and have, well, a glowing orb. How cool is that? Oh, look, we can look through at the other objects. Awesome stuff. Okay, so let's go and play with my head. Literally my head in my case. Okay, and I don't think I've applied any of my nodes yet, so I'm going to have to go ahead and set those up. No, I haven't. Okay, so let's go ahead and sort that out. So I've got a diffuse space there. That will be used at one point. We're going to have a gloss shader, glossy BSDF. There we go. And, oh, I don't want to plug them together like that. Let's just bring that out. We're going to want a couple of subsurface scatterings as well. So we're going to have a couple of layers of those. So let's duplicate that. Pop it up there. We're going to have another one mixed together. Then we're going to have another one. And then we're going to have glossy as well. So we're going to have 1, 2, mix, 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 mix. So quite a few mix shaders here. So let's add one and blend them together. I think I'm going to have all my common ones on top for the moment. Right, I'm struggling with screen space here, so bear with me a few seconds while I sort that out. Okay. And let's get rid of that and move this across. The wonders of working with a small screen. Okay, so we've got our 2 subsurface scatterings. They're going to be mixed. So pop the mix at the top, I think, as we go each way. Of course, we could use the layer weight at various stages as well if we wanted to. I'm not going to do that, however. And let's duplicate the mix shader, and duplicate the mix shader, and duplicate the mix shader. That should give us a nice flow as we go through. It is important when you're mixing things together that you do have a good idea of where they're coming from and the flow with your nodes. And as we can see here, I've kept all the mix shaders on the top, and all of these are mixing down as we go. Now the glossy one, we want to control the factor here with a layer weight node. So let's go and do that. Let's plug this into the output as well. And input layer weight and pop that in as well. Now, which one of these I choose will depend on how it looks. So I'm going to split this window now. I've got that roughly sorted out, and I need some colors, don't I? So, I need a deep dark red here, but not 100%. 80's fine. Let's add a bit of other colors to it and make it a little bit darker. Let's make this one a little bit lighter. I'm just going to pick some random colors. This one even more. Okay, perfect. Now we've got these running through, and I've got a diffuse layer there as well. That's absolutely fine. In fact, I might lighten that up as well because that's the real top of the skin. So that's not going to be very dark at all. And again, I'm not playing with these. I'm just getting them roughly right. I'm not trying to get a perfect setup here. I do need to adjust my radius. So not going to have 100%. I'm going to have maybe 60% of the red coming through and the rest of it being absorbed. So this is saying that most of the scattering will be the red light. The rest will be absorbed more readily. And this is going to be similar, but less so. So this is, if I would click on the right areas radius here. So I'm going to have maybe 40 and 20 and 20, just using tab there to skip through them. This last one, it's not going to be very much scattering at all. It's going to be absorbed very quickly. And 0.1 and 0.1. Okay. So that is coming through absolutely fine to this, to there. And let's hit the render button and see how this is looking. So it's pretty glossy at the moment because it's a 50-50 gloss mix with the rest of it. And I don't want that. Let's try the Fresnel to begin with. Let's see how that looks. Should now be glossy in only places that are facing, is that right? That are facing the camera. Let's take the gloss out completely. Okay, let's look. Actually, that looks pretty good. That was a good rough guess going around there. Okay, with gloss only on there. Let's try facing, and of course we can change the factor as well. It takes a couple of moments for these to run out. So this is quite shiny. Of course, this gloss will be mapped soon using basically a UV map with showing us where it's glossy and where it's not, rather than just having the whole thing glossy. Okay, and let's just try Fresnel again. I've got a feeling that Fresnel is going to be better for our application. And I'm just going to knock this down to 0.2, so it's not so much of the gloss coming through. A little bit more, actually. Oh, let's types in 0.2 again. Okay, so I'm just going to have a look at that through the camera and render that out so I can just see how it's looking fully. Now, for my render settings here, because it's going to be a bit more detailed, I'm going to up that to 200 and, of course, hit F12 and let that render out. Now, because the resolution's relatively low, it's going to give us a rough idea of what's going on. Now, I like that. That's a good bit of sheen in places, but not overpowering. Coming together really nicely. How's yours getting on? Have you done a bit more modeling than I have done here? So it looks a bit more humanoid rather than mannequin at the moment. We'll get there, don't worry. And remember to share your work in the discussions. I'd love to see how you guys are getting on. And I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to physics-based rendering, or often shortened to just PBR. So this is all about chasing realism, getting those materials as close to reality as possible. Now, what we're talking about here is render time PBR rather than real-time PBR in the viewport. So we'll be talking about what is necessary for creating anything realistic when you go ahead and hit that F12 key for a full-time render. Or in fact, if you've just got the viewport on rendered mode as well, we're going to get something looking like it does in the real world, and that is critical for a lot of work. Now, when you focus on something that's physically based, we're talking about how objects really are in the real world. Cycles itself is almost there, but it does miss a few points. So you can't expect it to do perfect things straight away. You need to guide it along its way. It doesn't calculate Fresnel automatically of certain materials unless you tell it to. And roughness can be tweaked a little to make it a bit more usable. And we'll have a look at those two things shortly. Correct, but not always right. Now, this may sound a bit like an oxymoron, but getting something physically accurate will mean it looks correct. It might mean, however, that it doesn't look right. And that sounds like a very odd thing to say, but if you've got something, a vision that you want to create, it might not be possible to create it in the physical real world. I mean, that's the great thing about CGI. And certainly if you're making a spaceship, they don't really exist at the moment, or if you're making an alien. So making something look physically correct might not be the impact you want to create, but it's a great starting point. Once you're at this stage, whether it's modeling to get it looking physically accurate or materials, it's better to get to that stage first and then become more stylized rather than trying to jump to the stylized, whether it's over exaggerated jaw lines or an anime style if you're talking about the modeling, or whether you're talking about skin that glows or something along those lines. It's better to have it realistic first and then become more stylized because you're starting from an accurate point. So what is done and when is very important. When you render something, it comes out perfect every time. The real world is not perfect. Our eyes, camera lenses, etc., are not perfect at all. They have little imperfections in them, which make life a little bit more interesting. And that's why sometimes when you're really stretching for that extra bit of photorealism, having some imperfections in the scene add a lot to it. Things like depth and field, focus, glare, lens flare are all added after the scene has been rendered. And this stage is called post production, or sometimes post processing. Okay, so what is wrong with roughness? Well, there is a massive drop off in sharpness between a value of 0 and zero point 0.1, and then it's much slower in terms of how it's changing after that. So it's not linear, it drops off very quickly. And being non linear, it makes it very difficult to use because a small adjustment low down is going to make a big difference. We are going to use the math node to try and correct this, and we're going to learn a couple of new node commands as well. Now, before we go and do that, we just want to see here default versus adjusted. So we have a ball, a sphere, that's in an environmental texture. It's just a photo I've taken. And we can see that with the roughness values, the jump between 0 and 1 is quite extreme. But as we go along to just 0.5, we can see that it changes very slowly. Now, using the math node, we can actually adjust how those values are calculated with the slider, and we get a completely different effect. And this is going to make it much easier to control. And you don't have to just apply this to roughness, of course. We're just using this as an example of how we can manipulate how something is working with something like the math node. So let's go explore the math node now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so now we're over in Blender. I'm not going to do this with a cube. Well, I could do it with a cube. I don't know. I'm going to do a sphere because spheres look better than cubes. I'm a cubist, I suppose. So there we go. Let's add a UV sphere. I'm going to make it smooth, but I'm also going to go to the subdivision surface modifier, and under the render settings, just turn that up to 6. Then it's going to be super smooth, and we're not going to have any horrible artifacts when it comes to rendering. I'm going to add a material to it already, and I'm going to set it to be a glossy shader. That's fine. So the only other thing we're missing, because if we hop over into rendered mode, we don't really get much. We get a grey ball because it's reflecting the grey environment. So let's go ahead into the world tab, use nodes, and under the color options, I'm going to click the little dot to the right. It loaded an environmental texture. Now, this isn't actually an environmental texture that I'm going to load in as such. It's just a picture that I've taken. If you've got other textures that you want to load in, by all means do that. Otherwise, go to your section assets, and you should find 2 panoramas that you can pick from. I'm going to pick this one here, and I'm going to whiz over to the camera view to see which view we've got. Okay, that's don't really like that. So I'm going to go into first person moving mode. Now you can see here, this isn't a perfect wraparound texture or anything like that. It is literally just a panorama I've taken. So the world has ended there and started again. So we want to be able to see some mountains, and I quite like the look of that. I'm going to hit F12 quickly just to see how that renders out. Again, it is important that you check your work often. That looks absolutely fine to me. Now, because it's lovely and smooth because of the 6 subdivisions, we get a nice crisp border going around. Okay, so now we've got that. Let's change this little box, this outliner at the top here. Well, I'm going to remove the lamp for a start. I'm going to delete that from our scene completely. I'm going to change this to the 3D view and change it to rendered mode and view it from the camera, so we get an idea of what's going on live. Now that we've done that, and there's an awful lot of black in this scene, so I don't know how that's going to pan out. Hopefully not too bad. But now we've got this in the scene, we can switch this big area over to the node editor. And trust me, to get rid of the outliner when I don't think we've actually got this sphere selected. So I'm going to go back to the 3D view, select the sphere, and now we've got it selected. When we go to the node editor, the node setup will be there. Okay, so there's a couple of things that we're going to have to add to our node setup. One is a math node, and that can be found under the Add menu, and go down to Converter, Math, and we'll plop that there. And that, the value output, is going to go into the roughness because that's what we're controlling. And of course, we lose the ability to control the roughness here because it's now being controlled by this node. We can change the type here, so we can do loads of different options. And the final thing that we need to do is have a way of controlling these values here. So I'm going to add in another node, a very useful node. It's an input because it's giving input, I suppose, nice and straightforward, and it's just value. It's a slider. And from things like this, we can join it to both of these, for instance, and then control them both at the same time. Now, at the moment, we can see if I set that at 0.1, it goes all fuzzy. So that's not quite right. I think we need to play around with this math node and find the right selection of what's going on. So we're adding here. So this is going to add 0.1 to 0.5. And what we want to do is I'm going to link these back up again. So it's almost as if this is not here. Incidentally, you can also do that by selecting it and hitting the M key for mute. It'll undo that altogether. And then we're literally bypassing it, and this value is now controlling the roughness directly. So we want really the value here. By the time we've gone up to 0.5, it's pretty obscure, we can see. So to get an actual reflection, we're doing things like 0.01 and 0.02 and 0.03, etc. Quite low values, where it'd be quite nice to be able to have them higher up. So whatever we do with the math node has got to lower this value. And with that comes a challenge. I would like you to go ahead and smooth the roughness. Play with the math node and its options. Can you figure out a way of smoothing the sudden change where one moment the image is reflective and then all of a sudden blurred out? There is no right answer here because there are going to be a couple of solutions that work for what we want to do. Play with it, think carefully. If you combine numbers, how do you get a lower number? Think about it. And please do remember to save your result. We are going to use it again shortly. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go smooth out the roughness and play with that math node. Okay, so back over in Blender, I'm going to unmute the math node. Okay, so how do we get lower values? We can subtract. Okay, what happens if we do that? So is there a subtract? Yes, there is a subtract, and subtract a value of point. That's going to clamp it low. So it's going to be 0, essentially, because you can't get less than 0 with the roughness. So it doesn't matter what this number is. When it goes to 0.5, it'll then be 0. And then, so that's just offsetting the problem. That's not going to solve that. Multiplying. Okay, so if we multiply it by itself, so 0.1, if you times 0.1 by 0.1, you get 0.01. That's lowered the value. Okay, let's see what happens then. So if we go to 0.1, that's looking a bit better. And I presume as we step up, yes, that's looking much better. So there we go. There is one option. We can multiply, but that does give us not quite the flexibility I would like. That does give us a right answer in this case, but there's something else we can do here as well. So let's just have a look at some other options. Power. So what we've done here, by timesing it by itself, so 0.1 times 0.1, we've squared it. So that's to the power of 2. So if we go ahead and change this to power, And we don't want it to the power of itself because it'll get tiny. But if we set the value here to 2, we've got zero point 0.1 to the power of 2, and then it comes out here. Okay, so let's just test that again. So 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. Excellent. That is working. Of course, 1 to the power of 2 is still 1. In fact, 1 to the power of anything is still 1. So you do get the 100% roughness as well if we go all the way up. And of course, 1 times 1 if you've got the power there. So this gives us the other option of increasing this. So we could do to the power of 5. Now, I'm not quite sure what that's going to do. Let's have a quick look. I'm going to hold down Shift here so I can micro move this as we go across. And we can see that it really starts getting blurry much later on. This gives us much more fine control over those reflections, or rather the roughness of that surface. I think 5 is a little too high because that's going to start making it difficult the other way where you can't really get it. Well, it's bunched up the other end if we do that. So after experimenting, I've kind of settled if we go to 0.2 here, and we can compare it by just muting this node, this power node here. We can have a look in the top there, and when we mute it, we can see what it was like and what it now is like. So 2.5, and we can go backwards and forwards. I think a value somewhere between 2 and 3 works out really well. Remember to share your work in the discussions. Did you come up with a similar node setup to this? If so, brilliant. If you came up with something different, I'd love to hear your thinking, how you worked out which math node to use. Did you approach it from a completely different way? I've tried to talk through roughly my thinking there. Obviously, I've been playing with it for a while, so I've got some preconceived ideas of what was going on. But if you're completely new to this, I'd love to hear your thought process on how you came about completing this challenge. And as always, I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to the color ramp node. In this video, well, first of all, what is the color ramp node? Well, the color ramp node is generally used for mapping values to colors with the use of a gradient. And that will become more apparent very shortly. It can be customized to produce very interesting results. We will be using it to control a single value in the example coming up, so we can just stick with the grayscale. But because color is 3 separate channels, R, G, and B, you can potentially control 3 separate values with this one node. And if you're a graphically minded person, well, it's used to graphically control values, so you can visually see what's going on. So let's go play with the color ramp node now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we're back over in Blender, and to speed things along, I'm going to open up the save from the last lecture so we've got something we can work with. So here we go, this is what we were working on before. I'm just going to turn on the rendered view up in the top here. In fact, I'm going to make that whole area a little bit bigger so we can see what's going on. I'm going to get rid of this properties panel on the right hand side of the node editor. Now I'm going to keep value, that's going to be useful. I'm going to get rid of power because that's what we're going to use instead of a math node. We're going to use this color ramp. So again, it's a type of converter, and let's pop that in. Oh, it's a bit wider than I expected. There we go. Let's pop that in here and link these up. Okay, so what we've essentially done here, let's plug it into the right node input, roughness. Okay, so what we've essentially done here is nothing so far because of the value being passed through. Well, let's just undo this for the moment. This value here is literally just moving along this gradient from one side to the other. And so looking at it, it makes absolutely no difference. If you plug this in here, 0.2 is going to be 0.2, and because the gradient is linear across from one color stop to another, let's zoom in a little bit, these little things that look like houses, because it's uniform moving across, then it will just be a one-to-one relationship. Now we can move these color stops by left clicking on them and moving them to the left or right. Now what that will do is it will mean anything up, and remember that black is 0. Black is always a value of 0. Anything up to position 3, because that's the selected one, or point 3, will be black. It will be 0. So any value that comes in will be made to be 0. Now, this does help us move it along, but it's really just offset the beginning and squash the other side. So that means from this point here, point 3 to 1, it's going to be a more exaggerated version of the problem we've already got. So that's not what we want to do in this case. What would be a particular solution here is to add another one of these color stops and make this dark gray area last longer. Now, there's a couple of ways we can do this. We can just hit the plus button here, and that will put a color stop smack bang in the middle. And we then can select that color stop. In fact, it is selected at the moment. We can tell that a number of ways. We've got this dotted line coming out the top of it, which shows its position. And we can also see this number here is the active color stop, number 1, and it goes 0, 1, 2. So it always starts at 0. It can be a bit confusing. Now this color bar on the bottom enables us to change this. Now we're only going to deal with grayscale at the moment, so that means that on hue, saturation and value, the only thing we really need to move is the value controller. And if I lower that down to maybe 0.3, we can see it stays darker for longer. And if it stays darker for longer, we should find that when we move the value along, it's much better than it was before. And of course, we can compare what it was before by just muting the color ramp. So if I select that and mute it and come off again, I can see that's made a difference. Now, of course, I can stretch that out further to make it have more of an impact, or indeed I can add another color stop and make the gradient gradually change. So another way of adding a color stop is to hold down Control and left click, and then you can place it where you want to place it. And again, I can then go into here and change the value of that. Now this also gives us the ability to have black come back later on. So for instance, this wouldn't be particularly useful. I can't think of an application for it with the roughness input that we're trying to control at the moment, but it is kind of useful with other things if you wanted to take control of them. So sometimes it can be a little well, tricky basically to select that, but I'm going to pick this up and move it over here so it's dark again, and I'm going to change it so it's got a value of 0. And here we go. We've now got black further along. And what we should find, and I'm going to accurately position it by typing something in there, what we should find is now it's shiny, starts getting rougher and rougher, and then suddenly gets shiny again before going completely matte. So a value of 0.1, or let's unmute it, otherwise we won't see what's going on. 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, and we can see it's getting more and more blurry. And then as we approach 0.8, there we go. It goes clear again. Of course, if we were holding down Shift and dragging it, we'd see that a bit more gradual. And then that final stage between 0.8 and 1 just happens really, really, really quickly. In fact, it probably only a couple of hundredths to move it along there. So that is one of the ways we can use the color ramp. Now, one of the things to bear in mind with the color ramp is, in fact, we've got 4 values we can play with. So we can add another node in here to extract some of these values. So the color, there are 3 colors basically coming out of here: red, green, and blue. So there are 3 values, and there's a 4th value from the alpha channel. And we can use that to control other things as well. So for instance, if we go ahead and let's duplicate this glossy shader, and then let's mix them together. And I'm going to use that shortcut Control and 0 to do the mixing. I'm not going to worry about tidying it up. And then I'm going to switch this out to a diffuse texture, and I get that error message. I still haven't got to the bottom of it. I think I just need to turn it on and off again, but I'll look at that later. It doesn't seem to be breaking anything, or may even be a bug in the program. Okay, so I've got all of this set up here. Now we've got the color output coming out from this color ramp. And what we can do is we can separate it into its individual channels. And we can do that with another converter. So we go and add a converter, and we can see here, separate RGB. If we pop that in there, we can see that the image comes in. So it doesn't have to be a plain old color. It is here, so every pixel is the same. And I can say that the red channel is going to control the color over here. Now, because it is a red channel controlling the color, what we'll find is that everything that's 1 on the red, obviously everything's just the same value at the moment, but anything that's colored 1 on the red channel will be white, because it will bring across 1, 1, and 1. This single value here will be repeated 3 times. If we wanted it to basically to bring it back into RGB territory and control the colors, we'd have to input all 3 of those into here. And as you can see, you can't just drag and drop all 3 into there. So we have to combine them back together. And guess what? There is a node for that. So we can go and add a converter and combine RGB. So then we've got red, green, and blue. So we can use that to control color. I can remove one of those so we actually get a colored ball. And here we can start playing with the values. So let's use blue to control the roughness setting. Let's use green and red to control. So we're going to get either a green, red, or yellowy tinge coming out of here. Okay, so now we've got this node set up, we can play with the colors here. So what we don't want to, well, I do want to whiz through it quickly and make sure that at no point does it go a horrible, or it goes a bright yellow. That's the worst it gets by the looks of things by the time it reaches 1. So what else can we do to control that? So can we have it red at the beginning? So how do we get it just red? We make sure that green is 0. So let's go to this first. I need to zoom in a little onto here. Let's go to this first color node. There we go. And change this. So the RGB value of green. So let's go back there. Green is 0 and red is 1. So now it's slightly red at the beginning, and it will turn, well, neutral here and slightly darker before going yellow at the end. Because a value of 1 and 1 in red and green will produce that yellow. So there we go, that's turning around. Perfect. Now there's another way of blending the colors. This RGB input here will do some mixing. Then you've got hue, saturation, and value. You can see it changes slightly how it mixes them together. And we've got HSL as well. And they're all different types of how to blend those colors together. And incidentally, you also get a different set of interpolations depending on which one you've selected. So HSV and HSL, they blend the colors first by converting it to those types of mixing and then combining them back together again. And this has the advantage of maintaining the color saturation between the different colors, the different hues, whereas RGB itself would desaturate, and so for you'd lose, and we can see it here, you would lose the richer color change as we go through. Now, RGB just blends colors by mixing the color channel and combining it all together. So we've got lots of different options here, and of course you can play with them. They give different results. We can go near, we can go clockwise. I don't think with this particular setup we're actually going to see much difference depending on which one here we select. Maybe as we move through we might be able to see a different rate of change between them. But you can see that we've got 4 channels to play with, and we can actually control a lot of different things. Now, this is a kind of a forced setup, but you can see the power of the color ramp over something like the math node is that you can be a bit, well, you can be graphical about it. You can say when things are going to happen. You don't have to be so linear about it. So we can, as demonstrated here, have the gloss suddenly come back and disappear again later on. As I say that, I'm not sure if that's going to help us with this particular making the gloss shader roughness us more accurate, but it certainly can be applied in other methods as well. So one final thing to consider with the color ramp is its input. So at the moment we have a value being inputted, which means that the whole object in one lump is just getting the one value wherever it happens to be on this gradient. Now, what happens if we put in something else along here that can pick different points depending on what we want to do? So let's try that. Let's try that with a basic texture. So I'm going to go ahead and switch this out. I'm going to use Shift and S to do so, and I'm going to go into texture. And what have we got here? I do like the Voronoi. Gradient might be a bit. Let's try Voronoi. And here we've got areas now. Oh, look at that. We've got areas where it's glossy, well, where it's red and somewhere it's yellow. This is quite cool. And of course, we've got intensity in cells. Let's change that out. And these are discrete chunks. So let's go back to intensity and make these bigger, which will make the value bigger, which will make them smaller. And we're starting to get a slightly different texture across the surface of our globe. Let's try a different texture. So again, I'm going to switch that out, go to texture. Let's try this gradient texture. Okay, so oh, look at that. We've got, what are we on? Linear. So that is, well, it looks like it's going to be red one side and yellow the other by the time we've mixed it with some glossiness in the middle. Yep, there we go. There's the glossy bit in the middle. That's this black band here. So we can have different effects applied across our model. And of course, we could actually just do color ramp, literally a color ramp. We could make it red one side and yellow the other without having all this extra plumbed in. So you could apply with that with something like grass, where grass tends to be a deep green by the roots and maybe a yellow, a dirty sort of dead yellow by the time it gets to the tip. And you can control that with a color ramp. Now, do bear in mind, if you do need a bit more control over your color ramp, you can make it wider. It only goes so wide, of course, but you can make it wider so you can see the gradient across it a little bit more clearly. Something else that you could potentially do is, let's get rid of this gradient texture and add in a layer weight. So now we can change this, the factor here, depending on the angle at which we're viewing the object from. So there we go. We've got a very reflective band just around the very outside. So let's move this black thing and move the reflection a bit closer to the 90 degree, if we call that here. And there we go. We've got reflection very close and it getting more diffuse, but that's the wrong way around. So of course we can flip this, and we can flip it very quickly. There's this double-headed arrow, so that will invert that. So now it's glossier around the very edge. And I can push that very close together and actually have a very, very glossy edge and a more rough center. Perfect. And that about sums it up what you can do with the color ramp, or certainly an introduction to what you could do with the color ramp. Bear in mind, it's awesome for controlling things. We could plug in an image texture in here, which would map colors or controls depending on the actual map itself. So the possibilities with the color ramp are pretty much limitless. And I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to how light interacts with a surface. So in this video, you'll gain a better understanding of how light works in the real world and how it transfers across into the Cycles rendering engine. Now, we've already got a rough idea when it comes to plane surfaces, and we started building that up by mixing shaders together, and we're starting to change how light interacts with the surfaces depending on the angle of which it's viewed from, or even just with a texture applied. So we're starting to control how that light actually is being reflected and seen by the Cycles rendering engine. And that's how we can start building up more and more realistic materials. Now we're going to look at 6 ways that light and surfaces can interact. And of course, in real life, they don't just act in one way, they act in multiple ways. And we're also going to gain some understanding about the physics behind how our materials are working. And don't worry, we're not going to get too deep into the math behind it. So, in order to start this, we're going to grab our pen and pencil, or in this case, a digital version of it, and start having a look at how light interacts with the surface. Okay, so in front of us here, we have 6 different setups in front of us. And these, I suppose, are analogous to the having a rectangle there with one individual shader attached to it. So, for instance, reflection. Now, when reflection happens, and we've covered this right earlier on in the course when we started talking about shaders, we have the angle of incidence where the light comes in. So the angle here is equal to the angle of reflection. Of course, nothing is a perfect reflector in the real world, so this is a perfect example. In reality, you'd end up mixing it with something else. And in fact, that's what we're aiming to do here, to get a little bit of a deeper understanding of what's actually happening to light when it hits a surface, so we can set up more realistic materials, so we can think more in depth about what is happening. So scattering. So for instance here, diffuse. So we'll have, again, the light ray coming in, but instead, it's a bit of a wobbly light ray, we would have it scattering off in different directions at different magnitudes depending on the surface itself. And that is very useful when we combine the two. Of course, if we did combine the two, you may end up with a big reflection coming out if it was quite a glossy surface, and some diffuse as well. And that would be a mix of these two put together. Of course, then we can add other things in to control how that mix happens, and that's what we've been doing very recently. Now, what happens with absorption? Well, as it sounds, as light hits a surface, some of it will be absorbed. It's just the way the world works. So it will go into the material and be lost forever. Now, it won't be everything that gets lost, because that's impossible, unless it's a black hole. In which case, this would be an entirely black material. Now, we were talking earlier about not having materials that were zero on anything. So let's say green or white light hits the surface and some green is absorbed. That means we've got the blue and the yellow. So we have a little bit, sorry, the blue and the red. We have a little bit reflecting here. Red might come in and get absorbed a little bit, but be reflected off much more, or bounced off, or whatever it happens to be. And then, of course, the blue light itself, if that also struck the surface, that may be the biggest one of all, and that would be a kind of a pinky colour overall. It would be somewhere around here, probably we'd get that type of shade. Or this particular material would look a kind of magenta in colour. Now, refracted, that is an interesting one. You can do this at home when you stick a pencil or a straw into a cup of water. You'll see light comes in, and then it will bend towards or away from the normal. So we've got our normal running through here. It'll either turn towards it or away from it, depending whether it's entering a less dense material or a denser material. So if it's more dense, it will tend towards the normal. If it's less dense, it will tend away from that normal. So if it was going from glass into air, we would find that, oh, well, let's do that. So from air into glass would do this, and then as it struck the other side, it would carry on roughly at the same angle it was before. So it slows down and then picks up speed again. And now this here that we've just drawn is an example of transmission, where light, it doesn't have to be refracted, the majority of the light that enters an object goes through that surface and comes out the other side. Now, of course, it could be transmitted, and instead of coming out in a straight line, it might be scattered on the surface. Incidentally, when things go inside a model, you can end up with subsurface scattering. So if we go back to scattering up here, if this was a subsurface scattering node, we'd find that light would enter the material and then bounce around, and some of that light would find its way out, and some of it would be absorbed as well. So there's a lot that joins all of these things together. Now, some of the particular shader nodes that we have are to make our lives easier. Before, well, not that long ago actually, the subsurface scattering node didn't exist. And before, we had to do a mixture of all of these things, blending them together to try and get a subsurface scattering or something that at least emulates it. The final one here, there's no direct shader for, but it happens in real life and it's worthwhile knowing about it. So when light or energy would hit a surface, and let's say it gets absorbed, and it gets absorbed almost fully with very little reflection. So we get most of the energy coming in. Now, this particular object would have absorbed energy, so it will start emitting energy as well. Now, usually that would be infrared energy or something along those lines, but it could also be visible light if it was energetic enough. So we can't really do the radiated by a shader, but I think the closest thing to that, if you were to emulate something that was hot, perhaps something that was glowing because a lot of energy had been put into it, it would be radiating, so it would be emitting. So an emission shader would be quite a useful one here. And I'm sure you could set up a couple of math nodes and other things to calculate a certain amount of radiation depending on light hitting the surface as well. So let's go have a closer look at some shaders now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we're on a default Blender file here, and one of the things we can do to try out these different shader types, I'm going to turn snapping on, and I'm going to lift this object up by one and move it across a couple. I'm now going to go to the 3D cursor. Where are we? 3D cursor, and just set it at +1 on the Z-axis. So when I add a couple of more basic objects like a cone and a Suzanne, let's stop at Suzanne, the monkey. There we go. I'm going to rotate Suzanne around 90 so she's facing us, although that is down the camera as she was rightly added. And I'm going to set smooth shading on this cone, so smooth shading there. We'll get some odd effects around the base here because, well, it's trying to smooth around a greater than 90-degree angle, so that's going to look interesting. And I'm going to smooth Suzanne here. Now, with Suzanne, one of the things to bear in mind is she's going to be quite jagged. So I'm going to add in a couple of subsurface divisions just to make her look that much smoother. Okay, let's go to the camera view and, well, let's move that camera around so we've got a much better view. Okay, so there's all three of our objects. Now, finally, to play with this, I'm going to add in one final mesh. So I've got a surface to work with. Going to move that down and scale it up. So we've got a surface, and I'm going to set all three of these objects to have the same material. So let's go to the Materials tab, New, and let's change the color so we can see what's going on. And I'm going to apply that material to all of these other ones as well. Okay, so we've got our material set up. Lighting is not great at the moment, so I'm going to go to my lamp, make it universal using the sun lamp, and use nodes. Okay, and I'm going to make the output or the strength about 4 so it's nice and bright. I'm going to get rid of my properties panel and my tool shelf and just zoom into the area we're looking at. Now we've got this set up, we can actually play with the material, and I'm going to call this test material so we know what's going on. And we can actually change this to all different types so we can make it glossy and you can see this reflecting. Incidentally, you see this really jagged stuff happening around here. That's simply because there's not enough polygons to interpolate between them all, so you end up with a very jagged surface. If we wanted to improve that, again, we'd have to add some subsurface divisions, but of course with that comes a few problems in itself because that cone no longer looks like a cone, but kind of cool. It now looks like a teardrop, which I didn't know that would happen. It's the first time I've tried that. There we go. How cool is that? In fact, I'm going to move that across on the y-axis so it's a little... Oh, I've moved the wrong thing. Move it across on the y-axis so it's a little closer to our models. Okay, I'm going to leave it like that just because I can and because I quite like it. Okay, so now we've got these three objects that we can play with. We can play with the materials, and I'll get to that in a few moments after I've just explained a couple of items here. So I want to explain why volume absorption and volume scattering will come out black, and anything else to do with volume. And the reason for that is because we're changing the volume properties and not the surface properties. So we see the word surface here and volume here. So we can swap these round, or essentially click on the little dot and remove, and then go to volume and add it in to volume absorption, for instance. And if I make this density something like 15, we'll be able to see what's going on there. The thicker your object is, the more light it actually absorbs. So if we give this a color, let's make it a blue, we can see that we end up with a very dark blue, or essentially black, if all the light is absorbed by the time it reaches the middle of a thick object. And these ears are quite thin, so it lets a lot of light through. Now, volume scatter is very similar, but it's kind of opposite in a way. So you're telling it which colors are being absorbed. So in this case, the blue, you can see opposite is the yellow. So it's absorbing a lot of blue and the output is mainly yellow. If I tell it to absorb all the green, and of course don't go all the way, because otherwise you get a complete 0 on something, which is something we don't want. If we go, let's say, to here, we can see that the pink light is being scattered, etc., etc. So it's the opposite side of that color wheel. Now, when we look at the node setup, we get something, well, it really highlights what's going on in the background here. So if we're playing with the volume scatter, it needs to be plugged into the material output. So it needs to be plugged into the volume input of that material output. Otherwise, it won't work. And it actually says here volume, and we've got a green shader output. So it's looking for a shader input that's also a volume. If we plug it into surface, it doesn't work because it's not set up to do that. The other thing to show you guys is the anisotropic filter. Where is that? Anisotropic. I'm being complete. Here we go. So anisotropic basically means it changes depending on the direction at which the camera and / lighting is hitting the object. So in this case, an anisotropic is used as a control here. Anisotropy. I don't know how that's pronounced. Anisotropy. Anyway, it depends on the angle at which the light is, and we end up with a very good looking saucepan lid if we get the settings quite right there. Perhaps not on a cube, but we get the effect there if you look at the bottom of a metallic saucepan of what's going on. So it's very, very good for metallic objects. It's basically directional reflections in that case. Rotation, well, that kind of skews that and makes it look a bit odd in places. But it will have its time and place depending on the model that you're working on. So that's only a couple of these shaders gone over, and of course, it's time for a challenge. I would like you to go and play with shaders. So set up a series of basic objects. So just use primitives to get the hang of this. And obviously watch for facets as well. So if you are going to use anything that's basically smooth, you want it to be as smooth as possible in the first place. So bear that in mind if you're making a sphere or you're making a cone, etc. Just to make sure you don't have artifacts when you're rendering. Apply the same shader to each one of these objects so you can see how it affects different objects at the same time. Remember, you can use a render border to speed up rendering, so you don't have to render the entire scene. You can draw that render border around your work so you don't have to wait for your computer, if you've not got a particularly quick one, to render the scene. And remember, you can lower your samples as well, just in case you've turned them up at some point in the past. I wouldn't recommend any more than 10 whilst you're doing this testing. Try out all of the shaders one by one to see their effect on those primitives, on those objects, and you'll get an idea and a feeling about how they're going to work when you start using them on other objects as well. Remember, volume shaders need to be plugged in to the volume input of the material output node. They're designed to work on the volume of the shape, not just its surface. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go play with some shaders. Okay, so we're back over in Blender, and I'm going to go and open up a file I was working on earlier, just a few extra primitives in it. And here we go. We've got smooth shading applied to 4 of the objects here, and the others are flat. So let's hop into rendered mode so we can see what's going on. And I've got them a light, a peachy, creamy color at the moment. So with diffuse, we know what that looks like. We've played with that lots. Hair does look very odd. Did you notice that when you played with hair? It ends up faceted all over the place. And of course, this shader is in fact designed for hair, not thick objects. But there we go. If that's a pattern you're looking for on something, well, it's there and ready for you if you want to use it. So let's see what else have we got here. Volume absorption. Of course, we can't use that on the surface. We need to use that on volume. That was great fun to play with. Glossy. I always love glossy. I like shiny things. Call me a magpie. I can make things reflective. And we've already played with making this roughness just a little bit more sensitive before. I quite like the toon shader. Where is it? A bit further down, toon. Now, I thought this was quite cool. It gives a more cartoony appearance to your models. And there were two options here, diffuse and glossy. Glossy had a much harsher reflection to non-reflective area. I suppose that's right with it being glossy. Size, I quite liked having that quite high up because it gave more of that comic book type feel to it. Of course, smoothing just made those boundaries a little less harsh, although when you whacked up the size so high, it didn't really make sense raising the smoothness because it made it quite bland. But I quite like the output that this gives. Very cartoony, that's basically what it is. It's a toon shader. It's supposed to look more cartoony. Velvets. Now, that was an interesting one. For me, that kind of looked more like, well, obviously it's supposed to be velvet, so let's make it a luscious, deep red. Oh, gorgeous. But it reminded me more of the diffuse shader with a black splodge facing the camera. Don't know about you, but that's how I felt about it when I first saw it. Now, I do know that it's useful for doing surfaces that are slightly hairy, like fine hair on a face or something along those lines. So it can be used much more subtly than this extreme example. Translucent, that's always fun to have. Of course, some of these are designed to be used with other shaders. So translucent, as the name sounds, is just letting light through our model, which is great, but of course, it'd be better if it was mixed with something else to make it semi-transparent. Glass is always a good one to play with. Now, the glass shader itself has got some specularity to it, so it's glossy, and refraction down near the bottom is basically the glass shader without the gloss added to it. So very similar, but this is more of I suppose, a plastic sort of feel to it rather than a glass. Now, the one that will get most people is holdout, because you're very unlikely to use it unless you're trying to separate something out later on in the compositor. Essentially, holdout adds a value of 0 for any object that actually has that material applied to it, and when that happens, it means that later on you can fill it in a render in the compositor, but we're not going to use that in this particular section at all. So lots of different ones to play with. Did you have any particular favourites? As I say, I quite like Toon. That was one of my favourites because it had that high contrast to it. Did you end up mixing or adding any of the shaders together? Did you get some effects that you really liked? I quite like mixing emission with certain shaders because it makes the objects glow. As I said, I like shiny things. Anyway, if you've come up with some great shader combinations, I'd love to see them in the discussions. And I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to the Fresnel node. So what does this do? Well, it makes things more physically accurate, and that is because everything has a Fresnel effect in the real world, and we'll go into more about what that is in a moment. Now, Cycles does not do it by default, so we have to mix some nodes together to make sure we get the effect that we want. Now, one of the things to remember is that if your surface has a low roughness, it has a high amount of Fresnel. So, for instance, anything that's glossy is going to exhibit this more than something that is rough. So, a high roughness equals a low amount of Fresnel. So, how does it function? Well, simply put, it calculates the proportion of incident light, so the light that is coming in from our lamps, from the environment, from whatever, that is reflected off of a surface versus the amount that does something else. Now, I say it does something else because it does depend on what the surface is. Some of it will obviously be absorbed, otherwise you wouldn't see the surface. If we were talking about water and liquids, well, it's going to go through the surface and start lighting up the base of the pond or the lake or whatever it happens to be. So let's have a feel them. So let's have a couple of looks at some real world examples. So here we have the roof of a car. Now, cars are pretty reflective in general, and you will see that closest to us, where we're looking at it almost straight on, there's less reflection than if we go further along towards the other car you can see in the background there. So we end up with more of the light going through and hitting the paint underneath the clear coat on top of the car as it goes round. So we see more of the base colour. As we go around and further towards the top of the car, you can see more and more of the sky. So you get more and more reflection the lower that angle of incidence is to the viewer. Here we have another example of a car where we can actually see the blue of the car, and as we actually go further and further away from our straight on angle, we get a white, and that's obviously reflecting the sky and the sun. And what we can see here, this is the Fresnel effect happening. So depending on the angle you're viewing depends on the angle of reflected light that you're going to see. Now, a classic example of the Fresnel effect is something along the lines of this, where we've got a gorgeous scene in front of us, and if we pay attention to the water, because that is the highly reflective surface. So this is an example of something with low roughness, as all the others have been, but this is extremely low roughness. It's going to have a high Fresnel effect. So closest to the camera, where we're almost looking through the water, obviously we can't look into the water on this particular shot, but you can see more of the bottom. So more of the light is being refracted and hitting the base of the lake here, then being reflected. Now, as we go further into the distance to the far end of the lake, more and more of that light is being reflected rather than refracted and transmitted through the water. Now here we have something that we've all experienced, whether it's with a phone screen or a laptop screen. When the angle is not directly facing us, we end up just seeing pure reflections of what's on the outside world rather than what we're trying to look at. This is something you can experiment with straight away if you want to. We can really see the effect in full flow. So now we've seen some real world effects of how the Fresnel effect works. Let's go explore this now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we're over on a default blend file. Now, before I do anything else, because I'm fed up of doing this, I'm actually going to modify my startup file. I want to select this lamp. A number of times I've now switched it to a sun lamp and change the surface. Oh, use nodes. Let's use nodes here. Surface, emission, and set the strength to 3. The number of times I've had to do something along those lines is getting a joke now. So now I've done that, what I can do is go ahead and save my startup file. Then the next time I go File and New, it actually starts up with the lamp. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. So when I go to rendered mode, I actually get the bright uniform light across my scene that I have to set up almost every time. So I won't be setting that up anymore because it's already done. Okay, so we've got our cube here, and I'm just going to shift that back in our scene. And again, well, actually in this point, what I can do is open up a previous file if I wanted to, but I'm just going to add a couple of objects into my scene. Doesn't really matter where for the moment, because we're going to see them reflected in the surface in a few moments. So one final object, let's go for a cone. Okay, I'm going to turn snapping on so I can lift that up, and the same with the cylinder. And I'm just going to move that back and across slightly. And I'm going to put objects at slightly different places so I can see how the reflection changes with distance in a few moments. Okay, perfect. Oh, I've managed to put that one relatively high. The final thing I want to do is add in a plane. And I'm going to scale that up to cover the entire lot. Now, the reason why I've added a plane is because this is going to become our reflective surface, much like the lake is with the mountains and trees and all in the background. So call these low poly mountains and trees if you'd like. So now we've got that set up, I'm going to get rid of the tool shelf, go into rendered mode, make sure everything's working, perfect. I'm going to shift this across so I can still see what's going on in rendered mode, but switch this one to the node editor. And I've gone to a vertical sort of workflow here rather than horizontal. And actually, I'm going to get rid of those two. Well, not get rid of them, but push them to the side. I'm going to I'm going to make sure that's selected, the plane is selected, and then create a new material. And I'm going to call this water. It doesn't have to be water, but in this case, it's going to be. And we've got a setup here. We've got diffuse going into a material output. So that's the default material we've currently got. So I need to show you guys where the Fresnel node is. You might have seen it earlier if we go ahead and add an input and Fresnel. And there we go. So that's now ready to be used in order to change the reflectivity of this surface based upon the angle that you're looking at it. Now, one of the things we can do is actually hold down Control and Shift and click on Fresnel, and we can see the effect in action. So we can see that it's going to be a dark grey, not black. It will become darker and darker if you play with the IOR, but we can see here it's dark grey when we're looking straight down, so a value close to 0. And then as we get less and less, as we start going down to a much shallower angle to that surface, it gets more white. And as we can see here, there's actually a gradient as well. So we can see there that the which order to place things in as well. We can see the gradient there from not quite 0, maybe 0.1 or so on grey, all the way up to 1. This will be white at the very top. So that'll be the most reflective. So I'll just set up the diffuse node as the main output again. And then, of course, it's time for a challenge. I'd like you to go ahead and set up the Fresnel node. So add the remaining shaders necessary to make the Fresnel node effective. Remember, we need a shallow angle furthest from the normal to be reflective. And as we approach the normal of the surface, for it to transition to another shader. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go set up the Fresnel node. Okay, so we're back over in Blender, and one of the first things that I need to do is decide on, well, we need something reflective to begin with if we're going to make this work. So let's go ahead and add in a gloss shader. There we go. So we now have our two shaders to transition through. So we need to mix these two together. I'm going to use the Node Wrangler shortcuts to do that. There we go. We've got a mix shader plugged in. And we need to change the factor here, so whether it's glossy or shady. So glossy here, pure reflective, just to test. Of course, I could use Control Shift and click on it just to isolate it. Let's go back to the mix shader. We can see that the roughness is set at 0.2, so we're never going to get a decent reflection straight off. So let's lower that down to 0 so we do get 100% reflection. And we want it as we come up here to be almost diffuse. Okay, with a tiny bit of reflection, of course, because it's not going to be there. So let's plug the factor in here and see what happens. Okay. Right, that is going the wrong way. We can see that straight away because it's not being highly reflective when we're down here. It's being highly reflective at the other end. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is swap these round then. So let's swap them round. In fact, I'm going to reorder them as well, just so it looks better. It doesn't look nice if we've got things crossing over. Okay, so let's have a look at that now. So it's diffuse all the way up here, and it starts to get more and more glossy the further you come down. Excellent. So I'm going to drag this ball actually closer. Oh, let's closer to us. So we can see there's far less reflection closer to the camera than there is away from the camera. Okay, that's perfect. How did you guys get on? Did you play with certain things? So if we go back to the surface here, Did you play with this IOR to see what it does? In fact, let's do that now. I'm going to isolate it first so we can see the pure what's actually going on. So I'm going to keep it this shallow angle so we can see almost no glossy coming through, all the way up to gloss coming through. So here we have an IOR of 1.450. If we lower that down, we see that we get more. In fact, if we go all the way down, we get pure white. And we don't seem to be able to stop going up. Okay. So it's most effective lowering it because we get a much stronger gradient. So this is going to really emphasize the fact it's not going to be glossy close and glossy further away. I'm going to go for a value of 1.2 and then Control Shift click on the mix shader again and just see what's happening. Okay, so as you can see here, it's at this sort of angle. These are very reflective. Well, let's make this bigger so you guys can really see what's going on. So at this angle, you can hardly see the reflection of this sphere, but you can see the reflection of everything else in the distance. That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to achieve. How did you guys get on? Please share your work in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to reusing shaders and materials. In this video, you will no longer have to keep making the same basic shaders and materials again and again. We often call for a basic wooden material, plastic material, a glass, etc. And we have so far to create it every single time. But wouldn't it be great if you could just pick from a library the moment you start working? Of course it would be great. So you'll learn how to start your own library of shaders and materials so you can access them whenever you want. And this also gives you the ability to continually improve your shaders and materials and add to them as you grow as an artist. So without any further ado, let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so in front of us we have the default Blender file. So let's go ahead and I'm going to get rid of my cube that's there and add in a sphere because it's a lot neater and easier to work with. Let's scroll up, and I'm also going to shift it up on the Z-axis by 1 Blender unit. I'm now going to create a plane to work on. You can see the sort of standard workflow that I'm going through at the moment and repeatedly over and over again. Now I'm going to add a smooth shader to my sphere, and I'm also going to subdivide it a couple of times just to make it super smooth. And click apply. So that's a super smooth sphere on a floor. Now I'm going to hop into rendered mode straight away and minimize this down. And we're going to create a standard shader that we've created a couple of times already, which is a mix between the gloss and a diffuse with a Fresnel mix. So let's go into the node editor. Excellent. Let's add a material because we don't have one. We are on the plane at the moment. Now the plane, I do want to actually have something attached to it. I want it to be a checker. So for the color input, I'm going to add an texture as the input, a checker texture, and I'm going to plug that straight across. Perfect. I'm just going to raise this scale. That should make the squares smaller. I'm going to go for 20. There we go. So we've got a kind of a surface for it to work on. Right, I'm happy with that, apart from we haven't named the material. So I'm going to call this checker floor. I can just about see through my microphone that's going in front of me. Anyway, so we've got now this sphere to do. So let's, oh, that's not the sphere. That is the sphere that we've selected. Okay, so we've got a diffuse shader. We need a gloss shader. We need to mix those together. So gloss, oh, not gloose, but gloss. Excellent. Going to select them both and using Control and 0 to mix them. And then the final addition is the Fresnel. So let's go ahead and add in, oh, right key combination helps, Fresnel. There we go. So that's a great start to that setup. Now I want to be able to control this glossy shader with a bit more finesse. In fact, the glossy shader and the diffuse shader, the roughness values. So I'm going to lower down the roughness value on here and just see what's going on. Have we got the reflections that we want along the edges? Yes, we have. That's absolutely fine. So we're going to get on to making sure, first of all, that this shader is all grouped together appropriately. Now, one final thing I want to do is give myself a bit more control. So I'm going to add in a math node, plug the output value into both of those roughnesses, and change that to power. Okay, so I'm liking the setup here. That is my basic setup. So I'm going to select all of the components that are within this setup. So all the way from power, all the way through Fresnel, diffuse glossy, and mix shader. I'm going to use the shortcut key. We haven't grouped anything in a while, but it's Control and G. And that's going to put it into a group. Now, whilst we're in this group, we can start manipulating. Now, the output is what comes out, and the input is what we actually can input to control things. So, for instance, here I might want to control the normals for everything. I'll certainly want to control the value for everything. That's why this isn't behaving quite right. So, we're going to have a value slider on the group input. Now, the problem with it just coming across as value is it says value over here, and that doesn't mean anything. Let's hop out of this group with the tab key, and we can see we've just got value. It's exposed that control, but because it's called value, it's really no use to us whatsoever. So let's go back into that group and change the name of that. And we can do that in the properties panel. If it's not open, press the N key to reveal it. And we can see we've just got value here on the input, and we've got a name there. So instead of calling it value, we can call it roughness, because that is essentially what it's going to be controlling. Now that's in there, I'm also going to change the value of that to I can't remember what it was before, between 2 and 5. So I'm going to settle for 2.5. Now, other ones that you may want later on are your normal maps, so you can control things. So I'm going to plug all of those into normal. Okay, and the final thing there I can see is the color. So we've got some control over the color. Now, when we tab out, we can see it's exposed the normal, the roughness, and the color. So if I lower the roughness down to 0.1, it should end up a lot more glossy than it was before, because it should be passing on that 0.1 across. And now I can change the color as well. So I can make this a red ball if necessary. You can certainly see the checkers in that much more easily. Okay, and you can see here it's actually having that Fresnel value applied properly, because it's getting glossier and glossier towards the outside. Excellent. So there's one final thing to do here before we do anything else, and that is to name things appropriately. This is currently called node group, and that is no good at all. So let's go ahead. Properties panel here. Let's change node group to PBR plastic. And so we've got this set up now, PBR plastic. It's named it at the top here. So we should be good to go if we need to bring that in to another one of our scenes. Now, if we wanted to do this, I'm going to save this file now. So I'm going to go File, Save, and I need to call it something. So I'm going to call it PBR Test. Save the Blender file. Okay, the final thing I want to just check here is my material itself. It's called material 001, so I'm going to call this PBR plastic, because what we can then do is append this into other scenes if we want to. So let's go ahead and go File, Save, and then actually start up a brand new Blender file, and we'll end up back here again. So now we've done that, we can go to File, Append, to add it into this scene. And if I go and find PBR test, here we go, there are two places we can visit. If we want to bring across the material, we can see the two materials there, checker floor and PBR plastic. We can bring them straight into this scene. If we only want to move the node group across and set up materials afresh each time, we can go to node tree and you will see PBR plastic there. Excellent. Now, once it's in the scene, we will need to make sure it has a fake user. Otherwise, or a real user, of course, but otherwise, when you save your file, it'll disappear. And of course, that leads us on to a challenge. I would like you to start your library. So go ahead and add two materials to your Blender start file. Remember the fake user, otherwise it will disappear. I do recommend appending, so the original is in the startup file. So if you've already created an awesome material in one of your other projects that you've been working on, you can actually now append it into this startup file so you can use it again and again and again. Of course, appending it means that the startup file is the source file. It also means if you need to change something, you can change it in the startup file. Just remember to save your startup file to make sure that you've solidified that change. The one thing I would impress upon you is remember what you're seeing on your screen at the moment you save your startup file is exactly what's going to appear every time you start a brand new Blender file. So make sure you sort things out and tidy it up just before you hit that save. Go ahead and also add two node groups to your startup file. So have you found yourself not only having to set up obviously repeat materials all the time, but have you also found yourself having to set up basic node groups again and again and again? Are you always doing gloss and diffuse and a mix shader? Well, why not group them together so you can just put them into your scene very quickly? We've already seen that Node Wrangler automatically assigns a texture mapping with Control and T. It automatically adds those three nodes in there. That's kind of like how this is going to work, but only add useful things to this group rather than things that take seconds to do. Obviously, we're practicing at the moment, but later on you'll want to do this with more complicated things so you don't have to keep setting it up every single time. Certainly speed up your workflow no end. Finally, consider anything you've repeatedly had to set up over and over again. It's important that this is not a shortcut to just doing something once or a very simple task. This is a shortcut to stop you having to do the same thing repeatedly. Now, you might want to consider also in your scene a series of test objects to test out your materials and demonstrate them. Now, you might also want to consider not putting these on layer 1. So if you need to preview and test materials, you switch yourself over to one of the other layers so you can work on it from there. But if you just want to get on with your work, you don't have to worry about removing those other objects from the scene. And of course, hide them away if necessary as well in the outliner. Put them under an empty called test objects or something like that so you can keep them out of the way of being rendered accidentally, so you can keep them out of the way in general as well. So pause the video. This might take you a little while to practice and sort out and bring some new materials into your library. Perhaps try a couple of textures as well in there, perhaps rock or wood as two examples, so you can do your desks or floors outside, concrete, things like that. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go add two materials and two node groups over in my startup file. So I'm going to append this PBR plastic into my file since it's already on the screen ready to go. And I'm also going to go ahead and append that other material, PBR plastic. I could append checker floor as well. And let's move this test object. Well, that's not a test object. Let's get rid of that. I'm going to move in my checkered material actually as well. So let's go ahead and append the checkered floor. I'm just going to construct a basic scene. So I've got a plane. I'm going to scale that up. I'm going to go to my materials and there should already be a checker floor there. Now, of course, if I apply these to objects now, I don't need to give them a fake user. But whilst I'm here, I am going to give them a fake user as well, so that if at any point I decide to remove it from these objects whilst I'm practicing, I'm not going to remove them from this Blender file. So I'm going to go ahead here with this plane and move it to a layer, and I'm going to move it to the last layer, and I'm going to go to that layer. Okay, now we're on this last layer. I'm going to add in a couple of mesh objects. So I'm going to add in Suzanne the monkey, and I'm going to GZ1, and I'm going to move my 3D cursor to Z equals 1 as well. So these next few that I add to our scene, let's move Suzanne along from there. Yeah, the next ones I add to the scene here, I'll be able to see straight away. I'm going to have my icosphere as the faceted one because it just looks cool as a crystal. And what shall I add finally? Let's add a torus. I've not added a torus for a while. And I'm going to make that torus nice and smooth as well. So I've got my various objects here. Suzanne, I am going to subdivide a couple of times. Subdivision surface modifier. And add smooth shading. I'm going to do a very similar thing to my sphere, but not so many. Oh, I don't want to solidify. I want subsurface division. Okay, apply and smooth that out. That I'm going to leave like that. Now I am also going to make this one nice and smooth as well and make it a smooth shader. So I've got my few objects here and I'm just going to move my camera to reflect that. Obviously this is going to change the default camera position, but I don't care in this case. Now I'm going to add this floor. I'm going to go into rendered mode. This floor has currently got PBR plastic. I'm going to change it to checker floor. Excellent. Seems a little dark in here for some reason, and I'm not quite sure why. Have I turned off a lamp or anything? No. Oh well, it does seem dark. Ah, yes, the lamp's on layer 1. Fair enough. I can see what's going on there. Okay, so my ball here has got the PBR plastic on it. Because I'm already in the startup file here, I can create my materials afresh in this file altogether. So I'm going to go new here. I'm going to call this crystal, Crystal. Oh, Vistal. Okay, it does not help when you can't really see the keyboard underneath. So we've got crystal here. I'm going to set that to a glass shader. Okay, so we've got the crystal surface here. I'm now going to go into the node editor itself and see if we can refine this a little further. And I'll be back in a few moments once I've tweaked about for a few minutes. Okay, so a little bit of a lie there. I spent quite a bit of time rather than a few minutes just playing with my setup here. So I've moved everything over to layer, or the very final layer here. And as we can see, if I look at the examples here, I've turned off everything but the lamp in this last layer, which is an exact duplicate of the first lamp on layer 1. Let's turn everything on so we see what we've got. We've got a series of items here and a series of materials as well that I can pick from. I remember to give them all a fake user, so if I do decide to delete any of these, the actual model themselves, I don't delete the actual material. Let's just have a quick look at how all those look. It'll take a few moments to render out. Okay, so that's finished rendering out there, and we've basically got a checkered floor, a plastic ring, a terracotta teapot, a fireball, or just something I was playing around with and came up with something quite fanciful there, a wooden monkey, and this faceted sort of gem crystal type thing that I've been working on there. So we can take a look at a couple of these. We don't have time for a deep dive into any of them. Which ones should we have a look at? Let's have a look at this teapot here. So I'm going to hide everything else. Starting to render out here, we can see that this terracotta teapot has a texture to the surface. So let's go have a look at the node setup and see how that one was set up. Okay, so we'll start at the far side, the right-hand side, because this is pretty familiar to us. We've got our two nodes, our quite standard diffuse and glossy shaders, mixed with a Fresnel shader into a mixed shader and to the material output. Now the difference comes this side, and it's literally just a texture. So let's have a look at how it's structured. First of all, we've got a texture coordinate. Now the texture coordinate simply tells Blender how to map the actual texture to the surface of our object. So I've set it to object so it generates the coordinates for us without having to worry too much about any seams or anything along those lines. And because we're just using a noise texture and nothing else, that's absolutely fine. In fact, this noise texture here, if we isolate it, we can see what's going on. So I'm Control Shift and click that, and then click it again. Take a few seconds. Blender's running a little bit slowly for me, or not responding. Okay, there we go. I don't know why that was being a bit slow there. I think I'm just having a bit of a slowness issue on the computer. Anyway, so we can see that we've got a black and white output from this noise texture, and it kind of looks like some clouds, I suppose. Now, this is being put into the bump node, and when that happens, it's being plugged into the height of the bump node. So we've got high points and low points, and that is being spat out as a normal. So if we go to the bump node itself and preview that, there we go. We can see we get a textured output from it. Now, when we have a look at these individually, you can see that the glossy has a little bit of an effect on it. The diffuse has a lot, but even more is the Fresnel itself. It's affected massively by the actual normal mapping itself, and that gives us the nice set of textured results over the top of the surface. Of course, we can make it look even more mottled by simply increasing the strength to maybe 0.5. Really starts to bring out those particular bumps in the surface of the terracotta. Excellent. How did you guys get on? What materials did you end up creating? I've obviously gone for terracotta and some other wacky ones here. And obviously I can branch out and create more as we go on. Remember to share your materials that you've made in the discussions. In fact, link a blend file there as well so we can actually share our materials as you start making them. And I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the Mix RGB node. In this video, we'll use it to mix two colors together. We'll see that it can also be used to mix more than just colors. It accepts 6 channels in through the 2 color inputs and 3 channels out, mixing together those 2 color inputs based upon 2 things, the blend type and the factor. So let's go play with this Mix RGB node now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so I'm going to be working on a sphere because I like spheres. Simple as that. So let's go ahead and add a basic sphere to my scene. I'm going to lift that up, and I'm also going to add a plane to the scene and scale it outwards. Now, just to make sure my materials from last time are working, I'm going to make a checkered floor, and this is going to be that ready plastic. Let's switch into rendered mode. Perfect. A couple of things left to do here is this particular sphere needs to be nice and smooth so we can see what's going on. Excellent. So that's all set up and ready to go. See the power of having all of these materials set up, ready to go. Just makes things setting up so much quicker. Okay, so let's grab a node editor. I'm going to just get rid of some of the toolbars around here and the node editor open here. Now, one thing we can do here is change the color. So, notice this says polished wood here. I've obviously used this basic Fresnel node that we had set up before, this group node, used it on something else and forgot to click the little number over in the properties to make it unique. So I'm going to call that PBR. And I've made a note to go ahead and make sure I save that to my default file again so I don't have to do that multiple times. So we've got a color input here. Now, what we can do on this color input is have a mix of 2 separate colors coming in, for instance. So we could go ahead and add in a color. It's under the Add Color menu, Mix RGB. So we've got a color output that we can put straight into here. And we've got 2 colors. Now, I'm going to choose almost 100% green. I know we shouldn't choose 100% colors, but again, we're just testing the mixing that's going on here, and 100% red. And not surprising at all, we get a yellow out with a 50-50 mix. Now, we've got a couple of options here. We can change how these are mixed together if we want to, and you can go through and try the different varieties of mixing that we can go through. I tend to leave it just on mix in general. And we have a factor here that obviously we can change it from one to the other. But of course, that's boring. We'd want something to control this factor itself. And that leads me nicely onto a challenge. I'd like you to go ahead and get mixing. So use the Mix RGB node to mix together 2 colors. Control the factor with a generated texture. And then for a bit more interest, why don't you try adding a bump node into the system using the texture to add more interest to the material and affect the normals. So it's not just a smooth surface anymore. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go mixing over in Blender. Okay, so we're back over in Blender and we've got this mix node here and it's a bit boring at the moment with just these two colors. Now I've got an idea I'd like to try. I'd like to try adjusting this factor using a texture. So let's go ahead and go to textures. And of course, if you've got an image texture you could apply, you could go ahead and do that. But in this case, I'm going to use one of these generated textures. Wave, I'm going to add that to our model. Oh, I've added it to the wrong part. There we go. So in the factor, and let's just have a look at what the wave is outputting on the color and on the factor. Well, it's outputting the same thing on both in this case. So here we have a black and white texture. So it's alternating between green and red. So let's go back to our mix node and see what the output of there is. Okay, and everything together. Okay, that's starting to come together. Now I'm going to play with the scale settings here. And I want to increase the distortion, so it's a bit wavier. Okay, there's a lot of distortion there. Let's lower the scale even more if I can. And this detail, I'm going to up the detail so we get a kind of a mottled effect. Okay, so it's going to take a little bit of playing to get the kind of effect that I want. So I'm not quite there at the moment. 50, let's try 150. Aha, that's starting to look better. Excellent. So I'm going to change these colors here so they're a bit more representative of what the sort of colors that I want. And again, I'm going to try and avoid using too extreme colors. I want them to be semi-realistic. Okay. So we've got almost like a cloud-covered marble or something along those lines. Now, to add a little more interest into this, I could actually use this wave texture that we've got here because it's black and white. We can use it to control something else. Now, flat things like this are boring, so we can add some real texture, some real bumps to it by utilizing this wave texture as well to control a bump node. So if I go ahead and add in a bump node, I've got to remember where it is. It's under vector bump. And we can use it to control the height. So I'm going to use the factor in this case to control the height. And then I'm going to have a look and isolate the bump node and see what's happening. Now we will see the normal output, but we can see there's quite a cool texture being applied there. And we can adjust the strength of that accordingly. I'm going to leave it set to 1. And distance here is obviously going to make it more or less extreme. And I'm going to leave that quite low down so we don't overly exaggerate what's going on. Okay, so with these together, let's have a look at what it looks like. Oh, I need to plug the normal into the normal input we've got set up. Hey, how about that? That's starting to look much more interesting with all the textures. Now we've got something we can look at, and I can see that we can still see some facets around here because we've not applied a subsurface division modifier to it to smooth it out for shading. Now we can go in and tweak these settings just a little more. It looks almost like rivers running through a valley. We could use a color ramp node to make things even more interesting here. Now, I'm not going to go diving into details there, but I really like that. It looks like some sort of rocky marble. Let's turn the scale down, tweak it a little more. Okay. There's lots and lots of fun you can have just tweaking settings left, right, and center just to see what you can come up with. And of course, I've not got time to play with it all. Ooh, I like that. I've not got time to play with it all day long, but I'll leave you guys to do that. Please share your work in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to the geometry node. In this video, we're going to use this node to take control of an object's normals. You'll see that the vector coordinates, or the direction the normals are facing in, we will observe are represented as world space normals. So before we've been dealing with tangential or even object space, these are going to be represented in world space. So they'll look similar but slightly different to what we've seen in the past. And we shall use this node to control the amount of Fresnel based upon the amount of roughness that a surface has. So before we go and hop on over into Blender, let's just go through a quick reminder of normals. I'm sure you've all got this by now. Here we have a very simple isosphere with the face normals projected out. And let's just see what we're aiming to do with the node itself. And I'm going to grab a pen and digital bit of paper to show you what's going to go on. Okay, so we're going to have the camera in the scene itself. So I'll draw that in here. And here we have a circle, for instance, with its normals coming out. And I'm only going to draw a few of them. Obviously, there's a lot of normals when it comes out of a circle. This is a 2D representation, of course. We're going to really deal with a sphere. Now, these normals here are not going to be seen by the camera itself, so we can ignore those completely in this example. But what we can do with the geometry node is tell Blender, instead of the normal going out in its normal direction, every single normal faces the camera. Obviously, that's going to look odd, but we can use that to our advantage when using it to control other nodes. And we'll do that now as we hop on over into Blender. So let's go play about with our node now, and with our nodes, and see what we can come up with. And again, I'm going to construct a simple scene, or in this case, I'm actually going to go to my scene at the very back. I'm going to use Control to turn everything on, and I'm going to once again use a simple sphere to work with. So I'm going to open up my scene here and turn everything off, apart from Fireball. So he turns everything else off. There, and there. Okay. So we've got a very interesting shader setup here. Bit like before, where we've got a bump node and the other bits running around it with the wave texture. Believe I've applied the part of this to an emission shader, so it actually glows and lights up its surroundings as well. Hence its name, Fireball. Anyway, enough of this particular texture or this particular material. What I'm going to do is actually apply a PBR plastic to it, so we can work with a simple material. Okay, so what we need to do is, first of all, add in a geometry node so we can work with that, and then go through and see how that actually affects the rest of our model. So let's go into the node setup here and just have a look. Okay, so we need to add a geometry. Let's go ahead and find that. It's under Input, Geometry, and it gives us a series of options. I'll run through them really quickly, but not in great detail. The position is its position in the world. So if I literally move that about, you can see it changes color depending on its X, Y, Z location. Okay, I'm not moving it up and down because it's just easier not to do that. Normal. Well, unsurprisingly, that is the world normals, and that is the standard normal coming off of this particular object. This sphere itself has hundreds of normals spread out across its surface, and the direction or the vector coordinates of those normals relate directly to the color mix in between all of these shades. Tangent is its tangential coordinates based upon the real world. True normal. Now, we're going to have a little bit of a hard time seeing this on this particular object. Yeah, there we go. This is how it looks without the smoothing applied. So even if your model is smoothed, you can use the true normals rather than the interpolated ones between when you've got smooth shading turned on. Incoming. Now, that has made obviously, if we zoom in really close here, let's just make this bigger, it will change the normals slightly depending on the angle to the camera. But as we zoom out, we end up with all the normals pretty much facing the same direction towards the camera, or in this case, the viewport. Parametric is interesting. It's generally used to make lattices or grids if you wanted to go around that way. Back-facing. Now, this is one that you can use to your advantage if you want one material on one side and one material on another. Because if the normals are facing outwards, it's colored black, and if they're facing inwards, it's colored white. The only way of doing that is to go inside, and there we go. That's the inside of our sphere going white. Pointiness is something that's hard to show on this particular model, but it basically goes from black to white depending on convex or concave, or how concave something is. Now, the surface of this sphere is continuously convex as it's uniform convexity. I don't know if that's a word, but I'm going to stick with it. It's uniform convex, so it's all one color as it goes round. Now, if we were to make it dimple or have a sharp ridge, you could then see the effect. So if it's incredibly sharp, coming out of your model, being concave, it will be almost white. And if it's going into your model and is equally as sharp, a deep groove, that will be colored close to black. And you can use something like a color ramp or a brightness and contrast node in order to exaggerate that. And then perhaps set up a mix shader with two different outputs. And depending on those outputs, you can use the pointiness to basically color anything that has a sharp output, or perhaps a rust material or a more worn material. You often find that painted surfaces that have sharp edges, the paint wears off of the sharp edges rather than the flat faces. So you can use that type of control. Now, we need to basically see what's the effect of this on our Fresnel node. Now, the issue with having a node group like this is I can't just see what the Fresnel node looks like. I can't poll it like I can normally. So in this particular case, there's a couple of options. We could rearrange the group in order to work out what's going on and move the Fresnel outside, and that's a bit of faff. So in this particular case, I'm going to tab out, and I'm going to go to the node menu and ungroup, or Alt and G. And that'll just break everything out of that group again. Okay, so let's now have a look at what's going on. I'm leave enough space here and zoom in. So we've got our standard setup that we've played with plenty of times. Okay, I'm happy with everything here. So what we want here, we don't have a value node coming in here to control it. So let's add a value node. So here we go, value node. Then we can control this top value by the power of 2.5, and that's going to control our roughness. Let's just make sure everything's working. So obviously a value of 1 is going to be totally rough. Value of 0.5 is going to be slightly shiny. And 0.1 has some gloss. We can see the area around it. Now I'm going to color in the surface a darker color just so we can see the reflections a little more clearly. There we go. Perfect. I can actually see the reflections really well. So let's have a look at the Fresnel node and see what's going on here. Okay, so this is the Fresnel fall off as standard. Now, as standard is this normal here. So let's go ahead and plug that in and make sure it's still working. Excellent. Now, what happens if we try some of these other ones? Okay, that's not giving us a desired result. That's not giving a desired result. True normal? Well, that's going to be the same as normal, just a bit more faceted. Incoming? Okay. Let's just unplug that. If we look at the very center of this particular Fresnel, if we plug in incoming, the normals are all facing us, so there's no more Fresnel effect. So if we were to mix between these two, we should be able to control the Fresnel node based upon this value down here. So this is one of the ways we can actually change this Fresnel around. And that leads me on to a challenge. Okay, I'd like you to go ahead and set up your nodes. So finish off the setup of our nodes so that as the roughness increases, you'll want the Fresnel effect to decrease. Give it some thought, pause the video now, and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go finish off the setup of our nodes and control the roughness and Fresnel with only one slider. Okay, so we are almost here at the moment. Now we've got a geometry node here and we need to blend between, I think we need to blend between normal and incoming. Now there's a couple of ways of blending, but because these values here are vector values, we can actually use the color mix RGB node we were using in the last section. So let's just add these two together. I'm going to put incoming on the bottom and normal on the top. I'm just going to poll the output here, see what happens as we go from one to the other. Okay, let's plug the color output here into the normal input here. Now, hopefully that won't need anything else doing to it, because obviously we've got normal values coming in and normal values coming out. Now, obviously, we can change the ratio of mixes through here, because the mix node here will be assuming it is a color going through. So it may actually change the, color correct it basically. So we do have to be a little bit careful when we use the RGB node like this. But let's move this down, and hopefully we see the Fresnel effect come back into full effect. Perfect. So now let's just make sure we've got these the right way around. I think we have. Well, the best thing to do is plug this in. So when it's glossy, or a value of 0 here, we want it to be fully normal. So the top one, excellent. And as we move it across, as we increase the roughness, we want the Fresnel effect to go down. Now, it's only ever going to go up to 1. So 1 should be completely uniformly, not black, but it's going to be about a 20% grey or something along those lines. Okay, that looks like it's working really well. So let's go and poll the mix shader, and let's see what happens. So I'm going to hold down shift so I can, well, I'm just going to click this and go between them. Okay, so this is almost 100% reflective in this case, and we've got a nice reflection going around our model. And let's make it slightly rougher. And as it's getting rougher, the Fresnel effect should start falling off. And of course, we can add other things in here to change the fall off rate. Perfect. So this is getting quite rough now, and there's still a little bit of reflection. It's not very clear anymore, but it's starting to work really, really well. This is very close to how the real world works. So we've got a value node here that's controlling all of this. Now what we can do is pop this all back in to our mix, into our group. So let's go ahead here and node, make a group. Okay, so we've got a group input. What do we want to control? Well, we want to control this value here. Now, there's no input to this value. So what we can do here is literally drag a value across to the input here and then link it up individually. There we go. So it's just called value here. That value is no good. It doesn't explain what it is. So this is going to be roughness. Okay, perfect. What else do we need to make sure we've got on this input so we can control it? Well, if it's got texture, we're going to want to control the normals of everything here. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm just literally going to link them one by one into here. Oh, let's go normal. I just pulled that out of somewhere. I'm going to have to plug it back in a moment. So we've got mix, the color coming out of here. This was the roughness. The fact that the color comes out into that normal. Okay, so it's that normal there. It needs to be controlled by here. So here we've got an issue where if we want the normal to affect the Fresnel, we can't have it coming in. So we'll have to mix those or even add them together if we wanted to control the Fresnel with a normal map as well. I don't think that's necessary in this particular case, so I'm going to leave it out. Now, I do want the base color coming out, so I'm going to plug this in, and I'm not going to leave it as color. I'm going to call it diffuse or base or whatever you're working with. Albedo map is another name it's used, diffuse color. Of course, that could be a texture. That could be no end of things. Okay, is there anything else that I want to expose to the outside of this node? I don't think there is. Color, no. The color of the reflections, I'm going to leave as they are. The power, do I want to be able to control that rate? No, that's fine. So I've got this loose entity here. I'm going to get rid of that. Okay, and tab out. So I've now got this node group that has a roughness slider that I can control. Obviously, it only controls it between 0 and 1. Anything greater than that is just either 100% smooth or 100% rough. Now, most things in the real world are not rough, of course. well, sorry, not entirely rough or entirely smooth. They're slightly polished in certain places. So again, going back to using textures to control things, I could put in a wave texture here and plug it into roughness, and you can see here, well, it almost looks like a ripple effect in this case. But if I scale that down just a little, perhaps to 1, so we haven't got so much, we can see it's glossy in places and matte in others, as if it's been slightly polished somewhere and not in other places. And again, when we link this together, we can see that the black band itself, let's go back to our node group, the black band is indicating where it's going to be most glossy, and the white band is where it's going to be most matte. And we can use that to our advantage. Obviously, we're using a generated texture here, so it's not going to have quite the effect that I'd like to demonstrate. But if you had mapped your particular sphere here that we were working on, and there was a particular area of it that was handled often, so had naturally polished, again, that can help with the realism of your models, where some bits are going to be naturally more polished or glossy than others. So I'm just going to clear that out there. The final thing that I haven't done here, I'm going to change that back to a red because I do like that red, and I'm going to make it a little bit lighter again, is actually save this particular material. Otherwise, it's going to get lost. So I've only played with my default settings here. So all I need to do is literally save the startup file. But before I do that, I do want to make sure I'm back in a kind of a default position. So I usually look from this angle. It doesn't matter whether you're in rendered mode or not, because it automatically will open like this. So we've got our stage there. I'm going to flip back around to layer 1. I'm going to open this back up again, so it's how I want it next time I start. And of course, you can adjust yours to however you like. I'm going to hide the rest of my examples, close down the hierarchy here. I like that. That all looks good. So I'm going to save my startup file. And that's now saved that new PBR plastic material. We've improved upon it because now we're able to change the roughness and the Fresnel effect on the same time. How did you guys get on? Are you starting to get the hang of modifying your original blend files every time you open it up? You're not having to start afresh anymore. It's incredibly useful being able to do that. As always, make sure you share your work in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Hue, Saturation and Value, also abbreviated to HSV. So we might have seen this already as we've been playing about when we're mixing colours together, but we're going to go into a bit more depth of what it means and how we can use it to our advantage. So in this video, we'll get to grips with what hue, saturation and value really mean. An HSV value is a cylindrical representation, so if you imagine a cylinder in front of you, of a point in RGB color space. So we'll go into more details in that in a moment. Simply put, hue simply means the color or shade. Is it red? Is it green? Is it blue? Whatever. The saturation is how much of there is that color. And finally, value can be considered like a brightness, with a value of 0 being black and a value of 1 being white. And that's kind of all mixed together to make a shade. So let's go and hop on over into Blender and play with the HSV values. Okay, so we're over in my new default file here, and let's go play with colors. So I'm going to turn my cube here. I'm going to go to it. We've got a material already applied to it. So I'm going to go to material mode so we can see what's going on. I'm not going to bother rendering and seeing what's going on in that point. I'm just going to leave it on material mode. Okay, so let's go to the diffuse color option on our material and switch it over not to RGB but to hue, saturation and value so we can see what goes on here. So let's first of all have a look. We've got a color wheel in front of us and this slider going up and down. So if you see that as the top here of a cylinder, and as we go down the cylinder, it gets darker and darker. Obviously, it's quite hard to represent a 3D shape in 2D space, but I've lost it there. But it is possible to do it with these two sliders. So hue, well, hue basically means where it is along this circle, with a value of 0 being red and a value of 1 also being red. Now that's a little bit confusing, but see it as 0 to 360 degrees around that circle. Once you've traveled 360 degrees, you're back at the same point. So a value of 1 or 0 is red. Now, green and blue are exactly a third of the way around this. So if we set this to 1 over 3, we'll see that the color will turn green. If we set it to 2 over 3, we will see that it turns blue. So that pretty much nails down what the hue means. It's literally what color it is. Saturation is going to move this little dot, this point, inwards towards white. So a saturation of 0 is always going to place it in the middle. Of course, then it doesn't matter what the hue is because there's none of that color. It means no color at all. Oh, key disappearing off of there. Finally, the value is this slider here. And so if we turn that down, we can make something darker. So we've still got a hue and a saturation of 0 here, and we've got ourselves a grey. If we turn the hue up, because we've got a saturation of 0, none of that hue is being applied. If I set this to well, let's go for a green. So let's go for 1 over 3. So I know it's going to be about a third. So it's going to move from the center point here towards the outer edge. And if we turn up the saturation, we can see it slowly moving and our object getting more and more green. Now, if we want a lighter shade of green, we can increase the value as well here. The final channel that you can see here is the alpha channel. So how opaque or visible it is. Now we're not going to play with that at the moment. So what we can also do is if we hop into the node editor is there is a node that's called hue, saturation and value as well. So I'm going to ungroup this lot here so we can play with what's inside. There we go. I think I'm going to have a vertical workspace instead. So let's move everything around. I don't need much here to see what color things are changing. So let's zoom in a little and give myself as much space as I possibly can so you guys can see what's going on. Okay, so we've got this color here. So what we can do here is we can add an input, an RGB value. So if we add in an RGB value, that's like having that control available to us so we can control the color without clicking on color first and going in. So now we've got that, we can go to color and go to hue and saturation. I'm going to plug this in so that we're changing the color. Also, we've got some control, some extra control to highlight the point. Having trouble connecting those two things because they're too close. There we go. So if I set this as green, so a value of 0.5 on the hue, saturation and value node, or the HSV node, we can see that this slider here starts at 0.5. And what that means is we can go halfway around the circle one way or halfway around the circle the other, totaling 360 degrees. So if I decide to go to 0, I should imagine it will come out a pink color or a magenta. There we go. If I wanted to go to make this blue instead of green, we can change this here to, oh, what's that going to be? That's going to be a quarter of the way around the circle, so 0.75. There we go, a blue in color. Obviously, we can tweak those to get the actual blue that you wanted. There we go, so it's more like 0.8 to get to the darker blue from this point on the circle. Now, of course, you'll be thinking at this point in time, well, Mike, why can't I just plug the color in that I want? Well, sometimes you don't have the ability to just pick on a color wheel. You might be dealing with a texture itself that you need to make a slightly different color. And that's going to come in useful if you want to change the color of a texture someone's given you, or even how dark the texture is, or even how saturated it is as well. So you can use this node itself to change the actual incoming color. And finally, we've got a factor as well, so we can change the amount that that's being applied. So I've put in a value of 0.8 there, so it goes to a blue. Now, if I want it a lighter blue, I'm going to decrease the amount that it's going to impact the image. So if you need to make more subtle changes, you can use the factor to shift things with a lot more finesse. And now It's time for a challenge. That's right, we're finally going to hop back to our main project here. Now we've got some more materials experience and actually apply it to a simple model to begin with. We're going to make a human eye. So use all of the knowledge you've gained to this point to create a realistic eye. So we're going to be focused more on getting things physically accurate. So make sure you've got your reference material to focus on. Now, I have included an iris texture in the section resources, or of course you can make or use your own. And this iris texture is blue. So if you wanted a different color, you might want to use a hue saturation node to change that around. Now, consider the white of the eye as well. This is one thing that a lot of people forget about. They put lots of detail into the iris because it's quite a prominent part of the eye. Well, the eyeball itself, the rest of it is not going to be a single color. Equally, don't spend too much working on the back of the eye because you're very unlikely to see that. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop back over into Blender and make a realistic human eye. Okay, so we're over on our head here, and well, it's a bit misaligned at the moment, so we can sort that out, but I'm going to focus on the eyes for the moment. Make sure they're roughly in the right position before we go ahead and work on them. So we can see here, as we zoom in, that the center of the eye itself isn't lined up with the center of the eye in the image. Now, my head's slightly twisted in this shot, so it's not a great example, but this eye does need moving. So I'm going to go into edit mode and literally make sure I've got the right thing selected. I'm literally going to move the eye itself so that it is in the right place. Now I'm going to turn snapping off. That's what's making it behave a little bizarrely. Now I'm going to whiz around to the side view as well and check it out there. Okay, so we've got our pupil just here and we've got our eye here. So I can see it's a bit low. So in this case, I'm going to move it only upwards and check it again. Okay, that looks pretty good. Maybe up a little more. Okay, so let's whiz back around to the front and see how it's looking there. Obviously, it's going to look odd with the head. So I'm happy with the pupil being in the right place, but the reference image is still a little low in this case. So I am going to shift the reference image up, and I'm going to move it about to help me out more than anything else. So let's go in. There we go. It didn't need to be moved that far at all. So it's helping me out. Now I'm going to have to either sculpt. I could go into the sculpting methodology or just move the vertices around to actually make the eye look a bit less odd because, well, my eyes don't look like that. In fact, I think the whole face is a bit narrow looking at it and the jawline's not quite strong enough. But anyway, let's go ahead and hide everything else with Shift and H so we can work on just the eyes. And now we've got just the eyes in the scene, let's focus on them and look on them from the front. Let's zoom in on just one of them and just see how the mesh is lined up. Okay, so that's a happy coincidence, if nothing else. This whole section here, could do with a bigger circle select tool, but that whole section there is basically the iris. Now that I find interesting because after last time working on an eye, which was back on the bunny, we didn't really care about realism or anything along those lines. But if we now have a look at how much of that's actually selected, that's a tiny bit of the overall eyeball is going to be the iris. Now I thought, you know, again, not using reference material, that the iris would be bigger than it really is. So it is kind of important to remember to use reference material, otherwise you end up with non-realistic items. So that's going to be the iris there, and I'm going to do some modeling now to make the eye more eye-shaped, and I'll see you guys back in a few moments. Okay, to show you where I'm at the moment with the modeling stage, I've got my slightly elongated spheres here representing the eyes, and I've matched that up to my eye on the head as well. And then inside of that, I've made an iris. So whereas before we made a cap to do the lens, this time I'm going to use textures to make sure that the lens is glass or that effect, and the iris is inside. And if we can view the iris, which we can't without it being in wireframe mode because it's inside. There's the iris just there. And looking at that, that's actually slightly too large. So I'm glad that I've shown that at this point. So I can go in and change it and move it about. But that basically just needs to be moved a little bit further forward. I think that's, yeah, it's that circle there that's going to have the iris texture on it. Okay, let's go apply those textures. I'll be back in a few moments. Okay, so we've unwrapped the actual mesh and applied a texture. If we whiz over here, we've got this texture that I've got here, and we've got a basic node set up. We've got a texture coordinate to tell Blender how to map the image. And then we've got color coming out for the moment, just for a diffuse color. Now, the one thing that I do want to be able to do is change the color of the eyes. I don't have blue eyes, I have brown eyes. And we can do that with a color, hue, saturation, plop that in there, and literally I can move the hue and saturation backwards and forwards and see what we get. Now I'm going to change this here to the 3D view so we can actually see what's going on. So here's our new iris, and let's move that along. Well, do I want purple eyes? Let's move it along with a bit. Oh, green. Green's very nice. And, oh, there, almost there. Value. Well, let's boost it up a little so I can get a deeper red. Let's make it a bit browner. There we go. Ooh, I'm not quite sure I like that. Almost there. There we go. I'm happy with that for the moment. So we can tinker about with that to our heart's content, obviously. Now, let's go on with the rest of the eye. Okay, so the eye is getting a bit of color applied to it now. I have marked a seam around the equator of the eye there, and I've unwrapped the eye, as we can see over... Oh, where have I hidden it? And I've unwrapped it. I've created a new image called iBase, and I've saved that. And this is in the resources as well, as if you want to use this particular one, if you've not got the time to go in and paint it manually. So I've got the back of the eye here and the front of the eye here. And I've gone in and just literally started smoothing it out at the moment to add a bit of paint to it. A bit more color. So I'm going to continue doing that. It's going to take a few minutes to do, and I shall see you back in a few moments. Okay, so I'm getting to the point where I want some blood vessels on my eye. Now, it can be very difficult to make these. However, what I've gone and done is I've gone onto my painting area. So I'm in the texture paint of the 3D editor. And I've scrolled down to texture mask. Now, I can't select anything until we've got a texture there. So I've gone across to the textures tab. And at the top here, changed it to a brush mask, the texture. And after playing for a bit with the marble effect, I found out that I needed to invert it. Otherwise, it was putting more blood in than... Here we go. Here's an example here. It's leaving sort of like the lanes free rather than, or the blood vessels non-red. And I didn't want that. I wanted it the other way around. So there we go. So you end up with this black and white. And after playing with all of the settings, I managed to find something that, in my mind, looks relatively close to a blood vessel. So I can go in, and Blender does lock up if I try and use it too much or on too large a scale. But there we go. We've got blood vessels very easily, a bit randomly, of course, but I think that's a pretty good effect. The question is, of course, how much is this going to be seen? I also don't want to have a bloodshot eye. So let's not go too over the top with it. Oh, that's going right. Well, let's see how that looks. I can always come back and play with my texture later on. And in fact, I can also come in here and perhaps smear this middle area, or even not on here, maybe on the image itself. Oh, Blender's thinking. Here we go. Maybe even on here, limit it and perhaps even smear it out in this center area. Okay, so the other map that I've made is basically a mask map where we have just a black dot telling us where the pupil and iris are going to be, effectively creating the lens for us. And we'll look at how that's going to be working in a few moments. So first of all, let's go and have a look at the node setup that's creating this eye. So if we whiz back over here, first of all, we start off with the fact we're telling Blender with a texture coordinate that we're mapping these textures with UV. Now let's have a look at the two textures themselves. We've got this one which just masks out the pupil and iris area, and then we've got the eye base itself. And we see here we've not got anything over the actual eye itself. That's completely ignored because we deal with that later on. So we've got a diffuse map, which is, well, with that base color applied across the entire model. And we've got glossiness, okay, and they're mixed together, again, using a Fresnel node with the factor. So we get a nice level of gloss, and we can see our 3-point lighting coming into effect here. Okay, the final thing here is the glass shader. So the glass shader is only being applied to the pupil, and the reason why it's only being applied to the pupil is because of this mixed shader here. We're simply saying that anything that's a value of 0, i.e. black, will be this first or top shader. So I could move those around a bit to try and be a bit neater, but I've tried to keep things just in order. And so we go to that final layer and combine everything together, and we get a lovely eye. The final thing to do, of course, is let's go to an outliner so we can turn back on my head. There we go. There's the head, or it should be appearing momentarily. There we go. Now, this isn't going to be great at the moment because we still need to modify the mesh of the head itself, and it's certainly taking a lot longer now to render than it's done before because the materials are getting more complex. But we can see here it's roughly in the right place. We just now need to start modifying the head as well. Now, how did you guys get on? Did you go through a similar creation process with the eye? Did you go about it a different way? I love seeing you guys work and the methods you use to get there. So remember to share your work and methods in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Making Objects Separately. In this video, we're going to get back into modeling, and the main reason for that is we cannot fully texture our model until the modeling stage itself is complete. And of course, at the moment, my model doesn't have an ear, and it needs a bit of detailing on it as well. And of course, with texturing, we need to UV unwrap our model. And every time we move the mesh, the UV map will get less and less accurate and start to cause artifacts. So we want to get that modeling done, or as close as it can be, so we can then get on to texturing and adding those materials to our model. Now, we're going to take a look at the ear in this section. With all the folds in it, it can be quite a challenge. Essentially, there are two main loops for the ear, the inner and outer loop, and I'll show you those in a few seconds. We're going to make it separately in this case in order to focus on the actual model of the ear itself. So isolation can be both a good and a bad thing. There is some natural isolation. If you were making a model where, let's say, a car, you'd have several components that would be separate from one another. With the model of the head, of course, ideally you don't want separate nose, separate mouth, separate eyes. Well, eyes, yes, because we have made them separately. So that's about the only thing. And if you were making teeth, I suppose you'd go for that as well. But the ear itself is actually attached to the head. So in some ways you think, oh, well, can't I just make it from the head mesh? Well, in this case, what I would like to do is actually focus on the ear without worrying about the head itself. Now, obviously that has good and bad implications, but we can move backwards and forwards all the time, or just turn the head on and off and see what's going on. But it does mean that you're not going to spoil your head mesh accidentally in the process of making the ear. Especially if you start using something like a sculpt tool, you don't want to accidentally grab part of the head and have to keep undoing. So making it separately at this point is a good thing, and then we can reattach it to the head afterwards. So let's now go explore those two main loops and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so in front of us here we have one I made earlier, and you can see that the ear itself looks pretty good once we've got, oh, let's turn on our lights, and let me guess the lights are on a different layer. There we go. So we've got a nice ear going on here. Now it will depend on what your ear looks like that you're modeling on it may look different to this. Some ears have more folds or more creases or more defined shapes. Some people have bigger ear lobes, etc. Of course, I've modeled mine on the head I've got in front of me, and it follows nicely the curvature of the ear I've got. In fact, the lobe down here is perhaps a bit bigger than is in the reference material, but I'm absolutely fine with that. And of course, we've spread the ear out itself so that, let's go back to the mesh. There we go, looks nice. We've actually got a sort of plane to mount it on. Now, one of the things that we'll have to contend with in a bit, and this comes with all modeling when you do something separately, is joining it back together. So we will have a series of vertices around the edge. So taking this one, for example, when I've selected it, there are 20 vertices. That means there needs to be 20 on the one we're linking it to. And I can almost guarantee there won't be that on the head model. So we'll have to, when we get to this stage, actually move the detail down as it comes towards this edge here, so we don't have such a problem merging it together. Okay, so without further ado, let's go ahead and start modeling this. And I'm going to go ahead and open up my head file. Okay, that looks a bit odd there. It looks like Blender's being a tiny bit funny. Well, the eye is in fact there. It just happens to be a quirk of Blender. Never mind. So let's whiz around to the side and go to layer 2. Okay, now I'm going to be modeling now poly to poly this ear itself. And this is just one way of making an ear. There are loads of different ways of making it. We could literally go in and sculpt it afresh. We could go in and make it from the head itself. But this way itself is the easiest way I found of making something that's a bit more complicated, like an ear, but actually getting it sort of to the shape I want it straight away. Now I'm going to add this in a very straightforward manner. I'm going to add a single vertex and then extrude that vertex. And that gives us an edge to work with. And when we extrude an edge, we get a face to work with. Now, this is one of these times where if you want to copy me exactly, that's absolutely fine. So I want 8 of these pieces going out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so that's the outer loop made. In fact, I'm just going to move some of these bits about. There we go. And this is obviously going to be quite low poly. Now, to get the inner loop itself, I'm going to start from this place here and come down. Now, what we'll want to do, I'm going to scale that in ever so slightly. What we'll want to do as we come round here is make sure that edges start lining up properly, so that when we get to this point here, we can merge vertices here and this one here. So this one does need to come down a little more. Okay, so this itself will become a quad shortly. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one will become a quad, and there'll be a quad in the middle here as well. So I'm going to go down to this point here and move it around. Now, this is quite manual, as you're probably, as you're watching me there. Now, I don't want to actually merge any vertices just yet, just in case I want to move things about. So I'm going to turn my snapping tool off, and I've got automatically merge vertices turned on at the moment. I'm going to turn that off for safety. I know that sounds an odd thing to say, but I don't want a problem when it comes to sorting this out. Okay, so we're almost there, because this final one itself, let's just move this here and scale it up a little, is all the way to the top here. It's going to require a big rotate around. Now, be careful about going around inside yourself. You don't want the model looking like that. We want it like that. Okay, so I'm happy with this rough outline here. I'm going to go to Vertex and Snap Mode turned on and Merge Vertex automatically. So I'm going to move this one and plonk it on there, and this one to here, this one to here, this one to here, this one to here, and this one to here. Okay, oh, there's one final one here and here. Okay, so we should end up with a quad that we have to fill in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, fill. 1, 2, oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, fill. 1, 2, 3, oh, 3, 4, fill. Okay. So we should end up with a shape looking roughly like this. Now, at the moment, I'm not too concerned about it not matching exactly the reference material. This is, of course, an opportunity that you can go in and start tweaking it slightly so it resembles it just a little bit close or more closely. But I'm happy with the overall layout of that. And we need more detail anyway in there, and we can sort that out in a bit. This particular one here, I am going to scale in ever so slightly. Okay, so this face in the middle here is going to be the hole in the ear, so I might as well sort that out now. And I'm just going to literally push that, extrude it actually, move it here, scale it in ever so slightly, and move it to the front. So there's that is a bit deep actually, as because I'm in orthographic projection that has happened. So I've got no idea of perspective, of course. So that'll do for the input there. So around the outside here, if we imagine the ear itself, this edge here is going to have some thickness to it. So we can go around the edge itself all the way to the bottom and extrude. Now I'm going to change the transform orientation back to global, so I can actually extrude in the x-axis in this case. Now I've also noticed that my model seems to have its normals all skew with. Probably just the way I started the modeling. I'm literally just going to flip those normals. Normals, flip normals, and there we go. We've now got things on the outside and the inside. Perfect. Okay, so now we've got this here. We can go around the edge itself, the complete edge, not just there. Okay. There we go. And then we can extrude again. Now, this is going to require a bit more manipulation. So I'm just going to pull it out, that far, because we can faff about with it in a moment. And I'm going to move all of these just apart ever so slightly and also move snapping off again. And we want these to line up. So I'm going to select the entire edge loop running around there and scale XX0 with this set to normal. So let's just try that. Scale, I think it's going to be XX0. Yeah, there we go. So now everything is coplanar. Excellent. So I'm going to move this back now to about there. Oh, no, that is far too far. There we go. And scale that in. So that's kind of the backside of the ear itself. And then we need to do another extrude because we need somewhere to mount it to the head itself. And then we can scale that outwards and move our model around. So, I don't want vertex select. I want this select. Let's grab this and move it back. I'm going to turn proportional editing on, or not inset, editing on. So I can move the entire thing just back. There we go. So it's just not in the way. And then it's a matter of manipulating these here and getting that flat surface for the ear to mold. Now, at the moment, you can see we've got some intersecting faces here. That is a matter of moving vertices around until you get them in the right place. Now, this can be a bit challenging to get it right and a bit infuriating, but if you go around your model lots and make small changes rather than big ones, you'll soon see what's going on. Now this at this point here, this is obviously too wide. That ear is standing out massively, so we've also got to move the edge that's somewhere along here and just push it out ever so slightly. And again, bring your reference material back again so you can move things in a more realistic manner. And this has a lot of tweaking to do. And of course, that leads us on to a challenge. Okay, I'd like you to finish modeling the ear itself. So go ahead, finish off the ear. Remember to add detail. Now, ears are not flat. You can go a bit crazy with it as well. So obviously, some features, when they're exaggerated, only a little, don't go over the top, but if they're exaggerated, they can help convey a better sense of depth there. Now, at the moment, the ear we've got is far too wide, so that'll have to be manipulated. Flip forward and back between the head model itself and the ear. And remember that you will have to add a subdivision surface modifier at some point, so the ear will actually shrink from where it is. Now, I wouldn't recommend, in my experience, just adding a subdivision surface modifier and applying it to get yourself more vertices to work with. I would actually just subdivide the mesh if you need more vertices to work with. The reason for that is if it shrinks immediately, you've got a problem from where you were starting from. So just subdivide without actually using the subdivision surface modifier, or just use simple as the option on the subdivision surface modifier. That would also work as well. And just a reminder, you have the sculpt tool as well. Now, this can help if you're struggling moving vertices about, just dragging them. You can use the sculpt tool to help provide a bit more adjustment in a more artistic manner rather than precise moving that vertex about. Okay, so finally, before we crack on with that, just a reminder that this modeling itself, when I've done the modeling of an ear in the past, it's typically taken around half an hour or so to get roughly right, and maybe another half an hour of tweaking as well. So don't expect this to suddenly miraculously look like a wonderful ear. You're going to have to tweak and modify it. And of course, when I show you the challenge results, as far as I'm concerned, it's not going to be real time. I'll skip through the various points that I find important when I'm modeling the ear. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go finish modeling our ear. Okay, so before I get cracking with any further detail, I am going to see what it looks like on our head. Now, I'm not expecting it to be smack bang on the head just at the moment. In fact, it's in the head itself. So that's going to be roughly here, and I might as well get it orientated correctly as well. So I'm going to rotate it about there and push it back into the model. So there we go. We've got there you go, front profile there. So we can see here, one ear sticks out further than the other. Now, you may or may not want to do that with your particular model, but it is important to have a look at reference material because some people's ears stick out more than others. So even though it's too high at this point in the model, on the back end, it really needs to be pulled out. But first of all, let's add some more geometry to here. Let's go to layer 2 by itself. Now, it is important to hop backwards and forwards and check this often. Now, before I do anything else here, I need to sort out this mess down at the bottom here. It shouldn't take too long to do, but I will see you guys back in a few moments. Okay, so that is looking pretty good now. They were just a bit on top of one another, or rather one was pulled one way too far and not the other. So you ended up with a lot of non-planar geometry, but that doesn't matter too much, but it was intersecting, which does matter. So I'm happy with that overall shape for my ear. The next thing to do is to go ahead and select everything, because we're subdividing everything. I'm going to use the specials menu to get with the W key and subdivide right at the top there, and only one level. So I'm just going to open up the tool shelf and make sure there's only one level. Excellent. So now we should find we've got a couple of loops. Let's make sure our loops are still intact as well. So we've got a loop running around here, and of course it'll go all the way around our model in this case, and there should be another one right next to it, and then we've got an inner ear loop as well. Okay, perfect. So we've got a very flat ear at the moment. This is no good itself. So at this point, now I've got the extra geometry, I'm going to go in and subdivide, or add a subdivision surface modifier. Now, this extra geometry helps cage our model and stops it collapsing too much in on itself. So that should still be roughly the right size, which it is. And of course, now's the time to go in and grab the edges like this edge here. Let's do all the way around here. Of course, an ear is not flat, so let's Oh, should we just move that in? I'm going to move it in, but select normal here and just push it in. Excellent. So we start to have a shape of our ear. Now, in this case, I'm going to also push a couple of these upwards, which will help pinch the ear itself. Now, I've got proportional editing turned on. I don't actually want too much of it turned on here, because I'm going to grab this lot here and pull it over the top to make a lip. And of course, this is going to be more and more tweaking to try and get the right shapes involved. I'm also going to turn smooth shading on as well, as our ears are lovely and smooth. We can already see this is starting to take shape wonderfully. So I'm going to go around here and manipulate some more vertices and get it sorted. Okay, so I'm just putting together the final bits of my model here and just going back to the reference material and looking at the contours. So we've got a contour that flows around here and back again. So it's a good idea to try and make your mesh reflect that by just tweaking it ever so slightly and pulling some bits closer and some bits further away. So sometimes I can move a face as a whole. Sometimes I push a vertex up just to add that little bit of a crease into our model. So I'm quite happy with how my ears turned out. How's yours turned out? Did it take you a couple of times to get your ear right? It certainly does when you first start, and that's what it's currently looking like on the model. So of course, I'm not too happy with how it looks in terms of here, so I'm going to modify it a bit more, I think. But I'm happy with that as a starting point now, because we've got a fairly detailed ear on our model. Please share your ears in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to joining separate objects. In this video, we will join the two meshes we've created together, forming one mesh object. Now, there is more than one way to do this. Obviously not the joining, but the actual mechanics of how to make it look seamless between the two objects once you've brought them together. And of course, it is likely to involve some retopology. So let's go explore this now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we have our two mesh objects here, and well, first of all, let's join them together. So selected to the active one, excellent, and then press Control and J, and there we go, done. No, I'm kidding. We've got a bit more to do, because if we have a look at the topology, we can see it's all mismatched. So there's a couple of things to think about here. So the area that the ear is in, well, first of all, let's select the whole ear, and we can do that because all of these vertices have no links whatsoever to the rest of them, so we can just hit the L key, select the ear, and hide everything else. Now if we select the outer edge loop running around here, we can see we've got 20 vertices. Okay, that's a starting point. And it's a nice even number as well, which can help. Okay, let's bring everything back. Let's just see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we've got a nice relationship here between this group here and the ears themselves. So we've got a 10 around here and a 20 around the inside. So we can potentially start from this point and create more geometry. But looking at the head itself, does the edge flow make sense at the moment? I don't think it does. So just like the ear itself, if we have a look at the eye, how it gets more and more detailed as it goes in, and the same with the mouth. What we don't have that around here. There's no edge flow around the ears. In fact, the closest one, I believe, is along the top, just here, this one here. So that's the closest we have to this ear having any edge flow around it. And we want that. So do we have one here? Almost. So we almost have one running around there. Let's make this happen around the edge itself, and then we can get down to more and more detail and then join it onto the 20 around here. I would rather do it that way than trying to make this 20 into 10 and taking it the other way. So guess what? It's time for a challenge. I would like you to go ahead and merge the ear and head together. Now, you've got all the necessary tools available to do this. Joining these two mesh objects together, I'd like you to go ahead and merge the ear and head. Now, join the two mesh objects together if you haven't done already, and then think about redefining the head or ear topology to match each other. Now that will take some thinking and planning. So do save your file or create a new one so you can play with it. That's very important. I don't want you ruining your head at this point, having no way to fall back. So make sure you save as at this point because you're about to do some destructive work. Finally, think about the edge loops and face loops on the side of the head. How can you make it flow around that ear much better? Ideally, I don't think I'll want to change the topology of the ear rather the head itself. So I've got to think about routing the edge loops that are around there to the rest of the head as well. Perhaps that is too many at that point in time, 20, but I'm sure I'll be able to fan that out relatively successfully. Do remember, I'm going to repeat myself here, but do remember to save as and then work from there rather than just saving one continuous model. I don't want you guys losing your work. You're doing wonderful so far, and we don't want to spoil that. So remember to save often and save as often as well when you're trying something, especially when it's destructive. Considering things like bridging edge loops as well, that's one way of joining these things together if you manage to match the two edge loops running around. Or you could do a very destructive process and remove half the side of the head and just reconstruct the geometry from there. It's entirely up to you. So go ahead, pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go merge the ear and head together now over in Blender. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to go File, Save As, and I'm going to name this Ear and Head Merge. So I know exactly what this Save As is. There we go. Oh, I tried not to do that. There we go. Difficulty with having a whopping great big microphone between you and the keyboard. Right, so there are a couple of ways to approach this. You can be highly destructive or not destructive at all. We've got, if we go around this area, we've got 10 edge loops in total. That's one possibility. What I'm going to do at this point in time is just explore some individual possibilities. So I'm going to just hide the ear from the scene. Oh, that was a great example of hiding the wrong thing. There we go. Okay, I've not got selected. Oh, I didn't select everything. Silly bitty. Okay, let's unhide everything. And just the head and hide the ears. Okay, so I'm just going to explore what happens if we delete these vertices here, right? That will create an edge loop inside of magnitude 12. Let's go ahead and delete this vertex here. That'll create an edge loop of magnitude 14. Okay, let's delete this one here. And this is just one example of playing with the model, and this will be 16. Okay, so at this point, we've got a decision to make. That'll be 18, that'll be 20. So this is one way you could approach it. So we've got a massive, great big hole in the head. So we could bring those together, and that's going to cause a bit of pinching. So we could play with that to, a little bit without being too destructive. Oh, look, we can make a hole in the head completely. Okay, so I'm going to leave it like that for the moment and just see what happens when I do a little bit of merging. Because this may work, it may not. It's all about experimentation sometimes. And there we go. We've got two edge loops sorted. Let's bridge edge loops and see what happens. Okay. Now, does that destroy the topology? How much pinching do we have from that? Okay, so there's some horrible pinching behind. There's a little bit of stretching towards the ear, which is fair enough. And there's a little bit underneath. But actually, that's worked out relatively well. I'll be honest with you, I was not expecting it to be quite so fortuitous doing that. Okay, so I'm going to stick with this, and I'm going to add in an extra edge loop around here, and I'm going to use the smooth vertex command to try and just smooth that out a little bit more. I'm probably going to select this one up here, this edge loop round here. Okay, so we've got a couple of breaks in flow here that do we want? So this edge loop running around here is broken up there, and we've also got a 5-pole here. So that to me is kind of okay and kind of not. So we've got a flow going around the top and the bottom of the ear, and then we've got this flow in the middle here. It would kind of be nice not to have too many of these pinch points. So for instance, it would be better if this point here was merged somewhere up here, if possible, or at the top here. So we've not got, does that actually flow round? Okay, we've got another pinch point here, for example. So there's lots of little playing we can do around our model itself to try and get it looking just that little bit neater. And of course, the model itself gets quite dense around here. In fact, the whole ear itself, you can see that because the topology is being pushed down rather than going around, that's causing a little bit of a problem. So around here, perhaps if we take the edge flow and try and redirect it around the ear rather than into the ear, that will stop this sort of funnel effect that's going on. So I'm just going to manipulate these vertices for a moment, and I will see you back in a few moments. Okay, so having a look at the model now, I have redirected some of the edge loops around. I believe I've gotten rid of all the unnecessary junk that did exist. There are a couple of things to do, like the fact that this ear is in fact sticking out of the head at a very weird angle. I've had a look at the back of the head, and I don't have this bulge that exists on my ear coming out. If we have a look there, it bulges out. So a couple of ways of resolving that there's two ways. We can either move the ear in, or this part of the model needs to not be bulging so much. So we can go along here and select the appropriate edges that we want to move. Excellent. Okay, and this edge loop here, G twice, and just shift it along there. How's that looking? Much better, much more smooth. It just needs to be pulled out ever so slightly. Okay, let's hop back into object mode and have a look around the model. Any nasty pinching? No nasty pinching. Okay, that's looking pretty good. The only thing that I don't like here is this ridge that's going on here. That needs to be pretty smooth, and that again is a product of this edge here just being too low. Of course, if we lift it up, don't quite get there entirely, so I'm going to try just smoothing those out. All of these around here. I think that's the last thing I used as well. Yep, there we go, smoothing the vertex. Okay, let's hop into object mode. Looks a bit better, not quite there yet. Again, there's quite a bit of bunched up information here. The question I now have is this edge loop here even necessary? I'm going to guess not, and dissolve the edges so it disappears. That should get rid of some of our issues. And then the next question is this one of any use? And again, I don't think it is. So again, we want as much geometry as necessary, but as little as possible. That is looking a lot neater already and a lot smoother because of it. Excellent. Okay, so the final thing is this bit here. Looking at the reference material, let's just make sure it all looks okay. So it's not quite there yet. We've still got a few issues along the top. Let's go into perspective mode as well. Where's my model gone? Come up. Then it just makes it a little bit easier working around here. I don't know what camera I've got set up. Let's just scroll down and have a look. I seem a bit too wide angled. So lens here. Well, no, it's set to 35. I'm going to set it to 50 so it's not so barreled as we're moving about. Okay, so that looks fine. It's now, after all that manipulation and moving, some of the bits are missing. So this area here needs moving down. Now, as you can see, it's very easy to push it through itself. So I'm going to turn proportional editing on. and try moving that again, and then it will move the whole lot at once. Let's move back round to the side. Let's give myself a bit more space as well. Okay, this top bit here, this just needs lifting up. It needs lifting up from here by the looks of it. This back bit here and this top bit here. Oh, bit fiddly. There we go. Let's whiz back round to the side and literally just lift that up. Okay, that looks good. This top bit here needs pressing back in. So again, back down to the side. Let's move it back ever so slightly. Aha, there we go. That's a better shape. And again, I'm half using the reference material for, getting it right. But on the flip side, I'm also using my judgment on what I think looks good in this particular case. Now, if you were trying to do a case study of a real person, obviously the better you pay attention to their features, the better the model will end up looking. Simple as that. Now, I'm just going to pull this bit in, these set of vertices here. I'm going to pull them into the model slightly. There we go. I'm liking that. Okay. Right, let's whiz back out. Again, there's lots of whizzing back out and forward and out. Okay, the ear looks much better now. I'm happy with that. How did your ear go? Does it now look good when it's attached to your head? We'll need to sort these eyes out shortly. We'll get round to the front of the face very shortly. Okay, so I'm liking that. That looks really nice. How's yours getting on? Please share your head as it is at the moment in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Adding Detail with Sculpting. In this video, we'll see that detail can be added to our model in various ways. We're going to use, in this case, the multi-resolution modifier to create derived data. Now, what I mean by derived data is it's implied data. It's generated by Blender, and anything that's generated for us saves a lot of time, whether it's a render of an image or extra geometry on our model. Using that derived data is better than trying to produce it manually, because that would take forever. And we're going to sculpt the rest of the facial detail that we need. Now, there are other options. You can manually move vertices about and add more vertices. That is ill-advised. The more detail you have on your model, the harder and harder it is to work with. That's why the tools like the multi-res modifier exist, or even subdivision modifier. That's why it exists. So it's based upon your basic model that you've got with the bare minimum amount of vertices in it, and then we can smooth things out with various other techniques. An accomplished artist, of course, could potentially paint the detail straight away. So once we've got our wrinkle maps and everything else all sorted on our model, we're probably not going to do that in this particular video. We've still got the main features to bulk out, but you could potentially, if you were a skilled artist, paint in the details that were necessary. We're not going to do that at this point, though. Okay, so without any further ado, let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so back over in Blender, there are a couple of things we need to sort out before ideally we get to sculpting. This eye area here is absolutely horrible. Now, I've got a worry here that the model itself is going to end up looking horrible if I don't sort this out before we get to using the multi-res tool. And especially when sculpting. So I'm just going to pull that out there, try not to create too much of a bump around the eye itself. And it just basically looks like some of the eye is not forward enough. I think it's going to be literally as straightforward as that. So I'm going to go into wireframe mode to see if I can grab the vertex I need and pull that forward and up and over. Okay, that is looking better. I'm not quite liking this huge area here inside there, so I'm going to move the eye a little bit about, again using a bit of artistic license here, and just view it from the side to make sure it's nope, that's fine. That's also not too far off. The only thing we've got here now, of course, is Yeah, that's fine. Is this area at the top where we've got this eyelid that's not really over the eye at the moment. So looking at it from this angle, I'm going to turn on proportional editing because that's going to be very useful. I'm literally going to pull the eyelid up into roughly the right place. Now, of course, one of the issues here is the eyelid is a three-dimensional object. It's a lip over the eye, so we don't really want it intersecting the eye. We just want it to literally be a lip over the eye. So we can play about with that for a little bit to try and get it in the right place. And that is almost there. I'm just going to decrease the size of my proportional. Oh no, I didn't have proportional editing turned on. I thought I did. That would have probably helped a moment ago. Okay, so that's almost there. Let's bring this up a little and this one down. And again, tweaking and tweaking and tweaking until you get roughly the right shape that you want. Okay, so that's looking better. I need to redefine the top of the eye, but I think I can do that in sculpting. That's looking much, much better. Let's look at it from the front again. And again, there's actually a ridge that runs round the eye right at the very bottom. Just there, we can see it. And I don't have that ridge at the moment. It'd be nice to have it. So I will model that in due course. But let's get on with the sculpting. So I'm going to get rid of the subsurface division modifier because the multi-resolution modifier is going to do that for us. So let's go ahead. We can't apply it in object mode. So let's subdivide. I'm going to go to 5 times, and that's going to give me 2 million polygons to work with. And I can see a problem straight away. We get a ridge, this mirror ridge down the middle of our model. Now, that's not a big issue at this particular point because all we need to do is apply the mirror modifier. Boom, it's all sorted. Now, one of the issues may be that later on you need to come back and do something to one side of the model and you want it to be mirrored on the other and not sculpting. Because when we sculpt, when we go hop into sculpt mode, unless you've changed your settings, so just a reminder, there's a symmetry on the tool shelf mirrored along the x-axis. So I'm automatically going to have a mirror going on without needing to worry about that. But if you need to alter the actual underlying geometry, you'll have to reapply the mirror modifier. And the easiest way to do that is to hop round to the front, go to wireframe mode, put border select on, select half your model and delete the vertices. And there you go. You've now got half a model that you can come back in and add a mirror modifier to, and you should be roughly back up to where you were before. Okay, now the other thing that we'll want to do before we really start getting into sculpting is try and get this low poly mesh not to look so cluttered around the eye itself, because that looks a little bit horrible. And if this is the mesh that we're going to be applying a normal map to once we've generated it, this whole mess around the eye itself may cause this problem. So I'll come back to that and sort that out. It looks okay once we've actually applied stuff, or no, it doesn't. We've got a face crossing over there. So there are a couple of things to sort out there. Right, so let's go ahead and apply our mirror modifier. Oh, we're in edit mode. We're now in sculpt mode. Let's be in object mode and apply that mirror modifier. There we go. Okay, so we've got a little bit more to sort out with this eye here. Not to worry, we can come back and do that. But let's have a look at the nose. Okay, so remember when you're sculpting, I'm going to knock back the preview before I go any further to 3. So when we're moving around in the viewport, it's not quite as busy. We're down to 250,000 rather than 2 million polygons. Okay, so now we've got a decent level. When we go to sculpting, you may find a little bit of a slowdown when switching between them. And just a reminder of your sculpting tools. So you've got your brush types here. Feel free to play with them. I do like clay strips, for instance, under the eyes. Then you can hold down Shift to smooth that out. And there we go. We start to get a bit of definition to the skin there. And let's say the bridge of the nose, if I wanted to build that up, I could go along and do that here as well. I added a bit around the eye there. There we go. So we can start building that up very quickly. You've got F to control the size of the brush, Shift and F to control the strength of the brush, and we've got radius and strength here as well on the tool shelf. Now, one of the things that often gets people is when you've zoomed out like this, your brush is very, very big, even though you've not changed it. If we zoom in, it can be very, very small, creating very minute detail. So there are pluses and minuses to zooming out. Just bear in mind that the radius of your brush is also affected by the zoom level you're currently at. Okay, a final few things down here. Often it's quite nice to have a texture on your model as well. And this is a texture for the brush itself. We won't want this texture. Is it that texture? Yes, it is this texture. So we can go ahead and create a new texture, and there's nothing there at the moment. But this new texture will now be available. We can see here texture 001, I presume. Yep, is over here in the textures tab here. Okay, so there's nothing there at the moment, but what we can do here is instead of the type being an image, if you've got an image, great, you can use that. But for instance here, I can go to, which is the one that I'd like. Let's just do marble, just for the sake of it. Now we've got that, you can see that the brush itself is going to have a marbled effect to it. So I'm just going to smooth that out along there. And let's try something like inflate. So now when I'm actually painting on the model, have we got that? I've not applied the texture. Let's apply a texture. And there we go. We start getting some wrinkles in the skin rather than just a smooth lump. So if you've got, I mean, this is far too small for here. So let's try bumping this up to 5 by 5. And that should bring out the detail a little bit more. Oh, there we go. So if you wanted to create veins on the surface or something along those lines, you can use textures to help you do that. I mean, this would be someone with a serious illness. But now we can hold down Shift and start smoothing out that detail so it's not quite, well, it doesn't come through quite as much then. And of course, if you've got, I mean, that's blurring it, but you can see adding some texture to the skin can add much more detail. In fact, if you were doing a zombie, you know, having veins or something like that coming out, well, that's just brilliant. I mean, that could be a burn on someone's face or something along those lines. Or, of course, if you're into zombies, it could be a zombie thing. Okay, so now we've explored the different brush types and the starting of the sculpting, it's time for a challenge. Okay, I'd like you to go ahead and add your details. So make sure your low poly mesh is neat. I've got that problem with my eye. I was moving things about without really thinking and ended up pushing some geometry through itself. Now, if you try and sculpt with geometry pushed through itself, you'll end up with some horrible pinching that even smoothing something out is not going to help with. Apply your mirror modifier so you don't get a horrible crease down the middle, and set up your multi-res modifier. Be cautious of how high triangle count you end up with. I've gone up to 5 subdivisions, and that's given me 2 million. Of course, it will depend on the number of polygons you have to start with. That's fine for sculpting, and then lower down the actual preview setting much lower so you can see what's going on, and in the viewport when you're in object mode much more smoothly. Remember to save your work or even save as. The process you're about to do is destructive. You are changing the geometry. So it can be very difficult, especially with sculpting. Don't rely on the undo buffer when you're sculpting. When you're sculpting, you're going to do lots of little brush strokes and will very easily go over the amount of undos to get back from to wherever you want to go. Fair enough if you make 1 or 2 mistakes, but if you decide, oh no, I don't like that, I want to go back, well, you're kind of stuffed because you've changed the underlying geometry. Start sculpting your macro detail. Okay, so we're talking about the areas around the nose, the lips, bring out the cheekbones, the jawline, etc. Start moving those bits about and start really defining the overall shape of your model. It's very basic at the moment. We're going to hone in on that detail. And then go ahead after you've done the macro detail to add in some fine details. Do you want to add in a couple of wrinkles? Do you want to add in a fold in the skin, perhaps? There's lots of different options, but we can already see. Remember the texture brush. You don't have to do something quite as extreme as the zombie or the burn victim that I've just done, but you can use, let's say, a noise texture to start putting in little dimples in the skin as well. Okay. Share your work in the discussions after you've done this. They're going to be epic. They're going to look really good. So be proud of your work and make sure you share it. Okay, pause the video now and give that a go. Okay, guys, welcome back. Let's go hop back on over into Blender and start applying some detail. Okay, so let's go ahead and start adding some detail. Now, I've got a couple of things to do here. Number one, I need to make sure that the base mesh is good to go. So let's go ahead and sort that out now. So I'm going to apply the mirror modifier. Oh, can't do it in edit mode. So I'm going to go apply that mirror modifier. Now, one of the things that I have to bear in mind, I've just turned off the cage and viewing it in edit mode, is that my mesh needs to be relatively clean and needs to be the final low poly version that I want to go for. Now, in this case, this is quite low poly, but the eye itself is a bit of a mess. So I'm going to have to go and sort that out. And the ear sticks out quite a bit. Now, before I go ahead and rush and delete things and do lots of other things that will potentially destroy what's there, the first thing to do is look at any geometry that's necessary, that's important, and then start working from that point forwards. So this eye itself, I suspect, is going to be quicker to delete what's there and remake it with everything in the right position, including the eye, because if we look at the eyeball itself, oh no, the eyeball is in the right place. So I've got to be careful when I move that, or that I don't move that, but the rest of the eye is not quite right. So let's go in here. Okay, so the first thing I'm actually going to do is apply a level of subsurface division. So I've got some more geometry to work with. And that is going to be about as low a poly as it's going to go. This is where the detail is going to be. Now, I need a lower level like this because when we get to the details where the eyes are or around the ears, they're just going to have simply going to be too pointy to work with. But I think this eye itself, I'm going to have to go in and actually do some major surgery. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now, and I'll be back in a few moments. Okay, so after doing a little bit of modeling, I've redone this eye here. Now we can see what it looked like before on this side here. So I've actually gone in and removed some unnecessary face loops, and I'll probably do the same around the rest of this model, especially on the forehead. There's not going to be too much detail needed on the forehead, so I can select a particular face loop and dissolve the edges and just basically thin it out a little where it's just not necessary. Now, the remaining thing here, of course, is because I've done it after applying that mirror modifier, I will, in fact, need to whiz around to the front. I'm going to go to wireframe mode to do this with border select and actually select all of those vertices and delete them. And because I'm happy with the general layout for the moment, I can go ahead, go to the mirror modifier and just click apply whilst in object mode, and I'm back ready to start sculpting. So let's bring the model back round. I've applied a multi-res here. I'll just do that again. So multi-resolution modifier, and I'm going to subdivide it. And I'm going to pay attention here. I'm going to subdivide it 4 times. It should take me to just under 2 million triangles. Gives me a nice area to work with. I look quite sad there at the moment with the expression on the face. Let's whiz round into the profile modes and we can use that to work on the shape of our model. And I will see you guys back in a few moments after I finish sculpting. I'm going to start work on the nose. So the nose itself is coming along really nicely, and I wanted to take this opportunity to just show you the clay brush itself, these clay strips, they're one of my favorites. So I'm just going to muck around here. I'll do it in more detail later on. So I've applied some under the eye there, and then I can literally hold down shift and smooth that out, and then add a few more and smooth those out. It's very easy to build up, let's say in this case, bags under the eyes or things like that. It just helps make detail where you need to bulge something out or have a crease in the eye line there. And let's say at the top here, if we wanted to bring that out, we could do very easily. And of course, I'm not going to keep most of those changes. I'll go back and sort them out. But the clay brush itself is very, very powerful. And the smoothing afterwards, just holding down shift, will automatically goes over to that smoothing. That enables you to get out rough things or where it's pinched in too much. Say on the eye here, I can see there's this crease running down here. Just going to smooth that out a little. Perfect. Okay, so I'm back and this is what I've got so far. So we've spent a couple of minutes sculpting out here. I've literally skipped backwards and forwards between sculpting levels. So if I wanted macro detail, I could put it on and then bring it back down into finer detail at level 4. I've never gone over level 4. And I've also remembered to apply the base, which then goes ahead and changes the underlying mesh to to match your sculpting a bit more closely. Now, what I have found that did was it ruined my nose. It pushed the geometry through itself, but that's not a big problem because it just meant I need to redo it anyway because it wasn't suitable for the mesh. So this is our underlying mesh at the moment. Oh my word, there's something crazy going on here. Did I just do that? Yes, I did. Phew. I thought I'd sculpted something crazy. I just accidentally clicked and moved it out. Good job I've spotted that. Just going to save my work. The final thing I think I'm going to do here is the chest area is not looking too great compared. Well, it's not had anything done to it yet. So using some clay strips, thinking about where the muscles lay, I can add a few bits of detail in here and literally smooth them out as well. And that will help with the underlying shape. So excellent. How is yours coming along? I hope it's looking good. I'm really proud of mine. I hope you are of yours too. Remember to practice lots, share your work in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to UV Unwrapping Ahead. So in this video, we're going to be thinking about your seams, where the placement is. We're going to try and leave the face intact, that is without seams, and we're going to discover any parts that might need their own island. So let's hop straight on over into Blender and unwrap our head. Okay, so we've back over in Blender and I've done a few final tweaks on my model. I brought the chest forward a little. It was very far back. In fact, it can probably come forward even a little bit more. The plinth, I'm just going to turn that off and hide it out of the way for the moment. And the head itself, well, it's bulging ever so slightly and I do need to fix that, because otherwise it's going to look horrible. So let's look at it from the front, skew it slightly to one side, and then scale it in using proportional editing. Not all the way, because it'll look like I've got a hole in my head, but about there. Okay, that looks much better. I'm just going to do these two here as well. Now, I could faff about with a mirror and try and do both sides and then mirror it back round, but I would probably end up ruining my sculpt if I were to do that. Okay, that's looking much, much better. Okay, so now I've got the head here. What we need to do is think about unwrapping. Now, we need to think carefully about which areas we want to include in one part of a UV mesh. Now, the ears themselves can be separated from our model. That's a definite yes in this case. We don't need the ears as part of our model. It's only going to cause problems having them there or confusion. Oh, I didn't hold down shift as I was selecting. Okay, so now I've selected both of those. I'm going to use Control and E to mark a seam. Okay, so those are the ears separate. Now, we've got to think carefully about our seams. If we cut out just let's say, grab the face loop running around the face and use that, what we'll find is we end up with a line where we start texturing our model, and we don't want a harsh line on the side of the face. We would notice that. So really, we only perhaps want to come down as far as, or indeed where the hairline would be. So if you imagine where the hairline is on the model, that would be a good place to have a seam because we can hide it. No matter what you do, in general, seams will cause some sort of horrible artifacts when it comes to your model. And we want to avoid that during texturing. So we certainly want the front of the face not cut out as such, but on prominent display. And then we've got the rest of our model. Now, depending on what we want to do and what we want to texture, we can decide to omit some of these other bits, but that's entirely up to you as an artist to work that out. Now, in terms of where to cut it, we certainly don't want to seam down the face. I would suggest a T shape running from about here on the side of the head, so by the temple, all the way up to the center and then back down equally on one side, and cut down the back of the model as well, all the way down to the bottom. And of course, that leads us on to a challenge. I'd like you to go ahead and create your UV map. So finish unwrapping your model. Think about where you're going to place your seams and optimize your UV map to make sure the face is more prominent. You may find on your model that the face ends up a very small part of the overall image. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go ahead and finish off the UV unwrap. Okay, so we're back over in Blender, and the first thing I'm going to do is just try selecting a few edge loops to see if we've got any that suit. Now this one comes down to the top of the cheek, the top of the jaw, so that's going to be too far. I do think this one here is going to be our best bet. So let's bring this down here, because that would be underneath the hairline. Okay, let's bring this across here. And once I'm all the way across, of course, I can then use the loop cutting tools again. There we go. Or loop select tools to select the rest of it. Now, if I go ahead and select this loop here, unfortunately, it goes all the way down the front. So I'd either have to unselect all of those or just select all the ones down the back. And I want to avoid actually selecting any on the front. So let's go ahead and select those few there. Before I go any further, I am going to mark a seam with Control and E and make sure that this bit is at least started. Then I'm going to go around and bound down to the back of the model here and just carry on selecting these as I go. I'm going to zoom in here simply because it's going to be a nightmare to try and select these edges otherwise. And this is one of those, unfortunately, slightly tedious tasks when it comes to modeling where you've got to do something so repetitive. But it gives us a lot of manual control, and there's no other way of automatically selecting just the ones we want there. So Control and E again and mark a seam. Okay, so let's go and see what that looks like. Opening up a UV image editor. There we go. And let's go ahead and also add a new image, which will be our diffuse map. So let's call it diffuse map. And let's call it head diffuse map. Okay. Now, in terms of resolution, I'm going to choose 2048 by 2048 and leave it at that. So I'm going to select everything here and unwrap. And let's see what a mesh we get. Okay. Now, this might be slightly challenging, and I can see here, in fact, that I might have selected, yes, there's an extra seam on my ears. Now, I am going to go fix that because that will make something unbalanced later on. So one of them's there. I thought I'd got them both. No. Okay, so we need this edge here being marked as a seam for it to match, and this one here, there we go, mixture of wrong key presses. There we go. We've unmarked that. Let's UV unwrap. There we go. So the two ears here are the right size. Now, one of the things I'm going to do is completely hide our 3D mesh for the moment so I can focus on this and you guys can see as well. So I'm going to, using border select just the ears and then shift them out of the way. Because I'm going to use proportional editing. In fact, it's already turned on. Let's turn it off before moving. I'm just going to place them over here for the moment. Now, of course, this texture will naturally, unless we tell it otherwise, repeat. So this would end up taking on whatever part of the texture exists on here. We'll move them back in a moment though, because I want to select everything else that's here and see if I can align it that little bit better. I do want this face part of it. I mean, this is a 2000 by 2000 odd pixel picture, and the head is taking up a tiny proportion of it. So with proportional editing turned on, we can scale up the head part of our model. So let's go ahead and do that now. And we can scale the whole thing up rather than just the face itself, and then it'll be a bit more uniform when it comes to texturing as well. Now, one thing I notice here is, of course, you can push it through itself, and we don't want to do that because that will cause some horribleness as well. So here, what we can do is try different types of proportional fall off. So I'm going to try sharp, because that's going to make more of a difference in the middle and less on the outside. Now, if we see, when I do this, it means that the top of the head and under the chin are basically becoming more and more compressed in our image, and our face is taking up more of it. I'm I'm liking that. That's now taking up a good proportion of our model, or of our image, sorry. So the final thing here is to go ahead and I've still got this one selected, so if I go ahead and move it, I'm going to screw things up big style. So let's make sure nothing's selected before trying to move these ears back onto the model. Now, ordinarily, you do have to be a bit careful when it comes to scaling something. So if we chop the face out separately and scaled that up, you'd find that any textures we were applying would be different in scale on one part of our model than the other. And that will be true here as well as we go towards the neck or behind the ear. So this case, I don't think that's going to cause us any problems. Even if we do put stubble on, that should still be fine. If it's not, we might have to revisit the unwrap. But I've made the face much more prominent so I can add better detail to it as well. How did your UV unwrap go? Did you get a similar sort of looking UV unwrap to me? If not, what did you end up with? Please share in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to texturing the head. In this video, we'll make sure that our seams are actually in the right place. So we put them on our model, but we don't really know if they're in the right place until we start texturing. We're going to connect our texture to the model itself, because even though they're kind of connected at the moment, we won't be able to see what's going on. And we'll test to make sure it is working as expected once we've plugged the texture into the model. Let's go ahead and hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so in front of us we have our UV mesh that we've been working on, and let's bring up, well, in fact, I'm going to change the outline. I don't think I'm going to need it. Famous last words, of course, to the 3D view. And let's scoot round and hit render in that viewport so we can see what's going on. Now, that looks okay for the moment. We need a node editor up. Now, head diffuse map. I've got a star against that. Let's make sure I save that. So, save as image, head diffuse map, and I need to add that to my assets. I'm going to add it to my textures, head diffuse map. There we go. Now, it is important that you save, and I'll show you why in a few moments. So first of all, let's go ahead and, lots of things we can do here. Let's open up the node editor first of all so we can see what's going on. And let's find our diffuse input, which is here. And we need to go ahead and add in a texture to that. And because it's UV mapped and we've got Node Wrangler enabled in the add-ons, okay, so back over in Blender, there are a couple of things that I would want to do before getting on to texturing so we can see what's going on. So first of all, I'm going to change my outliner here to a 3D view. I'm just going to make it a tiny bit bigger so we can see what's going on. Excellent. So there's a 3D view, and I'm going to pop it in rendered mode for the moment. We'll switch over to material mode as well, just to see the difference between those two. Now, at the moment, it won't show anything at all in rendered mode to do with this image because we've not set any of that up. And secondly, we haven't saved our image. So I'm just going to go ahead and save the image. Save as image. Done. Okay, let's move this bit open and then go to the node editor. Let's whiz down to the bottom here with our diffuse shader. Now, the color of that's going to be controlled by this texture. Now, because I have Node Wrangler enabled, I can literally just go Control and T, and that will add in the necessary nodes for me, and I can just move those across. And because we've generated this texture in Blender, it should just be on this drop down here, Head Diffuse Map. There we go. And we can see it's made the color of the overall face, I suppose. I'm going to make this orthographic. Wow, what a difference perspective makes an orthographic. Huge difference. Okay, so let's leave it like that for the moment. So we've got this now controlling the texture itself, the color, sorry, of the diffuse map, and it's mapped with UV. So that's absolutely fine. So what we should be able to do now is hop on over into paint mode in either of these and start painting. Now, if I go ahead, I need a different color than black so you can see it. Now, if I go ahead and paint in the UV editor panel, nothing changes here. In fact, if we isolate the diffuse map itself, everything will go black because something that is a true black doesn't reflect any light, it absorbs it all. So that won't happen at all until we go ahead, and I can't hit F3 unfortunately on my Mac, it won't work, but as soon as I go to save as image and save that image, it will then show the actual texture change that I've done. Now, that's a bit different if we're in material mode. If we're in material mode, I'm going to hop out of edit mode as well so we can see what's going on, and then go into paint, texture paint, we can actually, oh, that is probably going to slow down Blender. Didn't mean to do that straight away, but basically, if you go ahead and paint directly on your model whilst in texture mode in the viewport itself, we will see the changes occurring on the rest of our model once it's caught up. I don't know whether you can see the spinning wheel. There we go. So the UV map itself has actually updated, or rather the image has updated, but it hasn't saved. It works one way and not the other. So if you're painting in the viewport, it will update your image, but you do need to make sure you save your image. If you don't save your image, then you can end up, well, you will end up losing it. And don't worry, I've lost data that way too. Everything looks great with your model, and then all of a sudden, you reopen your file and you're like, well, where's my oh no, I know what I've done. I've not bothered saving it. Oops, because everything looks right. You do need to make sure you've saved your image. So I'm just going to get into the habit of saving my image. You can, of course, pack the data into the blend file as well, especially useful if you're giving the file to other people to work on as well, or even just to share that model with other people. Remember to pack into the blend file, otherwise they will get something that looks magenta rather than your actual wonderful texture that you've done. So the final thing to go over in here is when actually painting, it may be worthwhile turning down the multi-res modifiers preview setting, because then you're not having to render quite so many triangles and the viewport will be much more responsive for painting than it would be otherwise, and we can see it updating there. Now, one of the things when you're painting in the viewport is you will end up with anything that's not facing the camera, anything that's beyond that 90 degrees, you sometimes end up with this horrible black outline. Well, that's when you need to use the UV editor itself, the UV image editor itself, in order to paint the detail on. Then, of course, providing you've remembered to save in the rendered mode, and you can see that it hasn't updated since the last render, sorry, from the last save, we can go in and save as image. Once you've done that, there we go. We can see that one half of our model is now shaded. And that, well, that is actually pretty cool. It's a bit of a side point there. When you shade something like this, you can create quite an artistic effect. Not intended, but that does look pretty awesome. Anyway, so now it is time to give you guys a challenge. I'd like you to go ahead and create your diffuse and gloss map. So remember, a diffuse map is a map without any shadows. It will look quite washed out, and that is okay. it will have color in it, of course. Now, use the same UV map for all your images. So whether you're using it for a glass map, a normal map, or anything else, you'll want to use the same UV map that we've already unwrapped. Now, looking at reference material to get this right is quite important. Remember, start off with a almost a blockwork color model, so the base color, and then start adding in color variations. And you can even go down to freckles if you want to add that little bit of extra realism. And have a look at where the skin is naturally shiny. That's very important, very useful. And of course, above all else, remember to save your images. That's really important. We don't want you losing your work. As I said, I've done it before and it's really frustrating having opened up your file again to find that the image that you've spent a couple of hours working on has gone, or at least part of it has gone. Okay, so pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go ahead and create our diffuse and gloss maps. Okay, so we're back over in Blender here, and one of the first things I'm going to do is just make sure we've got basically a default covering of our model, so we've got something to work on. And because I want it overall white, I can go in here right now, make sure we've got white selected, and then go ahead and paint in the necessary color. Now, you may see the screen go a bit funny on the side here. I've got myself my iPad plugged in, so I can literally just go in and scribble over the areas that I need colored in. Okay, so we've now got a white base mesh around our model. And of course, I've got to remember to go ahead and save that image. And the moment I save that image, the rest of the screen should update for us. I'll just click in this window here and move it around. I'll go in and out. There we go. So if that doesn't work for whatever reason, come in and out of rendered mode as well will help you massively. Now, this is going to be the diffuse map, and it's certainly not going to be bright white. It's going to be a slightly different color. So of course, you can pick the color that you want and then go ahead and color it in how you want to have your mesh colored in. And again, don't be shy with just experimenting with how things look. Of course, I need to go ahead and save that. So I'll go ahead and save that now. I'll go down to image, save as image, and save as image. There we go. So let's refresh that window. So I've got a nice base color in here now. I've got a few streaks, but I'll go in and sort out those in a bit. One of my favorite tools, brushes to use is either soften or smear to try and blend in different colors, especially when you go ahead and let's say, oh, I don't know, I don't want to use it just yet. Let's say I go in and create some bags under the eyes. Now they're generally slightly pinky, so I can go in here, zoom into the eyes themselves here, and let's say add this sort of color effect to one and the other. And then once we've got the colors in there, we can scroll back up, go and use the smear tool, for instance, come in and just blend it around our model a bit more. Now, this is on quite a low setting, a strength of 30%. If I put it a bit higher, I can start moving this color out and around our model. Now, you will have to obviously have a look at some real reference images. I'm not doing that right at this moment, so I'm going to go and grab some as I'm just demonstrating the art of what I'm about to go off and do, and I'll rejoin in a few moments. So I've got basically a base map here. So I'm going to go around now and start adding in the textural variants across the model itself. Remember specifically looking at color and not lighting information. It's very easy to mix the two up if we're not careful. So the final thing I want to do here is actually switch over from rendered mode, which chews up my computer's processing power, into material mode, and then we can see what's actually going on live. Now, of course, this isn't particularly bright at the moment. That's not to worry. We can also be in texture mode, and we can also see what's going on. We can see the whopping great big line across the top. And of course, these are the seams. This is why you want to avoid, in fact, the seams look like they're in a really nice place, where they'll be hidden behind a hairline or out of shot, even better. So here's our model, looking pretty good. Now, whilst we're here, of course, we can also use the smear tool. So I can go to this area here and make this look at least, well, try and make it look a little bit better. And the same around the eyes here as well. Now, of course, depending on how fast your computer is, amongst other things, you can up the preview count as well if you want to do some more detailed textures on the surface of your model. Anyway, so I'm going to go off now and do some more texturing, and I will see you guys back in a few moments. Okay, so playing about with a bit, I've managed to get a basic map done. We can see the various areas here. Let's just make them a bit bigger. So I've got some slight freckling on the forehead and over the bridge of the nose as well. I could work on those a bit further to bring them out a little more, but I'm happy with the subtle effect that creates as well. And I've hit F12 and rendered that out just to see what it's like in full render. Now, I'm not going to bore you guys waiting for that to all come out because I've got the spec map to do now, or the glossy map. And of course, that's going to be a black and white image based upon this. So the first thing to do, of course, is to make sure that we have saved any work we've done. And then I'm going to literally just hit new, and I'm going to call it head glossy. And I'm going to make sure it is the same size so that when I hit OK, there we go. We're ready to go. Obviously, if I made it a different size, I'd also have to scale the UV map accordingly. So the next thing to note is where glossy areas are will be white, and where non-glossy areas are will be not white, or black in this case. Now, of course, it won't be a one or the other. There will be a sort of a gloss fall off. So it will go, well, we'll just use the paintbrush basically, this one here, and we'll draw the areas white that need to be white. And let's go in here, set the hue and saturation to 0 and the brightness or the value to 1. And then we can literally say, well, the forehead is going to be glossy. And I can just build that up like so. And of course I can paint, this is what this is looking like by the way that's come out. It's got some nice rough marks on it. This is coming out really well. I'm really pleased with it. I need to alter the eyes. They're not looking right on this side for some reason. I like them in the middle, but not around the edge. I still think that the face isn't forward enough on this right-hand side of the eye. Anyway, that's what you get when you play with your models. You start to see things that are wrong quite often, no doubt. Now, the bridge of the nose will also be shiny, so I'll start painting that. And I'll do this in 3D mode as well, because we're about to do symmetry. And if you're in 3D mode and you're painting, you can turn on the symmetry down at the bottom here on the tool shelf. Very useful. Of course, I want to be able to see the map I'm working on, so I'm going to go to slots and make sure that when I'm here, I'm not painting on head diffuse. In fact, in this case, I'm going to have to save my image because it's not been saved yet. And it still says available to paint slots nothing, and that is because in the node editor we've not plugged it into anything. So we've got the layer weight at the moment controlling what's glossy and what's not, and this time we can go to a, can we just go Control T here? No, we can't unfortunately go Control T there. So we'll need to add an image texture. So there's the image texture, and of course for the rest of this it's not going to be a it's going to be a non-color data, and that can come out to there. Now the rest of this, the factor and everything, can be taken directly from here, and I can't see everything at once. They're a bit far away, so that to there, and that will be basically saying what is glossy and what is not. And we can have a look specifically at the gloss shader. We've not attached anything just yet. Let's go ahead. Head glossy, so we can see where it's going to be glossy on here now by previewing this image here. Of course, if we preview one further down the line, it will look completely different. But let's start working on this, and I will see you guys back in a few moments once I've colored in the areas that I want to be glossy. Okay, so after playing around with a while, I haven't finished off the ears quite yet, but this is what my model is looking like. So I think it's time now to go out and, well, save it first of all. I have not done that. Otherwise, I won't be able to see it working. And this isn't fully on my screen. There we go. Okay, so we need to save as image and save that. Then we know it's in there. And let's just have a quick look at it on the rendered mode. Of course, I haven't previewed the right area. So let's go to my node editor and go to the final mix. So we can see where things are now. Excellent. So we can see where it's shiny and where it's not. That's working really well. And now it's just a matter of tweaking the mix of things coming in. So we've got, so there's not enough of that coming through. Now, the actual gloss itself, we can see here after playing with it, it has made some areas very shiny. So I think I actually need to tone that down a little. And I'm going to do that by adding in a color ramp. So I need a vector. No, I need a converter, color ramp. And I've lost my color ramp wherever it's gone. There it is. Pop it in there. And now I can change where the white value starts and ends. So I can make everything shinier, or I can make everything less shiny. And less shiny is what I need to do. And I need to zoom in to do that because I can't actually click on the right bit. Okay, and I don't want to shift the black value up or the white. Let's preview what's going on. Okay, I think I need to bring the white value down. No, it's making everything white. I need to change the white to a grey. So, there we go. So let's go for a mid-grey. Let's go back into rendered mode and see what's going on. And let's view the right thing. So we need to go to this mix shader here and preview that. That's starting to look much, much better. Excellent. Yeah, that's looking much better. It's not, well, it is no longer overly shiny, but it's shiny in the appropriate places, like around the lips, along the nose, etc., etc. Brilliant. How did you guys get on? How did you make a similar sort of Brilliant. How did you guys get on? Share your work in the discussions. I'd love to see how you've combined these maps and the materials you've come up with. I need to alter my eyes. I'm starting to spot some things that I just need to alter, just need to tweak with my model because they're not quite right at the moment. And they've started to come about by just looking at the model and actually doing this materials work on it. They really start to stand out. Please share your work in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to reviewing your work objectively. In this video, we will take an objective look at our model and see what is missing. Hopefully not too much, it's just some tweaks that need doing, but we'll find out. So first of all will be any improvements to the modeling itself. Now, modeling is important that we cover this one first because the second one, any improvements that need to be made to texturing, well, it's reliant on the model itself. If we change the model dramatically, the UV map will change. And if the UV map will change, well, the textures will change as well, or will need to be changed to match the UV map. So that is something that needs to be considered before making any major changes. If you decide to put in some creases here and there just to accentuate form, that's probably not going to make too much difference to the overall UV map. So don't worry about that. However, if you decide to move an eye socket or the nose, well, that's going to probably need another UV map creating from it and the texturing updated. Now, finally, the lighting and environment. Now, we've got a 3-point lighting set up at the moment, and that is working really well. However, if you wanted to experiment with different lighting, which can dramatically change the overall feel and look of your model, remember to take a copy of those lights and then move those around, and then you can switch between those two lighting groups and see the different effects it makes, rather than moving your current lighting and losing the position of it. And finally, the environment. Well, in this particular case, we can go with a plain or graduated environment. I mean, I'm going to work with that plinth that we have there, but to be quite honest, we just want the focal point to be our bust. We do not really want to have a messy environment or an exaggerated environment. It's going to be plain, so I'm going to probably stick with the black background just so the model stands out from it. So let's go and hop on over into Blender and take an objective look at our model. Okay, so I've gone ahead and rendered out my model to see what it's going to look like once we start doing that. So once we start getting to the full details. And I'm quite happy with the skin color and everything. But there's something that strikes me. First of all, there's a really harsh shadow down this eye, and I don't like that. So I'm going to have to move my lighting around slightly. Perhaps having the main light directly in front of the face and then the fill light slightly to the side. That's the first thing I'm going to try in terms of the lighting. In terms of the modeling, well, I'm pretty happy with the overall model here. There's nothing that stands out as horrible. There's a little dimple in here, but again, that's and under here, that's absolutely fine because skin is not smooth. And that leads me on to something that's very, very glaring. Is this paintbrush working? Because I'd like to be able to draw on this if possible. Oh, I've got it on soften at the moment. So I'm going to go to drawing so I can actually draw what's going on in my mind. So these particular highlights, I think, are about right, but they're really telling us a story of how smooth the skin is. And certainly this person that I've modelled here, i.e. myself, I don't have baby soft skin anymore. It's not super smooth. So the cheek here should have a bit of texture to it. And I think what's missing from our model is a nice normal map. Now, going in and modeling all those creases is quite time consuming. That's one way that you can do that. You can go ahead and model in all the little dimples and creases, and that might actually be the fastest way of getting around this particular issue. If there's a texture that I can apply to the surface and then use another map, like I've done with the specular map or the glossy map, to say where that texture applies and where it doesn't, that's another way of working it. Now, of course, I need to be careful with the node setup and everything else there. So there are a couple of ways of doing that. Now, whether you go the sculpting route and then baking the normals, or whether you go the texture route and then converting it to a bump map or a normal map from there, you're going to get pretty similar results. You will have more control, obviously, if you manually sculpt it in than if you just use textures. So there's a time penalty for doing it one way, but there's a realism penalty for doing it another. So it's time now I've had an objective look at this particular model. Is there anything else before I go on? Well, the lips themselves are quite smooth, and lips aren't smooth. If you have a look at reference material, they have lots of fine lines in them. Certainly, even though I've added freckles here, it turns out on the full render, they're not coming out too well. I mean, there's some on the forehead here, and to be quite honest, they just look like smudges. So there's work to be done on that diffuse layer as well, perhaps just bringing them out that little bit more, and maybe even being a bit more prominent with them. I was thinking, oh, I don't want them so bright, but actually when you mix everything together like we've done, they're not quite as prominent as I thought they were going to be. So it's time for a challenge. I'd like you to go ahead and assess your model. So use reference material. I know I've said this a lot, but it is important. If you are unsure or if something doesn't look right, you're going to be able to see and compare from that. And take a close look. Now we're at the level of getting detail right, you really do need to see where the skin folds, where it changes in texture, and how it changes in texture as well. Share your work with the community and get their feedback. We've got a whole course of wonderful people. We've got the community site as well that you can just come to, post your stuff, and ask for feedback, and people will gladly give it as well. Now remember to go ahead and make the changes you want to do. I know mine at the moment looks more like a plastic doll than it does a human, and that's because it's too smooth. That's the major issue I have with my model at the moment. So I'll be working on creating a normal map, or certainly a bump map, and using a normal node to make the skin more textural. And remember, do one thing at a time and assess the change. Has it done what you thought it would? So that's very important. If you go and make 20 changes and it doesn't work out how you wanted it to, well, you don't know which one of those 20 changes might have been the one that caused everything else not to work. The 19 beforehand might have been perfect. So it is very important that you take things one step at a time. Now, as I'm doing the normal map, for instance, I'm going to be looking at adding it stage by stage. So I might just do the cheek or the forehead or something along those lines, just one area of the face, and then seeing if it's made the right effect. If it has, brilliant, I can get on with the rest of the model as well. So go ahead, pause the video now, and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go ahead and make those changes to the models. Okay, so I've started going through and adding a bit more detail to the inside of the eyes. I've literally just been sculpting for a while, and then, well, let's make this fit my screen properly. There we go. And then I've also started adding some micro detail to the lips themselves. Literally, again, just sculpting. Well, the approach I'm going for here is I believe it's going to be easier to sculpt this detail and have much more control over it than trying to use textures and masks, because I can literally use textures in a moment. Well, let's do a live example here, and hopefully let's save my file before I do this experimentation. Let's go to the textures themselves and go to a brush mask, but let's go to, let's say, clay strips, and then texture, go to the brush or the brush mask, it doesn't matter, depends which way you want to go about it. And here the type I'm going to set to Voronoi. Now I don't know what scale this is going to be at the moment, so no good. Let's make sure it's applied. So in the tool shelf, texture, yep, texture is there, and it doesn't look to be working just yet. Let's try a different one. Let's try not inflate and deflate. Let's try, ooh, where is it? Sculpt and draw. No texture there yet. Let's use the Voronoi texture. Okay, let's make it a little, well, let's make this bigger. Okay, so we can see the size of it there is, that's going to be quite a skin graft or an alien skin. So if you're going for that type of effect, you can, and obviously the bigger, the more pixelated, or the chunkier that texture is going to be. So what we need to do here is scale it down. Now, I believe there's a scaling here. So this is one of these things where you actually increase the size to make it smaller. So let's try 100 and see how that turns out. Now, bear in mind that this will change depending on how zoomed you in. So something like that will be completely different to something along those lines. And that's getting there, although the strength of that is far too strong. We can see it's really pulled the skin quite a lot, and we don't want that. So let's zoom out. Let's try just a little bit higher than that. Let's try 500, 500 and 500. Okay, and then finally up here, let's lower the strength down to maybe 20%. Okay, I'm starting to like that quite a bit. And of course, you can make things wrinkly, and then of course smooth out the detail as well if necessary to make it not so wrinkly in places. Okay, so that's actually working out relatively well. Obviously, if we zoom out and go bump, we get the whole face looking very horrible. That would happen to me if I stayed in the sun for too long. So obviously you can go for an extreme effect like this. And in fact, whilst we see this extreme effect, I'm going to go ahead now, because we're actually altering the model. I don't need to bake this into a texture. Obviously, if you were now exporting this, you would bake this as a normal texture, so it can be reapplied to the low poly model. But since we actually have, well, it basically live and ready to go, under the rendering settings, because under render, under the multi-res, it's also set at 4, so we get the full benefit. Let's just hit F12 and see what that ends up looking like. And I'll see you guys back once this is rendered out. So as expected, it has had a relatively extreme result. Let me just sort my windows out here. Let's bring this one across. Can I do that? Yeah, there we go. So we've got a relatively textured surface to our model now. In fact, it's been so extreme in places with that texture. You can see, well, it's casting quite a deep shadow on our particular mesh. Now, it's also taken a while to render. That took nearly 6 minutes to render. So this is where doing the sculpting and working out and perhaps making a normal map from it, we should see a render time improvement, because it's not having to handle all of the geometry. So in this particular scene itself, there's 1.4 million triangles, which is quite a bit. There's 700,000 vertices. So it's got to render all of those out. The less vertices it has to do, the better. And having a look at the lips, I'm quite happy with those. They've got the right texture. Obviously, they've been hammered by my silly use of this particular texture brush, but otherwise, I'm really happy with how the lips have turned out. So it's time to work a bit more delicately with these particular wrinkles and folds in the skin. And I'm going to go off and do that now, and I'll see you guys back in a few moments. Okay, so this is the render how it stands at the moment. It's not a complete render, and there's still some further diffuse texturing to add in. I haven't added in my wrinkles yet, but I have fleshed out my face, so it's a lot more representative of me in this case. So I notice when looking from the front, if I move around my model here and suddenly just put it into orthographic projection, my ears don't stick out quite as far from my face as they do normally, or as I've made them, in fact. So I've had to puff out my cheeks a little, as you can see here. I've added in my little double chin. Well, if you're doing something realistic, you might as well get there. So there's just a few. I'm happy with all the indentations that I have made in my face. There's a little bit of skin texturing to do in terms of the gloss map. I just need to refine that where things are glossy and where things are not. And another thing that I have done, and I almost forgot about when setting up my nodes, is that skin is also translucent. So I just want to take you to my node setup as it is at the moment. So we've got these layers, if we think about them, and how much of them come through, starting with the deepest layer of the skin and working up. And as we go down this list, I have added in a translucent BSDF shader, which is also using the same color, the base color, in the model. And if we just isolate that itself, the translucent, so let's isolate that, we see that with the colouring there, it makes it obviously much better than if it's just a plain old white. But with the colour there, we can actually see it adds translucency to the areas that need it. And when that's mixed in with everything else, that gives a slightly more realistic feeling. If you don't have the translucency in your model, you lack that one fundamental thing about skin, and that's the fact that it is translucent. So you need to make sure you tell Blender, or certainly in the nodes, that it's translucent. So I've done that here, and I'm very happy with that. So the final thing to do for me at the moment is just to work on the diffuse textures, so I start getting some of the freckles that are through, and just bumping up where things are slightly shiny and where they're not, because that's not coming through quite as well as I'd want it to. And I'll see you guys back in a few moments. Okay, so after some final tweaks and rendering, this is what I'm going to class as my final mesh for the moment and final textures. I've worked out what was going on with the gloss shader. I just didn't have the right one attached. For some reason during my creation, I had, let's just see here, I had a head glossy, which was just blank, and a head glossy PNG, and only that one was applied. And of course, black will mean that that's not there. So that's why that was missing, no matter what I tried. That should disappear now. It's not being used on anything after I've saved and reopened. Let's have a quick look at the node setup, anything else that I've added since we've last seen. We've got this bit here, we've got the translucency that I've added in, that's absolutely fine. What I have done is after the image texture itself, I've used a hue, saturation and value just to tweak my mesh ever so slightly. Let's see if we can see it in action. Okay, so the base is here, and then I've just boosted the color slightly and given it a slightly more yellowy cast to it. I mean, I could boost that up even more to maybe 1.2. If you go too high, of course, you just look sunburnt. It goes up to a maximum of 2 there. I maybe even stretched to 1.4, and I've slightly darkened the model as well. It was slightly too light. Okay, so after doing those, the next thing that I did was I literally plugged in a Voronoi texture and made it with a bump node, and then plugged it into the diffuse, the translucent, and the glossy nodes. And then that gave us a very little bumpy surface across the entire model itself, giving us a slightly textured feel, but it's never that strong, so it's not really seen across the model. Of course, we don't want color; we want the factor there. So it's kind of one of those things that's not seen but is seen. So you won't see it directly, but it does have an impact on the render. I tried different scales. I found that 1,000 seemed to work for my particular model. One is obviously going to be big and blocky and won't work at all. And why aren't we seeing it at the moment? Should be able to preview that 409 texture. Oh, we're just in material mode. So if we went into rendered mode, let's boost that up. So I tried 10 and obviously that didn't work at all. Tried 1,000 and found that when I zoomed in, that gave me the right sort of level of detail around the 1,000 mark. Pumped it into the bump, and obviously I wanted to make sure here that it wasn't too strong. I had to play several times. I checked out the glossy individually because that's the one that would really spark it off, and that's a nice little textured feel across there. I didn't map that at all. I found that once everything was all plugged in, it worked rather well. Brilliant. Well, how did you guys get on? How's your head coming along? There's just a few final things that are obviously missing from this model, but we can sort those out in good time. Of course, I'd love to see how you're getting on, so do remember to share your work. And of course, as always, I will see you guys in the next lecture. Hey, so welcome to this section on destruction. So we're going to be focusing purely on destruction. So there's lots of extra things that you could probably include as we're going along to make it prettier or whatever you want to do with it. We're going to take a look at destroying meshes in a couple of ways. First, by fracturing the mesh itself, and of course, physical destruction. Now, this is great for hard objects that snap or crumble, etc., etc. So let's go have a look at what can be accomplished. Boom! Tank bursting through the wall. Now, I have not gone about and placed those individual bricks itself. The tank going through the wall has actually done that for us, and a bit of extra oomph from what's called a force field, which we'll learn about shortly. But what does this look like in action? Well, it looks like this, and as we can see, the wall blows apart and the tank busts through. Now, this animation is not going to win any particular awards, but it is a great basis on how to get started. So welcome to the section. Let's go ahead and start destroying things over in Blender. Welcome to Quick Explode. Well, what is Quick Explode? Well, this may be all you need if you want something quick and explosive, of course. Now, it can be used also as a starting point, especially if the type of explosion it gives you is what you want. Now, we'll explore what it is actually doing for us in the background as well. So, without any further ado, let's hop straight on over and explore the Quick Explode in Blender. Okay, so I've opened up a brand new Blender file here, and one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to create another window and I'm going to change it to a timeline. The reason for this is it's going to give us control over the start and end frames and some playback buttons as well. Now, it's kind of like an animation, but usually physics is involved, and physics has to go from frame to work out what is going on. And later on, you'll see that this can be incredibly computationally heavy if you decide to do too many things at once. So you do have to be careful when it comes to doing anything with the Blender physics engine. Just like you have to be careful if you subdivide too many times. It just really taxes the computer, and it will look like you've locked Blender up, but in fact, it's just busy thinking about stuff. Anyway, so first of all, let's go ahead and use the Quick Explode function. Now, you can get to the Quick Explode function through a couple of ways. My favourite is by hitting space and typing in Quick Explode. As you can see, I've been practicing. So if I go ahead and type in quick, you can see that we also get quick smoke, quick fur, and quick fluid as well. Now, we're just going to pick Quick Explode. Now, what's happened? Well, I can see over in the outliner that a spanner has appeared, or a wrench, which means that some modifiers have been applied. We can see that a particle system and an explode modifier have been added to our scene. Okay, that's a good start. Now let's just go along to the particle system. Okay, it's got 100. I don't know whether that's going to make a difference. Probably not. Physics, and no physics is enabled at the moment. We'll get onto physics in another lecture though. So looking at these modifiers, we can see that it's going to cut the edges For a nicer shrapnel. Okay. So this can give us an idea of what it's going to do. And it looks like it's cut an edge along here. I don't know how many pieces it's going to explode into. Let's go ahead and press play. Okay. And it seems to break into two pieces. And also, after 50 frames, we can see that there's really nothing else to do. So I'm going to change my end point to 50 frames. Now, looking at the time frame itself here, the timeline, we've got this red bar moving along here, and that is cached information. So when we go and change something, what Blender does is as you play it through, it caches those changes. It caches the movement of what's happening when the thing explodes. It happens in a similar way as well if you use the physics engine, which we'll see later on. Now, what is happening is it's remembering so it doesn't have to do the calculations again and again and again as it plays through. Now, as we can see up in the top here, we've got frames per second at 24, which is great because I believe that's what the whole scene is set to. So we've got it just breaking into two pieces. Now, that's not very exciting. Now, we really want it to break into lots and lots of pieces. And of course, that lines us up now for a challenge. I would like you to go ahead and make some smaller pieces, please. So use whatever method you like to make the cube explode into smaller pieces. Pretty straightforward. Give it some thoughts. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop back over into Blender and make it explode into smaller pieces. Okay, welcome back. So we've got our cube here just really splitting into two and not doing anything exciting. So I'm going to stop that animation because it's a wee bit dull, and I'm going to go back to frame 1. Well, we see frame 1, it's already broken apart. Let's go back to frame 0. So if we want it to go into many pieces, it would be logical if we had many pieces for it to go into. Okay, so let's go ahead and go into edit mode. And I'm literally going to enable the tool shelf, go to the specials menu, hit subdivide, specials with the W key, and I'm going to hit subdivide, and I'm just going to increase the number of cuts. So I'm going to go all the way up to 10, which it will allow. And of course, you can go in and type a much higher number if you wanted. And I'm just going to leave it at 20. Now, hopefully, that's not too many. We can have a look up here. It's generated 5,000 triangles. That's fine. If you start getting it up into millions, you're probably going to slow the computer down massively. Okay, so now we've done that. Let's hop out into object mode, and let's go ahead and play back and see what happens. Aha. Now, that looks a lot better. The pieces seem quite big, though. That's interesting that the pieces do seem quite big. Let's see if subdividing it any more makes a difference. And let's also see if just using a subsurface division modifier would have done the same thing, because I do like to keep things so that you can edit them much easier. And of course, with 20 subdivisions, that's not going to be easy to edit. So let's go ahead and explore a different way of doing this now. It's going to hit the undo key. In fact, I'm going to hit the undo key so we get rid of the quick explode around there where it's broken it in two. And let's go ahead and go to the subdivisions surface modifier over in the modifiers tab. Now, where it happens to be in the chain may make a difference here. So I'm just going to up the view count to 4 and let's see if anything happens. Okay, so it literally breaks into what looks like a burger bun in two. Let's shift this up to the very top. Aha. Excellent. So we can see here that we can go back to the simple as well, so it remains a cube, or we can do the Catmull Clark. And, well, that's doing something. So I think that's a much better way of doing it without cutting things up. Now, we can see here that as we increase the subdivisions, the frames per second has dropped right down to 10. You see that because we've added a lot more information. But there does seem to be a finite amount that the explode will cut these up into pieces. So if we go back to no subdivisions, it pretty much cuts it in two. If we go to one subdivision, I can't count all those pieces and I also don't want to, but it's less pieces than if we go to two. If we go to three, we seem to get even more pieces. But after that, it doesn't seem to get any more finer. It doesn't get into sort of dust or very small debris. So it's worthwhile knowing that we'd have to play even more of the settings to get that sort of effect going on. Okay, brilliant. We've just done a quick explode. It's useful for certain things. Obviously, there's a lot more to be done with this, and we can explore that later on. Until then, I will see you guys over in the next lecture. Welcome to the introduction to Blender Physics. So, why use physics? Well, it simulates the real world. We live in a physical world where things fall over, they bounce off of one another, and we can use the physics engine in Blender to simulate this. Now, you can manually place every bit of destroyed or deformed geometry if you wanted to, and that's what this section is focused on, is the destruction and deformation of geometry. However, you can also use the physics engine to animate with. So instead of animating a ball rolling down a surface or bouncing off of something, you could use the physics engine to do that for you. Now, it does enable you to create complex scenes easily and quickly. So you can go down the route of manually placing things and having that exact control. But if you were trying to simulate a wall falling over or perhaps some glass shattering, you probably don't want to do that manually because it would be an absolute pain to do so. But if you fancy a challenge, you can go off and do that. I'm not going to, because this is great for realism. As I've mentioned, shattering glass, falling towers, you could even make some dominoes or something along those lines with it. Of course, those things are quite complex, so we're going to start with something simple. And we're going to focus initially on rigid body physics. What's rigid body physics? Well, as the name suggests, it simulates the physics of rigid or solid bodies. So if you imagine just hard surfaces, so chairs, tables, glasses, etc., they all come under that solid body. Now, if this works very closely with the animation system, as I've been alluding to, it's you can simulate a ball rolling down a hill or two objects bouncing off of one another, and it works in conjunction with the animation system rather seamlessly. Some of the other physics simulations don't work so well with the animation system. Now it will move and rotate objects. That's important. So it was going to translate them and rotate them as they fall through the air or as they break apart. Now, what it won't do is deform them. Okay, so now we've got that under our belts, let's go play with rigid body physics and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we're over in Blender and I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm going to just save a default layout. I'm going to keep it almost like the default layout when you first open Blender. However, I'm going to set the end frame at 50 for the moment. I've got a feeling I'm going to set this up several times, so I'm literally going to save the startup file as it is there. Perfect. So I'm going to open up the tool shelf here and select my cube. Now, there are a couple of ways of adding a rigid body physics to any mesh object in Blender. So there is a physics tab. It's quite hard to read when it's all squished up, but it's just there. And once something's selected, we have two options to add active and add passive. Now you can also do that on the properties window itself. There's a little bouncy ball icon. And we've got rigid body. And when you click that there, by default, you will get an active object. Now, what does that do? Well, let's go ahead and press play now, or use the shortcut Alt and A, and we can see that it falls away. And 50 frames seems to be a good loop point because it's disappeared from the screen. Now, if this was active, it means that it is being controlled by the physics engine. If it's passive, it means it's not, but will still interact with other rigid bodies. So if we set this now to passive, we can see it just sits there. However, if we put another cube into the scene, well, let's do that. Let's duplicate this cube, and I'm just going to move it up on the Z axis there, and then move it across just a little on the X and make that one active. Okay, let's see what happens. There we go. It falls off into oblivion. So that's quite useful. And in fact, here I'm just going to set that a little longer since now it's falling for longer. There we go. So with 75 frames there, we seem to get quite a full animation. We can see it disappearing. So what are the other options? Because in general, it's great to just hit add active or add passive, but in general, we're going to want to have a bit more detail. So over in the properties panel itself, we've got some options. Now, active and passive are here. Animated is very useful because it enables us to use the animation system, i.e. key the movements in, and then let Blender physics take over later on. We won't do that at the moment, but we can do that later on. The mass. Now, the mass itself is pretty self-explanatory. It's the weight of that object. Now, this is in kilograms, and that is a what's that? That's a 2 by 2 meter cube, essentially, weighing 1 kilogram. So it's going to act like a 1 kilogram, 2 meter cube. However, if that weighed 10 kilos, it would act slightly differently. As you can see, it's not sort of bouncing off as far as it would do before. And if we set that as a very light one, we can see it behaves differently as well. So we can change the mass of our objects. Now, one thing to bear in mind is if you haven't set the scale correctly, so let's bring out the properties window here. So we've got a scale here of 111 and on here of 111, which is absolutely fine. However, if we scale something up, and off it flies there. If we scale something up like that, we see that it's going to act slightly differently. In fact, in this case, because we scaled it and moved it whilst the physics engine was running, it's not like that at all. So let's just put it slightly above. So this is going to act differently because it's bigger, but it will still act as if it was a smaller cube. So what we'd need to do in this case is make sure we apply with Control and A, or go into Object and apply the actual scale. And then it should behave like an appropriately sized cube that weighs 10 kilos. That can be very odd to get your head round at first, but it does mean that the physics will act more realistically. Of course, if the desired result you want is a little bit unrealistic, then you can do that too. That's absolutely fine. Now, rigid body collisions, the next area down, we've got a convex hull and the mesh itself. In general, I wouldn't bother picking any of the others for the moment because it does change how things behave. So if I selected sphere, this will act more like a ball, and as you can see, let's zoom in here so we can see it, it's actually intersecting, and that's because instead of using the outside faces of our mesh as basically where it's bumping into, it's put a sphere inside our model. Now, there may be reasons why you want that, so I don't know, to make a cube roll, but if we were doing that, we could go down to the next area and go to collision margin, put that on, and then increase it. Now, if we set that to 1, let's see what happens. It will, well, it hasn't seemed to do much in this case. I'm guessing it's still going inside the model. Let's set it back to convex hull and let the simulation run. And we can see there's a 1 Blender unit gap. It's literally hitting it a Blender unit away. So this can be useful. I would not set it to 0, but if you're having objects passing through one another, the small that it was at before, the 0.04, is usually more than enough to prevent it passing through. Now, friction is, as we can gather, is how frictionless the surface of that is. So if it was set down to 0, it would have no friction and freely scoot across a lot of surfaces. And if it was 1, it would really grip onto any surface it comes into contact with. Bounciness, of course, is how bouncy an object is. And then we might not see it in this particular simulation. Perhaps a ball bouncing on the ground would be a better example of something that's bouncy, or indeed something that's got a 0 friction and high bounciness. There we go. We can see that was skipping over the surface really quickly and bouncing away. Brilliant. Okay, so there's rigid body dynamics down here at the moment. We won't go into that just at the moment, but you can literally deactivate something until something else comes into contact with it if you wanted to. And, well, since we're here, let's do it anyway. Dampening, well, we can dampen its movement, or its rotation. So we can say here that it's resistant to rotation. Then when it hits, oh, that is just really odd. Was that what we intended? Well, maybe not. Let's turn it down a little. So if something's rotating a little too quickly after it's hit, we can dampen that rotation. And translation is exactly the same. At 1, you can see that, well, it's kind of like it's falling through goo rather than falling free. It's literally not getting through. But if we lower that, we can make the whole thing just a little bit more controlled rather than bouncing all over the place. So you can play with these to your heart's content, of course, to get an effect or a simulation that you desire. And of course, that leads us up to a challenge. I would like you to go ahead and create a short physics simulation. So create a simple scene using basic meshes. Generate a physics simulation with some interaction, so things are hitting one another, and use both passive and active rigid bodies. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go create a short physics simulation. Okay, so I've started off in a default scene here, and I'm going to delete a cube. I don't want a cube, I want a plane. I'm going to scale up the plane, not pushing it through itself, to about that, and I'm going to tilt it so it's slightly downhill. So I'm going to rotate on the X direction, and then just do that. So whatever lands on here should then slide down. So let's go ahead and add something to land on it. So I'm going to add in a UV sphere. I'm going to use it as a ball. I'm going to pop it in here and just see what happens. Now, of course, we've not applied any physics yet. So what do we need? We need on here, this is going to stay still. So we need to add a rigid body to both of these. And of course, if we decide to play at the moment, they both fall away. So what we'll need to do is make the ground itself passive. And then the ball should hit the ground and roll. Excellent. Now it looks like in this case we're going to need slightly more frames. So I'm going to go up to 200 here. That should give us plenty to see what happens. It should accelerate down here. Perfect. Okay, so now that we've done that, let's play with some of the settings and see what happens. So both of these have a friction of 0.5, which is its resistance to moving, and a bounciness of 0. So what happens if we set the ground with a bounciness of 1? Extremes are a great way of testing things. Doesn't do anything. Okay, so what happens if we set both of them to a bounciness of 1? I'm guessing it's going to bounce. Excellent. So there we go. There's a bouncing ball going down the hill. Let's set this to 0, and I'm guessing it won't bounce. Okay, so this is a great example of experimentation and working out that the bounciness, if one or more of the items have anything with 0 in them, especially the floor, if you've got more than one item, then it's not going to really work. However, what this could, I suppose, do for us is if we go back to the beginning of the animation and let's say, let's go from a top view here. And let's duplicate this a couple of times. Oh, if I hit the right key. So there we go. So we've got plenty there. And now if they impact one another, because of course, they won't impact each other down a straight slope like that. They'll just race one another into oblivion. But what we can do here is, well, let's subdivide our plane and give it some substance, really. I'm going to go for a simple subdivision. And I'm going to apply that subdivision. Oh, can't do it in edit mode. There we go. So now we've got something to play with. I can pull up some geometry for them to bounce off of. Of course, they won't bounce off of it until we're actually in object mode. Okay, so we're letting them roll down, and we can see that things are falling through the floor. Let's just let it settle. Let's redo the animation. Oh, well, I wasn't expecting that. I'm going to add a modifier and add a subdivision surface here just to smooth those out ever so slightly. Let's see if that's made any difference. Okay, so these balls are now passing through the surface of our model. Now that would suggest that it's not having time to calculate the impact that these balls are having, or literally they're passing through the surface. I'll make sure that let's say the mesh itself rather than a convex hull. Let's see if that makes a difference. So let's reset and play. Yes, it does make a difference. Now, will these balls collide with one another? Kind of, but they're not bouncing off of one another. So let's give the ground a bit of bounciness. Then the balls will maybe be a bit more interesting. And again, this is one of these things that you can play with to your heart's content until you get it how you want it to be. Now, the margin here might help. In fact, it probably does now that these aren't falling through. That's one of the differences here. The convex hull, the collision margin, if it's not there, allows them to fall through. So that's an example of that actually working in action. So we can leave it as convex hull here, and we can see they're hitting one another, and they have got a bounciness of 1. Let's make them frictionless, or make this one frictionless and see what happens. So that's just sliding and pushing the other one down. So because it's got no friction, it's not rotating. So we can add in a tiny bit of friction. Of course, that ruins our physics model. So we've got to start from the beginning again. And now it's got some friction. It should grip, there we go, and rotate. And I don't think I've got enough things for it to bump into. But by now you should have got the gist of your marble run or whatever you guys have created. And do remember to share your work in the discussions over on the forum. Love to see what you guys have come up with, some simple physics in Blender. And as always, I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Copying Physics Properties. So where is the physics data actually stored? Well, we'll see in a few moments that physics properties are not linked to the object or data block as you might think they are, like the materials are when you set those up. Now, they are part of the scene data block, and this means that, unfortunately, when you append an object that you've set physics up, well, the actual data itself is not going to come across for the physics setup. You'd actually have to append the scene itself into a new Blender file because that's where all the properties are stored. Now, you cannot make links to the physics either. So when you're used to using Control and L to steal the material data from another area, there's no option for physics. Perhaps that will change in the future. That would be very useful, but it's not possible at the moment, simply because it's stored in the scene data block again. It's not stored as part of the object or the object data block. You can, however, still copy from an active mesh object. And we'll go explore that now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we're over in Blender here, and we have just a standard cube as we would do normally. Let's set some physics up on it. So let's go ahead and just add a rigid body like we've done before, and let's go ahead and play that. So one of the ways that you can get data from one object to another is, of course, copying or duplicating the object itself. So let's go ahead and just stop that from playing. Let's go back to frame 0 again, and using Shift and D we can duplicate our cube, and both of them now have physics properties applied to them because it's derived from the original. Now, if we change, let's say we go and use Alt D and make a linked duplicate, and just to remind you, that means that they are linked. If we scale them in edit mode, they will scale, or both of them will scale because they're actually the same mesh data. Now, they will all have the same applied, but of course, if we set this one having a mass of 5, if we go to this one, it will have a mass of 1, and this one will have a mass of 1 as well. And of course, that in itself, you think would be a little bit problematic, and it is if you don't know how to handle it. So first of all, before we go any further, where is all of this data stored? Well, it's actually in the scene itself. And if we scroll down, so in the properties window, there is the scene tab. It looks like a ball and a cylinder and I suppose it's a lamp next to it as well. I can't quite make all of that out, but we've got a series of options. We've got gravity in here now. That does affect our scene. So if we changed where the gravity was coming from, at the moment it's set to 9.81, which is meters per second in this case. And if we end up just playing it, by default, there we go, the others just disappeared. But by default, after a second, these cubes should have traveled 9.81 meters or 9.81 Blender units as well, because they are linked. Now, these are falling away. That's absolutely fine. If I untick rigid body world, well, the physics just stops working because that's where this data is stored. Now, we've got some other options down here, the useful ones down here, and these are some of the trip ups that you'll come across, the gotchas. We can change the steps per second, we can change the solver iteration. The higher these numbers, the slower your calculations are going to be, but the more accurate they should become. Don't go too high though, otherwise you can also get some very undesirable results where things just go flying off into the ether. I'm going to stop these things falling. Okay, the one that usually gets people is this rigid body cache. Now, if we open that up, we can see it starts at 1 and goes to 250. And it says we've got 50 frames in memory and it's taking up 12 kilobytes. That's fine. That makes sense. If we change any of the settings to do with the physics, let's go over here and make the mass 2 and go back here. We should see that it says outdated. No, it doesn't. Let's just change something else, the friction, and go back here. Perhaps it needs to be running to be outdated. There we go. Cache is out. And if I pull this open, it says outdated. There we go. So the cache is outdated. Now, the important thing here is the start frame and the end frame. Now, if you were doing quite a long simulation, at the moment, it would literally stop after 250 frames. It doesn't matter if you've changed this setting down on the timeline to be 300, 400, 500. It doesn't matter. 2000. It will still stop the simulation after 250 frames. And that is something that will catch you out if you're, let's doing a dominoes scene, for instance, where one block is hitting another and they're cascading down. Well, after 250 frames or 10, just over 10 seconds at 24 frames per second, it's just going to stop. And if you wonder why, go and check out this setting here, the rigid body cache. It's literally storing the information. Now, what we don't see with these simple cubes falling, let's go back over here, is it's kind of locked 24 frames per second. If it was a more complicated simulation, we would see it drop down, perhaps even less to 1 frame per second. But once it's run that, it's actually stored those 50 frames in this case into cache, so it doesn't have to recalculate the movements every time. However, everything that you change will actually make the whole cache out of date. And that's the case. Sometimes you'll do something whilst the animation is running and things just explode or fly over the place and you just wonder what's going on. Well, if that does happen, just reset the simulation or let it loop round anyway, especially if it's a short simulation like 50 frames. So now we've got all of these cubes all set up, what we can do is copy the physics from one to another. Now, this is available in the tool shelf under the physics pane. And if we, that's the 5th one down here, and we've got a button that says copy from active. So the easiest way of doing this is, well, there are a couple of ways of doing it, but the easiest I've often found is to move all of your objects that you're working with to a separate layer. That's one way. Or in the outliner, deselect the selection for things you don't want or that you're not working with at the moment. So we've got these 3 cubes. Now, if I select everything with the A key, it's only those 3 being selected. And I can also move them to another layer like layer 2. And then when I'm looking at that, I can simply just hit A and it will select everything that's on that layer. Now, I select the one I want to copy the information from first. It will go that lighter orange color on the origin. Now, because they've got physics applied, unfortunately, we can't look at the actual outline because that's just gone green. Now, let's have a look and see the settings. Let's give it a friction of 1, a bounciness of 0.5, and a mass of 10, which we definitely can't see. And let's change it from convex hull to mesh just for this instance. Now we've got all that set up, we can hit the A key twice, and you see that the other origins for these particular cubes are a dark orange. And now if we hit copy from active, it's copied the physics data from this cube to the other 2. And if we can go and click on them, we can see that that is in fact the case. They now all contain the same physics properties. Now, this can be a great way of let's say setting up a scene with multiple items. You just all set them up with the same physics properties and then go in to tweak them. Or indeed, if you've got lots of duplicate objects that are actually the same, that do need the same physical properties, you can apply it across the board. So now, just to practice this, I've got a small challenge for you. I'd like you to go ahead and copy some properties. So go ahead and set up a scene with 5 falling primitives and a slightly sloped ground plane, so it's a bit more interesting when they hit it. Make all of these mesh objects share the same physical data, so they're all going to weigh the same, have the same bounciness, etc. Now remember to make the ground plane passive, otherwise it's going to disappear with all the others and nothing will hit one another, which wouldn't be that exciting. So go ahead, pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's set up a scene and hop on over into Blender. Okay, welcome back. So we have our 3 cubes here. I'm going to get rid of 2 of them. That's fine. Okay, I'm going to add in a plane and just scale that up massively. So we've got something there. And I'm going to save my file as well and call it 5 falling objects. I cannot see my microphone, so hopefully I can't see through my microphone. 5 falling objects. So just got a capital in the wrong place. Anyway, enough of my keyboard wizardry. Let's just play. Well, let's add our other objects in first. So what else can we have? Let's have a cone. And for excitement, let's actually have the cone rotated X by 180. So it's pointing down. Who knows which way it will actually fall. Let's add in another mesh. Let's add in Suzanne the monkey. She's always useful to have in a scene, keeping an eye on us and our antics. There we go. There's Suzanne. I'm going to shift her over here so she's not getting a cone falling right on top of her. And then, of course, that's 3. So let's go in. Now, I've got the extra things added in. So let's see. Teapot. Oh, that's going to come in pretty large. Let's shrink it down just a little and move it over here. And what else have we got? We've got one more object. What should we have? Choices, choices, choices. Let's go for a cylinder. And let's tilt it on its side. So I'm going to rotate it around the y-axis by 90. There we go. So that's a great starting point. And now I'm going to, this one's already got physics properties enabled. So I'm going to select everything from that, go over to the physics tab and copy from active. And then remembering to set this to passive. In fact, I can just hit add passive over here and that should work. It's not rotated yet. So let's rotate it ever so slightly. And let's see what happens when we go ahead and play. Now, we've only got 50 frames, so I'm going to up this now to 200 just to see what happens. It turns out, yes, there we go. The cone does indeed fall over. Now, of course, we could make things a bit more interesting. We could make the floor a little bit more bouncy. And let's go to this cube and make that very bouncy and the friction a little low. There we go. So the cube's bouncing about. Well, that's probably a bit too much bouncing this, that's a new word, never mind. And let's select these other objects and then copy from active, which will be this first one again. Copy from active. Let's see what happens now. They're a bit bouncier. Excellent. Lots of fun. How did you guys get on? I hope you're getting the hang now of the physics engine. As you can see, it's got quite a bit of potential and quite a bit of confusing settings over here. But rest assured, we'll get to the bottom of most of it and we'll have lots of fun whilst doing it. Please share your 5 falling objects in the discussions on the forum, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to the center of mass. So where is the center of mass and what is it? Well, it is wherever the origin is. Blender uses the origin as the center of mass. Now, that means you have control over this, which isn't always a good thing. If you've inadvertently constructed something away from the from the origin itself, that geometry is going to act very weird when you start applying physics to it. So it can lead to some strange results. Now, they might be desirable depending on the type of thing that you're doing. Now, Blender can calculate for us the center of the mass, and you've probably seen this before when we move the origin to the center of mass. Now, in most object, that's going to pretty much put it in the middle, unless you've got a lopsided object, in which case you'd want to adjust the center of mass so it behaved realistically when it comes to physics. Now, let's go ahead and hop on over into Blender and play with the center of mass. Hey, so welcome over into Blender. Now, at this point, We're going to focus on something very similar to the wall you saw that the tank was breaking through earlier, but we're going to build it up from scratch. So in order to do that, we're going to use arrays. So my first mini challenge for you is to pause the video and go ahead and make a wall. This isn't going to be one of those major challenges, but this is a mini challenge. Challenge yourself to build a wall made of standard size bricks, if you will, or sorry, standard ratio bricks. You don't have to worry too much about the size at the moment. So go ahead, pause the video now and give that a quick go. Okay, now did you give that challenge a go? It's very important to practice your skills. Now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to build up my wall super quick here. I'm literally going to scale in the Y direction my brick by half and scale it in the Z direction by half. I'm going to go to the not the control panel, sorry, the properties window for the 3D editor and shift it up by 0.5. So I've got my brick here. Finally, I'm going to apply scale now. Because we're working with physics, it's good if things are the right size from the beginning. Now I'm going to shift this across a little over here, and I'm going to add a ground plane in. And whilst I'm at it, and you might not have done this because I didn't ask you to create a ground plane. That's absolutely fine. You can pop one in now as you're following along. I've added a ground plane. I'm going to make sure I start saving my work. I'm going to save it as wall. Because we're going to start applying physics, and physics can crash Blender occasionally. Now, whilst I've actually got this selected, I'm going to go ahead and apply the scale that I've just bumped that floor up to 4. And whilst I'm here, I'm also going to apply a rigid body and make it passive, because the wall needs somewhere to stand. Now, with the array itself, I'm going to use 10 bricks and then build it up from there. So let's go ahead and add an array. And if I'm happy with how it looks, let's go to 10 of them. Okay, let's shift that over here a little so it's more in the middle. Excellent. I'm happy with that, apart from the gap in between. So I'm going to go for 1.1. Bit big. So I'm going to go for 1.05. That looks much better. Okay, so that's my first array. I'm now going to array the array. So relative offset, I'm going to set that to 0 for the moment and set Z to 1. And I'm just going to zoom in here so I can see the relative gaps. Now, because my brick is half as high as it is wide, I should imagine that the relative offset here, if we set it to 0.05 like the other one, we're going to end up with a gap that's half the size, which has happened. So if I go 1.1, we've then got a nice gap between here, let's say for the mortar or anything along those lines. And it's a good idea to keep an idea, or certainly an eye, on these numbers that we've used, because we're going to use them in a bit for the margins for physics. Okay, so now I've done that, I just need to offset in the X direction by, well, 0.1 would be 1 brick because there are 10 bricks. So I want half of 0.1, so it's again 0.05. Okay, so that's the first stage and the second stage of the wall done. And now it should be a matter of just offsetting in the Z direction going up. Now that is too big, so that again, that's 1.05. Excellent. In fact, if we go to perspective mode, we can see it from the side, and that looks even, which is nice. Sorry, orthographic mode, go from perspective mode. And we can use a couple and make it super high if we wanted to. That's fine with me. In fact, we could link this together and build a building, but I'm going to leave it as a wall for the moment. Now, looking at that, the ground is far too small, so I'm just going to scale it up a little bit more and apply that scale. Okay, so now we've got this wall on this ground, we've got a basis to work from. Now, if I go ahead and apply physics to this whole wall, you probably guessed the wall's going to move as one object with its center of mass, interestingly enough, all the way over here. So that's not where the center of mass of this wall would be at all. It would be somewhere in the middle of the wall. And if we go ahead and run the physics engine, it just wobbles because it's already sat on the ground. If we were to just, let's say for argument's sake, lift the wall up so it was up here and then dropped it onto the ground, we will see that, again, you saw there, it twinged around that center there. So that's wrong. That's just wrong. It's not going to work like that in real life. So we need to separate out all these bricks. Now, it is important at this point to remove the physics from the brick itself. Otherwise, when you try and move the origin, I'm going to stop that from bouncing around. If you try when we go to, if we scroll down here and set the origin to the center of mass, well, it's not going to work because it's all based around here. And of course, at the moment, we've still got all the array modifiers unapplied. Now, remember to turn this off. So I'm going to do that now. And I'm also going to save my work. That is always important if I use the right shortcut keys. There we go. So I've saved my work and I'm ready to do a challenge. I would like you to go ahead and create a physically stable wall. So basically one that doesn't fall over or explode on us. Well, not yet anyway. So all bricks should be individual so they can be acted upon individually. Now move the center of mass for each brick to the right location. At the moment, it's all focused around that original brick, and that's going to it's going to cause some interesting results, and will certainly throw the bricks around something crazy if you just leave it where it is. You might want to just try where it is currently just to see the effect if you want to. Okay, so they should rest on some invisible mortar or gap that matches the existing gap. So when you add the rigid body to the actual bricks themselves, remember to include a margin so that the bricks essentially float on top of one another, but that is to imitate mortar being in between them, so they're slightly separated. Now make all the bricks have the same physical properties, and remember you can do that in one fell swoop rather than doing it individually. If you start playing about with bricks and giving them slightly different properties, that's fine, that could add to the realism of a scene, but it'd be good to have a starting point where they're all identical. There may be some instances where you'd want to change that, but not in this case. So go ahead, pause the video now, and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go ahead and create a physically stable wall. Okay, so we left off over here with our wall as individual items. Now I'm going to go ahead straight away and hop into edit mode, and of course we've got all of these bricks. Well, no, actually we can't do that yet. I'm getting ahead of myself, you see, because they aren't individual bricks. They're an array at the moment. Oh, silly me. I'm applying my array in the wrong order. So apply from the bottom up. There we go, and the final array. Okay, so now when we go into edit mode, there we go. We've got all individual bricks. Now, let's go ahead and separate them by loose parts. Because they're not connected anywhere at all, we can just literally separate them apart. Now that we've done that, we can, well, literally apply physics to them. So in order to do that, there are a couple of things that I'm going to do to make my life easier so I can select them all every time. Is I'm going to turn off selection for the camera, and I'm going to turn off selection for these items here, just in case I manage to select them, the lamp as well, and the plane. I don't want to be selecting the floor and changing its properties. Now, whenever I select all, I should be selecting in object mode, I'll be selecting only these mesh objects themselves and nothing else, literally nothing else in the scene because there's nothing else selectable. Okay, so now we've done that. We've got all of these bricks selected and an active selected brick. So the one that's active is the one that's going to take on the rigid body. And oh, it's actually the furthest one away from here. So if we go ahead and, well, basically play that, we will see once it starts, it falls down and does something weird when it hits the floor. And it does something weird, it gets dragged along because its center of gravity is actually passing beneath the plane itself. So it's actually being pulled in line with it. I think we're going to need some more frames anyway. I'm going to go up to 150. So you can see here, it gets pulled in so it's directly above that and then scoots around the surface. So it's worthwhile knowing that that center of gravity will be funny when we apply it to the rest of this. And let's do that. It's all going to be sucked into this one place here. So I'm going to go to the physics tab and copy from active. And when we do that, the whole thing pulls down and it all gets sucked into one place. Yay. That might be a awesome effect if a portal opened up and you wanted it to be pulled into one place. Well, that isn't what I want to happen here. I want them to be individual. So in order to do that, I'm actually, well, kind of stuck here because I've just applied physics to everything and I can't unapply physics to everything without undoing. So I am just going to undo in this case. Another case in point for saving is that you don't want to end up doing a ton of work and then having it ruined. I'm going to stop the playback for the moment and reset it to 0. And now I'm going to remove the rigid body from that. I'm going to select everything again. And then whilst we're in object mode, I need to go to the tool shelf and I'm going to set the origin to the center of mass. Now, because they're all now separate objects and it's got no physics applied, there you go. Everything's now got its own center of mass. Let's add a rigid body to the active one and then go into the physics tab, copy from the active one to everything else, and of course, hit play. So let's go ahead and hit the right keys. Now, whoa, that's actually dropping from quite a height. We did play with that earlier. So let's set that back down to 0. Does that make a difference? No, of course it doesn't. So let's move everything back down here. Okay, so looking at this, what have we moved? We've just moved this one down. So let's pull. I don't know where it was before, so I'm just going to have to undo till it's in the right place. Okay, so everything there is at the beginning of the scene, and now we're moving the whole block as a whole. That looks like it's now on the surface again. Well, whilst we're in orthographic mode, we can confirm that. Perfect. And let's run the physics simulation. Now, at the moment, the bricks drop on top of one another, which is fine, but we need to leave a gap for mortar. Now, if we remember earlier, we had a margin, so I'm going to enable collision margin, and I'm going to set it to 0.5. I think that was what we had before. And, well, convex hull is not working, so I'm going to try mesh. Okay, mesh isn't working quite as I expect it to either. Now I'm going to just stop the physics simulation here and rewind and just see if that makes a difference. Okay, it is not making a difference, which is surprising. I thought it would have done. I'm going to up the margin now to 1. You know what's happening. Totally forgot to apply from the active, so I need to copy from active. So it's going down at 0.5. Well, let's actually be funny. Let's set it at 0.5, and I'm going to hit copy from active, and boom. The bricks are literally so confined together that they literally explode. Now, that's not the effect we're going for, although it is quite interesting. So let's try 0.05 again, and then copy from active. That's important. Aha, it's not being crazy anymore. Let's go around to the front again and zoom in. Now, is that gap right? It is, and you can see they're kind of jostling and floating on top of one another. Almost as if there was a magnetic field around them. Let's bump that up to 150 again. And this brick is toppling away. Oh, hey, the whole thing falls over eventually. So it's not inherently stable at that point, but we can tweak the physics settings in a bit to improve that. Okay, so after a few minutes of confusion, the wall just kept falling down, and I thought, well, hang on a minute, all my trial runs that I've done, this has not happened. So perhaps, but the other thing I did do is make the wall explode violently. So perhaps something had cached. I had remembered some of the physics of that explosion and was toppling for some reason. Now, I don't understand why it would do that, but it turned that going down to the shape itself and switching it from mesh to convex hull, I thought at first, oh, okay, I just picked the wrong collision shape. But when switching it directly back to mesh again, well, what happened? Well, it was still working. Okay, so this is a case in point that sometimes the physics can get a little bit confused. So switching the collision shape can almost reset the physics engine itself and do some recalculations. And literally, after switching between those two, it started working again. One of the things you can do when this thing is moving is if I grab a brick and move it, well, it really starts throwing things about. Of course, it resets. So after sorting that out, that seems to have fixed everything. The other thing, of course, that we need to sort of figure out at this point, and we can have a look at this brick that's tumbling, is does it look like a brick when it hits the ground? Is it too bouncy? It's not particularly bouncy, but it does slide a little. So let's go ahead and sort that out. So I'm going to go ahead and select everything again. And we need an active brick, and let's use the one that's falling. So select everything after selecting the active one. And let's go ahead and have a look at its physics properties. So it's got a strong friction, and if we set the bounciness to 1, as we've discovered before, it's a combination of both the floor itself, the floor's properties, and this here. We discovered that in the last lecture. So we don't want any bounciness because bricks don't bounce. I'm going to up this number again, the resistance to translation and a little bit of resistance to rotation, and see if that makes the brick just a little more. Yeah, that looks a bit better. And of course, up here, the mass of the brick. Now, these bricks are quite large. They're not to scale. That's certainly the fact. They're a whole meter long, which is huge. That brick is not going to weigh 1 kilogram. It's going to weigh significantly more. So let's say it weighs 10 kilos, and let's see how it tumbles from the wall at this point. Of course, it's going to do more damage as it does, but that feels like that brick now has more substance to it. So, of course, let's actually apply that to all the rest of the bricks as well. And they should now be inherently more stable anyway because they're a bit heavier for their size. If we set, well, let's do it. Let's set the mass to 0.1. So we've got a 100 gram brick, and then copy from active. So the whole wall is like this. It's not going to come to a complete stop when it lands. In fact, if we make it even smaller, you see it doesn't even affect bricks at this point. So let's set that back up to 10. Now, here's a good example. Because those bricks don't weigh anything anymore, they weigh 100 grams, and this weighs 10,000 grams, you can see the effect it's having on the wall. It's actually shifting the entire lot sideways as it falls because it's so much heavier than the rest of the wall. Now, of course, at this point, I'm going to copy from active again to the whole wall. And now I do have to wait for the physics engine to reset, or of course, go back to the beginning. And there we go. There's the one brick tumbling to oblivion because it's got no support. Excellent. So how did you guys get on? Did you manage to create a wall that was stable? Did you have any problems like I came across and have to troubleshoot? Please share your falling walls in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Animating with Physics. So, animating physics. Well, one thing to remember is Blender actually allows you to animate almost everything. Now, when you think of animations, you're usually thinking about just moving something. But we can use this feature of Blender to toggle whether we are in control of, i.e. we're running an animation, moving something, let's say, or the physics engine itself is in charge of the mesh. Now, Blender's physics engine is great. It will remember what has just happened in the animation. So if it was traveling at a certain speed, it will continue traveling that certain speed, but then with physics applied to it. And we're also going to have a quick peek at the graph editor, and that will become apparent why we need to do that as soon as we hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we're over in Blender, and the first thing we need to do here is set the scene. So I'm going to add a plane. So we've got a ground, and I'm going to scale that up by a large number. So, well, actually that's very large. Never mind, that will do. And I'm going to immediately apply a rigid body physics to the ground and make it passive. I'm going to lift the cube out of the ground, he says, having grabbed the wrong thing. There we go. Let's move it on the Z axis. So GZ1, I'll lift it up, and I'm going to duplicate that. So there's the extra cube, and I'm going to move that new one, GY, I don't know, 3. There we go. So they are separate. So we've got 2 cubes here, and I'm going to add a rigid body to both of them. So we're ready to go. Now, the thing to bear in mind here is this little checkbox. When we're dealing with an active rigid body, there's a little tick box that tells the Blender basically whether or not it's animated or not. And that's the thing that we can toggle with a keyframe. So first of all, let's set up a keyframe for both of these in the starting location. Now, there is a couple of ways of doing this, and I'm going to open up the properties panel, and using the I key to insert a keyframe, I'm going to hover over the area that I want to key in, and we will see a yellow bar appear here. So let's go ahead and do that. So I've got this cube here selected. I'm going to press I, and we can see a little yellow bar, certainly if I move that, has appeared, which means that has remembered exactly where it is. And I'm going to do the same to this cube here. I'm going to hover over its location and press I. Excellent. So that's a great start. We've keyed in the beginning position. Now, we need to move one of them by a certain amount. I'm going to move them both to the same place, first of all. So I'm going to go to the side view in orthographic, sides. They're aligned. There we go. I'm going to move them positive X, and I'm going to turn snapping on so I can align them perfectly. I'm going to move it along here and then up to about here, he says, having not locked it in fully. And I'm going to do the same to the other one here. Okay, now I did fiddle about. Fortunately, I've not lost anything, which is good. Really, you should place the frame first, because if you go over the top, in fact, I'm going to do it. If you go over the top of already keyframed, it moves along. So I'm going to set this at 30 frames, and we've got our cube up here. Fortunately, it seems to have remembered that it had been moved, which is good. So we're going to set it at 30, and we can see the number frame we're on both here in the 3D window in the lower left, and also down here as well on the timeline. So I'm going to key in that one, and I'm going to click again and key in the other one. Okay, so now both of them are keyed in. And if we play the animation, we'll see that it moves from one place to the other. No, it doesn't. So why doesn't it? It's just behaving with physics at the moment because we've not said to animate it. So now we've put a tick in the animated box. We should find it moves from one place to another. Oh, it turns out here both the keyframes are in the same position. Okay, so it didn't hold that. Let's move that one and move this one. Okay, excellent. Let's key in that and key in the other one. So hovering over and pressing I. Let's just make sure that is working now. Excellent. So the one thing I want to do here is actually move one to the same place but in a lot shorter time, and then we can compare the two when we switch physics off. So I'm going to go to where it is at 30, but this time actually key in these figures earlier on, say at 15, so it's moved very quickly. So I'm going to go to frame 15. I took a note of one of them there, and this was 5 and 6, I believe. 6. So this cube here is going to get to the end location a lot quicker than the other one, and I'm going to key that in. Now I need to remove what I've already keyed in. So see, we've actually got a keyframe applied here to that particular cube, which would be a bit disastrous if we wanted the physics engine to take over. But what we can do here is simply delete that particular one. Now, a couple of ways of doing that. I'm going to switch over to the graph editor in a second, because one of the problems, if you look at our cube, I'm going to play the animation here, see it move. Notice that it's dampened at the end. It starts slowing down, and that is because of the graph editor. It's not linearly going between one place and another. It actually starts a little slower, speeds up, and then slows back down again. So I'm going to change this view. Let's actually move this up so we can see more. I'm going to change this view here to the graph editor. So here we go. We've got the cube that we've got selected, and we can see that there's a slight S-curve going through. Now this is actually controlling how it's moving in the X and the Z direction there, and it's got no movement in the Y, which is absolutely fine. That is what's happening. But here we have the actual points themselves, and it's this set over here, the end ones, that we don't want anymore. So I'm going to right click on those. The selection is just like it is normally. I'm going to hit X and delete the keyframes. There we go. That's that sorted. The other thing I want to sort out whilst I'm in this graph editor, I'm not going to play with anything else, but like a Bezier curve, it has handles, and we can change the type of handle. And we can do that by going to key, as in the keyframe itself, and handle type, and you can see the shortcut key, just like that Bezier curve, is V. And if I set it to a vector, it will become straight. It will tend to carry on rather than doing anything else. We can see it's actually changed the motion a little. I'm going to go to the beginning one and also hit V and set it as vector. In fact, in this case, because I want them all to be vectors, I'm going to select everything, hit V and vector. There we go, it's moving along. I'm going to select the other square and do exactly the same. So I'm going to select all and hit V and vector. Then they're just linearly moving between the two places. Okay, so now we've done that, the next thing we need to do is animate this toggle switch here, where it says whether it's animated or not. Because if we turn it off, it behaves with the physics engine, and whilst it's on, it just follows whatever path we've had set for it. So I'm going to go back to the timeline view, because it's a bit less cluttered. And what we need to do here is go to the beginning frame, and where it says animated, I'm going to press I over the top of that, and we can see it's gone yellow. I'm going to select the other cube and press I, so it's animated. And now I just need to work out which cube is which. So I'm just going to play through the animation. So this is the one that reaches there first, and it's the one we've got selected. And so at frame 15, as it reaches there, we can see at frame 15, it literally stops. That's its final resting place. But at that point, we can actually turn off animation. So I'm going to change it so that we've toggled animated off and hit the I key. And what we should find now is when we play the animation, it will remember its velocity and arc away. Excellent. Now this other one is going to a different place, which is fair enough. But, oh, sorry, it's going to the same place, but it's getting there at a different speed. So we should see a difference between these two in terms of how high they go and how far they go when they hit the ground. So let's go ahead, and it's at frame 30, I believe. If I select it, I can see the little yellow blob, frame 30, that's fine. I'm going to untoggle animated and press the I key to key that in. Now I'm going to make the animation itself just a little bit longer, and let's see what happens when we play that. So let's go to Alt and A and let the animation, well, let's start it afresh rather than waiting it to go. So this one's got a lot more initial velocity than this one, so it goes further, even though they go to the same point. So it's remembering where it was before. And we can make that even more extreme. We can go back, select this one that's going further, go into the graph editor again, where we've had this before, and I'm going to use border select like we've done in the 3D editor and select those three there. And using the G key, I'm literally going to move it back. So this is going to make it move a lot faster because it's going to get to that. Oh, I wasn't planning on it going that fast. There you go. It's flying away. So, wow. Okay. So let's maybe move that down to 10, which is still significantly faster than 15. So let's drop it up a little, and there we go. So that just shows you they're going to the same position, but at completely different times, and they go a lot further, or can go a lot further there. Brilliant. Okay, so we've learned a little bit there, and if these were to come into contact with any other bodies that have physics applied, they're going to interact with them, which is really, really useful, because that's going to be a good bit of the challenge for you. Okay, I'd like you to go and throw a primitive at the wall that we've created. So animate any primitive you like towards the wall itself, switch the physics engine before impact, and let the physics engine just do the rest and see what happens. Now, do remember to experiment and have fun. I certainly have when I've been trying this out. Don't be put off. If you throw something at the wall, it doesn't go through it, think, why isn't it going through that wall? What would make it go through the wall? What would make it knock the wall over a bit better? Does it need to be heavier? Does it need to be moving faster? These two things are very important. I'm sure you'll figure it out, but now is time to pause the video, have some fun, and give it a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go throw a primitive at the wall. Okay, so we've opened up the wall here that we've been working on, and I need to place something to go and impact it. So I'm going to go over here and add ourselves, lots of choices of primitives. Which one shall I pick? I'm going to pick a cone, see if it can force its way through the wall. Okay, I'm going to rotate it, I think 90 degrees on the x-axis, yep. And I'm going to lift it up ever so slightly so it's off the ground. It's a 5 blender unit, 6. Okay, that should be fine. And I'm just going to literally fire it straight. So I'm just going to flip round from one side to the other. So it's going to impact sort of there on the wall. And so I'm going to move it forward ever so slightly and up ever so slightly. But let's key in its current position first of all. So let's go to frame 0. So let's go to the beginning of the animation, or frame 1 in this case, and key in its current location. Excellent. Let's go ahead and move it, or let's go to frame 10, let's say, and move it forward a couple of blender units and maybe up 1. Excellent. Let's key that in. And let's make sure that is running. I'm going to lessen the keys here, or the frame, sorry, to 50 in total, just so it can loop quickly. There's our wall. Let's play that and just make sure it's moving. It is moving. That's fine. We've still got that brick falling off. Let's give it a rigid body. It's going to flop to the ground, which is fine. We're going to tell it that it's animated and it should move. Excellent. And we just need to tell it when to forget the animation now. So let's go to the very beginning and say, hey, Blender, this is animated. So we've keyed that in. And let's go to the end of that animation and key it, but this time with it toggled off. Okay, here's the moment of truth. Let's fire that at the wall. Oh, what a flop. Okay, so this is relatively straightforward to fix because we just need to move the two closer together until we get the desired result. So I'm going to switch to the graph editor. I'm going to make all of those a vector like we've done before, and I'm just going to deselect everything, and using border select, I'm going to make this bigger so I can select things. I'm going to select those nodes there and literally just shift them all back at once. So let's try that again. I misclicked on it. There we go. Okay, so we've got those. I'm going to go G and just move them back slightly. And I need to lock these to an axis. It's the x-axis here. I'm going to make it 5 frames and play that and see what happens. Okay, so it's going to have to be less. Let's move them. Oh, let's just do 1 frame and see what happens. Oh, I've gone too far back, haven't I? So let's just undo that. GX and go back to frame. That's the right one. Let's see if that works. Okay, so that's not actually working. That's not doing the desired result. So the other thing we can do here is just get it to move a bit further in that time frame itself. So this time, let's go back to the timeline itself. Oh, let's stop it from running. Let's go to that place where we keyed in the movement, which is at frame 10. But instead of it having this position, let's literally just shift it further forward and key in that new position. Now, I wish there would be some sort of active thing to say that you've keyed that in, or it might come up in the console. That is possible in all of this junk up here. But I don't think it is by the looks of it. So, nope, not there. Let's just see if we can run this animation. Aha! And it hits the wall and does almost nothing. How about that? So why is it doing almost nothing? Well, it weighs a kilo and the wall weighs a lot more. So let's make it heavier. Let's make it 50 kilograms and see what happens then. Excellent. So that's bust a hole straight through the wall. Let's make it 5 tons. Let's make it 5,000 kilos. Just see what happens. So there we go. Not that much different, actually. It seems to be busting through the wall before doing anything else. Excellent. So I'm going to leave that at 50. That seems to have a good effect. I'm going to go to the camera view here. Let's make my 3D window just a little bit on the bigger side, so see what's going on. And in fact, in this case, I'm going to move the camera out because it's in completely the wrong place anyway to capture anything cool, and rotate it around, and we've got all of this brickwork flying out. Perfect. That looks brilliant. How did you guys get on? Did you disintegrate your wall in a similar manner to me, or did you come up with something, well, more inventive? Please share your work in the discussions over on the forum, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to breaking up a model using particles. So, falling apart. Unfortunately, Blender needs to be told how to break something up. It's not going to do it automatically, which often means we need to create geometry to reflect the part of the model or parts that we want to fall apart or snap or break or dissolve or whatever sort of effect we want from Blender. Now, there are a couple of ways of doing that. Now, manually. Now, this is often the most time-consuming and is not advised. We've constructed the wall manually. That's one way of building up something in order to bash it apart. Obviously, if that was a whole building, that would be quite time-consuming to model each individual brick. Not only that, but it would take a lot of computational time as well. That's a simple model, the actual brick wall that we've got so far. But if it was more complicated, it would just not be advisable to go down that route. Now, it may actually give you the most accurate model or the most control over your model as well. But there's an argument to say when you don't need to use the physics, well, let's not use it and let's just use the physics on the bits we need to do and perhaps animate the other bits. Otherwise, generally anything to do with falling, taking something apart, breaking it apart, is actually going to use the particle system to help break up a model, and we'll explore that in a few moments. Now, physics can then be applied to the pieces themselves that we've generated, and we're not going to do that in this particular lecture, but we'll do that in a future one very soon, or the particle system itself. And once the particle system starts behaving physically, well, then we can have lots of fun with it. Now, affecting the particles themselves. Now, the way that particles are affected by the physics is controlled in the particle system tab. It is not controlled in the physics itself. In fact, the mesh itself, the one we're going to take apart in a moment, doesn't have to have any physics applied to it at all. Now, other objects that interact with those particles do need physics. So we're going to have a look at the particle settings in more detail, and we're also going to look at the collision physics data as well. So let's hop straight on over and play with particles and exploding things in Blender. Hey, so we're over in Blender here, and let's start playing with this cube. Now, if we're destroying anything, we want it to break into multiple pieces, and like we have done before, let's give this cube some pieces for it to break into. In this case, it's going to be quite regular. I'm literally going to go to a subdivision surface modifier. So we've got here, and we're going to increase the number of subdivisions. Now, I'm not going to apply the modifier at the moment. We shouldn't have to do that unless it's absolutely necessary, because I'm just going to use a particle effect to move things out. Now, if in the future you wanted to make this particular, or the bits that blow out, individual objects, now that's where you'd actually have to apply so they are separate objects. Okay, so we've got a ball here. Okay, brilliant. Let's add something for particles to collide with, like a plane. And I'm just going to scale that up. Okay, so now that's scaled up, let's add the particles in. So selecting the, well, it's a cube, let's call it ball. So selecting the ball, I'm going to add a particle system to it. And I'm not going to do anything else. I'm just going to press play. So Alt and A, and we can see what happens. So these particles are being generated. And if we have a look at the particle settings themselves, we can see what's going on. There are 1,000 particles being generated between frame 1 and 200, and they've got a life of 50. So we're not going to see any of these die within this particular scene that we've got set up at the moment. But if I set the end value to, let's say, 150, we're going to see that some of these that are falling, here we go, they just die at this point, which is at 50 frames. They just start disappearing. Now, in a moment when we actually attach that and make this sphere explode, what all that will mean is basically it pauses. It no longer has a particle, so that part of the mesh just stops doing anything, really. Now, one of the things that you can do to make sure this is optimal is have a look at the number of faces. So we've got our ball selected here. If we have a look at the number of faces it has, we can see it's 385. So the number of pieces we can physically break this ball into is 385 and no more. So we don't need any more on this emissions value than 385. It would just be a waste. The other thing we can do here is increase the lifetime so it actually lasts at least as long as the scene. Now, the other thing that we can do here is have a look at this start value and end value. Now, I'm going to increase the start value to frame 10, so no particles will exist until frame 10. But they will still last to 200. So some of these 385 won't actually exist in this particular scene that we've got set up because it only gets to frame 150. Now, if I set the end of the particle generation down to 10, that means that all of those 385 individual particles are generated instantaneously at frame 10. And I'm going to leave it like that for the moment because that's more of an explosion. Something else would be more of I suppose, an evaporation. So we've got a couple of other options down here, but before we start tinkering with those, you may notice that the actual particles themselves are falling through the frame, this plane that we've got set up here. We don't want that to happen. We want them to hit this plane. So let's go ahead and look at the physics. Now, ordinarily, you'd add a rigid body to this for things to collide with, but it's not a rigid body. These are particles. So we need to select collision instead. Now, when we select collision, you can see that some of these particles, I'm going to switch back to the sphere so we can see them. Well, all of these particles are bouncing in and around, and they're not really being dampened, they're just continuously bouncing, which is a little bit unrealistic. Usually they would come to a settling point. So going back to the plane itself that we've added the collision to, notice we've not mucked around with any physics to do with the actual particles themselves. We don't have to do that. What we do have to do with, however, is play about with the collision settings. So if we have a closer look, we can see that the whole left-hand side is all devoted to particles. We've got particle permeability, stickiness. We can kill the particles. Now, that just basically means as soon as they strike that surface, they stop and do nothing else. But that can cause other issues as well, but it's a great starting point. Now, we've got dampening and friction. So let's play with each one individually. Permeability, well, the higher that is, the more of these particles that will pass through. And that's a great way of, if something impacts something else, if you want it to basically vaporize and disappear so there's less debris or something along those lines. Stickiness and dampening are very, very similar in what they do. So stickiness is, as you can probably guess, how sticky the surface is. Dampening does dampen the bouncing and the movement of our particular particles. So we can see it's coming to a rest. But when they eventually come to a rest, well, look at that. They're still sliding away. And this is where the friction comes in. So we can increase the friction factor and play with these until we're happy. So we can have a high dampen and a low friction. And then there we go. They come to settle down. Now, we're not actually seeing anything happen at the moment with this sphere, so let's go ahead and do that now. We've set up the particles. Let's actually have the sphere explode and see what happens. So I'm going to go to the modifier tab on this sphere, or the ball that we've got set up, and I'm going to add an explode modifier. And hopefully, okay, so this is too long. I'm going to set it back to 100 frames. The end 100. Okay. That looks pretty good. I like that. It's a bit too bouncy, but we'll leave it as it is for the moment. Plenty of room for improvement. Now look at that. The particles themselves are all rigid and quite uniform. That's not something we want. So we can go back to the particle settings and change things. So let's go to the particle settings. You will also notice, by the way, that this is, these bits are dug into the surface. There's nothing we can do about that at the moment. They'd have to be individual objects to not dig into the surface like this, because it's literally around each of the particles themselves. The faces that were on that ball are now sort of centered around. So let's have a look at the other settings. So we've dealt with emission, so I'm going to turn that, well, not off, but I'm just going to hide it by clicking emission, a little arrow next to it. Velocity, now that's a great one. As you can probably guess, with velocity, it gives us a speed at which this thing's going to explode. So, well, if I set that to 10, that's going to be quite a violent explosion and they go everywhere. But you can still see that's pretty uniform in its explosion. Now, in this particular case, we can look down and see there's actually a random option here. So if we increase this random, it's going to increase the random velocity and therefore make it a bit more scattered. In this case, it's basing it from the emitter, the normal explosion of a value of 10. We don't want that. It's probably going to end up a bit smaller in this case. There we go. So that looks much, much better already. Now, but the other thing is these pieces are still kind of stuck upright. They're not bouncing off of the surface as I would expect them to. Now, we can sort that out. I'm going to hide the velocity for the moment. There's lots of other things you can play with here, but essentially we need to turn on rotation and set it to dynamic. So rotation are affected by collisions and effectors. And effectors just are other things that affect the particles. So I'm going to turn on dynamic and we can see already every time it lands and they bounce, they tumble. Now this isn't dampened enough at the moment. So I'm going to hop back to the plane, go to the physics, and I'm actually going to turn up the friction. I said dampening, it's sort of movement along the surface isn't dampened enough. So I'm going to increase that, and I'm going to increase the random amount as well, so you get some stopping before others. So let's just see what's happening there. Yes, that's much, much better. So let's go back to the particles, and I'm going to select the ball again. So there's a couple of other things that we can do here. So I'm going to scroll down all the rest. In fact, I'm going to hide them as we go. So rotation, we can play about with the physics settings themselves. I'm going to leave those as default for the moment because I don't think it's going to add anything to this particular setup. Rendering. Now this isn't going to be important at this moment. We've got a material, but the material itself is really going to come from the actual ball that we're exploding and nothing else. So I'm going to hide the render tab. That's absolutely fine. So the next thing we really need to look at is the field weights. Now this is telling Blender how. There's a load of things here we've not seen before. I'm only focusing on the gravity for the moment. The others are from force fields and other effectors. Now, the gravity itself, we can change how our particular particles are affected by gravity. How cool is that? So you can actually make a particular explosion last longer by changing its gravitational effect. Obviously, this is going to look less realistic if you wanted everything in the scene itself to be affected in the same way. Now, if we remember from before, the actual rigid body world settings, we saw it here, but we also had a gravity setting. So if we wanted a value that was 0.1 of what it was before, I'm just going to go down to -1 in this case, we then get a much similar effect as we had before. I'm going to set that back to -9.81. Otherwise, I'll wonder what's going on later on. Okay, so we've learned quite a bit now about particles and how we can have them explode our model, or at least separate individual parts out, and that leads us on to a challenge. Okay, so I would like you to go ahead and shatter a sphere. So set up a scene with at least 3 objects in it, and that is going to be a ground plane, a cube, and an exploding sphere. The sphere's pieces should bounce off of the floor and stick into the cube. And here's just a quick example of what I am going for here. So you can see the actual sphere is exploding. The shards are digging into the top of that cube, and they're just bouncing and dissipating on the floor itself. So go ahead, pause the video, and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go do this challenge and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so I've opened up a brand new Blender file. So we need a cube, check. We need a ground for everything to happen on. Gone too far. Let's go plane. And I'm going to scale that up by a silly amount. Did I just hit minus? Don't know what happened there. Scale 100. There we go. Absolutely fine. Okay, so now we've scaled that up. We've got this. We've got one final thing to add, and I did say sphere, so I'm going to actually go for an icosphere because that's made out of triangles. Pretty cool. Okay, and it's already got a number of pieces. I'm only going to subdivide that once. So let's go in, add a subdivision surface modifier. Excellent, we've got a good start. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is add, let's have a look at the number of faces, 247. So I'm going to add in a particle system with 247 particles. I'm going to set the start at 10, the end at 10, so it all explodes at once. And I'm going to set the velocity, I'm going to leave it at 1, but add a randomness of 2. Okay, so that's that bit set. I'm not going to play with anything else there, and I'm happy with the gravitational settings. So I'm just going to start it playing, and we can see what happens here. They all explode. Perfect. So the next thing that I will need to do in this case is start with this plane here. I'm going to add a collision to it. Excellent, they're bouncing. Let's go to the plane itself. I'm going to set both of these at 0.5, and I'm also going to increase the randomness here as well, just so that the particles are all affected slightly differently. Now I'm going to have a slightly longer... There we go. Otherwise, we don't see everything. And they all disappear. Why do they all disappear? Because the particles themselves have a short lifetime. So let's scroll back up, go to the emission settings, and lifetime I'm going to set to at least 100 so they don't disappear on us. So here we go. Bounce, bounce. Excellent. So I'm going to go to the modifiers tab and make it explode. Hopefully, anyway. There we go. Still a bit bouncy. Okay, so we can go back to this plane itself, and with the collisions we can go to the physics tab, and I'm going to turn up the particle dampening so they don't bounce quite as much. I'm going to set it all the way up to 1, so we should get quite a dampened thing, but with the randomness here, a few bits, there we go, will bounce, and that's absolutely fine. The friction level, is that okay? Yep, things aren't sliding at all. Excellent. So I'm happy with how that's working here. So I'm going to, well, what's next to do? They need to collide with this cube itself. So let's go to collisions, and obviously they're bouncing crazily off of there. And I'm literally going to turn up the stickiness. I could kill the particles actually, and then they would stick straight in. But the problem with that is if this cube were to move, well, hey, that's so cool when that happens. Let's select the cube. If we move the cube, they stay in place and they're not affected. Whereas at the moment, as you can see, well, they're killing them off at that point. Let's unkill the particles. With them unkilled, they actually still interact with this particular cube. So we can have the cube brush through this debris if we wanted to. Anyway, so at this point, it may be worthwhile turning up the stickiness and turning up the dampening and the particle friction all to 1. Then they stick in as they land rather than doing anything else. Perfect. So the final thing I want to do here is give the cube rigid body physics so it falls. But of course, it needs to interact with this plane as well that I've just shifted about. So let's also give that rigid body physics, but of course, make it passive. Okay. So now everything should fall literally into place. But something weird's happening. So these are bouncing off of the ground, but no longer are they sticking to my cube. And now I've had this a couple of times when I practiced, and I reset the physics simulation. Oh, I haven't saved yet. That's always a good thing to do when you're playing with physics. So I literally had a look at this and turned the rigid body off and on again, and that fixed the particular issue I was having. See, that's all I've done there. I've turned rigid body off and on again, and it's stuck. Now, I got really confused because I tried fiddling about with all settings, but if necessary, turn the rigid body settings on and off again. Now, just remember, when you do that, you can lose your rigid body settings. Now, I haven't set anything up specific at this point, but if we had a load of settings in here, that's not going to be necessarily the fastest way of fixing it. I would save my scene itself and reopen it if I was locked into a confusing situation where things aren't being stuck in. But there we go. We've got our debris scattering around, sticking in the top of our cube, and this having real world physics as well. In fact, at this point, we could start it off just a little, well, let's actually start it a little higher and slightly rotate it so it actually hits the ground at a slight angle. So let's go ahead and play that. There you go, it's rolling around. Perfect. How did you guys get on? I'd love to see your results. Remember to share your work over on the forum, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to force fields and particles. So what are they? Well, force fields are not shields. They're not going to protect you against anything, but they are a way of exerting different forces onto our models. And specifically, we're going to have a look at particles in this lecture. They affect particles more so than mesh objects. We'll play with mesh objects in the next lecture. Now, they do not affect themselves or an object if they were part of the physics for that object. And we'll see that in closer detail once we hop on over into Blender. Okay, so now that we're over in Blender, let's go ahead and first of all make sure that when we're using the force field itself, that no other forces in our scene could be playing with it. So first of all, let's go ahead and pop on a particle system. So let's select our cube first, particles, and a new particle system. Now I'm going to set the lifetime to 200 so they do not disappear. And I'm also going to set the end of our scene to 200 too. So let's go ahead, first of all, before we even add a force field, let's go and play our animation. So the first thing we can see here is they are falling, and that's because gravity on the scene is turned on. So in this case, I'm going to turn gravity off. So I'm going to go to the scene menu and scene properties here and go down to gravity and just untick the gravity box. Okay, so now the particles are still moving, so there must be some force acting upon them. Now, what could that force be? Well, I'm not going to get you to guess at this point because it's hidden deep in the particle settings. So let's go ahead and switch back to the particle properties and scroll down. And at some point down here, we get to velocity. So they're having an initial velocity normal to the faces that they're being emitted from of 1. Now I'm going to set that down to 0. Now as the particles come alive and over frame 1 to 200, they just get stuck to the face of our model. So I'm just going to lower that down to 50 so they all appear in the first quarter of our scene, of our little animation that we're playing. Okay, so there are a couple of ways of adding force fields. One is to the object itself. Now, this cube is the emitter of those particles. Therefore, if we go and add a force field to it, it does not affect the particles that are being emitted. If we duplicate this cube over here, we can see that, let's just let the whole animation reset. Okay, they're actually pushing each other's particles away because of the force field itself. Now let's have a closer look at the force field settings. So let's scroll down here. So we've got a strength of 1. Oh, let's go back to the top, jumping ahead there. So we've got what type of force field is it? And there are lots to pick from. I'm going to leave it as force for the moment. It's a point force, and with all the settings left as default, it will be as if the force itself is being pumped out in every direction equally. We've got the strength of the force. Now, the force strength can be negative and positive. So at the moment, this cube on the right is pushing away the particles of the cube on the left. However, if we type in -1, it'll actually suck them in. Now, the particles themselves will not actually impact our cube yet because we've not set it to have collision. If we click the collision as well, we should see the particles hit the surface and start bouncing off and deflecting and then being attracted back again. So this could be great for some sort of, I don't know, orbital mechanics where you're trying to get something to follow around. In fact, on this particular cube itself, we can see that they're just falling out of the faces. But on the particle settings themselves, we can scroll down a little, and where we set the velocity to 0, well, we can say in the X and Y direction equally, so it will come out towards us, towards the viewer itself, we can set that, I don't know, at 5 and 5. And let's see what happens when we reset the frame. They're being thrown out this direction. In fact, because it's the same particle system, that was a bit strong. Let's go down to 1 and 1. Or not 5 and 1, just 1 and 1. And reset. And see what happens then. So they're being thrown out. And then they're being sucked in. And they'll probably orbit around this until they actually hit it. Or our animation runs out, as we can see there. So that's now sucking them in towards this. So that's great. We can see that they don't affect each other's particles. However, they do affect other particle systems. Now, there are a couple of things that you can do. Say we didn't want this to happen, but we wanted it to curve away anyway. We can set up our particular emitter and set up the force field separately. And that's the second way of adding a force field to our models. So I'm going to delete that other cube for the moment, and we're going to try and get the same thing going, but with just this individual one. So I've selected it, and I'm going to turn off the force field because it's not doing anything for us. It's not changing the direction of these particles. However, if we go ahead and add a force field, so that's the add menu, just like you would add a new mesh object or a curve, etc. We've got the option to add a force field, and it will be added where the 3D cursor is. And because I haven't moved the 3D cursor, it's going to appear smack bang in the middle of our cube. So let's go ahead and add a force field. The same one again, just a force field, and that attracts. So I'm going to go for -1 on this force, and hopefully, so there's not enough ejection force this time round. So in that case, we're going to have to make it. So we go back to the cube, go back to the particle system, scroll down to where we have the velocity. I think I was actually there anyway. So the velocity here is just being emitted in it says X direction there. Let's just check this. Cube, particle system. Oh, X and Y. I was misreading. So let's set it going off in the X and Y direction. Let's set it at, let's try 5 this time. That doesn't seem too strong. Okay, they're being chucked out quite a ways. But they will eventually come back. As we can see, they're slowing down and starting to group and come back. So 5 was obviously still too strong. I'm going to try 2 and leave it at that for the moment. So we've got these particles being forced out of the system and then being sucked back in, which is pretty cool. There we go. They're coming back again. So that could be, I don't know, something being ejected from our model itself. And in fact, we can do an explode with those as well and have some sort of funky explosion going on. I'm liking what's going on here so far. Now, in order to make sure that this particular cube itself and the force field, that's within, sort of like the emission, we need to make sure it kind of stays together. And in which case we can literally, we can see here it's a field. It's got the same symbol as an empty, and we can drag that into a cube and make it the parent of the cube. Then wherever we move the actual cube itself, the simulation, I suppose, is still running from the same point. Brilliant. Oh, you can, of course, move them individually if you select it individually. So I'm just going to undo those couple of moves. Okay, so we're back at this point here. And what happens now if we have more than one of these? Because they are self-affecting and they would affect others. So let's go ahead and duplicate that cube and pop one here, and one here. We should start getting some interesting effects because these are all emitting. However, only one of them is attracting. So you can start to get some really interesting orbits going on, or suctions, or whatever you actually wanted to do. Of course, we all know that these particles themselves can be changed to be objects as well. So that could be a swarm of bees or whatever you wanted it to be swarming around that central cube. Okay, so armed with that knowledge, I've got a quick challenge for you. Okay, I would like you to go ahead and dissolve a cube. So, set up a cube that will break into lots of pieces. I do recommend setting it up in a zero gravity environment initially, just to get the hang of what's going on. If you have any gravity whatsoever, things will just be pulled southwards in negative Z direction by default. Of course, if you go ahead and change the gravity to a different direction, it will disappear in a different direction. So use a force field to break the cube up into little pieces, as if it was made out of fragile sand and it was just eroding away. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go dissolve a cube over in Blender. Okay, so this is where I let off here. This is where we've got some particles being emitted. Now, we can use those particles, obviously, to dissolve cubes. Now, we need the cube itself to be in multiple pieces. And to make sure that I'm not repeating myself, I'm actually going to use the scene I've got set up here, because I think that would be quite interesting, watching it being blown apart and then swirling around the central bit. I'm going to literally make sure all of these cubes have the same mesh data. So all of these are obviously different objects. Do they have all different mesh objects or mesh data? Yes, they have. So I'm literally going to switch them all to just cube. It's a bit of a time-consuming thing, but it's not going to take too long because there's not too many of them. Of course, I could have just selected them all and made a link to them. So there's lots of ways of doing things in Blender. I've chosen to do it a little long-handedly there. Never mind. Okay, so all of these are sharing the same mesh data, which should mean if I go into that mesh data and subdivide, press W there. Let's turn my keystrokes on. I'm going to press W there and subdivide. I'm going to open the tool shelf. And how many cuts are we going to do? Well, bear in mind this is going to be multiplied by 5 times as well. I'm going to go for maybe 250 cuts. Oh, is that going to be too many? No, that's tiny. Oh, how many faces has this produced? 61,000. Yes, that's going to be a bit too many. That's going to slow down my computer something chronic. So let's try 50. Yeah, that's a much better 15,000 faces. Okay, so now I've done that. Every other one should also be 15,000 faces. Excellent. So we've got how many faces in total? 80,000. Okay, and these are all sharing the same setup. So we should have no trouble at all making all the settings the same. So I'm literally going to add the explode modifier to our first mesh here. Excellent. And away it goes. It's orbiting properly. Excellent. And it should be a matter now of adding the explode modifier to these other bits. So modifier explode, modifier explode. Again, I could make links across. Oh, it's starting to slow down now, so perhaps I had a few too many. Anyway, that's a a good start, isn't it? So there we go. Okay, so maybe too many there, but we can see the cubes are all breaking apart, and they're all in separate locations, and they all start to orbit round. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to let this run, this animation itself, for a little bit longer. So I'm going to up this, and I will see you guys back in a few moments once I've let it cached all this out. And I'm going to render it out as well, just to see what it looks like. Of course, I'm going to make sure my details are low. So I'm just going to pause it there. And before I go off and disappear, I'm just going to show you how I'm going to set this up. I'm going to go to the world properties and set the color background to basically black. So there's no ambient light in our scene. And I'm just going to switch here over to rendered mode. So it's going to look like that. Now we've got this sort of ready color. I'm going to go in and pick something a little lighter. And of course, I've got some materials here. You can choose a different color if you wanted. I'm going to go for my terracotta color, mainly because I like that. And then finally, the light in the scene is all coming from a lamp. And at this point, all of these pieces, of course, will self-shadow one another. But if I go ahead here and, well, we've got a sun lamp with a setting of 3. Let's set it a little higher. Okay, that's 5. Let's go for 10. Okay, that's getting some real highlights on it now. Let's zoom in and make sure nothing's real blowing out. Okay, I like that as well. Okay, and the final thing I'm going to do, which will tax my computer, so I may end up leaving it a while to do the run. In fact, I'm probably going to do it on my PC, which is a bit quicker than my laptop. I'm going to increase the number of particles for each one to the number of faces that are on each cube. And if we remember, there were something like 15,000, and that will give me a lot smaller set of particles. And I'm going to run that simulation and hopefully get some sort of ring system going around my central point there. So I'll see you guys back in a few moments whilst I've sorted that out. Okay, so things have changed not too dramatically. I've still got a load of cubes that are dissolving, but I've replaced that middle one with a sphere, and I've kind of got a young Saturn. How about that? Or something else like, I don't know, a planet with square moons that have been broken up. Anyway, so this was super exciting to make, and when I was making it, I was shocked to see the resources it took up. So a word of warning, this particular blend file with all of the cache data for those particles and their movements, because Blender stores that, ballooned at 12 gigabytes. Not to mention that Blender used well over 28 gigabytes worth of RAM when actually rendering this out. Now, suffice to say, if I was trying to run that on my GPU, there was too much data for that to handle. It just crashed out. So this is the sort of thing that if you start getting lots and lots of particles, you're going to suffer RAM issues, VRAM issues, even on modest cards like a Titan X or something crazy like that that's got 12 gigabytes of RAM, costs thousands of pounds. So in this case, a CPU would be the best place to render this on. As you can see, this was lots of fun to make. I hope you guys have made some similarly wacky dissolving of the cubes as you've gone. Remember to share that work over on the forums so we can all see it, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to force fields and other objects. So they act slightly differently when force fields are applied to different objects themselves. Now, they are a way of exerting different forces onto our models, just like they have always been with particles. Now, as well as particles, they will affect soft bodies, rigid bodies, and cloth objects as well. So it's worthwhile bearing in mind you can use them with several of the physics models. Now, there is a shift in setup compared with particles, and the reason for that you'll see in a moment. I hope it's going to be buggy, and so you can see why we need to set it up slightly differently. And then we'll have a look at how to make an object completely unaffected by certain forces. Now, this can be important if you want part of your scene to stay put whilst making the other part of it explode dramatically. Perhaps in a sort of a realistic physics simulation, the whole lot would get obliterated, but you might not want that to happen for more artistic effects or more choreographed effects, shall we say. So let's go play with force fields and other objects. In this case, we'll play with rigid bodies over in Blender. Okay, so welcome back into Blender. Now, my default starting scene looks a bit different to how I set it up before. I had a bit of a computer wobbly. I've sorted that out, but unfortunately, I've got my default scene back as this. So there will be some things that I have to redo. Don't worry, that's just me resetting up my computer. And silly me, I didn't back up the actual blend start file, so I was left with the default file. Anyway, so let's start by giving this cube in the physics properties a force field and a rigid body. Now, just like the particles, it won't self-affect. So let's add another one into the scene. So I'm just going to duplicate that and pop it over here. Now, the forces needed to move objects is often a lot higher, especially rigid bodies, than particles. So whereas particles would be streaming everywhere if we pressed play, it's not guaranteed in this case. So just to make sure if we do have any effect at all, I'm going to set the strength of both of those force fields to 100. And then when we press play, oh, we haven't turned off gravity yet. And the reason why we're turning off gravity is simply so we can see the effect of the force fields by themselves. And I'm going to set the end frame to 100 as well. And ta-da! And let's let it reset. No, they're not doing anything. Now, I've had this trouble before. You think they would affect one another, but not themselves. But with those settings, they just don't. Now, I've turned force field off, force field on, rigid body off, rigid body on. And occasionally, they actually react and start what I'd say behaving themselves as we'd expect them to. But of course, each time you turn these things on and off, you actually lose the settings you had before. So that's not ideal. So this is where the setup change comes, well, it starts to become important. So what we need to do here is instead of actually attaching it directly to there, is just like we did with the particles, we add a separate force field. So if we go ahead and add a force field here, we can already see it starting to push that cube away, this one on the right. So let's go ahead and just increase that to maybe 10 and we can see it pushing away. And obviously if we set it to -10, it will pull it towards it. Now, once we've started it moving like this, we should see them bump into one another. Oh no, we have not got enough frames. So there's two ways of dealing with that, and I'm just going to increase the force. Now they'll knock into one another and then be pulled back. Did you see that? They started to slow down. And that's because the force itself is not parented to the other cube. So as the other cube moves, the force itself does not. So we can link those two together and parent them if we wanted to. Now, one of the things you may want to do is, let's say, let's duplicate another cube just over here, and it will get pulled in. Now, say we wanted this new cube to not get affected by the physics. Well, simply we could turn the physics off. However, if we still wanted other things to bump into it, we'd still need collision or even perhaps a rigid body. But what we want in this case is it not to be affected by this particular force field. There's a couple of ways of doing that. Number one, we can literally move that to another layer that the force field's not on, and then it will not be affected by that force field, as we can see here. That is one way of doing it. And then when we bring the two together, because they're on separate layers, one will not affect the other. Let's just reset the simulation and we can see moving things about cause it to go just a little wobbly, but it's unaffected. And that's the easiest way to do it, to put things on layers that affect one another and not on others. Now, if you wanted it, if it was a particle system itself, and we can see this is now emitting particles, you can scroll down there to field weights, and we can change all of the ones that we want to here. So we can set gravity to have more or less effect on these particles, the force, this one over here, to have more or less effect. Of course, what we've got at the moment is it on a different layer, so it won't affect it at all. If we popped it back onto layer 1, we would see these particles are being attracted in. There we go. Once you turn the force up, however, if you make the force 0, then they just get emitted and scattered. Hey, that looks like a comet. How cool is that? Okay, so we're ready now to set you up for a little challenge. Okay, so your challenge is all about mesh objects affecting each other. So use a force field to make two or more mesh objects affect one another. Things to try. Well, we've got a wall that's already having a projectile hitting it. How about setting up an explosion which happens when the projectile hits our wall? And perhaps you want some of the bricks not to be forced out by that explosion. That's something to think about. Now, something extra you can do, and I found this quite fun, and I'll show you a clip of it after I've completed my challenge, is getting objects to orbit one another. That's great fun, and perhaps you will find a use for it as well. I certainly found it, as I say, a lot of fun anyway. So go ahead, pause the video, and give that a go. Okay, guys, welcome back. Let's go have our wall exploding when the projectile actually hits the wall. Okay, so I've opened up my wall here and let's just recap on what's happening here. Let's play the animation. It would help if we had a timeline as well so we can see what's going on. Okay, so what we can do here is step through and say at 20 it's okay. It's impacted there. It's actually in the wall at that point. So I can set myself a force field coming on at frame 22. Okay, so let's go back to frame 0. And I will need the force field. Now, it's very tempting. I've done it in practice, just adding the force field to this object. It won't do anything, as we've already discovered. It will totally ignore everything you've got going. So we've got our projectile. Let's go ahead and move the cursor to selected. So we've popped the cursor there. And I am going to do a bit of tidying up because this is driving me just a little bit bonkers that we've got all of this mess. So, what should we do here? Let's parent, well, certainly let's parent the field to that cone. I'm going to call the cone projectile. Excellent. And let's scroll down and I will, have we added the force yet? No, we haven't. So let's add a force field force and parent it to the actual projectile. Otherwise, when the projectile moves, our actual force field will not. So that goes in and doesn't seem to do anything. Let's set it at a force of 100. And that also doesn't seem to do anything. So let's set it at 500. You can see it's pushing the wall over as it comes towards. And what I'm hoping is for the bricks to go absolutely flying. So let's do 5,000. There we go. That's pretty impressive. Okay, so now we've got that. So we've got an approximate force. We actually want it to be 0 at the very beginning. So I've set it to 0. I'm going to press I to key it in. And now it's cached some information. So about there, actually. So I'm going to set it at frame, when it first starts nudging, I'm going to set again the strength at 0. And by 25, I'm going to suddenly set the strength 26. So yeah, about there, I'm going to set the strength to 5,000. And I'm going to turn up the power to the power of 2, just so it fades away. So it's not constantly pushing things away. Okay, so let's just see how that looks when we play it back. So it should go bing. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't actually key in that last thing. So let's play it through. So it's got all the... If you don't play it through, it starts ruining itself because things aren't cached. So we've got 0 here, 0 here. And at 25, I want it 5,000. And remember to key it this time. There we go. So it starts from the beginning. Boom. Okay. Let's try 50,000. That didn't do. Oh, let's try it on the right place. 50, 1, 2, 3. That didn't have the effect I wanted it to. So let's go back and so the effect ramps up. Oh, to only 5,000 again. 50,000. Did I not key it in? My cursor must not have been over. I'm pretty sure I did that. Oh, something weird goes on there. Okay, so the power was a bit too high. That works. But I'm going to have it ramp back down again. So it's not a continuous force. just a sudden force back to zero almost straight after, like a real explosion goes poof, you get this shock wave, not a continuous force. Okay, that works. Brilliant. So the final thing here is just to keep some of the wall intact and make it basically on a different layer. And I'm just going to randomly select some bricks, hopefully getting a bit bigger as we get to the bottom. There we go. And perhaps a set over here as well. So that's a rough selection there. I need a couple more in there. Very exciting, me selecting bricks. I do apologize. I'm going to move that lot to layer 2 or 3 in this case, because I've accidentally moved them to 3. So let's turn on layers 1 and 3. And now they shouldn't affect one another. So let's send in our projectile. Boom. But they are affected by just falling over. They're affected by each other. Excellent. So we've got an explosive impact there. Exactly what I wanted to see. Just that as the projectile comes through. Perfect. How did you guys get on? Did you manage to destroy your wall? Did you have the same sort of issues I did with the strength? You had to turn it up and play with it. It can be quite interesting trying to get the right settings. And I'm happy with this. And there was this final thing that I wanted to show you. So I will show you this orbiting collision that I set up. It took quite a while to render because of all the physics involved, but it was great fun setting up. Okay, so I honestly I can't remember how many little balls there are in this scene, but they've all got their own little force field and they're all attracted to one another. And of course, when a big bunch of them get together, well, they attract more so than anything else. So here you have them orbiting together and eventually forming, I don't know what you call it, a planet perhaps, with all these satellites going around it. If I just speed up this process, you'll see that eventually you get a solid moon of 3 of these little spheres orbiting as well. That was great fun. I enjoyed it anyway. So I'd love to see what you guys have come up with. Remember to share over on the forum, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to the Cell Fracture add-on. So this is going to be all about fracturing objects. In fact, the next couple of lectures are also going to be about fracturing objects using this tool. So we're going to go ahead and turn on the Cell Fracture add-on. It's not enabled by default. We'll just turn it on so we can use it. We're going to have an overview of that add-on as well. We're going to look at the various ways of fracturing our model and how to prevent random explosions when you start applying physics. We're going to break apart the model only using the object itself. There are a couple of other options, and we'll deal with the manual fracturing using these other options in following lectures. So let's go start fracturing things and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so I've opened up Blender afresh. We've got our default cube in the scene that we can play with. I'm actually going to lift that up on the Z-axis by 1. And yeah, I'm going to save that because I prefer if I'm going to start with a cube that it starts on. So I'm going to save my startup file. Now you may also notice that the rest of my settings have changed ever so slightly. I had a bit of a computer hiccup, but I needed to restore everything. So there may be some add-ons that I need to re-enable, etc. But I'm back to basically the standard default layouts here. Now, speaking of add-ons, we need to go to our user preferences and enable the cell fracture. So once you're in the user preferences, go to the add-ons tab along the top. In the search field on the top left there, if we type in cell, we will have the option here, object cell fracture. Put a tick in the little checkbox there, and I recommend you press save user settings so that this particular add-on comes on every time you start Blender. Okay, now how do you access it? Well, there are a couple of ways. It should now be added to the tool shelf. If we scroll down, there's a button that says Cell Fracture with an object selected or objects. You can just hit Cell Fracture and it will come up. Now, I'm not going to do it that way. I am going to hit Escape to get rid of it. I'm going to use the space menu for searching in the 3D editor and type in Cell. And there it is. And that will enable me, because Blender remembers what you searched for last, to come out, change the settings, and literally press space and enter and bring this back up every time. Now, it does pop up kind of in the way. Does it pop up where the 3D cursor is by any chance? It might do. Might come up on the edge. I'm not sure. But either way, there we go. That's up. And oh my word, there are a lot of options here. And what do they all mean? We'll go through them individually, kind of, as we're going through. We'll be a bit jumpy up and down this list, and we'll reveal things as they become more important. First of all, let's have a play, or let's have a look at what options we've got along the top here. We've got a point source. So this tells Blender, where am I fracturing from? What am I using? So we've got the option of own vertices, which are the vertices that are of that object. We've got child vertices. Okay, so if this object has any children, we'll be using the vertices of that or of those children if there are more than one. Next, we have own particles and child particles. As you can probably tell, they're to do with the particle system that it has or any of its children have. And we're not going to use those in this particular discussion on the cell fracture, as we've already played with the particle system. Feel free to play with that yourselves. We also have the grease pencil as well. So we can actually draw and help guide this tool where we want it to fracture. So let's actually start fracturing something. What happens if we go to own verts, because that's the only real option we've got at the moment, and we're going to leave recursive alone. And in general, if you're running a physics simulation, recursive can cause you a lot of problems, especially when it comes to things spontaneously exploding. We don't want that. Mesh data, we may need to tweak this slider here, this value, which if we hover over it says the gaps for fracture. So occasionally you need to make the gaps bigger, and as it says there, to give more stable physics. That's how you really avoid things exploding if you start cutting them up into small amounts. Now, physics and volume, well, that's absolutely fine. It's going to give all the bits that it breaks into a mass of 1. Now, that can be problematic if you've got small pieces that weigh the same amount as larger pieces. It's going to look pretty odd, especially if you've broken up one object, because all of a sudden you've got a small piece that weighs as much as potentially the whole object did to begin with. That's going to look very odd. Now, when you break things up into individual mesh objects, they're all going to have origins. And this makes sure, this setting that's already ticked, recenter, makes sure that the actual origins are all at the center point of all of those objects. And we'll look at making the weight more logical as well in a few moments. The scene, now this is important. This next layer thing threw me the first time I started using cell fracture. It means that when we actually run the operation, which we'll do momentarily, it puts the way that it's broken it up, it puts all of those objects onto another layer. In fact, it puts them on the next layer. So in this case, we're on layer 1, they would appear on layer 2. And finally, show progress. I like having the show progress on because it basically means you can see whether Blender has crashed or not. And this is one of these operations that can either crash or you get a value wrong and it blows everything to pieces, which we don't want. And I don't mean blow it to pieces as in the physics engine, it shatters all over the place. I literally mean I made a mistake earlier whilst recording one of these videos, and it would have taken about 6 hours to actually do the calculations. It hadn't locked up Blender, but it was going to take quite a while to do, and I'd have ended up with something like 2 million polygons in my scene, which is just obscene for a basic cube. Okay, so let's go ahead and just click OK and see what happens. Okay, so let's go to the second layer and let's have a look in the outliner as well. So we've got the cube cell all the way down to 7, but it starts at 0 here, so that means we've got 8 chunks, and we had 8 vertices to begin with. Okay, that kind of makes sense. And now let's just add physics to this without gravity. So I'm just going to save my scene in a second. No gravity. I'm going to apply physics. I'm going to make sure I select everything to do this. I'm going to add an active to them all. I'm just going to save that in my, am I in my prototypes? Yes, I am. And I'm going to call this, what should I call it? I'm going to call it Cell Fracture Basic Cube, just so I know what's going on. Okay, so let's run this animation, and it doesn't fly apart. That is something that you should check early on. If you've made something too detailed, or perhaps use recursion, you may end up with your model flying apart. Okay, so that's a good start. It's not self-destructing on us. And indeed, if we were to lift it up slightly and add a ground plane and scale that up and give that a passive, What we should find is if we turn gravity back on and just run that, oh, we didn't move it on frame 1. There we go. It's broken into its various pieces. Brilliant. But that's not a very convincing break unless it was, I was going to say a Rubik's Cube, but a Rubik's Cube has more parts than that. So let's start playing with how many pieces it breaks into. So I'm just going to reset. I'm not going to play anything. One of the things I do recommend is you pause and rewind right back to the beginning if you start altering anything. In fact, in this case, I'm literally just going to hit the undo key several times until we get rid of all of this lot. So we're back to our basic cube. I'm going to redo there, so I'm back to this position. Okay, space and enter will bring up my mesh tools here, my fracture tools. So we've got this source limit here. That controls how many pieces it's going to break into. So if I set that down to 6, or even let's say 5, let's go for 5 pieces. When I click OK here, I'd expect to see, here we go, 0 to 4. Perfect. And of course, when we have a closer look at the object, we can see it's been broken into different shaped pieces. Actually, I quite like that. So you can play with that and get some decent breakages. Now, there are some other options that you can do around here. So let's just undo that back to before. There we go. I'm going to hit space and enter again. Let's have a look at the other options we can do. So we can actually include recursion, and I'll show you what that does now. One of my favorite bits with this is you can set it around the cursor, for instance, and I'm going to turn up recursion to maybe 4 or 5. Don't go nuts with this. If you do, it will take ages to calculate. And here we have the likelihood of recursion. So you can up that a little as well if you want. Now, there is a clamp here, so it does stop at a certain point because, here we go, it prevents it reaching a silly amount. So it won't go back down its chain, basically, more than 250 times in this case. So let's just click OK, and we can see that it breaks it apart, then it goes into each bit and breaks those apart individually. Now, Blender can take a while to do this, and I would recommend just being careful when you do it. So let's go to layer 2 and see what's happened. Okay, so it's broken a lot around the base and less around the top. Brilliant. So what that means now is that it will smash up into smaller pieces around here. Let's just have a look at the settings I had. Because I had it set to cursor here, closer to the cursor, means that because the cursor was on the very bottom, or actually it doesn't matter where the cursor was, it's just closer ones to the cursor get broken up into smaller pieces. I could have gone for random, small, big, or far away from the cursor. So I'm going to press escape, never press OK if you've already got a lot of objects in your scene. I'm going to add active to all of these pieces while I've got them selected. I'm just going to turn off gravity and see if it's going to blow itself apart. Hey, it looks like it's not going to. That's great. I'm now going to reset the animation, pull it up, and actually add in that ground plane that we had before, scale that up, hit passive on that so it's got something to impact. I'm going to turn gravity back on, and now we'll see when it hits the ground, it breaks into lots of smaller pieces. How cool is that? I absolutely love playing with this tool. And of course, whilst the animation's playing, let's say we turn gravity off and rewind, we can grab a piece and start knocking it apart. So you can get sort of a feeling of how this is going to work. And if you let it, I've missed it. I'm not sure I can impact from here. That's one of the dangers, by the way, of animate or moving it whilst it's animating. I've accidentally moved this particular sub part of it to another location. So I'm just going to have to undo until it's back into the right place, and hopefully there we go. Unfortunately, you can't wave something about when it's not being animated. So if we just press play here, it looks like in this case recursion has not caused it to blow itself apart. Occasionally it does, so do be careful when you're using it. Okay, now that's got us all set up now, ready for a challenge. And your challenge is exploding bricks. So, in your wall animation, have some of your brickwork break into much smaller pieces, and ideally they should break up when the projectile hits the wall. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go explode some bricks into some much smaller pieces over in Blender. Okay, so I've gone ahead here and opened up my wall, and let's just make sure it's still behaving as we'd expect it to. Boom, straight through. Okay, so I'm just going to deselect everything here, go back to the very beginning frame and whiz round to the front and do some selecting. Now, you do need to be careful when selecting because we can actually see this object, the projectile, through the wall. What we don't want to accidentally do is end up grabbing that as well and doing whatever we want to do to fracturing this wall to that by accident. So I'm going to hide my projectile for the moment completely from the scene. I'm going to hold down Control as I do that to hide the force field that's attached to it as well. Now, one of the things that I noticed when I was round is one of these bricks is a bit awkwardly placed. I must have moved it when running a physics simulation. So I'm just going to pop it roughly back in the right place. And I'm going to, from here, start selecting my objects. So as the projectile comes in, it's going to knock several of these absolutely flying. Now I'm going to keep it particularly simple. I don't want to get too exaggerated at this point. I want to see proof of concept, if you will. I want to make sure it works before going crazy with it. So the first thing I need to do is fracture those, and I'm just going to do a simple fracture. I'm not going to do any recursive or anything along those lines. So I want to make sure the whole process works. So I'm going to go ahead. I've selected the ones I want to break into multiple bits. I'm just going to click OK. And that should give us absolutely loads of little bits. Just wait for it to go through. And once it's finished doing that, what I'll do is I'll apply all of those, which should now be on layer 2. Perfect. I'm going to select them all, deselect and reselect. That makes sure that anything else that's selected, in fact, we have still got something selected on another layer. So let's just make sure there's nothing selected there and just these are selected. Okay, I'm going to click to put the 3D cursor near here. In fact, I'm going to go Shift and S and cursor to selected to put it smack bang in the middle. And I'm going to add an empty. It doesn't matter what type of empty. I'm just going to use a plain axis. I'm going to name that broken bricks. So I have some control. Broken bridges. Okay. That's how I feel sometimes. Okay. Broken bricks. And finally, I'm going to select everything. Broken bricks should now be the active. Yes, it is. Control and P. And we're going to parent all of these broken bricks. And that also means I can select them quickly as well. Now, we're going to be applying physics to these. We might as well borrow the physics we've already got set up. So I'm going to select one of the other bricks and go to the physics selection and just go to... let's see, what have we got here? Copy from active, that's what I want. So now they've got physics applied to them. Let's just run this animation and see what happens. Okay, they blow each other apart. The main reason for that is we've still got bricks inside bricks. So all of these extra bricks that we have are inside the original bricks, causing this problem. So we need to go through and literally delete the ones we don't want anymore. So looking at what we've got here, I'm just going to skip between the two with the 1 and 2 keys. And I think I'm just going to have to manually select move as well. So there we go. Those are those ones gone. I hope I haven't deleted anything else, which should mean now we can rebuild the wall. Excellent. I'm going to unhide that projectile and just see how it's working. This is being lean about it. This is making sure that the actual scene itself is working at each individual stage. Okay, so that is working. It's not got the force field applied to it at the moment, but that's fine. We can add it in by moving them to that other layer, and we can do that straight away. But it is falling apart, so one problem at a time. It's not being affected by the force field. We can do later on, but it falling apart straight away, to be expected, of course, is not that great. So we want it to fall apart on our command. So we need to key that in. So I'm going to select one of these objects and just make sure it works with one of them to begin with. So we want to, in the rigid body, toggle animation on and off, much like we did with the projectile. So I'm going to toggle the animated here. We want it on initially at frame 0. So I'm going to turn it on and press I1 over the animated. I'm going to go to, I think it was frame 22 where it impacts. So I'm going to go to 22 and actually key in the fact that it's turned off. And what we should get there is this bit staying still and then being knocked out at 22. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. Now we need to copy that to everything else. So I'm going to select everything else with the A key. And now we need to make links to the animation data. So Control and L, animation data. And what we should find is that now stays still and then it gets knocked through and crumbles. Perfect. It's not the best looking at the moment. So the final thing here, I say final, there's always another thing to be done afterwards. The penultimate, perhaps, I don't know. So we're going to move all of those to layer 1. Now that they're on layer 1, they should also be affected by that force field. So let's rewind, press play. Oh, that's something weird is happening there. I'm just going to save my work and reload. I'm just going to revert. I don't know. There we go. Boom. Excellent. That's it. Well, I couldn't have asked for anything better there. Perhaps a smaller explosion, since if we imagine where the camera's going to be, most of those bricks, are disappearing off. So again, a little bit of refinement at this stage, just to get more or less what you want. There are a couple of bricks that seem to be staying still. Are they staying completely still? Okay, there are a couple of bricks here that seem to have completely given up with being part of our world. Let's just watch this. Boom, it's coming in. So we just need to go into that force field and the animation for the force field, and perhaps not have it here. It goes from 0 to 5,000 back down to 0. 50,000. So let's lower that down to 20,000. Remember to key it in, otherwise it won't work, and just test it. And again, do little things at a time, and that is much better. You get that oomph as it goes apart. Yes, these broken bricks aren't the best looking in the world. I'm going to increase the frame count here to 100 to watch everything collapse. And I'm going to sort out these other bricks in my own time. You get the gist of it. How are you guys getting on with your explosive walls and bits breaking into various pieces? Hope you're having fun with this. I'm having lots of fun. Please do share your work over on the forum. I love seeing what you guys come up with, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to fracturing with a child object. So this again is all about manual destruction, taking control over our model. So this is a great way of adding some dynamic fractures to a model. Fracturing will use the children's geometry as a reference point, and we'll see that in more detail in a few moments. We're going to experiment with different children to see if they give different results. And finally, a good example of this use is the splintering of wood, and I'll show you how to do that too. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so we're starting over now with a default cube. I'm going to make it a lot flatter, more like a plank than anything else. So I'm going to go ahead here and scale it on the x-axis, make it quite thin, scale it by 0.1 on the x-axis, and then just scale it up on everything but the x-axis by maybe 4. Well, not 44, 4. That looks good to me. I'm going to turn snapping on to increment so I can just move it to one side and pull that up. I'm going to duplicate that, moving it along the y-axis, so we've got two next to each other that we can look at. And we can see that we got the cube there. So I'm going to add in, let's just say something right on the edge here, because I want to see what happens right on the edge. I'm going to add in a UV sphere there, and I'm going to add in another UV sphere here. Excellent. I'm going to go to this one here and add in a cube, mesh cube. I'm going to do the same just over here, mesh cube. And I'm going to add a final one in here, but I'm also going to scale that down as well. So we just got a few different options there. I'm going to select everything and just apply the scale to everything because I've been moving things about. In fact, I am just going to add a tiny sphere just here, so scale that down and then just apply the scale there as well. Okay, so we've got some objects there. Now we really need to make them children of these planks behind. So I've selected all of these spheres and I've gone Control and P, and I'm going to select the object. That's fine. So they're all now children of that plank, and the same here. So Control and P, object. Okay, so we've now got two objects with children. Let's see what happens if we go and use the cell fracture tool. So I'm going to start with the spheres themselves. I'm going to hit the space bar, type in cell, there we go, cell fracture. And now we get the options along the top, and we want to use child vertices. Now, obviously, child particles, which is the fourth option along, would be if these individual objects The children had a particle system applied to them. We're not going to deal with particle systems at the moment, so I'm going to select here child vertices, and I'm just going to up the level here of shards that are created, or the maximum number of shards that can be created, from 100 to 300, just so there's plenty going on here. And I'm just going to click OK. I'm not going to change anything else. And we can see here as it's making it, how it's shattering apart our particular model here. I don't know how long this is going to take. Hopefully 300 isn't too many. Nope, that's done. Perfect. And of course, this has been put onto layer 2. Now, I'm actually going to move this one here and its children. So I'm going to move that to layer 3. I'm going to go to layer 3. And I'm going to now run the cell fracture tool again with exactly the same settings so we can compare the two. And that was a lot quicker. So let's have a look at what happens with the spheres themselves. Now, the sphere itself has a lot of vertices in it compared to those cubes. So I'm not surprised that we've got more. Let's select everything there. We've got more detail than we would do otherwise. And it is concentrated around here. Now, one of the things that it would be a good idea to check is going and turning gravity off. That's fine. Gravity, there it is. Turn it off. And add a rigid body to all of this. And just make sure it's not flying apart, before we do anything else. Is this just going boom all over the place? Now, one way of just checking to make sure that is working, how we'd expect it to, is to literally grab one of the pieces, press escape when you finish doing it, and we can see that that can shatter into quite a few pieces. Brilliant. I love that. Let's go have a look at how the other one has behaved. So that's on layer 4, so we'll whiz over there. Let's just see what that looks like. Let's select everything. Okay, so that's been broken into far fewer pieces. And, well, let's just run the physics effect on that and just see. Okay. So it's all to do with the number of, the clues in the name, the number of vertices the children has. And that looks pretty awesome. Now, because I've moved that there and placed it in a different position, when it starts, they're actually intersecting one another, so they're forcing each other apart. So I'm just going to pause that, go back. We can see I have moved the piece. I'm just going to undo until it's in the right place. So that is a warning to you guys. Although it's fun to grab things and move them about and knock... Oh, I don't think this has got physics applied to it. You can very easily end up breaking stuff. This one actually flies apart by itself, or is that me micro-moving things? So I'm just going to undo a couple of times. There we go, it's to that point there, and just press play. Okay, so that is flying apart, so we would need to work on that. In fact, there's one last thing to just try here. Right, that's before reapply and play. Okay, so that's definitely got some problems there. So we'd need to work on the margins in order to sort that out. I'm not going to play too much in terms of detail to figuring out how to break this one apart sensibly. Of course, we could just enable animation when it comes to something hitting that and it breaking up. Okay, so something like wood is a bit, well, it's a bit more difficult, a bit more complex than that. And I'll show you the rough idea behind what you can do, because we just use primitives at the moment. But we would need something a bit more exciting, a bit more jagged in order to do that. So I'm just going to start up a new Blender file so I don't have to worry about that. I'm going to scale this on the Z-axis by 5, and I'm going to scale it not on the Z-axis by 0.2, so it's very thin. That looks good to me, almost like a wooden chair leg or something along those lines. Okay, so now we've got that, I'm going to add in a plane, and this is going to be our child object. So I might as well parent them together now. Okay, so this child object here needs to create some jagged edges. How do we do that? Well, there's a couple of ways of doing that. So the easiest that I found so far, I'm going to scale this up at this point and scale the plane back down. Okay, so now we have the plane there. We're actually going to go in to edit mode and subdivide it into lots and lots of little pieces. So I'm going to go up to maybe 20. It's going to seem a bit much at first, but bear with me. If we scroll down when we subdivide, there's this fractal option. And if you go a bit crazy, it does go a bit crazy. So don't go too high. You don't want them crossing over one another, but we want them a bit jagged. Once you've done that, you can then scale that on the Z axis to make it even more exaggerated. And we can just make that really big, like splinters. I'm just going to scale that in so it's kind of just popping out, so I'm not losing any of the detail there. That is really good. Okay, so we've got this all set up, so we can go straight to this object that we want to splinter, that we want to use the child of, go to cell fracture as we've done before, make sure it's selected on child. Now, because we're actually breaking it apart with lots and lots of pieces, wood tends to splinter lots. I'm going to go to this area here, the source limit, and set that to 500, so it's got plenty of opportunities to splinter. Now, as we go down here, there's something else that you can work on, and that's the scale. Now, this goes from 0 to 1. This is X, Y, and Z. Now, we're only really dealing in the Z direction, and we want to emphasize the actual Z, all that stretchiness, the zigzags that we've got there. We want to make sure there's as splintery and as sharp as possible. So in this case, we'll want to turn this down in order to exaggerate. I'm not quite sure how low I need to go, and this is one of these cases where practice and also just trying out settings. If you're doing this on a big project, you just go off to one side, open up a new file, and just play with the model, append it in to your heart's content. You can muck around with it and not ruin the main model. So I'm just going to click OK here and pray it doesn't crash Blender, because it might take a while to go through and use the child vertices there. There we go. It's starting to go through and sort it out. Now, one of the issues that you may come across excuse me, is the shards being too big and clunky. And again, that's something you just have to work on. You have to adjust settings and just try out different ways of basically breaking apart the model. Now, we may have actually ended up with too many shards here. Note they've come back in. Occasionally, when you do this type of technique with a bit more complex a model, it can go a bit wonky. Okay, I think that's now done. So I'm going to... Ooh, let's go. We've got a lot. How many did it break it into in the end? Almost all 500. Wow, lots of things to break into there. So let's go to the second layer. And again, I'm just going to turn off gravity. We can see that this top bit and bottom bit are almost intact compared to the rest of it. Now I'm going to turn off gravity once again, just to make sure that when we knock it into things and play with it, we're actually seeing it work as is. So let's press play. And it doesn't throw itself apart. Brilliant. Okay, let's just play again and see how many pieces we've splintered that into. Oh, quite a few. And if we just pause that there, if that had... Oh, use the right key. That had a wood texture on it. Of course, wood doesn't quite blow apart like that. So we've got some other things to play with. But you get the idea that now it's shattered in the middle around where we had those splinterings happening. And the other thing you can do at this point, of course, is let's just undo all of that. I know, undoing all the hard work. And this is before the splinter happened. Yep. Now I can take this splintering child and, of course, duplicate it, move it up, rotate it round by maybe on the, what do we want? X-axis by 180, so it's the other way up. And it'll still be a child, and using that, it will create a different type of break. Again, we can go in and using the cell fracture. I'm not going to set it at 500 this time. I'm just going to lower it down as an idea of what can happen. Just click OK. Now, this is covered up, of course, by what's going on here. In fact, a higher level might have been a bit better, a higher source limit, because now we've got two places that are being fractured. And you can end up, obviously you don't have to use a jagged thing like this. You could use a plane slicing through it if you wanted. So let's just go and have a quick look at how that's going to behave. Let's add an active to that. Yeah, we have undone gravity. So let's put gravity off again and let's play. Okay, it's not coming apart, but you can see there how it's splintered in the middle, but further up on this particular, I'm going to pause it there, further up the splintering is, well, it's a bit like wood, it's split apart. Pretty awesome, hey? Excellent. So this is a bit of a zero gravity example, but if you're doing slow-mo, it's almost good to have gravity off, or at least a very low value of gravity, so that pieces aren't falling away quite as quickly in your scene. So that has come out pretty well. I love the splintering effect that's come up here. Now, this particular lecture is not having a challenge because I'd like to go straight in and show you the same tool, but this time using the grease pencil to control it. And then once we've mastered the fracture tool, we'll be very close to the end of section challenge. If you played with this a little further and have come up with something pretty awesome, which I'm sure you guys can do, remember to share with us so we can see your efforts over on the forum. And I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Fracturing with the Grease Pencil. So this is all about manual destruction, but this time with drawing, which gives us even more control over how the object will fracture. Now this probably is about as manual as you want to get before it starts getting too onerous to do anything. Okay, so in a few moments, we're going to show you how to set up the grease pencil to work with the fracture tool, because if you just use it by default, it won't work. There's one setting that we've got to nail, and then we're going to be using the grease pencil for fracture guides. So let's go hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so before we jump in and start scribbling over our model with the grease pencil, we need to make sure we've got a few things ready. First of all, I want a canvas to be able to draw on, and this cube is not going to be quite right for me. So I'm going to scale it on the z-axis by 0.1, so it's nice and thin. And I'm going to scale it again on without being on the z-axis by, there we go, 8. That's plenty big enough. I'm also going to apply the scale at this point with the right set of keys, Control and A, scale. Perfect. So before we start scribbling on it, we need to open up the 3D Editor Properties panel, go down to where it says Grease Pencil, and we need to change this to Object so that the Grease Pencil and the Fracture tool talk to one another. Right, so let's get rid of the tool shelf, zoom round to the top, and the Properties window there, that's gone as well. Orthographic projection, viewed from the top. Perfect. I'm also going to get rid of the timeline here, that's just not needed. So let's start by just drawing a single line. I'm holding down the D key, grease pencil, just a single line. Let's open up the cell fracture tool, go to grease pencil. I'm not going to change any other settings, and let's see what happens. Okay, so it looks like excellent. So the splintering seems to almost be perpendicular. I'm calling it splintering here. The fracturing seems to be almost perpendicular to that particular line that I drew. Okay, so let's just undo that and see what happens with 3 lines. So I'm going to draw one line on this side and one line on this side. And let's do the same thing again. Space, enter, grease pencil, okay. Okay, excellent. So what we're seeing here is the grease pencil itself isn't drawing where the fractures are going to be. That's quite important. It's drawing a line guiding where the fractures are going to be. So the fractures aren't necessarily following this exact path. Let's go back to where those lines are so we can see them. So we've got a line here, a line here, and a line here. In fact, just so we know what's going on, I'm going to go to the scene settings and redraw these lines, just so we can see them as, well, roughly as they are when we go over to our other object. So over here, so we can see what's going on. Select everything. Oh, there we go. So we can see here that it splits between these lines almost equally. Okay, so what happens if we join this line up perhaps with a spiral or a circle? Let's try that. So at this point, I'm just going to get rid of those points completely. And on the object, I'm going to make sure I'm on the right object here. So we can actually select that and just get rid of it. That's probably going to be the quickest way rather than just deleting it. Going to go back around to the top orthographic. I'm just going to delete the grease pencil I've already done on the object. So making sure it says object, let's draw some concentric circles. So 1, 2, 3. I'm just going to draw an absolute squiggle down the side there and see what happens. You know, this is one of these things where experimentation is going to reward you. Now, because we've got a few other bits to break up here, I'm going to turn that up to maybe 200 so there can be more shards. How about that? We've actually got shattering happening in a circle. Now, you may notice that when glass breaks, sometimes it breaks in that type of pattern. Again, if you are trying to emulate something from the real world, I would strongly recommend you're using reference material. Let's go have a look at how that looks. That is awesome. So I could just imagine something has impacted this bang in the middle there. So let's make sure, once again, I'm going to say let's make sure. I'm probably not going to correct it at this point in time, but let's check and see how this behaves when you apply physics to it. So we're just going to apply active body with no gravity whatsoever and basically make sure it doesn't throw itself apart. Because if you're starting from a model that spontaneously explodes on you, and by the way, it's not, I know the timeline's not here, but with Alt and A, we can see it's running through just here. So that is already a great start. Now, of course, we can have a bit of fun with that. We can literally, well, let's add something else to the scene rather than playing about. So in object mode, I'm going to add in what shall I add? A UV sphere, almost like a ball hitting it. I'm going to give that active as well. And then I can literally just lower it in there and smash just comes through. How cool is that? That's awesome. Okay, guys, that's it for the grease pencil. Have lots of fun with it. Remember to share your particular work. What did you come up with when you played with this? Boom. Oh, it's just reset. I love playing with that. Well, okay, I'll stop doing that now. Remember to share your work over on the forums, and I will see you guys. Oh no, it moved too quick. In the next lecture. Welcome to animating render layers. So this is all about swapping out models and taking control over what is appearing in our scene at any one time. Now, this is critical when you don't want to see the breaks before an object actually breaks. Very important when it comes to things like glass and ceramics, where you can really see the cracks in a surface. Now, we can get away with it on some objects like our brickwork. Now, of course, this doesn't have to just be used when you're fracturing objects. You can swap models out if you're about to do something that's in need of a different model. So you may already have a model that's happens when something breaks apart. You may have modeled in detail exactly how you want that broken apart. Again, this is referring back to breaks, admittedly, but you could swap out one model for another if you just wanted to make things literally appear and then go pop and change to something else. Now, a glass object would look absolutely awful if you just had the breaks being rendered. So this is one of the main reasons why you'd want to swap out models, is simply because it wouldn't look right. No other difference than that. Now, swapping out the model at the moment of breaking will solve that issue. So this is mainly to do with rendering an animation more than anything else, but it can also be useful when trying out different models as well. You can flick between them. Great if you're showcasing your work as well. So let's go play with this now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so I'm in a brand new Blender file at this point, and what we need to do is first learn where render layers are and what they are. So your render layers are quite simply the layers that you've got active at any one time, and you can control those as well and have different settings for your render layers. So where are they? Well, if we go over to the properties window and click on the second tab, and if we hover over that, we can see it's called render layers. So let's go over there now. Now you can have several render layers already set up if you want to. We're just going to deal with one at the moment to keep things straightforward. Now, the ones that we're going to be interested in at the moment are the scene layer and the exclude layer. Now, you cannot animate the scene layer. So if we try and go over the top of any of those and press I, it just says layers property cannot be animated. We can see the error in the top there on the info header. So what can we animate? Well, we can animate the exclude. Now, it is important that we realize that the exclude itself, the whole thing is animated, not the individual layers. That confused me something rotten when I first started using Blender. I was like, why can't I? And I was basically turning one thing off and one thing on and getting myself in a complete muddle. So we'll go through animating that and making sure it works. Now, one of the very important things at this point, before we even start playing with the render layers and excluding them, is realizing what is on what layer. So first of all, I'm just going to turn on I'm not sure if I've got it turned on. So I'm going to go to my add-ons and go to layers. No, I haven't got layer management turned on. One of those other ones I forgot. I'm going to save my user settings. So with the layer management on, I can go to the layer tab in the tool shelf and start thinking consciously about what my layers are called. So it's at this point you want to realize that some of your stuff you'll want to make sure is never excluded, like your lighting, for instance, unless you wanted your scene to go completely dark. So with that, we can call layer 1, well, I won't call layer 1 lighting. I think that would be silly since everything starts on layer 1, unless you started playing really a lot with your startup file. So we can call this one, let's say, basic. And what's this layer down here? No, we don't know that. That's layer 11. So we can see the little eyeball when I've clicked down here on the 3D editor header and switched to a different layer, we've got layer 11 turned on. And layer 11's got nothing on it. I'm going to call that lighting. Yep, lighting. And lighting and camera. I'm going to put the two on the same layer. Okay, so now we have lighting and camera set up, we better move the lighting and camera to that layer. So I'm going to go back to layer 1 and move those two objects with the M key, M, and then this layer down here, and then hopefully they will be on the right layer. Now, just to make sure things are working as we'd expect them to, I'm going to press I'm going to press F12 here, and there we go. It's going to render out, and we can see here we've got light in our scene. That's because if we look over here on the render layers, we've got layer 1 and layer 11 both active. If we had forgotten and only had layer 1 active, then of course when we go ahead and render, there is no lighting apart from the ambient lighting that's in the environment. So it is important you realize whatever ones of these are turned on are going to be included when you actually hit the render, whether that's an animation or whether a still render like this. Now, if you wanted more than one of these active, then you could quite easily hold down the Shift button and click the ones you wanted, or even just click and drag over the top and you'll see them turn on. And if they're in the state of turning them on, they don't turn others off. And if they're in the state of turning things off like they are at the moment, they will turn everything off that you move the mouse over. So now we've got an idea of how we can turn them on and off. The next thing we need to do is work out how to animate that so we can switch things in and out, whether that be a fractured object, so they don't start fractured. Very important if it's something like glass. You could quite easily imagine if it was a glass cube that we were dealing with and we'd fractured, it would look horrible before it was supposed to be broken. So, in order to emulate this properly, what we can do here is, and I'm not going to fracture this particular object this time, I've got my basic object on layer 1. On layer 2, I'm going to go ahead and add myself something completely different, a cone. And I'm also going to move it up one Blender unit as well, so it is occupying the same space. Now, this is on layer 2. We can check that by just isolating layer 2. We can do it down here or in the render layers tab. So we can move individually around. Now remember, we will always need this bottom one on, layer 11, otherwise we'll have no light in our scene. So we've got these two things on different layers. Now, ordinarily, because you cannot animate the layers themselves, we have to have all of them turned on. Now that they're all turned on, we have to animate when we exclude certain layers. And it's the state of the entire block that is animated. So if we start off with excluding layer 2, and we key that in by pressing I, and then go to layer frame, let's say 25 or thereabouts. That says 29, so I'm really off. I'm just going to use the selector here, 24. There we go. 1 second later, I'm going to key in a new setup. So this time layer 1 is excluded, and that will be everything that is on layer 1. So this is where you have to really be organized about your layers. So now as we go through, we should see that it starts off with layer 2 being excluded, and then layer 1 becomes the excluded one. Okay, so how does that look? Well, let's go ahead and animate between frame 1 and 50. I'm just going to check my settings for rendering. I've recently installed an external graphics card for my Mac, so some of these settings do need changing. I'm just going to save this scene that we're working on here. So I'm just going to call this render layers. I'm just going to save that there. And I'm literally going to render an animation. So I've gone up to the render tab and hit render animation. And we can see it's just going to go through here and render all. It's not going to be particularly exciting. But we should see now as it's rendering, because it's rendering at 1 frame every 1.5 seconds, not particularly stellar. Now we should see, and in fact, if it's going this slow, I could have condensed the example. But once it reaches, and we're almost there, have a look. Once that reaches frame 24, our cube will spontaneously become a cone. How awesome's that? And you can use this to control your renders very, very accurately. And it's a great way of making sure, let's say, if something started as a solid and then it was breaking up, that you didn't have an issue when it came to actually rendering it in the first place. Because the last thing you want is a piece of glass or something that's breaking apart. Now, we could get away with it on the wall, remember, because of the kind of wall texture, and walls tend to have cracks and bumps in them, so that's not a problem. But if it was glass, and we can accentuate that now, we can actually see what would happen. So we've got these two objects here, and I'm not going to make one of them. Well, we could actually make one of them the broken square. We can go back and do this. And so the easiest way of doing that would be to go back to the 3D view, fracture this. Well, let's go to the second layer first and delete that cube. Go back to the first, the cube layer here, and then let's fracture it. So let's go and cell fracture. And I'm not too fussed of how it ends up fractured. So we've got all the broken layer on layer 2. And let's give these guys a material that is glass. So I'm going to use nodes. I'm going to go to a glass BSDF. And let's just render that out and see what it looks like. So that's what it looks like with, that is the fractured one. Oh, it's with it both turned on. So the way of just checking this, and in fact that would change as we're looking around. Perfect, okay. I'm going to add a floor plane and scale that up. I'm going to give that a new material and just a diffuse material. That's fine. Of course, we've got the lighting turned off at the moment as well. There we go. So our glass is sitting on a table or whatever, and I'm just going to give the lamp a bit more brightness as well. I'm going to make it a sun lamp to start with, and not a brightness of 100, maybe even a brightness of 2. There we go. So that's not too bright there. And that's what it looks like. And of course, when we break that apart, and let's just swap these layers over. Oh, here we go. I've got my ground on layer 1. You see how easy it is to forget. So let's move the ground to layer 3. Then I can have layer 3 and 1 turned on, or whatever combination I want. I've just got to remember to turn them on. So we see here this one's fractured, and it looks significantly different to this one here. And we can even render that out just to make sure it makes sense. I'm going to actually render that out now, and instead of you guys watching, I'm going to wait until I can actually play it back sensibly. Okay, so what's going on here? The floor's not being shown. Why is this happening? It's because I've actually turned off, and this is a good idea to watch your renders. You can see the problems live here. The scene only has layer 1 turned on, and I want at least these 4 layers turned on. In fact, everything wouldn't be a bad idea, unless I had things hidden, of course. So let's go ahead once more, and this time I'm going to swap them over just so it's nice and quick. I'm going to have a 20 frame animation. I'm going to swap them over at frame 10. Okay, so at frame 10, we're going to key in that exclude, and it should still start. Excellent. So that goes all the way to here. Okay, so initially we want to exclude the broken one, which is on layer 2, which is fine. And then we want to exclude layer 1. Let's key that in. So 2 and then 1. Perfect. So now when we go ahead and I render the animation, everything should be there. Of course, this is taking a lot longer to render now because we've got a glass shader in there rather than a diffuse. So I'm glad I did cut the frames down, even though now it's going to take a bit longer. But we'll see when we play the animation back in a few moments, the difference it makes. Okay, so here we go. We're just finishing off the final frame. It's only 20 frames in total. And I can go to render and play back the rendered animation just to see what it looks like. And we can see there it's flicking between the two quite rapidly because there's less than a second between them. But we get to see the difference now. One, this nice clean one at the very beginning, is how it would look if you were trying to have just a basic glass cube. And then we've got this horrible artifacty one where it's actually broken. So you can see the difference there that it would make if you were rendering an object in such a way, whether it's cracked or, well, mainly if it's cracked. And this is also a great example if you just need to swap something out. So, say you're going to transmute between two things instantly, like pop, away you go. Well, you can do that using this technique as well. Now, just remember you've only got so many layers to work with, so don't use them sparingly, but use them intelligently as well. And remember, you can always set up scenes. If you were doing a full-blown animation, even if it was just a short, each scene would be seconds long. You would not try and cram everything into one scene. You'd generate a new scene to do that. Okay, brilliant. How are you guys getting on? Can you think of some other uses for this? I'd love to hear your ideas over on the forum. So join us at forum.gamedev.tv, and I'll see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Video Effects, or often shortened to VFX. So what's coming up in this section? Well, this is all about combining our computer-generated imagery with real-world environments, or if you wanted to, combining it with other CGIs. So this can be your models that you've made, it can be your particle systems, it can be anything you've generated on the computer, and combining it with, in this case, a still image. So we're going to start with a still image and place a model into it and make sure it looks relatively realistic. Obviously, that will depend on the quality of your model as well. Now, after we have mastered that, we will go ahead and conquer video footage as well, which has some other nitty-gritty things that we need to sort out. Choosing your subject. Now, you can follow along with me, you can choose your own path, or indeed do both. One of the best ways of learning is to also go off on a tangent and work on your own project as well, either in parallel or just after you've taken the section. It's a great way to reinforce your knowledge. Now remember to keep it simple. This goes for both your model, if you're going to make your own, and the real space that it is going to occupy. If we start to get too complex at this point in time, it's going to cause you issues. So remember to keep it simple. And talking about keeping it simple, it's time for a nice, simple challenge for you. So the challenge is to plan your scene. We are going to put a 3D model into a photograph. Now, ideas for a scene, the photograph itself, perhaps an empty road or a runway or a desk, a windowsill or any other worktop or work surface. Of course, it would be great when we're going to use a model. So what model are you going to use? It would be great if they matched up with the scene. Doesn't have to. It'd be interesting if it didn't, I suppose. But for an empty road, you might put a car on there, a runway, a plane, a worktop, perhaps in a kitchen. Well, perhaps any kitchen utensil, plates, glasses. Nice, simple models. Remember simplicity. Now, use existing models and scenes where possible. This whole section is going about bringing these two things together rather than making them. So, one of the things you can do here is use somewhere like BlendSwap. So do go ahead and check out www.blendswap.com for your models if you're going to use them. And remember to credit others for their hard work as well. Check out the Creative Commons license. All the blend files on BlendSwap tend to have one of those. Just make sure you credit others for their work. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Did you plan your scene? How did it turn out? I'm going to go through what I've planned for my scene now, and then we'll crack on and get on with it. So what do I want to do? Well, my scene is going to be a runway at sunset. And the object, I'm going to do a fighter jet because that's kind of cool. That's what I like, and that's what I'm going to do. Of course, you guys can follow along with this or indeed go down your own route as well. Please share with us over on the forum what you guys are going to be up to, what your plans are. Perhaps you've done some sketches of the scene that you want to do. Perhaps you've got some awesome resources in there. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys are going to create. And I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to good source material. Now, what do we mean by source material? Well, like reference material in the past, but this time it's actually going to be used within our final render. So this could be a picture, a photo, a video, or even another render that you've done. Now, in a bit, we'll grab a photo and check out its settings. Now, this is important for both stills and photos, and I'm going to hammer this point home because it really does save you a lot of time. With your own video, keep a note of the settings as they're often lost. So what device you took it on. In fact, let's get to the essential data that you're going to need. Now, this is a little bit of a white lie. You can get by without this information. However, it will take a lot of your time and toing and froing and trying to get the scene just right. If you've got the data, it can speed up things a lot. So the resolution of the recorded data, the camera sensor size, and the lens focal length. Now, some of these you're going to have to look up for certain devices, and some of them are built into Blender, so we can use a combination of research or just a preset that's straight away available to us. Now, pictures, fortunately, often have this data stored with them, and you can right-click on them, and on a Windows machine you can go to Properties, or on a Mac you can go to Get Info, and if the picture has this information stored with it, then you will actually be able to look at that and record it down, and then we can set up our camera in the scene with the same settings. Now, if it's a render that you've already done, you'll have to use the camera settings that were in that other blend file. Now, things that are nice to have is, before we move on to that, I do apologize. Pictures do have this data stored with them, but videos do not. So it is a great idea that you note down what device the video was recorded with, if that's possible. Now, nice to have, well, measurements of the area you're working in. That's very useful for working out distances and placing things at a certain scale within your scene. Position of any lighting. Now, if it's an outdoor scene in the daytime, there's usually one prominent light, that is the sun in the sky, that will be the source of most of your lighting. However, if it's an indoor scene, you may have several lights scattered about contributing to your scene. If you take a note of where those are and perhaps the intensity of them, or just say they're all the same, then at least you've got a good standing to start using that photo or video. Now, in this particular instance, we're going to use a photo, so the lighting is probably just going to be the sun. Keep things simple, remember that. Now, a couple of things to look out for. Light direction and looking for shadows. Now, they kind of go hand in hand, and shadows can be both a blessing and a curse. So you will want to make sure shadows don't cross over where your object will be. If they do, you're going to have to create another object to cast that the real shadow on top of your object, and of course delete the other one. And this entails more and more work, and we want to avoid getting too nitty-gritty at this point. Certainly there will be instances, if you ever go into this fully, where you will have to edit the actual picture or video and cut things out and mask things off, but we're not going to go quite that deeper dive in this section. Reflections are very similar to shadows. They can give away the true nature of a scene. And so we do have to be careful if there are reflections. Instances like that could be a glass building or a mirror. That's a good reflective surface. Cars tend to be reflective. They're going to reflect the area around them. Things that you might not focus on, like a puddle on the ground. Those can reflect and give away the fact that, hang on a minute, there should be a reflection of the object in there as well. Again, if we can avoid those type of things, we can get on really well and quickly. That's the important thing. Now, you will also have to watch out for anything in the foreground. Those foreground objects can cause you a bit of a nightmare. They're in front of your object, and therefore you've got to work around them. So at the moment, I would avoid foreground objects where possible. So finally, if you were creating your own source material, you can have a bit more control over how it's looking. So with photos, take measurements of the scene. That's very important, as well as the camera settings that you currently have. So remember what focal length you've switched your camera to. If it's a fixed length camera, you may have to research. So if you've taken a video or photo with your iPhone or Android device, then you'll want to look up the specs of the camera. With videos, you can lay down markers, especially if your CGI is going to cover the area in question, and that can help massively. High contrast is key because that helps with camera tracking, and we'll see that later on. Now, you will want to avoid sharp and jerky movements. It makes tracking the camera really, really difficult and time consuming. Now, remember, and this is the last time I'm going to say this is so many times, to store your camera and lens settings. Make sure you know what they are. It's going to help you a lot. Okay, so now we've got the groundwork sorted for what source material is ideal to be working with, it's time for a challenge, and I'd like you guys to go find a photo. Now find yourself a suitable photo to work with. Think about your project, what you're working on, and what you are trying to achieve. Remember, please keep things simple, especially if this is your first time doing any visual effects. Now, I'll personally be finding a runway because I'm doing a CGI plane and I'm going to place that on the runway. Now, make sure your image has camera details. Now, if you've gone off and taken a photo, great, you're going to have all the details because you've actually taken the photo. But if you haven't and you're sourcing a photo from online, make sure that it does have those camera details embedded in it. Go ahead, pause the video, and go find a suitable photo. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go see what I found and make sure it's suitable. Okay, so after searching the web for a bit, I have found a picture I really like. We can see where the light source is. It's the sun and it's just dipping below the mountain top there, just glaring out. That's going to give us some lovely warm colours as well. It's going to produce long shadows when it's so low on the horizon. And now I don't have to attribute this, but I will since I'm on the site. But before I go any further, of course, let's just make sure that this particular photo is suitable, because I don't know any of the settings. It might just be an image. Okay, so clicking download has just opened it up for me. So it's a nice high-res image. That's very useful. Look at that, lots of detail. Okay, so I'm going to right-click and save the image in my downloads for the moment and open it up. Now you can right-click on the download itself and go to properties, or indeed right-click and go to get info. I believe I can get info from preview on a Mac as well. So we can see straight away, I'm going to go to the File tab first of all. We've got of course, we've got the number of pixels it is. That's also easy to look up. So that's a great start. I'm going to look under the EXIF data. Now this should give us, here we go, focal length. So we've got that. We need to know what camera it was taken on. I'm guessing it's taken on a camera. Yeah, we've got the lens model here. Now that can be very useful if you're trying to exactly mimic a real life lens, because we could go and get the data for that lens if it's got any particular distortion. But do we have the camera type? So let's go along here. Here we go, a Canon EOS 1100D. I don't know the sensor size for that, so I'm going to search for Canon EOS 1100D. I'm just going to literally go sensor size. Now I'm a bit of a photographer. I'm going to assume it's their ASP, this one here, of that size. So its width here is going to be 22.2. So I've written down all of these bits of information, making sure that I can go back to them if I need to. It's quite an affordable camera. Excellent. I really like this photo. I'm looking forward to working with it. How did you guys get on? Are you going to use the photo that I've got here? Are you going to follow along with a plane? You could put a car on there if you wanted to as well. Cars and runways kind of go together. If you picked a different scene, I'd love to see what projects you're going to work on. Remember to share that in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to an introduction to compositing. So this is all about rendering a background picture and then compositing it with a 3D render that we've done. So we're going to bring different renders together into one final render. Now compositing is done in the node editor. We're going to show you how to view your composite changes live. So anything you change, you can see the effect. And then learn how to scale the background image independently of the final render resolution. And you'll see how that can be a bit of a pain if we don't. So let's go hop on over into Blender. Right, so now we're over in Blender. The first thing I want to show you is just a recap on the render layers. So if we go over to our properties panel, properties window here, and go to the render layers tab, and we can see we've got one render layer. Now, if we go ahead and render that with the F12 key, we can see that the cube renders. If we turn on another render layer and do exactly the same thing, or you can go up here to the render menu, hit render image, you'll notice that it renders twice. And that's because it's rendering each one of these individually. So do bear in mind, if you've got lots of render layers, it will slow down your render, especially if it's an animation. So I'm going to get rid of this extra render layer we've created at the moment and go to the node editor. Now, once we're in the node editor, we need to switch the modes to the compositing node, and along the header bar, it is the second option along on this little group of icons along here. Now, once we're in there, nothing will visibly change just yet because, first of all, we don't have use nodes selected. So let's go and put a tick in that box. Okay, so when we zoom in, we can see, very similar to the materials editor when we're using that with nodes, we've got render layers here and it's plugged into the composite node. And this is what you're getting when you render. This is your output. And in this case, the render layer is the input. Now, there are lots of different types of inputs and we can add them through the add menu. And if we go to input, we can see there is a list we can pick from. Now, in this case, we'll want to pick image. And if we use an image, we can go and find the image that you've downloaded and prepared for this particular section. There we go. I'm just going to open that up. Looks wonderful. And if I plug that in to our composite output, when we go and render, it will look like that. Now, it looks slightly wrong. Now, why does it look wrong? That is because the picture is bigger than the render space we've asked. So let's go to the render properties and have a look. So we've got 50% of 1080, and this picture was quite a high resolution. So if I turn that up to 100, let's just see how that comes out. Okay, it's going to take a few moments to render out. And we can see that there's more of the picture being shown, but not all of it. And this can be a real pain because I certainly don't want to render at a super high resolution if I'm just prototyping. I just don't want to do that. So we'll sort this out right away. So let's go back to the node editor, and I'm going to leave this render layers alone at the moment. And we need to do something with this output. So we've got the input, which is the image, and we need to do something before it gets to the output. And we need to add in a distortion, because we're distorting that image, we're changing it, and we've got a scale option. Now, when we put the scale option in, there's lots of different choices we can choose from, but to keep it in line with the render output, we need to select render size. There are a couple of options here. In this particular case, I'm going to pick crop. Now it shouldn't matter. Let's render this scene out again. It shouldn't actually matter. We get the cube there, what the rendering settings are set at. So that's the whole picture cropped in to fit the 1080 scene. So that's absolutely fine. We can adjust that if we wanted to, but that's fine with me. Now let's turn this down to, let's say, 20%. If I was doing a very quick render, and let's see how that comes out. And let's zoom in. Absolutely fine. And that was really quick as well, a lot quicker than the first time round. Okay, so we've got that all set up now. What else can we do? Well, you can do lots of things in this node editor, just like you can when setting up materials. So you can mix things together. You can change the RGB curves if you wanted to. There's lots you can play with. But one of the things that would be very useful is anything we're changing, it'd be nice to see it live without having to worry about hitting F12 every time and waiting for it to render out. So how do we do that? Well, we need to add a viewer. Now, if you've got Node Wrangler enabled, you can hold down Shift Control and hit the, in this case, the scale output, and that will introduce a viewer as an output type. Now, what we'll want to do here is I'm going to get rid of that and go Add Output, Output, and there's the viewer. That's how you add it in manually. And we can just link those together. Now, we don't see anything as yet. We need to tick on backdrop on the header bar here. So there we go. We can start to see this. And auto render. Now, you'll notice that this is tiny, and again, it's being governed by this resolution setting over here. So I'm going to turn that back up to 50%. Nothing happens for the moment. It would be really nice if it auto-rendered all the time. It sometimes doesn't, so I've turned backdrop on and off again, and there we go. Now, it can be a little bit difficult to work out. Let's give myself a bit more space on the screen here. It can be very difficult to actually work with nodes while the image is there. So in the properties panel, that's the N panel of the node editor, we've got a couple of options we can choose from. And if we scroll down where we can see backdrop, it's now turned on. So that's another toggle. It's the same as the one down here. If I use the drop down so I can see what's going on, there's a zoom setting so we can zoom in and out, which is very useful. And we've got an offset as well. Now, I don't tend to play with the offset. I literally hit the move button and then you can move this freely, perhaps to a top corner. And then we can work on the nodes lower down if we wanted to. We can also hit fit, and then it will fit it appropriately to the screen, determined by the resolution. And reset backdrop, well, it's not done much in this case, but it will reset it to its default position and zoom size, etc. So I'm going to move that up to the top corner here. Okay, so we've got everything ready to start playing with, and I think it's time for a challenge. I would like you to go ahead and render your first composite. Now, I know what you're thinking, hang on a minute, Mike, you've not told us how to do this. Well, I think you already know. If you've already done a lot with the cycles materials and blending those together, I think you'll be just fine. So it is very similar to the cycles material setup. You will need at least 2 input nodes because we're compositing, we're bringing 2 things together. I would suggest in this case you keep the image, and if you've not got it in there, add back in the render layer. And the output node is a composite node, just in case you've been playing. And you will need to mix those together. There's a healthy hint as to what you will need to do. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. I hope you managed to do this. Let's go render our first composite over in Blender. Okay, so we have our render layer here. We've got the scene preview, everything's all set up. And so we need to mix a render layer. If I zoom in so you guys can see what's going on, I need to mix this image here with this render layer here. Now, this is going to probably look horrible. It doesn't matter at this point. It's literally to mix these two together. So if we go ahead and add in a mix node. Now, color mix, there we go. I found the mix. Of course, you could have searched up here for mix. So we've got these 2 image inputs. Let's just mix them together. And then I'm going to Control and Shift click mix. That's because I've got Node Wrangler enabled on the add-ons. And the viewer itself, what do I want to do here? The viewer needs to be here. Oh no, the output here, viewer here, and scale needs to go to there as well so I can see what's going on. Oh no, it's just an output from here to here. I'm being daft. There we go. So what's going on here? Well, it's mixing them together and one's overriding the other. Let's just see what happens if we render that out. Does it do the same thing? Yes, so one's on top of the other. Now, can we mix them together in a way that means we can see both of them? Let's literally try some options. Well, this is the problem here. We've got the factor set at 1, so that is no good. So here we go. If we blend them together, we can start to see they come through. And there are lots of other options. And we'll get into some of those in more detail very, very soon, because we're going to have to start using multiplication and division. And you'll start to understand, how do you multiply and divide an image? That makes no sense. Don't worry, we'll get to that very shortly. But if we divide, we get an interesting image. It's very bright. And again, we can play with the factor. And that's quite an interesting one. So you can play with these to your heart's content and see what you end up with. And in this case, there's our cube together. It's sort of almost superimposed. Let's render that out. So one, the other, and it's put them together. Perfect. How did you guys get on? Did you manage to composite these 2 images together? If you have, congratulations. Well done. Please share your phantom cube, or perhaps you picked a different shape, in the discussions. And I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Matching Camera Settings. So this is going to be mainly about configuring the camera. We will be setting up the camera using the settings gathered from your picture. And I will also be reiterating the importance of accurate camera data, and I'll show you why that is very important. We're going to use the text editor to store data for reference, so I don't have to keep going backwards and forwards to that information. And I'm going to start setting up a scene to match the photo. So let's go and hop on over into Blender. Right, we are back in Blender, and the first thing we need to do is open up the scene we've been working on so far. I'm going to go here and open up the introduction to compositing. I'm going to then go ahead and save as, and this is going to be my next lecture. Of course, you can name these slightly differently if you so wish. I'm going to call this one setting up camera, I suppose, because that's what we're going to be doing. Save as a Blender file. I can confirm the name at the top has changed and I'm ready to go. Let's just have a look at my properties here because I was rendering on a GPU before, so my tiles will be at the wrong size. I'm just going to save that file. Excellent. So we're ready to go. First of all, let's have a look at the camera properties. So I'm going to click on the camera to select it in the outliner and then go down to the properties window and click on the camera tab. Once we've done this, we can have a look at a series of settings. We won't go through every single one of these. However, the important ones for us are going to be the focal length. We're going to want to leave it on perspective. That is quite important. We're going to need a focal length, and I'm going to have to look up what those details are in a few moments. Let's see down here, and camera. We'll have a look at that as well when it becomes important. So first of all, let's go ahead and set this appropriately. I don't know what it is, so I'm going to have to go and research. I'm going to open another window up and change that to a text editor. And once I've changed that to a text editor, I'm going to click on New and Camera Details. Now, if you don't have the cursor, your actual mouse cursor in that window, it will stop typing. So make sure it's over there if you're typing. Now, when I've done this, it's going to save those details along with the file. I'm going to have to go and grab my particular picture. And again, you can grab this from your assets pack if necessary. This is the picture. I'm going to go and get info from it. And we've got the details here. It's a Canon EOS 1100D. Excellent. I can cut and paste, which makes my life a lot easier. And what was the focal length? Does it say EXIF data? Focal length. Focal length 34. Now that will be 34 millimeters. That's a great start. Resolution may be important. I might as well copy it across. I think that was under general. So pixel height and pixel width. And I've got everything I need there. I'm going to grab the aperture data as well. Now, aperture is basically how large the light hole is in a lens. And the lower this aperture value, the shallower depth of field, i.e. the foreground and the background can be very blurry compared to the actual object you're actually focusing on. I don't think that's going to make a difference in this case, but I'm going to put it there so I've got the reference. And I'm going to save my file. Excellent. I've got all that data there. I'm going to keep it there for the moment, but I'm going to make this window smaller so I can get all of the data I want. I'm going to just leave it with that for the moment, and I can scroll up and down if I need to. Going back to these camera properties. Now, you may think, oh, excellent, we can just lower the focal length down to 34 and we're done. Not quite. We don't know the sensor size of our Canon EOS 1100D. It may or may not be 32 millimeters across. Let's have a look and see if there is a series of Canons. Oh, there is actually an 1100D built in to Blender by the looks of things. I also know that that is an APS-C sensor. If your camera is not listed on this list, which is, relatively comprehensive, I know, for instance, that the Nikon here, DX format, is all of the consumer ones, the D3000, the D3001, 5000, 7000, etc. I used to have Nikons. If you've got a different camera that's on here, you will have to go and have a look at the specification sheet for your particular camera. So we know it's been taken with an 1100D, we might as well select it. And that is the camera all set up and ready to go. Again, I'm going to save my Blender file, so I'm ready to go. And let's have a look and see if it renders any differently to how it did before. Now this will be a little slower as I'm waiting for the CPU to render, and the cube does look slightly different. Now this is the important thing when setting the camera right. If we got this wrong and set this at 60, it wouldn't work once we had aligned everything in the scene. Now, for argument's sake, you can probably align something in a scene that looks absolutely fine, even though it's got the wrong perspective and everything else. So that looks more in line with these ground lines. In fact, we're going to use those in a moment to try and work out scale, etc. I'm going to lower that back down to 34 because otherwise I will forget. And I'm just going to render that out once more. So we've got a cube on a ground plane in a scene, but the camera's in the wrong place. It doesn't look right. It's just floating in the sky. It's not really in contact with the ground anywhere. This is no good. We need to manipulate where the camera is. And in order to manipulate where the camera is, we're going to have to fake some of the geometry that's on the floor and get it roughly right in scale. So looking at that photo, I'm going to open up the photo. There we go. So looking at this photo, we can see there are lines on the floor. There's some guides that we can use in terms of perspective. Now, if I could read these numbers that were on here, perhaps that will give us some detail. Oh, that's not working. I don't know if these are distance markers. If I knew a bit more about runways, I could probably work out the distance between here. But we can guess, is that's probably going to be about 5 meters across, so 5 blender units, and then just stretch it out into the distance. Let's go ahead and do that, and then we can position up the camera accordingly. So I'm going to delete my default. No, I'm going to lower it down. I'm going to move it on the. Oh, not got it selected properly. I'm going to move it on the Z-axis by 2 minus 2. Sorry. And that is going to be 2 blender units across. So I can scale that on the x-axis by 2.5. That's now 5 blender units across. And then I can scale that on the y-axis just into the vast distance. Okay, I'm going to assume that's the right width for what I'm working on. And when I look at it from the camera view, of course, that's not going to be lined up with our scene. In fact, we can render our scene really quickly and see what's going on. We're always going to have to render each time we change an actual model. But in this case, we can see that it's probably not going to be lined up right at all. No, it's not. So we need to move the camera now so those two things match. And of course, that can be very difficult without it in the foreground for you. And first of all, before we go and manipulate everything else, let's make sure you can see both of them at the same time. So to get this appearing in our view, we're going to have to go to the 3D view and then open up your properties panel, scroll down and turn on background images. We're going to add an image. Now, it should be in memory, so we should be able to pick it. Yes, we can. We can pick it from the drop down, and that's loaded in. I'm going to stick it to the foreground, and there we go, in front. Perfect. So that looks pretty much how the picture is looking before. We'll go cross-reference that in a few moments after I've set the axis of this view to just the camera view, because that's all we care about. Now, let's open up another window and make sure that these things match. So we've got one of the lines going through. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm seeing over here. Excellent. So now I'm going to make that disappear and we can start moving the camera about. So the first thing I'm going to do here is, whilst in the camera view, Shift and F so I can go into first person view. And perhaps I'll be able to get the camera in a position that makes sense. Now these are stretching away into the distance, and as you can see, I can move this around. Now it looks probably a little lower than I'm anticipating it being. Aha. Now this is trial and error, and it can take a while to do, so don't worry if you're not getting it right first time. Wow, this is going to take a little bit of manipulation to do. And of course, that's an ideal time for a challenge. I'd like you to go ahead and create your environment. if you don't know the exact camera data, this will be judgment and trial and error, especially if you don't know its actual millimeters, how wide an angle lens it is, and what camera it was taken on. Now, I suggest picking a scene, especially if you're new to this, that you know this information. Otherwise, you're going to spend an eon trying to get to the end result. Now, knowing the actual camera's position is helpful. In this particular example that I'm going through, I don't know where the photographer was stood. Now, I'm going to assume he was stood on the ground, he or she was stood on the ground, but I don't know that. They might be stood on top of a car or even in an aircraft control tower. Now, look for features that can be followed. Now, I've got some lines on the floor that I can map to a 3D model. So it should only take me a few minutes to align these good enough that I can use it for placing 3D models on or other bits of geometry. Go ahead and add a ground plane and any other objects that would have a shadow cast upon them. So if you've got a pole or a little ridge in your scene, you'll need to model those as well so it accurately is modeled. If you were modeling a window ledge, you would have to model the lip over the edge as well so that shadows, if the light is coming in from above, get cast properly over the wall. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. I'm going to continue now creating my environment. Now this is the stage I've gotten to so far, and I am literally going to continue now moving the camera about until I get it roughly in the right position. Now this can take quite a while to get right, is it to the left, is it to the right? Do I need to move quickly or slowly to align things? And yes, this can be quite a tedious process. Now, I'm not going to bore you with this particular process. I'm going to fade out now and I'll come back after I've faffed around for a bit and got it spot on. Okay, so I'm almost here at the moment, and I've noticed an issue that is a clipping issue. I'm quite happy with this edge is lined up, but then it kind of just stops there, and that is the camera clipping distance. So if I go into my properties, I should be able to change the view properties. Here we go, clipping at 100, or it's at 1,000 at the moment. If I increase that, I should see more, and I don't. So I'm going to go to my camera clipping and scroll down here, and here we go. Clipping ends at 100. So this is to do with the view itself, as in this view, which when I first created the shape, I thought I had plenty of space, but the camera clipping is under the camera settings itself. And once I extend that, you can see that is now going into the distance. So I'm going to set that at 1,000 as well. And what that will be able to do is give you some more guidance in making sure that this is correct. And it's not at the moment. So I will see you guys back in a few moments. Okay, so welcome back, and I think I'm almost done. Now, what I've done to try and approximate my actual ground plane is I've made these pieces just a little bit thinner than they were before, and pieces, there's plural. I've created a couple of them because I think these gaps in the runway are different, or different spacing basically. So I've made a couple of them, laid them out. I seem to be getting quite a good correlation between what I can see on the camera and what I can see here. Now, I think these lines actually arch away ever so slightly, so there may be a bit of distortion on the actual image itself. Now, one of the things I don't have or didn't consider is the other really good line, and that's the horizon line. So I've tried to match up the end of my piece with the horizon, which I think I've done pretty accurately here. So what I should be able to do now after I've played with those things, well, first of all, I'm going to save because it took me ages to get the camera into that position. It took me about 5 or 10 minutes of faffing backwards and forwards. And I'm literally going to scale this up on the x-axis so that it fits our runway, or at least fits where the shadows and everything else are going to go. Now you can see here that it is expanding a way that I don't want it really to, but that doesn't matter. I can still move the object itself, so it still lies in roughly the right place. Now I'm just going to scale that on the z-axis just a little bit more. It will go over the corner of our picture, and what happens over here in the distance, It doesn't really matter. We can see that it's slightly slanted away. I don't think that's going to cause us any issues. And if we zoom out in this sort of realm, we can see that's quite a large runway anyway. So no matter where we put an object on there, it should not matter. In fact, if there's an object right in the distance, well, to be quite honest, we're not going to really see any detail that it causes. So this is the area that we're literally going to be casting a shadow on in a few moments. So my scene's all set up and ready to go. How did you find setting up your scene? You will see that it is somewhat of a pain to try and get it right. Hence, knowing the more information about your scene, the camera, the lens that it was taken on is very important. Please share your work in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Mathematics and Images. So in this lecture, we're going to learn how maths works in images, and it can be difficult to comprehend at first. If maths is not your strong point, do not worry. We are going to be doing some very basic maths, nothing too arduous. Now, if you think about how a computer is showing you an image, it is a series of values. Each pixel of an image will have a certain red, green, and blue value. Initially, we're going to focus on monochrome or grayscale, and that is where the red, green, and blue channels, so color is generated from those three channels, have the same value. Now, if they all have a value of 0, then you get a black image. They all have a value of 1 or 100%, or if the slider goes up to 255, then you will have a white image. And anything in between, where all the values are the same for red, green, and blue, you'll end up with some shade of grey. Now, each pixel on an image will have its own values. However, to keep things simple, we will have one value for all the pixels of our image. Now, basic mathematics is just that. We're not going to do a deep dive into all the mathematical functions that are available to us. We're literally going to be adding, subtracting, dividing, and multiplying. These are all just as you would expect them to be when you combine them together. So 1 plus 1 is 2. It is as simple as that. Now, you can build things up to make them more complicated, or not necessarily more complicated, but more functional, but they are just simple stepping stones. Now, it is important that we understand that values of less than 0 or greater than 1 are still passed through the system, unless we use a clamping feature. We will also see that the color mix and converter math nodes function almost the same. However, there are different options. They've both got add, subtract, divide, and if you use them, you're going to get exactly the same result if you leave everything as standard. We'll have a quick look at that. But when you're dealing with images, it's probably best to use just the mix node. So let's go play with some basic mathematics now and hop on over into Blender. Right, so we're over in the default blend file, and this is all we need to do our compositing test. There is one thing I want to do and demonstrate for you, and which will be one of the differences between a mix node and a math node. We need to have a bit of color in our image, because if we render out that cube, it is just grey. So I'm going to go and change the diffuse color of my cube to red or yellow, or pick a color you like. Excellent, and I'm going to render that out. Now that that's rendered out, we can go straight into the compositing setup. So we can see our 3D view, our image, which isn't quite going yet, and our node editor. And because we're in the compositing view, our node editor has also been switched over to the compositing mode. I'm going to put a tick in use nodes. I'm going to put a tick in backdrop, which won't do anything at the moment because we don't have the appropriate output node. And I'm also going to turn on auto render. And what auto render will do is if we change anything in our scene, it will automatically re-render it. Now, I don't want it taking however long that's going to take, 5 seconds every single time. So I'm going to turn down my samples to 1 when I hit render. And now if I move that cube, it updates nice and quickly. Of course, it's not going to be very high def or anything along those lines. I'm also going to be a bit pernickety here and turn my lamp to a sun lamp. This is one of these things that I've lost with a setting of maybe 2. Now, nothing's changed in that render, and it won't automatically update unless something else in our scene has changed. I could move the lamp, I could rotate it. I can't do it from this view, however. So if I go ahead and move the lamp, now when I go back to our compositing view, it should all be updated, he says. Is it not? There we go. We have to move it in this case. That's all sorted. You can, by the way, instead of moving it like that and actually potentially destroying your setup, you can move it by 0 and it will also update. Worthwhile knowing. So the final thing here is we can't see what's going on. We need another output node. So we're going to add in an output that's a viewer. Then when we plug the image into that as well, we can see it in the background. So we can see an update in 2 different places. Now, this is a great way of trying out changes, or in this case, just sampling areas. I'm going to turn that off for the moment so that our background's nice and clear. And I'm also going to get rid of the viewer node just to keep things simple. So let's have a look. I'm going to unplug that for the moment. So this will go black because nothing is being rendered. And we've got a color mix. So you can go add color mix or add converter math. Let's look at these side by side. They're very similar in what they do, but they have different inputs and different outputs. So they both have a series of options, i.e. the function it's going to perform. And these are more maths orientated and these are more image orientated. Now the inputs, we've both got a clamp here. The inputs, I'm going to skip the factor for the moment. The inputs themselves are taking in 3 values. That's why they are colored in yellow. And the output is going to output 3 values. Now the inputs here are just taking in 1 value and outputting 1 value. So if we link all of these together in this order and make sure these are set to multiply, and the reason I'm going to set them to multiply is I'm going to set this to a value of 1. And the bottom one here is white, so that's also 1. So when we multiply by 1, we get the same output. And I'm going to plug the image in to here, the top node there, and I'm going to plug the value, this image output of the multiply, into here, and then finally the viewer across as well. And what we should get is a black and white image, because it's taking the average of the 3 outputs here and then outputting only 1. So that's essentially made this grayscale for us if we wanted to. Now, for the rest of this particular tutorial, I am not going to use the math node, just to demonstrate it does exist, and if you're just processing a single value, in fact it would work very well with just grayscale images, you can use the math node. Otherwise, I'd recommend using the mix node because it's all about mixing images. Let's plug that back in and make sure everything's working. Perfect. Okay, so we need to deal with something just a little simpler, just so we can get the hang of things. I want to get rid of the render layer input and add in another type of input, which is a value. And I'm going to duplicate that so I have 2 of them. So now, if we have our multiply here, if we multiply 0.5 and 0.5 together, we get a value that should be the same, and we can test it. If you keep your eyes down here, I'm going to create another value node and set it as 0.25 and plug that straight into our image, and it should look no different. Excellent. So that's working well. I'll get rid of that extra value input. Now let's have a look at what happens if we add 1 and 1 together. Well, that's 1 and 11. Let's add 1 and 1 together and add, we get a white image. But because we haven't clamped, the values coming out of here are at 2 on both the RG and B channels. And we can test that by duplicating our mix node. And this time, let's make this number larger. Let's make it 9. So we've got a total of 10 coming out. So if we divide 1 by 10, we should get, I'm surprised that came out white. Oh, we're still adding. Divide. There we go. We get a dark, dark grey. If we clamped that, it doesn't matter what these values coming in will be, because it will clamp the value at a maximum of 1 or 255 on each of the RGB channels. And clamping, there we go, it's gone white. Excellent. So we've got a good grasp here of our node setups and how the mix node can be used. There are lots of other options. We won't be dealing with them quite at this moment in time, but you've got your multiplies. And as I've already stated, if you multiply something by 1, you get the same thing coming out. That's worthwhile knowing if you're mixing masks together. And we've got the factor slider here. Very important if you want to have 100% influence of, well, let's see if we can do this. Let's go ahead and add in that render layer again. So input render layer. I know that's getting a bit small there, so I'll zoom back in. So we have an image here that we can use as a factor. And at the moment, we're adding these two different images together, one of 9 and one of 1, which will both be white. If we have, let's say we add in 0.1 and 0.5 and see if that's made any difference as it comes through. I'm going to get rid of this divide as well. So we just dealing with the 1. And there we go. We can actually see the cube. It's not that strong, probably because of the colors I've picked. Let's play with these values here. So they're being added together. There we go. We can see the image a little better now. So we can see that we're using this image here, not the best image as a mask, for these two colors coming through. If we pick one of the other options, we get different results. In fact, you can go through and play with these and see what results you get and how it affects an image. Now, obviously, at the moment, with these two values coming through, the output will always be gray until we get color coming through, and then you will get a different effect. Now, one of the things to just be aware of is if we have a value of 1 and a value of 0, let's just delete the render layer to make things simple again, and we set this to mix. Mixing is the one that's not really explained very well because it's not saying average. But the factor down here can be very confusing. So a factor of 1 means that it's weighted towards this bottom one completely. A factor of 0 means it's weighted towards the top one. So this can be very confusing. If you want a pure average between the two, you're going to have to put in 0.5. And then the average of 1 and 0, well, you add them together and divide them by the total number you have. So you will end up with 0.5. Now I'm going to test my theory here by making another value node, putting in 0.5 and just linking it across and seeing if there's any change in the image. There's not. So that just confirms that a factor of 0.5 when you're mixing will average the two inputs. Excellent. Now we've got a handle on using image and maths together. It's time for a challenge. And your challenge is, what is the output value? Now this is going to be quite straightforward mathematics. If you're experienced with mathematics, you may even find this a real doddle. But what I'd also like you to do, as well as giving the answer, is what the shade of grey will be, or whether it will be black or white. And do compare that over in Blender as well, and make sure what you think the answer results in is what happens. So what happens if you add 0.5 and 0.5 together? What happens if you subtract 1 from 0.5? If clamped, what does adding 0.5 and 1 result in? What happens if you multiply 0.5 and 0.5? What happens if you multiply 0 by 1? What happens if you divide 0.5 by 1? And what happens if you divide 0.5 by 0.5? Pause the video now, go through those, answer them, and do check over in Blender if the color output that you thought would happen is what happens. Okay, welcome back. Let's go have a look at the answers. So giving an answer and what the shade of grey will be, or of course if it's black or white. So what happens when you add 0.5 and 0.5? Well, you get 1, which will turn out to be white. What happens when you subtract 1 from 0.5? You'll get minus 0.5, which is black, because we've gone to 0 and we can't really go beyond it. If clamped, what does adding 0.5 and 1 equal? Well, that equals 1 because it's clamped, so it can't go any higher than 1. If you added 1,000,000 and 1 together, you would still get the answer 1, and that would also be white. Now, what does multiplying 0.5 and 0.5 together? You'll get a 0.25 together, which will be a darker grey than you had initially. What does multiplying 0 by 1? Well, multiplying anything by 0 is always 0. Now, you do have to be cautious about this because if you've got something in your scene that is 0 and you're not using it as a mask, it will cancel out colors, especially when multiplying, and you'll result in black. And of course, as we've experienced in the past, nothing in the real world, except maybe a black hole, is truly black. So do be very cautious if you ever end up multiplying something by 0 unless it's a mask. Now, dividing 0.5 by 1. Well, you get zero point 0.5, which is a mid-level grey. And then finally, 0.5 by 0.5. If you divide them, you get a value of 1, which is white. How did you guys get on? Did you find this straightforward? It is pretty basic maths, but when you think about how it relates to colours, sometimes that can be a little confusing. Remember to play with the sliders, see if you can get a bit of an intuition for it. Share your work and discussions and anything you've discovered over on the forum, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Overlaying Images. We need to consider what are our layers when we're sticking everything together. One of the obvious ones is the background image, and that has to be visible. In fact, that is the base of our entire project. Then we've got the object itself. This is the item we're using CGI, we're generating this on our computer, and then we're merging it with the real world image. That also has to be visible. Now, at the moment, we're blending the two things together, and we're kind of getting... Well, the object isn't isolated and we're getting this blend between the two, so we need to sort that out. We're going to have a shadow eventually, and that also needs to be visible. However, the ground itself used for capturing the shadow needs to be hidden. So let's have a look now at how we can isolate the object by itself and give that some thought, and also how we can go about isolating the shadow by itself, or whether we need to do something else with the shadow as well. Before we go over into Blender, let's grab a pen and paper and work out the layers of our image. Let's go ahead and think about what we want. So at the end, we want a composite image, a composition that has our mountains or whatever your image is in the background, an object, and a shadow that looks like it's being cast onto the actual surface. And we've got a fake ground plane that we can use there, which we don't want visible in the final scene. How are we going to do about that? Well, let's have a look at our components. What's making up this scene? We've got a background, and that pretty much goes all the way to the end, and there's something happening here before we render, and that's going to be our sort of final combination node, if you will. And this is just conceptual at the moment. We're trying to work out how to piece together our image. Now, we can render our entire scene at once, which is an object, the ground plane it sits on, and a shadow. Okay, so that's something else we can work with. Now, we could render the shadow by itself. Now, if we have a look at what would happen in reality, is there would be a shadow cast underneath an object that's too close to the floor. So I'm going to extend the shadow up to the top of the plane there just to demonstrate that. And then finally, we can do the plane itself, or the ground, whatever we're doing. And with these, we've got pretty much every combination we can use to work things out. Now, the problem with this one here, so I'm going to just circle it in red for a moment. Problem with this one here is it would actually, if we overlaid it, unless we started doing something funky, we would have a shadow over the top of our object when we combine them. So we don't want to do that. So I'm just going to remove those bits there, and we'll decide at this point that we do not want to use that particular image. Additionally, we have to consider the render time implications. Say each one of these three images took the same time to render. I doubt they would, but let's just say for argument's sake they do. Then that middle one that we've decided to exclude potentially could save us 33% of our render time, which, if it's an animation, is going to be a lot of render time. So when we can avoid rendering, that is a good thing because it will save us a lot of time. Even if you decided at the end to render your composite image at a high resolution, you're still going to have to render all of these out first. So that's a good time-saving tip there. So that leaves us with these combinations, and we need to do something with them. We don't know quite what it is at the moment, but what do we need to get? We need to get the object by itself, and we need to get the shadow by itself. But, and I'll just draw a harsh line there, the shadow has to be occluded by the actual object. So we've got the object by itself, and I will just do a dash here as if it was alphaed out, an image just by itself. And once again here, we would have an alphaed out image. So how do we get this? Well, we can certainly just extract the object from here. So something will happen here, which will get that, and then we can combine that towards the end. I'm going to do a plus there. I don't know whether it will be an addition or a multiplication or something. In fact, what would be better, of course, would be an equals, some sort of maths going on that would equal that. And again, this question mark is really an equals. What do we do here that equals that? And then finally, we've got the shadow all by itself, but occluded by the object. So we have the object up here, and we have the plane just here, and the difference between those will be an occluded shadow. And so there's going to be something else happening when we combine these things together. So there's three distinct groups here. We've got this background group with something happening in it. I'm just going to make that a bit bigger green. So something happens with this background group, and then it gets passed onwards. We've also got this group here, and then something gets passed onwards. And then finally, we've got a third group. I'm just going to do it in a different color so it stands out. This group here. So these things themselves, I say group, they can be compartmentalized and then reused if necessary. Now, it will depend on the scenes you're doing, but we can see here how putting them all together, we've got three distinct groups. So we've got three levels of what's known as abstraction. That we've got a lot of detail going in here, but we can zoom out and make these modules much more easy to follow and much easier to read as well. Looking at this diagram in front of us, we've pretty much done this first one. If we just link it in, we get the background image. And we're kind of there with this one at the moment. We've got the background, the actual cube showing, but it's affecting the entire image and not having the cube itself isolated. So let's go ahead now and look at that and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so I've gone ahead and opened up the scene we were working on before when we were setting up the camera and the fake ground plane to cast the shadow on, and I'm liking what I see so far, and I've renamed the file so I don't overwrite the old one. Now I'm going to immediately append an object into my scene. I've gone on to Blend Swap and I've modified an F-22 Lightning. It's an aeroplane. So let's go ahead and append it into our scenes. And you can also use this if you're doing a runway and following along. F-22 Lightning, we'll just import that. We'll go to Object. Oh, if I go click Happy, there we go, F-22, append from library. And I'm going to move that now towards the camera. And there we'll do. It's in the ground, so let's just lift it up so it's not. Perfect. Now, because I've set everything up so it's all level, I can actually whiz round to the front view in orthographic mode, zoom in and make sure it's not actually in the ground. So it would be hovering about there. This plane does not have wheels. Never mind. So let's go ahead now and whiz back round to the camera mode. Make sure it's roughly in the right position. I'm going to shift it across just a little. Okay, we've got an object and we want to isolate it from the background. Let's render what we've got so far. And again, looking at this, the lighting is not right and it's going to take too long. So I'm going to scroll down, go to sampling and turn the render down to 1. So that will speed up that. And finally, let's sort out our lighting as well. So I've got the lamp in the scene. It's blatantly not a sun lamp at the moment. So let's make it a sun lamp. For argument's sake, it doesn't matter with the sun lamp, but I'm going to move it so it's over the sun. And then the little line that comes out to show you the direction, I can manipulate that so that it is facing towards us. So let's go ahead and open up the properties panel, and we've still got our lamp selected. And I'm going to change the rotation to 0, 0, 0. And I'm going to come out for a moment and see that that is facing directly down. Now, I don't want it facing directly down. I want it towards our plane, which is over here. And so I think I need to rotate it around the x-axis, by the looks of it, by -90. He hopes. Yes, that's right. And now I just need to move it towards the camera as well. So I can go back to this view and literally by manipulating, not the Y, the Z axis, let's try 10. Yeah, that's moving it towards. So we need positive. So now it's definitely towards us. That is quite hard to see, but the little line, if I exaggerate it, moving away, moving towards. And because it was roughly towards us to begin with, I know it is moving towards, not away from. Finally, the rotation, well, the sun isn't pointing directly over there. I'm going to make it face down slightly, maybe 85. And let's just render that now and see what we get. That's not the desired result. The first thing I'm going to do is get rid of that backdrop because we need to focus on one thing at a time. If you put too many things into your pot, you won't be able to. We need to isolate the flavors. So we need to isolate these two parts of our image. So I'm going to switch immediately over to the compositing node and let's have a backdrop turned on. Oh, no, let's not have the backdrop. Let's just use the window down here and auto render turned on. Let's render our image out. Perfect. We're using nodes, and you may get this happen to you occasionally where you're using nodes and no nodes appear. Switch to the shader and switch back to your compositing node, and it should all come back. So as I was detailing earlier, we need to isolate some of these components so they don't get in the way, and you can't go back and touch them either. That's a rule. You can naughty, you can't do that. So I'm going to select these two here and make them into a group. And by making them into a group, I'm going to come out and it's called node group. That's no good. I'm going to call it background image. We know that works. Or just background will be fine for the moment. We know that works. We don't need to play with it. Let's get rid of it completely from our setup for the moment. And we've got this multiply here. I'm going to leave that. I think we're going to need multiply at the end. I don't know. So with nothing plugged in, with nothing plugged in, we can't see what's going on. Let's delete the multiply and if we need it, we'll pop it back. And I'm going to link up that to not the viewer, the composite. There we go. And I'm going to get rid of the viewer because I can always bring that back in with Node Wrangler if I need to. Excellent. So we have our render layer here. I'm still not happy with that. The lamp itself, have I actually set the lamp up? I don't think I have. I moved it, I made it into a sun, I didn't use nodes, and I didn't turn up the strength to maybe 5. Let's switch to rendered mode to see what's going on in the 3D view. Okay, we've got a shadow there, and it looks like it's facing the right direction. And so I want this shadow to be a bit tighter, and this size will make it basically diffuse the shadow. And if we set that to 0, we get a really harsh shadow. That's also not what I desire. 0.01. There you go, we've got a bit of fuzz there. Let's try 0.05. Excellent. I like how that is coming out. Let's hop back over into the compositing layout. Compositing, there we go. Now, something's taking a while to render in the background. Let's just make sure everything's set up. Sampling, renders 1, that's fine. I'm happy with how this is here, and we've got auto render. Let's go ahead and work out how we can isolate this. In fact, that doesn't look like it has rendered out. There we go. Now it has. What have we got to do? We need to isolate the object itself. And because it's an object in our scene, we can give that object an ID and then isolate it via that ID. Let's go back and open up. Well, we've got the 3D view here. We don't need to open anything else up. I've got the F22 selected and I can go into its object properties. And here I can give it a parse index under the relations. You can move it onto a different layer if you wanted to. You can do that from here. That's another way of doing that. And you can set a parent object and you can give it an identity. And I'm going to set that to 1 and just re-render and see what happens. Nothing looks any different. Brilliant. We haven't upset the rendering gods, as it were. So the next thing to do here is be able to pull that information from our render layer, and it's not turned on at the moment. So we need to go to our render layers and go down, and under passes, there's a load more options. In this case, we want the object index. If we go ahead and select that, we can see that we get index object coming out. Okay, that's a good start. Now, how do we mask off this particular F22? Well, we need to add in a node that's a converter and an ID mask. So it's masking off a particular index number, and here an ID value. Well, we need to give it the entire scene data. So let's plug in the index object. And there we go. Let's preview this. I'm going to use Node Wrangler again. I could plug that into the viewer, which I've deleted, but I'm going to use Control and Shift and click on that. And we should see, if I turn backdrop on, what's happening. And we get a white image. We've not got it set to 1, so let's go ahead and set it to 1. Oh, now we get a black image. What is going on here? Now, because we didn't have this set up on the render layers yet, it hasn't actually been included. The node has it all set up, but it has not been output yet. It's not stored that data. So it's null at the moment or nothing. So let's go ahead and re-render our scene. And there we go. We have a mask isolating just the object. Brilliant. And of course, that leads us nicely on to a challenge. I would like you to go ahead and render the background and the object together. So finish off the node setup to show the background with the object placed upon it. You'll need to use the ID mask to show parts of the rendered image you'll want to see. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go set up the nodes now and hop on over into Blender. Right, so we have a mask set up here that we can use. Let's bring back in our background layer. Did I delete it? No, I just hid it out of the way. You probably won't be able to see this, so I'll zoom back in. There we go. Now I found that background layer. And we've got a viewer here. I don't need the viewer. It's just going to get in the way of this backdrop. So I'm going to remove that entirely. And I also want the render to automatically update. So what did we have before? We had a mix color mix node. So we need to mix these two images together. We know that. In which order? Ooh, interesting. Well, if we just mix them 50-50, that's not going to work. But we're going to have to do something with the ID mask here. I think it is mix we need, because we need, again, this weighting here is an average of the two. However, if we control the weighting, so let's just bring that back in. If we bring the weighting of 100% of only this image, so that'll be the factor of the bottom one. So I think that's the right order. Yeah, I think so. This will be a factor of 100%, thus showing us all of what's under this image. And then the black will be nothing of this image and therefore show all of the background. Let's plug it in and see what happens. Oh, excellent. How about that? It's all come together rather nicely. I'm going to just get rid of my backdrop again so we can see the node set up. Let's see what we've got. Let's see if we can group things together into their compartments. So this is like an end mix node at the moment, and we have the composite at the end. So that's fine. That's our end point. We've got a viewer here. I can just get rid of that. So we have our ID mask and our render layers. Now, I would like to group these two together. Sometimes it's a bad idea to group inputs together, but if you do try and group these together, if we go node and make a group, Blender will complain. We can't shove a render layer into a group. And I'm not going to go about and this ID mask here, I'm not going to shove that into a group just yet, but this is isolated our object. The issue I've got with this, of course, is it's a different layer to this background. So this is all one particular group. So we could visualize that in a different way if we wanted. We could put a little frame around it. So let's go and do that now. Let's select both of these and add a frame. So I'm going to select those two as done and Shift and P. It will pop a frame around it. I'm happy with it left as the default colors. It just demonstrates that that is its own entity. It also means we can move them both around together. Excellent. How did you guys get on? I hope you've managed to render your object over the top of your photo, your scene. Of course, we can get to making that look a bit better later on. We just need to get the components right first. Now, I did say I didn't want to name this, didn't want to color in this frame, but I will name it. So with it selected, I'm going to go over to label here and call it object isolation. Isolator or isolation? Let's call it isolate. Let's put the verb at the front. Oh, I've spelled that completely wrong. Isolate object. And I'm going to use camel case, which is where you just capitalize with no spaces. Isolate object. And then, isn't that brilliant? Let's turn up the label size so we can read it. There we go. Isolate object. Perfect. How did you guys get on? Remember to share your work over in the discussions on the forum, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to extracting image data. So can we extract this shadow? There are a couple of ways that come to the top of my mind that we could do. This is a rather arduous one. We could take the background image and map it to an object that is visible in the render. But that can cause no end of issues, especially if we're animating. Things can change rather rapidly and you'd have to remap every frame. No good. There would be a better way of doing that. Now, because we have all of the 3D data to make a comparison scene, we can go about and do that. We can create another render layer for comparison without the object and therefore without the shadow as well. Now, we can create just the shadow on its own. However, that can cause issues where the shadow appears on top of our plane rather than underneath it. And finally, we do need to consider the order of these layers. And by layers, I'm not specifically talking about the render layers, but we are going to have our background image, the render layer with everything on, and the render layer for comparison. So we've got those 3 layers. If we combine them in the wrong way, now there's not going to be too many permutations with 3 of them, but if we combine them the wrong way, you're not going to get the desired result. And we'll play with that and see what we get. So let's see if we can go extract that shadow and hop on over into Blender. Right, so we have our F-22 on top of the runway here, and that's looking pretty good, apart from the fact it doesn't really have any presence with there being no shadow. Now, how are we going to go about doing this? Well, first of all, let's think very carefully about how we've currently got this set up and what is really happening. So we have this image of the plane on the with a shadow, and it's being masked out by just the plane. If we have a look at that on the backdrop, we see that it's just an alpha. Anything that's just this plane will show through when we mix them together, and the black would mean that anything that's not this plane, i.e. is part of this background image, will show. And order does matter. So I'm going to get rid of the viewer there for the moment and turn off the backdrop. If we mix these up the wrong way, you end up alphaing out the background and leaving the rest of the image. So it does make a difference the way you order these. Now, when you have other mix nodes, we also have an issue with the ordering, not only of the inputs to any mix node, but also which mix node comes first. Now, because we're literally dropping this plane on last, was saying this is the last thing to go on, stamp, we put it on top. That's also going to be the last thing we do later on. There's nothing passing in front of it, so we're okay to do that. So let's go ahead and work on the shadow. So we're going to need a comparison layer. And in order to do that, we're going to have to go over to the Render Layers tab and sort that out. By the way, I've just moved the background image down because this is the last thing to be going on. I can just move it up and out of the way. And I'm going to zoom in a little there so we can see what's going on. Now, this is also a great thing to do with multi-monitors. I'm not going to be able to show you a multi-monitor setup because you won't be able to see it on a normal screen. It would look crazy. But if you do have a multi-monitor setup, I would advise going window, duplicate window, and setting your node editor to a different window, and perhaps your this whole area here could be the picture viewer with a properties panel on the side here. But we need to create another render layer for comparison. So we've got one render layer, and I'm going to call this complete scene because that is what it is. It's not just a render layer, it is a complete scene. I'm going to add another render layer, which we're going to use for a comparison, and I'm going to call this only ground because that is what I need to compare it with. Now, there are a couple of ways of making this work. We could duplicate everything to another layer, including the lamp, and completely forget about the plane, but we don't need to do that. What we can do is shift the plane over to another layer, like layer 2. So with the plane selected, I'm going to go to the object properties here and shift it over to layer 2. It will disappear from here because in the render tab, we're not including both layers. So I'm going to hold down shift and select layer 2. So now we can see everything again. And we're working on a only ground just to make sure that is selected. So we've got only ground here, but we want to exclude, in this one, we want to exclude the plane itself, the aeroplane, not the plane on the ground. We want to exclude that. So when we render them out now, we go render and render, we won't see any difference down here just yet. But now we can have, if we have a look in this render layer, we've got this, and the complete scene is only the ground, and we've got only the ground there. Perfect. So I'm going to go back to complete scene. The other thing that we need to make sure is, well, do we need to pass through an object index? I don't think we do, so we'll leave that unchecked for the moment. If we need to do something with the object's ground and removing that from the scene, we can do, but I think we'll be okay. So we've got, we're going to have to use this render layer here and the other render layer and make a comparison between them. In order to do this, I could link this down and drag it down and plug that into a mix node, but conceptually, I'm going to keep that as a completely separate entity. So I'm going to introduce a new input, a render layer, and I'm going to duplicate that render layer, and then set one of them to complete scene and one of them to only the ground. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to be the appropriate order so that we don't have crossed wires. Does that matter? Not really. I'm going to turn on the backdrop so I can see what's going on. That's what we were looking at last. And I'm going to add in a color mix node. And I'm going to plug these two entities in. Now, if we're looking for a difference between these two layers, we can do several things to work that out. The first thing I thought was a subtract, and then we would see the difference between one layer and another. But what would be nice is if this itself created some sort of mask. This does create a mask that's kind of inverted, but it also lightens things. It lightens the shadow quite considerably. There's also a difference. So let's click on difference, and it looks exactly the same. That is the definition of subtract after all. It's the difference between two. After playing for a bit, dividing, and with these round the other way, gave me a nice shadow and it gave me a plane. But the plane itself doesn't really matter. The reason why it doesn't matter is because we're going to put a stamp essentially over the top of that. In fact, because there's a gap underneath this shadow, my whole argument about not just rendering the shadow out is now null and void because of the position of the light and everything else. So in order to make it not null and void, I'm going to actually place my plane on the ground. So there is some of the shadow which we can't see. It's underneath that plane, literally underneath. Okay. We've also got these lines going across. Let's just move this out of the way so we can focus on the picture. We've got a line scooting across here. That is where that plane, i.e. the ground plane, exists. And that may cause us a problem. That's why I was thinking earlier about we might need to use an object ID just for that plane itself to remove it. But I don't know. I think we can get away with not having it. So we've divided these together and we get this image coming out. Looking good so far. We now need to put all of this back together. Now, before we actually blend anything else together, we need to blend this background image into this new mix node. So we're going to come out of here and into here and with another mix node. So let's add that in so it's ready to go. And I'm just going to plop them together. There we go. And it's not working at the moment. That's fine. We've got all the mix nodes we need in place, but we need to do some reordering. No, we don't need to do any reordering. That's all ready to go. But of course now, it's time for a challenge. It's time for the final image composite. So finish off the node setup to show the background with the object placed on it and the shadow of the object. Consider adding more light if your object is too shadowed. So you may be like me where the original lighting source in the scene is low on the horizon, as it were, and so the front is quite shadowed. And I'm going to add in a light as if it was perhaps a bit of flash photography or something along those lines. Now you may need to create another ID mask for the ground. Do give it a different pass number if you do. Sometimes it works absolutely fine. Sometimes you will need that extra ID mask. Complete the final composition and share it with us. I love seeing you guys work and everybody else likes seeing your work too. So please make sure you share your work over on the forum. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go complete our final image composition. So one thing at a time here, let's compartmentalize what we've got going on. So we've got this, this, and this all acting together. I'm going to put them inside a frame and they're creating our shadow. Then we've got the background image, which is all by itself. And then we're mixing the background image and our newly formed shadow. And let's see what we get. I'm going to remove that viewer and remove the backdrop so I can see my nodes more clearly. So obviously mixing them together is not helping in this respect. And if I move them backwards and forwards, oh, I would have expected that. Oh, we've not got it plugged in either. That's silly me. Let's plug it in so we can see what's going on. So if we mix between these, we'll just get a blend between them. And that's no good. That's not what we want. We want to see all of this on top of this. Now, if we have a look at this particular image that's coming out of here, I'll just move the factor along, we've got a lot of white. If you remember earlier, I was talking about if you've got white, that's a value of 1. So if you go ahead and multiply by 1, you'll get the same background image coming out. So let's go ahead and do that now. I'm going to test it in a moment, but I also think if any values of coming out of here greater than 1, so this pixel here that you can't really see, any of these white pixels, if they're actually greater than 1 in their value, you'll be dividing and making the image darker. Let's see if that makes any difference. So we need to multiply. Okay, so we're multiplied here. And again, it doesn't matter if we can see through our plane at the moment because we're going to stamp our plane back on. Okay, so we're multiplying. Let's clamp this divide. Okay, it's not making any difference in this particular instance, but do bear in mind whenever you're doing a division, if a value coming through turns out greater than 1, it would cause you a problem. It's not in this case, so we're fine. I'm going to leave it clamped just so it's right, so to speak, even though it doesn't seem to be making any difference. Okay, now we need to stamp this on top. So let's go ahead and link these two up and plug it in. Is that done? I think it might be. Let's swap these round. Yeah, that's definitely done. And let's just make sure we can't see through that wing. We can't. Okay. But it's still a bit dark on the front here. So what can we do? I'm going to click on my plane itself and literally add a lamp into the scene. And because we're rendering both scenes, it doesn't matter. Well, it does need to be on the same layer as our plane, ideally. Otherwise, it won't be rendered. There we go. Lamp. Add in a lamp. Just a point lamp. And, well, let's re-render and see what that comes out as. That's probably a little too close to our plane. So I'm going to scoot round to the top view. There's our plane. And with this, again, multi-monitors here would help massively. I'm just going to move the lamp so it's away from the plane ever so slightly. And there we go. Auto render is now kicked back in. And I'm going to turn up the intensity just a little. So we're on the lamp. We've got it selected. It's an emission, strength 100. Let's try strength 1000. And that has not updated anything. So again, I'm going to move the lamp by nothing. And there we go. That's better. It's highlighted the front of our plane. And of course, you can move that into different positions to give it a different lighting effect. I'm going to move it slightly over to the side so we've got more light coming in from the side, just highlighting those edges. And then we've got a nice shadow around the edge there. I'm liking that. Let's do something funky inside our plane. You don't have to do anything like this, of course. I'm going to have a look. Let's select the plane and use pad 0 and go into perspective mode. I'm just going to select inside that air intake and add another lamp. This is just for fun. I'm going to set that lamp to have, I don't know, a blue color. Let's re-render it. Does that work? Cool. It doesn't need to have a strength of that, maybe a little less. Let's re-render. Let's go a little less once again. It's a shame that it doesn't auto-render at this point. That is a little bit annoying. Let's just try a strength of 5. There we go. A nice blue glow coming from it. Realistic? No. Cool? Yeah. Why not? Let's do orange. Let's see how orange comes out. Yeah, it's probably a little better. Okay, this is really noisy at the moment, and we need to be careful of is we don't override our blooming shadows that we had here before. Let's go ahead now and turn up the render details. I'm not going to bother with it being super high resolution. In fact, I'm going to make it lower, but I am going to turn up my samples now. I'm going to turn them up to 50 and re-render. So we've got our shadow there and combined. That's very subtle. That does have a subtle shadow. I don't think the shadow itself is strong enough in this case. I really don't. So there's a couple of options we can do there because I don't want to lose the highlighting on my plane, the first thing I can do is try moving that away, perhaps, so the light that's highlighting the plane isn't so close. Maybe it's too close to the ground. Where is our spotlight? Let's lift that up a little. Okay, that's still not doing exactly what I wanted. Let's go to our sun lamp and increase its intensity because it's at 5 at the moment. Let's just try 50. And once again, I'm going to move this by 0. I could have hit F12 as well. Ah, interesting. We've now got a highlight round our plane that's not very nice. So I'm going to turn that back down to 5. I don't like that at all, and I'm going to re-render. So there's some fun to be had here. We have got a shadow over the back here. I don't think the shadow... I need to move this around, I believe, or make it weaker and closer. So I'm going to go 100 and move it around. Again, this is now playing with the scene. There we go. That's a bit better. I'm happy with that. And it's time to render that out in full and see what it looks like. In fact, I'm going to also go ahead and add some materials to this plane so it doesn't look so dull. And I'll see you guys back in a moment with the full render. Okay, so as I was playing about here with the F-22, I've just added a glass cockpit, or I was about to, and I was just literally playing about. I added a transparent, which is right at the top here, and I rendered that out, and all of a sudden, it went like this. So it does look like we need to exclude the ground plane in our renders. So we need to go ahead, let's hop out here, select our ground plane, and give it an index pass different to our plane, and go in and add it into the appropriate place. So it's going to be coming out of this inject in there. Put my teeth back in, index OB, and I'm going to add that in. Converter ID mask. I'm going to pop that in there, and there we go. That's in. So we're going to take this out, and now we've not got all of this set up quite yet. We do need to render. In fact, we need to make sure only the ground has the object index because that's the one we want. Excellent. Now we just need to re-render before we do anything else. So we've got an alpha layer here. Let's just check and see what that looks like. Excellent. So we need to plug that in where it goes wonky. Does it go wonky here? Maybe. Does it go wonky here? I think it does. So we plug that into the factor and then swap these round. Ooh, this is an odd one here. We've not got the index pass set to 2. Okay. That is looking much better now. Excellent. I hate it when I forget to flick that index mask to the right value. Excellent. That's me done. I'm going to render this out now as my final scene. So I'm going to turn up. I'm only going to render it at 1080p, and I'm also going to turn up the render samples here to 200, and then just hit render and wait for a bit. It will take a while to render out. And there we go. Excellent. This has turned out much better than I thought it was going to do, which is brilliant when that happens. How did yours come out? Did you use the same scene and plane as me? Or did you do something else? I'd love to see your work, and so would everybody else. So please make sure you'll share your work over on the forum. And I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Blender Camera Tracking Footage. So getting the right footage is important, just like getting the right picture was important with our CGI in it. Getting the right footage for a moving scene is equally as important. And initially, I would recommend using a low resolution video. High resolution video will require more memory and will be more taxing on your system. Now, there is an argument to be said that higher resolution video will have more opportunities for high contrast areas in them. That's also important. But we'll get to that in a bit. I'll be showing you how to allocate some more memory to the sequencer or clip editor so that you can utilize more of your system's memory than Blender's default 1 GB. Areas of high contrast in your footage are essential for auto tracking. Sure, you can go ahead and place markers manually, but that's going to be no fun. We'll want to avoid that if possible. So what else about the footage? Shorter video is better. If you have a look at any production film or even a short CGI animation, you're going to see that the scenes themselves, they flick very quickly. They're only a few seconds long. I would probably say don't try to go for any longer than 10 seconds unless the scene really requires it. Now, if you've got several videos that you're joining together, remember if they're part of the same scene, same time frame, consistent lighting does really help. So if you've shot one video at the beginning of the day, one at noon and one at the end of the day, and they're supposed to be at the same time, the lighting is going to look dramatically different. In the morning and the evening, shadows are a lot longer. So it's something to bear in mind, and that can ruin the illusion that you're trying to put together. Now, you will need the same camera and lens information that we did with the still image, and this can be problematic. The more you know about the scene, the better. So this is one of these instances where you better even know the camera person who took the video, and they know the details about the video, or it's one you've taken yourself. Otherwise, it can be very difficult because the video does not have the same metadata that a picture has. Very rarely have I ever seen the information for a video contain anything other than its resolution and maybe its frame rate as well as its size and all that lot. So that's going to leave us a bit in the dark if you don't have that information. Now, some tips when recording your own footage. Now, you may have seen in the movies that people and cars and buildings and other bits and bobs sometimes end up with stickers stuck on them called markers. Well, if the scene is green screened, which often happens in production, a character that is moving and is then to be replaced with a CGI character, or indeed there is a lack of high contrast, you can place markers in the scene. So if there's nothing distinguishable, and you can obviously control this if you're shooting the footage, if there's no high contrast areas, you may need markers in the scene itself in order to camera track properly. Now, are they going to be covered up by the CGI? If not, then you're going to have to remove them afterwards. So try and avoid actually putting markers where they're not going to be covered up. And finally, keep a log of your camera's setup. Remember that some cameras are different, so I've got an iPhone in front of me, don't just write down iPhone, write the version of the iPhone it is. Otherwise, you may get confused when you put in the details for an iPhone 5 and it's an iPhone 6 or it's an iPhone 7 or whatever. You know, these things can make a difference. So let's go import some footage now and hop on over into Blender. Right, so now that we're over in Blender, the first thing I'm going to do is switch myself across to the video editing windows. Now we're over here, we've got a breakout of everything. Now, this is going to seem quite cramped again because I'm running at a lower resolution. Feel free, by the way, if you've got multiple monitors, to start using your multiple monitors. It's a great idea in this instance. So we need to import something into Blender. And we can do that on the video sequence editor. And this particular view, we can see we can switch between views with these three toggles that move quite violently. This is the sequencer view. The next one along is the image preview. And then after that, we have the sequencer and image preview. So the image preview is the one in the top right-hand corner. We're not actually going to use the curves in this particular lecture, so I'm going to make that disappear. So we've literally got one on top of the other, and there's a timeline underneath, so we can play, rewind, etc. Let's go ahead now and add a movie into our scene. Now I'm going to pick the high resolution. So I'm going to go into my assets, drone footage. I'm going to go to the 4K footage because it's really going to show the problems that you can have when it comes to large files. So I'm going to add this movie strip in. Now, incidentally, it will add the movie wherever your timeline was positioned. So if it was at frame 135, it would have popped it in there. Fortunately, it was at frame 1. Now, if I go ahead and hit play, we can see in the video where we've actually got the clip itself, the image preview going, it's running at about 10 frames per second. Now we're up to about frame 130. I'm going to stop that and go back to the beginning and play. And we can see that it's now running at 30 frames per second and nice and smoothly. and then it drops back down again. So it's caching that information. It's starting to store that information. Now, if you're working on a larger project, you may find you run out of buffer to do that on, and it will depend again on your system's specifications. Now, this is all to do with the system memory, not your graphics card memory. So if you've got enough memory, what we can do is go to File, User Preferences, and go to the System tab. Once you're on the System tab, you may have to scroll down or expand this out. But on the this middle column here, Sequencer and Clip Editor at the bottom, there's a memory cache limit. And this is measured in megabytes. If we hover over it, like most things, it gives us a little tip. So it's the memory cache limit in megabytes. Now, you don't want to set this any higher than your system's value, that's for sure. And you don't want to set it at your system's value either. But because I'm going to be working with this 4K file, and I've had a bit of practice putting together these lectures, I know that this 4K file is not going to be able to, the entire thing is not going to be able to fit into 1 gigabyte. So there are a couple of things we can do. We can chop up the file to just the specific area we need, but we might not be able to do that. We may need more memory to work with. And again, this does depend on your system memory as well. My computer that I'm on at the moment has 16 gigabytes of RAM. So I'm going to give myself 8 gigabytes using about half the capacity if it needs to. It won't suddenly consume 8. It will just use up to 8 to cache video. Anything that's in the sequencer and clip editor. I'm going to save my user settings and close down user preferences. Now, if I left this to play out, it would go through and it would remember the whole thing. Incidentally, I can also scrub backwards and forwards nice and quickly. If I go outside the range that I've already gone to, it starts jerking about, which is less than ideal. Nice and smooth here, all jerky if we go further on. And this is a 30-second clip. So if I let that play out, it would take roughly 3 times longer. It would take about 1.5 minutes to play through, and then the entire thing will be cached. And you can see how much memory you're currently using. If I just set this playing now, it'll whiz through at 30 frames per second. On the info header bar at the very top here, we've got the version of Blender, etc., etc. And then we have the memory utilization. And we can see that if I just leave the mouse over there, it does nothing. But if I keep revisiting it, it will update. So we've currently got 590 megabytes. And it's not going up anymore? Well, it's not going up because our start and end frame, we've got a start frame at 1 and an end frame at 250. If we look at the timeline, no, sorry, not the timeline, the sequencer just here, where we have the name of the file and its location on the hard drive, and then at the very end there's a vertical slash. I'm not quite sure what those are called, but then we've got 908. So this is 908 frames long. So if I update that to 908 frames and leave it to play, it will actually buffer all the rest, and we can see the frames per second in the top left has dropped down. And I'm going to use my mouse wheel here just to move that back along so we can see the rest of the info header bar. And this, as you can see, if I, you've got to use your mouse wheel in the right place, is now at 800, 900. So that's climbing up. That's using the memory on the computer. Now, when it comes to editing this file itself, being able to scrub through, just left-clicking here and going backwards and forwards, is quite useful and very powerful because it allows us to see our scene really easily. But we can also chop up our scene. So we can place the playhead at any particular point. We could do that manually down at the bottom here. We've still got the counter going up at the moment, so we can position it exactly using this, or we can just do a rough cut by clicking and dragging. And I'll do that in a few moments after this is finished counting up. Excellent. So that's now all done, and we can see it's using nearly 2 gigabytes worth of memory. And that's a lot if you think about it's just a short clip. Now, this is one of the reasons why I'd recommend perhaps not working with 4K footage, but maybe 720p. Also, the 720 footage is there for you guys that don't have really quick broadbands. It's as simple as that. You can get going much quicker. Okay, so now we've got this buffered and we can scrub between it. We can start to pick where to make cuts. And there are a couple of types of cuts that we can make. So if I positioned the cursor just, let's say, here, where the airfield starts to come into view in the lower corner there, I can go to the strip and we've got a load of options. And at this particular point, I'm talking about cutting. And there are two types of cutting: cut soft and cut hard. The main difference between cut soft and cut hard is the cut soft allows you to stretch and adjust the timing of the clip. Cut hard does not. So once I've cut hard at this particular point, it may take a few seconds to do. I can't extend this backwards and forwards. I can move these clips about using the right mouse button. In fact, most of the controls you'll come across are very similar. I can press X to delete if I wanted to. But because I've done a soft cut there's no way of extending this back again and recovering the early footage. If I'd done a soft cut, I would be able to. So I can use that to cut up parts of my image, and I can hopefully undo those changes. There we go, we're back again. Now, can I undo a cut that's been made? So we're in the right place. And again, something that I'm not used to doing is waiting, because the computer's relatively quick, my computer, when doing most things. However, waiting for things to happen with the video editor can be time consuming as you're sat there. Now, as you see, I've faffed about with that and it's jerky again. Now, if I keep moving the cursor backwards and forwards, eventually it will start storing those frames. In fact, as I'm doing this, if you take a cursory glance up at the memory at the top, it's storing each of these frames as it jumps over it, and eventually it will start to get smooth again. So when you're doing editing like that, it can clear some of your buffer if you're not careful. So just bear that in mind. So now we can get a movie clip onto our sequencer and we can cut it up. I think it's time for a challenge. Okay, so a quick challenge for you guys. I'd like you to go ahead and import your footage. So cut down your chosen footage to a suitable length. I don't recommend leaving it minutes long, perhaps 10 seconds or less. Set up your camera accordingly. So we haven't done that just yet. And if you're following along with my particular videos, then the supplied footage was shot on a DJI Phantom 4 drone. So you'll have to go and have a look and find the camera settings for that particular model. As always, remember to save your work. That is quite important. But when saving your work, remember that your footage is not stored in the blend file itself. So I'd recommend putting it in its appropriate place now, and then don't move it, rename it from its location on your computer. Very important. Otherwise, you'll open up your file again and it will just be blank, which would be no good. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. So now I've got my footage in, I just need to cut it to a suitable length and set up the camera settings. So let's go ahead and hop back on over into Blender. So I've got two things to do here. I need to pick the right length and I also need to set up the camera. I'm going to do the length first. So I really want it coming in around where the airport, where we can see the runway over there, and that looks to be around here, around the 5-second mark. I'm going to use the shortcut key Shift and K for that hard cut. There we go. And I'm going to get rid of this beginning footage, erase. And then the footage here, we can see in the properties panel over here, the start frame. I'm just going to set that back at 1. It stops me having to drag things about. Because that can be a bit, well, I'll show you here. If I start dragging about, it's really jerky, simply because it's not buffered all of that stuff yet. I don't want to deal with that. So that's that done. Now I want about 8 seconds or so. So that'll be all the way up to where it says 8, which is very useful. And it looks like, yes, that's pretty good. It looks like the airport itself, or the runway there, disappears about that point as well. So it appears and disappears there. So I'm going to set that at 8. And again, do another hard cut with the footage selected here. And I'm going to get rid of that extra bit. So I've got my 8 seconds of footage here. And how many frames is that? That's going to be, oh, is it 8 times 24 or 25? I can't remember what I've got it set up to be. Either way, I'll find out in a moment when it gets to the end of it. 240, something like that. All very close. Very, very close. I'll leave it at 240 for the moment. And once that's buffered, which it now is, perfect, and it will play back, we can see that the airstrip here is in view, and then it comes out again. Perfect. That's a good time. And in fact, here we can see it cuts out, and then there's an extra frame. So it looks like it's 239. Okay, so now that we've got all of this lot in place, we need to sort out the camera details. Now, this is where it starts to get a bit interesting. Looking at the specifications for the DJI Phantom 4, I literally went to Google, and I'm typing that on another screen if you're wondering what's going on, and we have the details here. We've got a camera sensor size on there. There's 19 more. Oh, let's go to the official DJI website. And if we scroll down here, we have the sensor size, and we've got the field of view. And here it says it's a 20mm 35 format equivalent. Now, 35mm format equivalent means full frame camera. So we can use that to our advantage of not having to worry too much about this extra information. And I will go and show you that right away. Because if we go ahead, let's make sure I save my file. Movie, that's fine. And let's go ahead and go new. So we have a sensor. Let's go to our camera properties and look through that camera. This is a certain camera setup, and I don't know what it is at the moment. So I'm going to go to the camera properties and go full frame camera. That's fine. And focal length of 20. So that's what a 20mm equivalent will look like when it's looking at that cube. Now, if we go ahead and add another camera into our scene, so I've just duplicated that and gone, and let's call it Phantom, so we just know what's going on. We've got the cube there, we've got the Phantom camera. Now, the Phantom camera, according to their spiel, is 2 1/3 across, 2.3 inches. So we can go to our sensor size here and go 2.3 times 2.54, and that should convert inches into millimeters. And there we go. We've got 5.48 millimeters. That sounds about right for a tiny camera. And then we can adjust the focal length accordingly, so it roughly matches. I mean, if you needed to be really, really precise, you could actually go ahead and do it with mathematics to get you to the right point. However, there is another thing that needs to be taken into account, which is quite tricky. Each sensor can record video not across the whole sensor. It could record it only on part of the sensor, effectively changing the sensor size when it comes to actually recording. And that will completely change the actual angle of the camera, etc. Now, because DJI provided us with the 35mm equivalent, I'm literally going to stick to that. It's a full frame camera, and I've adjusted these settings now, which is a bit silly. That was 32 before and 20. So I'm going to have my camera set up with a focal length of 20 at full frame camera, full frame 35mm camera. So I'm going to go ahead now, I've demonstrated that, back to this, which is the file I'm working on, go back to the default view, go to our camera, and I'm going to make sure the camera is named appropriately. So I'm going to call it DJI camera. And I'm going to call it 20mm 35. And equiv should be enough. So I know what's going on there. So I can go to my camera settings, and it's currently set at 35. If we set that to 20, there we go. That should now have the right field of view for whatever scene we set up. Now, our footage is quite distant footage, so we're going to have to, the camera itself is going to be positioned quite a way back from this ground plane, etc. So there's a good chance we'll have to play with some clipping distances again, but we'll deal with that in a bit. So we've got the clipping here. In fact, whilst we're here, it'd be silly not to set that to a bit higher. I'm going to set it to 1,000 meters or a kilometer. Again, with the height of where that drone was, that might not be enough. We'll leave it at 1,000 for the moment and tinker with it if necessary. So now we've got all that sorted, we can save our file and we're ready to go. Brilliant. How did you guys get on? Are you using the footage that I'm using, or are you using your own footage? I'd love to see your work. Remember to share on the forums, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Blender Camera Tracking Markers. So we're going to be talking about tracking markers. What are they? Well, markers track parts of the footage, and they can automatically do that as the footage progresses. But we do need to make sure they're in an appropriate place and they have the right settings applied to them. You will see that markers use similar controls to the 3D editor, so we can literally use the G key to grab them and move them about if we wanted to. Now, you will need a minimum of 8 in the scene to effectively track a camera. Obviously, the more you have, the better. We'll have a look at pattern size and search size. These are two parameters that a tracker can have, discovering what they can do. And I would recommend placing markers manually. There's a nice button that says, do it for me. And to be quite honest, it doesn't work, or doesn't work very well in most scenes, or not at all. So just do it manually. Save yourself the headache. Let's go play with markers now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so there are a couple of things that we have to go over just before we start adding markers to our scene. First of all, we can change our layout here and move it across to the motion tracking layout. Now, when we switch it across to that, we get a series of viewports, some of which look familiar, some of which are new to us. And we've got 3 new ones, which are all the same. The movie clip editor. Now, in order to make this sane for me, I'm just going to tidy this up. Otherwise, I will go a bit mad. And I certainly don't need them all open to demonstrate what's going on. The first thing I need to do once I've got a sane layout, and indeed if you guys have more than one monitor, do take advantage of the fact you can spread your work out. It'll save you a lot of time. First things we need to do is actually bring in the footage that we've already got. And unfortunately, there's no link between the video sequence editor and the movie clip editor. Annoying? Yes, unfortunately. So what you're going to have to do, and if you haven't done it yet, that's fine. You need to export the video you've just made within Blender. You need to export that out as an MP4 or something like that so you can bring it back in and open it up here. If you have any other editing software, you can use that as well. So don't feel you need to use Blender if you've got another bit of software. For instance, on a Mac, QuickTime works really well. You can trim your videos very, very quickly. And for those following exactly along, we'll need to have to go and open using the open on the movie clip editor. And let's go to VFX drone footage 4K cut. That will be available for you in the section assets as well. And I've got my 8 seconds of airfield. Excellent. So now that's loaded up, there's a few extra bits to show around the screen. So we've got a tool shelf on the left, a properties panel on the right, and we'll be hopping between those with the markers. And we've also got this blue bar along the bottom. This blue bar is the caching that we've already set. If you remember, we've got in the system preferences, in the user preferences under system, that'll make more sense, we changed the sequencer and clip editor, and I set mine to 8 gigabytes because that's what I felt comfortable devoting to this process. We're working with a 4K bit of footage here, so this might eat up quite a bit of memory. The first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and hit play on the timeline, and nothing happens. But when we stop playing back, we stopped it at frame 50, it suddenly jumps to that frame. Little bit annoying that does not control what we're seeing up here. However, what we can do is, whilst the cursor is hovered over the video clip, we can actually go Alt and A and just start it playing. Now this is going to be at a much lower frame rate whilst it's caching. And on the info header right at the very top, if I just scroll this header along, you might not have to do that. Oh my word! We are at 4.5 gigs already. Let's let this go through the entire thing. And we notice here on the movie clip editor, that blue bar along the bottom is becoming a different color blue. And now it's entirely cached. And how much memory are we using? 7.5 gigabytes. Wow. Okay, that's a lot. So just bear in mind when you're working with high resolution footage, you can actually end up filling your RAM very quickly. So we've cached the actual clip itself. We're ready to go with adding markers. The first thing I would do before even thinking about placing a marker on here is just to scrub backwards and forwards through the footage, which now we can do because it's cached. It'll be nice and smooth by just clicking on the timeline and dragging across, or indeed the graph editor, which is part of the movie clip editor at the top as well. We can do it in two places that we've currently got open. Now, I'm actually going to get rid of my properties panel as well to give me even more space. On the left-hand side on the tool shelf, there's a section for marker, and we can add the marker. We simply click the add button and then place it where we want on the screen. And that is very, very small. So what I would advise before placing a marker like the one I've just placed here, and I'm just using the middle mouse button to zoom in and to scroll, as in scroll wheel up and down. And if I press and hold the middle mouse button, I can pan around the scene as well. So I've zoomed in to my marker. Now, ideally, we want to place a marker in a high contrast area, like where it's white here. Now, I can move this marker that we've just placed with the G key. And when I move it around, I can just move it like anything else we've moved before. Now, over on the properties panel, if the track's not open up the track, and you can do fine adjustments over there as well. And when we start tracking our footage, this is a good place to look to see how it's moving. So we've got a marker placed, and we've got some settings over here under tracking settings. I tend to leave these types of tracking settings as default for the moment. Now, the pattern size is the area that Blender is analyzing from frame to frame. And if that's too large, it just slows Blender down significantly. So it is important to kind of have a balance between pattern, size, and speed of which you want to do the recognition. Search size is how far Blender will look from the original pattern to find the pattern again. Now, if you've got footage that pans or moves quickly, you may have to have a large search size. Now, I don't tend to set mine over here so aggressively. I tend to change it over in the properties panel, and it will vary from footage to footage as to what you need to do. Now, I will expand the tool shelf here, and we'll just carry on to the motion model. That can be incredibly important and will dictate how well Blender manages to track a scene. At the moment, it's just set to location. We've also got location and rotation, location and scale, location, rotation, and scale, a fin or a fine, and perspective. These are all different ways of Blender interpreting the transformation of anything that we're tracking. I'm going to leave it set to location at the moment, and then I'll look at the image on the right, and as it's starting to track it, I'll work out, well, is it rotating? Is it zooming in or zooming it out? Things closer to this camera are going to be changing more rapidly than something further away. In fact, something further away, its location just might change rather than its apparent size. And matching, keyframe matching, or whether you pick the previous frame. Now, keyframes, we've not assigned any keyframes. This is where we'd place this marker at certain points, and then it would link between those keyframes, or previous frame just looks at where it was before. In general, I've found previous frame a great starting point because it just looks at what happened before. Because we've placed a marker here, and it's the selected marker, it is highlighted. Now, if we hold down Control, we can also add additional markers, and you can see that only one of them at a time is highlighted, but we can select them all with the A key. Now, when we've got them all selected, and I've just dotted these round at random, we can scroll down a little further and start a track. Let's start a track now and see what happens. Okay, what happened there? It seemed to stop very quickly. Well, looking at what's happened, we started this on frame 208 and it just went to the end. We played forward from frame 208 and it successfully got, as I said, all the way to the end. We can also play backwards. So if we go to frame 208 and press track selected markers this time backwards, or we can use, as you can see there, the shortcut Shift, Control and T. And it's managed to track quite a way. I'm actually surprised, but we seem to have lost two of the trackers at some point. Now, I can tell that we've lost two of the trackers because I can only see two of them that are highlighted. Oh no, we've lost three because there were five of them in total, but these ones seem to have held on the entire time. If we select individual ones, we can see at this point in time, i.e. frame 1, these two have tracking points and these ones are lost. They literally turn pink when they're lost, and we can see in the preview they're also pink. Now I'm going to select those three that we've got there because they were just random. I'm going to hit the X key to delete them. You could also delete any selected ones over in the tool shelf as well. Now if we go ahead and let's have a closer look at this one here, and as we're tracking, it seems like that has done a wonderful job in tracking. If we take a look at the preview box on the properties panel, we can see that that's working really, really well. Incidentally, when you're zoomed in on a scene and you want to visually see this, it can disappear, and that can be really annoying. So what we can do is on the properties panel, if we scroll down and have a look at, yeah, here we go. Under display, lock to selection. That means as we move this backwards and forwards, the actual footage itself moves around rather than our marker, which can be very handy when trying to see if it's jumping all over the place. Now that one there, I'm really surprised with that it's managed to actually work in that way. Now notably here, blue is going forward and red is looking backwards. So depending on where you're going, we can step through with the timeline to each individual one. And the next frame that's being tracked is the next blue marker. Okay, so we've got two in there and they've actually worked out relatively well. I'm really surprised that that small area there worked as well as it had. But what we haven't done is customized any of the search selection, which can be really handy. So let's focus in on this bush down here. I'm going to use Control and click to focus on it. Now I can't see the search area. It's not visualized unless I go to marker display on the properties panel and put a tick in the search box. And this is the area of which is going to be searched. We can change these area types. Not only are they square at the moment, but we can make them rectangular or even change the shape completely. I'm going to go to marker, and the marker is enabled. It's got a position on the screen itself, and here we have the pattern width and height, and we have the search area width and height. Now this footage pans to the left and right a lot, so increasing the width of a search area is a great start. Now again, I'm on frame 30 here. Now here's a great time saving tip for you. I would recommend only placing one marker at a time and then working through your footage. It's very easy to just put several markers down, hit play, and then it can get quite messy to try and figure out what was going on. Also, when you put down more than one marker, there's a good chance that you'll move the timeline and look, the marker's no longer over that bush. So the marker doesn't move until it started to track. Now, because I'm at frame 30, that may cause me a slight issue. I'm going to use the scale key, the S key, just to scale up so that the whole bush is in that pattern area. And I'm going to move with the G key it about, or indeed I can grab it over here and move it about as well on the properties panel. So I'm happy with that there. And initially I'm going to play back. So I'm going to go to track and play back. And I'm hoping when we play forward, it'll either reach the end or fail. And it reached the end perfectly. And we can see to reflect that we've got a yellow line along the bottom. Now, occasionally you will do something and it will lose track. And I'm trying to find something that's losing track. This is going surprisingly well. Let's place one here and just play that backwards in this case. Excellent, it's lost track. Now, if this happens, you may have to zoom in, hit the G key and replace and try again and go backwards from there. Now, what's happening here is because the camera's moving quite rapidly, the search area is not large enough. So I'm going to move that once more, but this time on the properties panel, go down and increase the width of the search area and then play. And there we go. It's tracking much, much better. In fact, it managed to do the entire rest of the clip. So that is a great way of testing whether the search is going to make a difference. Now, you do have to be careful when you've got lots of things that look very similar. If you set the search bound too large, it will hop about something crazy trying to track all of these little objects here. In a past test, I was trying to track these white objects, and they would try and bounce between them if I wasn't careful with my placement. So that looks really good. I'm happy with these few tracks we've got so far, and it's time for a challenge. I'd like you to go ahead and add more markers. So add more markers into your footage. Track them through your footage as well. So you should see those red and blue lines backwards and forwards. And try and make sure they track throughout the entire however many frames you've got. I would aim for at least 10 to be in the scene at all times. And just a hint here, it's better to have a fewer accurate markers than many inaccurate ones. And we can go and refine those later on, depending on how much refining they need done to them. So go ahead now, pause the video and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go ahead and add some more markers to our footage. Right, so I'm going to zoom out for a moment, and I'm not going to bore you with adding loads of markers to the footage, but what I want to get a grips on is this is the starting frame, and if I want to track something, it can't be off of this frame at the beginning, and it can't be off at the end as well as things move about. So that is important to remember as we're going backwards and forwards. Excellent. So that's a great start. All that kink at the end, I don't like that. So I'm going to withdraw. I'm going to actually pull down the frame count to 230. So we're going to end there, and then we scoot back to here. Now, one of the things with tracking that marker there does is it does kind of skew the video just a little, and I don't like that for the moment. So I'm going to turn off lock to selection, and then it's not bending the video too much. It's just going to help with tracking quite significantly. So there's parts of this that are in the frame all the time, and there is parts that are not. Now I'm going to pick probably a couple of bushes in the foreground. How long does this one stay in? So zoom in to where I'm talking about, because there are lots of bushes. So we've got one here. We've got one on the corner there, a dark one here that we can track. Ideally, we want it spread off from the foreground all the way into the background as well. And in the background, because we're working with 4K, or I can pick out things in the field like this bush here, or whatever that lump is, and some other places in the field that I can use as tracking markers. Unfortunately, I've not been able to place markers on this scene, and I don't think I would have been able to see them anyway if I did. So there's a dark patch here, there's shadows, all of these things can be used to track. And in fact, you could select the entire bush and track it, or there's a white mark on the field. So let's start adding markers and seeing where we get. So I've added this again at frame blooming 35. That's no good. So let's go to frame 1 and move it to an appropriate location. I'm going to use the properties panel here to help guide me. I'm going to zoom out ever so slightly. So we've got a larger tracking area. Now I need to decide where I'm going to place it on this marker, and I'm going to place it just there and then run forward and see if we've got enough. That seems to track it the entire way through, and I can scrub and see how well it's tracked it. And that's done I think that's done a pretty good job. I won't know, of course, until we come to solving it later on, but that's not in this challenge. Now, I'm not going to bore you with placing the other ones, but I will see you back in a few moments after I've placed a few more on my scene. Okay, I thought this would be a great time to jump back in. I've got one of these ones that's going to be a little problematic. Now, when you come across something problematic, it's worthwhile considering whether or not to keep it. So here, I'm tracking this point, and then all of a sudden it jumps to here. Now, what I can do here is just move it back to the right location, giving it a new point, and then rolling forward again and seeing if it follows throughout the entire scene. Following. Perfect. Okay, just a couple more to do. As you can see, I'm going to select them all here so you can see various size search boxes, and this is coming on nicely. It's spread across the entire scene as well, and it does shift forward. So as we go forward, probably the last thing at the bottom here, we've got a corner of the field, and we've also, so we've got this corner here that's in the scene, that shadow, that dark patch that might be in there all the time. This particular tree here doesn't have a shadow on it at the beginning because of the way the camera is moving forward. So I'm going to see if I can track the entire bush. That may or not may be possible, but then I think I've got more than enough markers, perhaps one right at the very top of the map as well, or off the scene. See you back in a few moments. Okay, so this is my final setup. I'm just going to highlight all of my various markers that I've got. And as I play through, I'm going to just drag across the timeline here. I can see I've got a good patch here. I do seem to have a rogue one floating about. I thought it was tracking something. It, however, does not do any tracking at all. I wonder what it was linked to, if anything at all. That's this one in the top corner here. Okay, that's not doing anything. I'm just going to delete it and remove it from the scene. How are your markers looking? Did you use the same scene as me? If so, how did you select your markers? Where did you select them? Please remember to share your particular setup. Take a screenshot and share it in the discussions. And I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Solving Camera Motion. So this is going to be all about setting up camera movement and indeed working out whether the tracking we've just done is any good for our scene. You'll need the right camera details. I don't know if I've mentioned that before. I think I have. It is important. Whether you've got the camera details by faffing around for hours to try and get them, or indeed you know the camera details because you've got the spec, it is important to have the right camera details. So we'll go ahead and make sure that's one of the first things we get sorted. We're going to check the accuracy of our markers as we go through as well. Now, I was quite thorough, but I might have missed one as I was going through because it may have looked on a sort of zoomed out scale like it wasn't jerking about too much. But we will go through and check the accuracy of our markers and dump any that are causing us problems. Now, an average camera solve error of less than 1 is ideal, but that's not always necessary. We may have a camera solve error of 6 and it work out to be absolutely fine. We do have to test and assess as we go through. You may have to refine your markers more. It may be that one of your markers is causing a big problem, so you have to get rid of it. There's lots of options and alleyways we can go down. But let's go ahead now and set up the camera movement over in Blender. Okay, so I've just reopened my file, and the first thing I've noticed is my lovely light blue line where it was cached before, it's no longer cached. Now that's not surprising because obviously if you shut down Blender, it's going to lose anything that's temporarily stored. So I'm going to go up to the top on my tool shelf, and instead of just playing the clip as we've done before, I can go ahead and prefetch, and the shortcut there is P. It will prefetch the frames from the disk for faster playback and tracking. And we can see that is a lot quicker than it was just hitting play. And now we should be able to scrub through. We can see it's consuming around 7.2 gigs this time. Welcome to the CGI VFX final scene. Very excited because we're going to bring this all together now. So this is going to be initially all about getting everything ready. We're going to import assets that you wish to use in your scene. Adjust your camera's view if it's slightly out, and you'll see what I mean about that in a few moments. And then finally, get the ground ready for shadows. So let's go get everything ready now and hop on over into Blender. So we have the cube in our scene and it's mapped out relatively well. I'm happy with all of that. One of the first things we should do is just make sure that these sort of empties, these little crosses that are on the scene, are actually in the right place in our world. and that they are all on the ground. Now, I can pretty much guess with some degree of accuracy that this whole thing is flat. And if it is all flat, all of these should exist on the same point. So let's whiz round and check this out in orthographic projection and from the side. So we should find that all of these line up, and they don't. All of these are slightly tilted. As we can see, one empties up the top here and the others are below. Now they're going to be scattered about ever so slightly. However, what we can do is rotate the camera. So make sure you've got the camera selected. Rotate it on its x-axis, and let's just bring it up so they're all roughly level. That's good. And then just bring it down ever so slightly to the y-axis, and I'm just going to rotate that on the x-axis just a little bit more, and I'm happy with how all of those are laid out. We can also just check for any sideways motion as well from the other way, but that looks pretty much straight. Now the camera is definitely and fully set up so that these empties are crossing through the ground plane. Now the cube itself, that can go completely, and this ground plane here, this is what we're going to use for our shadows. So let's make sure that's scaled up appropriately to capture any shadows of our models. Now I'm going to have to toggle the ground on and off. I'm going to be wanting to place a plane there on the runway. So I'm going to go ahead and append. I'm going to go ahead and find the, where is it? Section 10, Assets, Models, F22 Lightning, Object, F22. Wow, it's huge. That is no good. Well, first of all, let's make sure it's located in the right place in our scene, and then scale it accordingly. So I'm going to whiz round, and to the side, it's going to have to be there. And if we look at it in 3D space, it will have to be there. And it's going to have to be lifted up ever so slightly. Let's see what that looks like in the scene. That is a wee bit large. Oh, don't want to hide that. I want to hide this. And now we can rotate it locked to the Z-axis. That's pointing down our runway. And then we'll just scale it down accordingly. Now, as you scale it, it's going to scale away from the plane itself. So I'm going to set the pivot point to the 3D cursor. Then it should scale towards the 3D cursor. I didn't start with the mouse far enough away, so I didn't have very granular control. And I'm going to make sure that it's semi-realistic in terms of its size. And I can go ahead and start animating that as well. And one of the ways that you can animate to make sure things work out well is whiz round to the top. And we've got a set here. Now, I don't know where the end of the runway is, so before I do anything else, I can go back round to the camera view. And let's add in a keyframe. So at the beginning, it's going to be where it currently is. So let's go to frame 1, or in this case, frame 2, key in the location and rotation data. Now, as the camera pans round, it's going to come into view. And by the time it's at frame 40, I expect it to be at least at the end of the runway. So I'm going to move it, but only on the y-axis. But I'm going to press the y-axis again, so we're moving it along its own y-axis. I can move that to the end of the runway and press I and I again. And now, as we play it back, we will see it moving along the runway. Now, one of the things to bear in mind is that all of these movements will be naturally S-curved, so it will slow down between each keyframe, and that can produce something very unnatural. To get around that, you would need to switch to the graph editor, as we've done in the past. Instead of having these nice smooth transitions with the handles, in this case just along the y-axis, well, you can adjust those handles if you want, or indeed go to the handle type, hit V, and make it a vector type. That will work as well. In fact, you can select everything and hit V and go to vector. And that kind of makes things nice and linear to work with. Not very good for organic movements, or perhaps things that naturally need to slow down, or you need curves to control them. But for setting up scenes like this can be handy to have things moving linearly so they're not sort of slowing and speeding up. Because once a plane starts going, it's not going to suddenly slow to turn a corner. It can't do that very easily. So there's lots more to do in terms of moving things along and setting up nodes. And now it is time for your final challenge in this section. It is time to finish your scene. Set your samples and resolution low. This will speed up your workflow a lot. I can't impress as much as possible as you don't want to wait around for ages to get samples going. Create any animations you want to use. I've got a little bit more to go with mine. As you're going through, check your animations are good. At this stage in the course, we really want the plane, if you're doing a plane or whatever you're animating, we really want it to look like it's part of the scene and not separate. Set up your nodes as per the still image. Remember, a movie is simply a series of still images played back one after the other. Now, when you go to your nodes and go to your compositing node, what you'll see is there's already something already set up. Now, in this case, you could use that to move forward. However, I would recommend deleting what's currently there and setting it up afresh so you get the hang of putting these things together. Finally, up those samples, up that resolution, and render your final scene and share. Pause the video now and give that a go. Wow, okay, guys, welcome back. How did you get on? Well, it's time for me to go in and go through the stages I've done to finish off my scene. So let's hop back on over into Blender. Okay, so this is my scene so far. I will just make this a bit larger so I can show it to you guys. And so, oh, I'm failing in pressing the right keys on the computer. That doesn't help. So I'm just going to turn off the ground plane here so we can see what's going on. So we've got the planes coming in from the side, this plane taking off, and then these planes will bank away as the final move. Looking good. Now, the first thing we need to make sure is just what happens when we go and render our scene. We get the movie. And I do mean the movie, because on the video sequence editor, we've still got our timeline, our video here playing. We're not going to use that at the moment in combination with the composite editor. So I'm literally just going to remove that from our scene and save my work. Now I've done that, when we go back over and go and render our scene, we kind of almost get a result, but it's really horrible. First of all, I'm going to make sure I've got CPU rendering turned on, which I have done. 10% of 4K, that's fine. And what have we got down here in terms of samples? Sampling, I'm going to up my render to 5. So I've just got a little more detail. Let's go for F12 as we come through. That's fine. Let's go to a place where we should be able to see more of the planes. Okay, so something's going on. It's not quite right. That's fine. I wasn't expecting it to be working straight away. Let's go have a look at the node editor. Whoa, I haven't created that, but it's been kindly added in for me. Bit confusing? Yes. So rather than going through and trying to recreate all of this lot, or rather move it around so it all fits, I'm going to remove the bits that I know are at the moment just rubbish. So let's get rid of that. This undistortion, I'm not going to need that. However, I will want the scale, just like we had before with the single image. This time it's for the movie. We want the render size to be fine, yep, and we want it to fit. So it doesn't matter what size scene we have, it fits our scene. What size resolution we have here, it automatically scales accordingly. So that's the top bit done. And we've got one render layer sorted here and the other one is not. Let's go have a look at the render layers. So we've got foreground and background. That is not that intuitive. But what we certainly don't know is where things are situated at the moment. So we've got our ground plane, which is going to take our shadows. Let's turn that on. There we go. We've got shadows. So we've got our ground plane here. And that is on layer 10. Fine. Everything else is also on layer 10. So we need to move the ground plane to a different layer. I'm simply going to move it to layer. Oh, it's on both layers, is it? That's interesting. Let's move it to just layer 1 for the moment. Perfect. So now we have that on layer 1. We've got our planes on layer 10, all of them, I believe. Yep. Now we need to give them a pass index. I've set my planes to a pass index of 1, so I can isolate them. So that's all sorted, and we've got the ground plane here. So the final thing is on the render layers to set up the foreground and background. Foreground and background doesn't really make any sense, so I'm going to call it whole scene and just ground. So we can have the difference between the two and work it out from there. Now we're going to have everything on here turned on and here. We're not going to mask anything off, so let's turn that off. Excellent. So on the whole scene, we have everything rendered, and there's just 2 layers, so the scene rendering's fine. On the just ground, we want to exclude layer, whatever layer this is layer 10. Okay, finally, let's have a look at the lamp. It's not a sun lamp, and I'm going to have hard shadows, one slightly softer than hard shadows, but there we go, slightly fuzzy shadows, but that's it for the moment because I want the effect to be quite strong. That looks fine to me. Let's go and hit render and see how that comes out. Well, it won't come out as anything at the moment. Why won't it come out as anything? Well, let's have a closer look at the node editor. And let's switch this back across to node. So at the moment, nothing is plugged into the output. Do we have an output? Yes, we have 2. I'm going to border select those and move them. Oh, I didn't mean to move everything, but it looks like I have. Move them in so we can see what's going on. Now, I'm not going to use a backdrop here because I'm going to find it hard enough to see stuff as it is. But if we plug in the render layers into the composite, it auto renders. We have that back out. Excellent. So now it's just a matter of setting up a similar settings as we had before. Now, notice down here, we're missing index objects. So we need to go back into our render layers and on the passes, do the object index and object index. We don't need the vector output. And on this one, we've got some extra things as well. We don't need those. And then we re-render after we've done that. Right, this should be ready to go and ready to link together. Let's go ahead and do that. Right, nodes. These can always be a challenge to get right. I'm not going to use my viewer. I am going to use the composite node. I'm going to leave this as a 3D image editor. And we need to render. We haven't rendered yet. So let's go ahead and render. Excellent. So we've got our planes and we've got just the ground itself as well. I'm going to swap them around. Okay, so we're going to have to take index object IDs from the ground and the planes. I'm not sure if I've done the ground, so let's just have a look at the ground's settings. Okay, it's not got anything, so we'll set it with the ground with a pass index of 2. Let's bring in the items I know we need. So I need an ID mask, and that is going to help us isolate the ground when we mix in the image after we've isolated the shadows, or what the difference is between the two. And that's going to be an index of 2 because that's the ground. Let's move that to one side. I'm jumping ahead of myself. We need to combine these 2 together. So I'm going to add a color mix and we're going to add them together. Can you add by dividing? We're going to combine them with division. I'm going to put the image is in. And the output that we get from here, I'll plug it straight into the composite to have a look, should be bright white with anything that's exactly the same, because anything divided by anything exactly the same is 1, and any difference will actually be highlighted. That's a great start. So we've isolated the shadow and we've also isolated the planes themselves, kind of, but we're going to mask off the planes in a few moments. Let's now mix in our next bit. So we've got this coming in. We're going to have an ID mask here, and we're going to bring in our image itself. That's starting to look a bit funky. Have I got that the right way? I'm dividing here. I want to multiply because we've got that white layer. That is looking good. The shadow is also looking good. Now let's plug in our alpha layer here. And that has brought back in our background, but has made the rest disappear. Have I got that the right way around? I have got that the right way around. Let's just re-render to make sure that everything's working. Aha, there we go. The shadow's just by itself. If in doubt, re-render. And then if it doesn't work, then you can be in doubt or something along those lines. Okay, finally, then we need to bring back in just the planes themselves. So we're going to be mixing the planes with whatever's coming out of here. So let's duplicate this multiply node, and we can use that as a starting point and plug in our planes. Now we're just mixing together because we want the planes by themselves on top of our scene with a factor of 100 where they are. So we need another ID mask. And using an ID mask of 1 here, so we've isolated that. We're saying anything that's the planes is 100%. Okay, we've got that just the wrong way around. Perfect. Excellent stuff. So let's just try that in another place in the scene. Now, if we move, is that auto updating? Well, kind of. It's moved the scene, but it hasn't actually moved forward our models. So this is what they look like if they were just scooting around. We do need to re-render, but that's okay because during a render, there we go, the plane's just taking off. And let's go back a little further. Excellent. So we've got the planes flying very low level over the ground. Hopefully they don't look like they're about to hit the ground. That's crazy low level. Might need to adjust that in the final render. But now is the first pass of my final animation. Now, because it's my first pass, I'm not too fussed about the quality. I'm going to output this to my downloads folder. And then I'm going to set this to an H.264 encoding as an MPEG-4. The rest looks okay. And I'm going to call this planes first run. Now, it is important that I know what it is. I'm going to make sure that these settings are as low as possible. I don't care about quality at this point, and I'm going to leave it set at 5 samples, and I'm going to render out this animation. So render animation. And as we can see here, it's going to take several minutes to go through and render out all the individual frames and put them all together into our final composite. And I will see you guys back once this is rendered out. And here we go. So the plane's taking off and the others fly past. That looks great, apart from a little judder right at the very beginning as that plane's taking off. You see there, it scoots a little on the runway. I think we can modify that and we're ready for a full render. Okay, so here isn't a full render. I haven't gone as deep as that, but what we have got here is a higher resolution so we can see more of what's happening on the screen. There's still a little bit of a judder on the runway, something we can always, well, we always come across things that we can refine about your models, but I'm really happy with that. How did you guys get on? I'd love to see your VFX and CGI. Please share your work in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Transparent Backgrounds. In this bonus video, we're going to learn how to set up your background as transparent. The options are different in both Blender Render and Cycles, so we'll cover both of those. And they're relatively straightforward, however the options are hidden away. And what you'll end up with, as you can see here, you will end up being able to present a model onto a background because the background itself is transparent. And let's go explore this now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we're over in Blender here and let's just go ahead and render our scene. I'm going to hit F12 to do that. Now we can see on the info header bar, and obviously by this rendering itself being so starkly contrasted, it is Blender Render. And you can see the background here is still grey. When it's transparent, you get that kind of checkered effect. Now, if we export this as is in going to File and Save an Image, then we're going to end up with this cube with a grey background on it, which is not what we want. We want the cube isolated from the rest of the scene. So how do you do that? Well, it's in the render properties for both Blender Render and Cycles, but it's in different places. Logical, yes? Okay, so we need to scroll down until you find shading. It's probably collapsed as mine is here. If we go ahead and open that up, we have a series of options, and we need to change the option that says alpha, change that from sky to transparent. Now, when we go ahead and render our image, you can see that the background itself has this checkered appearance. And then you can go ahead and go to image and save an image. Now, I've already saved one here as a test, the one you saw a moment ago. I'm going to set one up that's for Blender render. And I'm going to say that in a few moments. But before we do, let's go down to the lower left-hand corner and have a look at the options. So we've got a PNG selected at the moment, which does contain an alpha layer. However, sometimes a production of a PNG with an alphaed out layer, especially if there's a gradient between it being the cube, for instance, is just a solid edge, so that's fine. If you have a graduated, something like a light effect or a particle effect, then you may want to select something different. You may wish to select TIFF. Now, it's going to produce a larger file, but it's going to handle the alpha layer much better than potentially the PNG does. But store as a PNG first, see how it works out. And if you end up with a slight halo effect around your image when you apply it to a background, then you'll probably want to try out a different format. Color depth, well, most people don't have the ability to see more than 8 bits on their monitors, so you can leave it as that. However, if your model's being made for a high dynamic range environment, HDR TVs are starting to come around and monitors won't be far behind, I'm sure, you'll want to make sure that's set to 16 bits. In some ways, it is better to have the highest quality possible, but on the same fronts, you don't need extra where it's not going to make any difference whatsoever. So with that selected, I can go ahead and click Save as Image, and now I've got an image on my computer with an alphaed out background that I can now apply to whatever I want. So we've explored that in Blender Render. How do we do it in Cycles? Well, we can switch over to the Cycles render engine first so we can see what's going on. The rendering properties change quite dramatically when this happens. And in order to render the background transparent, we need to change a couple of options. So let's first of all render it as it is and see what happens. Now, I'm currently using my CPU to render it. That's taking a little while to do, but I'm going to switch across to GPU now. I'm also going to change my samples. No, not samples. I'm going to change under my performance setting. This I'm going to set to 256 for the moment, just so it renders a bit quicker for you guys. So where in this muddle of options do we change to make this background transparent? Well, it's under the film drop down. This may or may not be open for you, so find the film properties and put a tick in transparent. And then we can see that if we hover over that, the world background is transparent. Now when we go ahead with that box checked and we hit render, we get it rendered out with the alpha layer. And once again, you can go ahead and save that to your hard drive. There we go, nice and straightforward, but it is a little bit complicated where they've hidden it away. I hope you find that incredibly helpful, and I'll see you guys in the next lecture. Time round, I can hit reload. Now, reload is a bit pointless in certain cases. It's only if you've edited the file on the disk itself on your computer, and now I'm going to have to prefetch again. Anyway, so we've got that now in our buffer and ready to go. And we can just go ahead and go to the next tab down on the tool shelf, which is the Solve tab. Now, before we do anything else, let's just click Solve Camera Motion and see what happens. Wow. Okay. I was not expecting that. After all the trials and tribulations I've been through trying to actually work out this scene, I've got a solve error, and we can see on the header bar for the clip editor of 3.6, which is a great start. It turns out I may need to do nothing more, but we'll go through and refine it anyway. Oh, and before we do anything else, you know what I haven't done? And I said it was the first thing we're going to do. I got distracted by this blue bar. We need to go over to the properties and go to camera and set it to full frame and scroll down to lens and set it to 20. because that is what the DJI Phantom 4's lens configuration is said to be. Let's go ahead and click Solve Camera Motion, and it goes up to 6.5. Okay, we can work with that. It's not great that it's gone up, but we can play with the settings now and work out what we can do. Now, one of the things we can do now got a solve error is we can have a look at individual tracking points, and they will all have an average error attributed to them. So if you've got something that's got a high average error, you may find, and I do say may find because it does vary, removing it from the scene can improve your particular odds of getting a good solve. So after clicking through all of those, I can see that that one's 7.6. Now, before I do anything else, I'm going to save my work. Excellent. And I'm just going to delete this bush entirely. So we've got an average solve error of 3.6. Now, before we do anything else, I do want to just highlight occasionally when you hit solve camera motion again, you get a different result. So let's go ahead and remove this one that's rated of an average error of 7.6 on the properties panel here. We can see if that by removing it, we get a better result. So 3.6, solve camera, 2.92. That's much better. Now, I'm going to guess here, if I go through and remove the one that's 5.6, is there anything else that's above 4? That's going to be my metric here. And of course, I need 8 of these. Oh, wow, that's really low. So let's see, is there anything here that's above 4? I think there was. There's one that's 5, so let's get rid of that. Now, again, getting rid of it may not have been the answer. It may have been better to refine it, but let's solve now. We're on 2.9, 1.8. This is getting better and better. Now, incidentally, you can look at this graph editor, and it gives us an idea of the actual what's going on in terms of these markers and if they're jerking about too much. And if they are jerking about, that may cause us problems. Now, I'm really happy that we're down to 1.8. So I'm not going to do anything else for the moment because I need to check and see what that looks like being lean about it. So I'm going to scroll down on the tool shelf to scene setup. And I'll click set as background, which is going to set this particular video as the background on the camera view. And I'm going to set up a tracking scene as well. I'm now going to go over to the default layout, and from this view, I'm going to watch the camera and make sure it's not doing anything crazy. If it starts doing crazy things and wobbling about, that can cause us issues. Now, there's a few jerks at the beginning and a few around, let's just watch here, around 180 or so. Let's look at it from the camera, and now this will slow down tremendously. Now, the important thing to note here is I'm going to have to hold down Shift to move, but I want to have a close eye at the cube itself or the ground. What I want to make sure is as this is playing through the timeline, that it's not jerking about horribly and that it's consistent. So if the cube's covering up part of our scene, that it remains covering up part of that scene and not sliding and jerking all over the place. If it does slide and jerk all over the place, it just may look horrible in the end. Now, because I'm going for an aircraft flying over the surface, I can probably get away with a bit more jerk than I would do normally. Now, I'm going to pause it there and go back to the beginning. Now, it is sluggish doing this, but I do want to just highlight this beginning bit. If we have a look at the scene now, it jerks all over the place. You see that twitching? It was only for a couple of frames, but it's still very noticeable. Now there's something I can do here that's really easy. I get my starting frame and I set it at 10. I'm not quite sure actually where that wobble occurred, but I'm pretty sure it was below 10, the 10th frame. So that's one way of dealing with that. Just cut it off. It was a problem right at the beginning. Who cares if no one sees the first half a second? However, if you do need to make sure that that works, we need to investigate why it wobbles. And it will wobble like it does there. We can see that it's shifting from one place to another. And we can see the whole scene is shifting because of some reason. I can't tell you from here. I need to go back into the motion tracking view. And let's have a look at the graph editor at this point and see if we can glean any information as to what is going on here. So one of these I can see is jerking and moving in the preview pane here. In fact, the one we've got selected. So all of a sudden it jerks from one place to another. So we can literally go in and fix that for this one particular frame that it's wrong on and place it. I'm not sure where each frame was either side, and that's always a good place to check. Okay, so that has fixed that one. Could it been that just that one that was jerking all over the place? No, that also has a big shift to it. I don't know what was going on at the beginning. So I'm just going to move that over here. So it's literally frame 1, frame 2, frame 3 is fine. So let's go to the next one. And I may have to repeat this several times in order to refine it. Does this also jump? It does. How bizarre that each one happens. Now, because it's every time and rather consistent, annoyingly consistent, I can pretty much go through and fix all of these because it looks like they just need to be moved over ever so slightly. Does this one, whatever it does it do the same? Does it suddenly jerk? Yes, it does. So there's something in the footage there that's causing it to jerk about, and I don't like. And I'm just going to go away and fix this little issue, and I'll see you guys back in a few moments. In fact, it looks like here that the issue stems from the camera not moving for one particular frame, or perhaps a problem with the video. It could be something along those lines. But it looks like all of these frames are just shifted over by a tiny, tiny amount. It looks like just placing the marker on top of the previous one is working absolutely fine, which seems a bit of a cop-out, really. I would have thought there was a fundamental reason why it was doing that, but it seems to have affected everyone. Perhaps it is a skip in the video, but it doesn't take too long to go through and just move everyone over everyone else. So I think that's now sorted. Now I've done that, I'm going to have to go through and solve the camera motion again. We're down to 1.82. Now, there's a couple of other things we can do to make sure things are a bit more steady. Now, we've got a keyframe A and a keyframe B, and this is where your 8 frames have to exist. If I set keyframe A to 0 and press solve camera motion, you'll get the error. At least 8 common tracks need to be there for reconstruction. What do you pick in order to... What keyframes do you pick? Well, usually you would pick the cleanest area of your footage. So from 1 to 30 is only that much. Is that enough? Well, we could pick from 10 to, where does this stop moving? Around 70. Let's do 10 to 70 and see if we get a better solve error because of that. 2.6. So the answer there is no by picking that one, but maybe 70 to 150. This is one of these ones where you can go through and you can check, see if we get a better result. 1.82. How about the whole lot from frame 1 to frame 230? Solve camera motion. 3.32. So there are various ones that are good. There are various ones that are worse. 1 to 20 gives us 2.6. 1 to 40 gives us 1.82. Back to that 1.82. That looks like a pretty good setting. And then once more, hop back to default. And again, if you've got a 3D view open, you can hop back to it. Let's whiz around to the camera view and see. Let's see what happens now over those first few frames. It's no longer jerking about. So now we have a 3D scene set up, being tracked. That means we can start placing things in this scene and giving them things like shadows. Oh, there was a little jerk there. This is why this playback is very important. Is that going to make a difference in the playback? Possibly. So I'm not sure where that was, but I'm going to go and play it back and have another look. And of course, it's time for you guys to have a challenge. I'd like you to go ahead and get a good camera solve. So aim for a low error rate. Now, I have been rather fortunate in this particular scene that I've managed to get it so low so quickly. That doesn't always happen, and you often do have to refine, and that just comes with practice and getting used to how the markers act, what bounds you set them in, and sometimes it's just the luck of the footage. Some footage is a lot harder to track than others. Remember to check the actual footage, speaking about it. You can actually see little wobbles as it's going through, and the preview pane in the properties panel helps with that. Is it stable enough? Now, this refers specifically to the 3D editor. So when you're looking through the camera with the background turned on, are you seeing the cube or the ground plane that's placed there slide about on your scene, or do they look like they're part of the scene? If they look like they're part of the scene, that's probably stable enough. I've got a couple of those little jerks that I can go through and fix, and I would want to fix them for completeness. However, thinking about it at the same time, if I've just got a plane flying over the surface, a little jerk may not actually be apparent in the video. So it's worthwhile knowing. Refine your markers, add new, or even delete more markers if necessary. If you find that brings the solve error down, then go ahead and sort that out. Now, check the track preview in the properties panel isn't wobbling about too much. That should look pretty static throughout the entire timeline playback. If it's not, then you know there's somewhere else you can focus your work. And it's certainly great just previewing each one of the markers you've got in that panel and making sure it's not jumping about. Now, I think I've spotted another jump. I'm going to have a closer look at that. And I think it's similar to what happened before in the one we fixed. So go ahead, pause the video now, and go get yourself a good camera solve. Okay, guys, welcome back. Let's hop back on over into Blender. Okay, so let's go and see if we can refine this even further. I'm going to go straight back to the motion tracking side of things, and let's have a look and see what we can do. Now, I've obviously selected everything there. I don't want everything selected. That can be a dangerous thing to do. And I was playing about, and I managed to get an average solve error of 145 when I was playing about. So just a word of warning, it is quite easy to screw things up. I'm going to set my keyframes here back to 40 and solve camera motion. There we go. We're back down to a sensible level, back down to 5.6. Now, one of the things I did notice, and I was doing a bit of reading on camera sensors, I'm really into my photography, and I realized that camera sensors, when they're doing video, often don't use the full sensor width. They are smaller. They use part of the sensor. Now, that will have the effect of we could either lower the sensor width, making it smaller, or we can go ahead and change the focal length because they're interchangeable, sort of. So the smaller the sensor, the larger the apparent focal length. And we can see that these things are linked because as I move one, the other moves as well. So if it's going to work out to be slightly smaller, do we make the sensor smaller? Well, that would make sense. So let's make the sensor width 35mm and do solve camera motion. 5.6. Let's do 33. 5.6. 32. 5.6. It looks like we're locked at 5.6 there. Does it work if we move... wait a minute. When I was moving that, of course it will be locked in. I just told you guys that it moves about. It will move this other one. So it makes more sense to change the focal length. So with the focal length, it would go the other way. It would go up apparent size. So let's go to the 22. That's gone to 16. Let's go to 24. And that's gone to, 1.9. Now that's starting to look good. So 24, let's try 23, because these numbers do jump about. 0.79. Brilliant. I'm really happy that that's worked out. So I'm just going to press solve camera motion again. My eyes are not deceiving me. So it does look like, with the information we've got here, we can say that the focal length, when taking a 4K video on this particular device, works out to be roughly 23mm, give or take. I'm not going to take that as a given for the moment, but there we go. We've got that sorted. Let's see how this looks when we go back to our 3D view. Let's go back to default and play that through. Now we've got the camera solve starting from frame 1. So there's still a little bit of a jerk at the beginning that I need to go back and sort. And there was another one. You need to be keen-eyed. There it is. And that's around frame 45, something like that. So I need to have a closer look at those. I'm going to go do that now and see you guys back in a few moments. Hey, so I'm busy going through these particular keyframes and taking a close look at them. As as we're approaching, I'm going to jump through with the timeline here. We reach frame 48, 49, 50. It jumps, and then at some point it comes back again. Now, what we can see on the graph editor at the top is we can actually see this deviation, this jump here, the marker we've got selected, and we've got this green part here. That is what we're looking at. So as we come through, we can see that that is where all of a sudden it jerks and then jerks back again the other way as it corrects itself. Now, in this particular case, it does look like I can just go back in time to where the error occurs and just retrack forward from that point. And that does appear to solve the issue. Of course, I still need to do that for all of the markers in our scene, but that's somewhat better than having to manually place them all. So again, this seems to go wrong. Frame 49. Does this also have a dip on the graph editor? Yes, it does. So again, I'm going to play that forward, and we can see it smooths out those great big dips. Now we've got another dip here, so if I go to frame 49, I'm just literally going to jump there at this point and just play forward from here. It also jumps there, so I'll play that forward, and that smoothed out the dip as well. So it looks like during the tracks, it has mucked up somewhere. It's as simple as that. Does this jerk about around there or not? Yeah, something happens a bit around the same area, in fact. Now, it's not as pronounced because the movement isn't as pronounced. It's as simple as that. So if I play forward, that should have solved that and it should have retracked. Yes, it has. And again, I have to go through the rest of these and sort that out. I'll be back in a few moments. And I'm back again, and I think I've fixed all of my little problems. I've toyed about with the focal length at 22.8 with all of these fixed, all of these markers fixed. I'm getting a solve error of 0.63, which is excellent. I can now go to my default view and just play back what I've got. I've also decided to just truncate the very beginning at frame 5, and as we go through, I can't see any sudden jerks, which is exactly what I'm looking for, because now I can go ahead and build up the 3D scene with the plane flying through it. Exciting stuff. How did you guys get on? I hope you've managed to place your cube and plane, your ground plane in the scene so that it looks as if it's part of it. Obviously, it doesn't look like it at the moment because we've got nothing applied to these models. However, we're well on our way now to making this work. Share your work in the discussions, perhaps a little animated GIF of what's going on, and I will see you guys in the next lecture.